After finally reaching their destination, Xiao Lan parked the car. The instant he lifted the quilted cover, an intense aroma of braised meat surged out, erupting like an atomic blast and rising into the air like a billowing mushroom cloud. It was as if it were loudly proclaiming to the world, "Tremble, culinary world, for that Lan man has returned." Meanwhile, Han Xiaomei was an assembly line worker in an electronics factory. She worked in an electronics industrial park that housed no fewer than 30 factories, yet the entire park shared only a single canteen. The canteen meals were indeed cheap, but as for the taste, there was nothing good to be said. As a result, snack stalls clustered outside the park's four main gates like a dense herd of cattle, all doing roaring business. They owed their thriving business entirely to the canteen's unappetizing fare. Han Xiaomei would go out to buy food simply to improve her meals. She never expected that a newly arrived Jianbing guozi vendor would deal her such a heavy blow. The entire Jianbing guozi had only 2 sad leaves of lettuce that were barely edible. Back in the dormitory, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became, until she finally decided to go out and buy another meal. Last time she had bought the Jianbing guozi at the East Gate. This time she went straight to the West Gate, determined to stay well away from that rookie stall owner. She swore to herself that today, absolutely without question, she would not buy anything from an unfamiliar face again. She would find a stall owner whose face she knew, whose food she trusted, so she would not step on another landmine. Just as she reached the gate, Han Xiaomei caught a whiff of a fragrance so rich it seemed almost solid. That aroma was fierce and domineering, like a madman sprinting toward her at full speed. Without a word, it was as if that scent landed 2 hard punches on her nose, then grabbed her by the hair and dragged her straight to a stall selling sauce-braised pig trotters. When Han Xiaomei finally snapped back to herself, she was startled to realize she had unknowingly walked such a long distance. Looking around at the other customers, she saw the same bewilderment mirrored on their faces. It was as if none of them remembered how they had gotten there. How had they arrived in the blink of an eye? In front of them stood a stall selling sauce-braised pig trotters. The stall owner seemed to have arrived late and had been forced to park his brand new snack cart in a far-off corner. Both the cart and the cookware gleamed polished to a shine. The vendor himself was an unfamiliar face, clearly a first-timer at this spot. Normally newcomers like him had skills that still needed to prove themselves. Yet the moment he lifted the lid, the aroma surged forth and domineeringly crushed the sense of every other stall. Even the nearby stinky tofu and luosafen stalls paled into insignificance before the sauce-braised pig trotters. The surrounding stall owners immediately sensed the threat. One of them, who also sold braised delicacies, rolled his eyes as a scheming idea surfaced, an underhanded tactic for competition. He raised his thick neck and shouted toward Xiao Lan, "Hey brother, haven't you gone a bit overboard with the tech and heavy tricks here? You've made the smell so strong, like this. You look unfamiliar. First time doing business here, right? Sauce-braised pig trotters are just another kind of braised delicacy. And when it comes to braised food, heavier seasoning doesn't necessarily mean better taste." He deliberately spoke loud enough for all the customers drawn by the aroma to hear, pretending to be a well-meaning old hand offering advice, and continued talking on his own. "The key to delicious braised food lies in the master stock," he said. "Different ratios of medicinal spices create different flavors in the broth. Things like star anise, cinnamon bark, Sichuan peppercorns, fennel seeds, and so on. The aroma may not be as intense as those blended with all kinds of tech and heavy tricks," he added, "but it's a traditional craft passed down from our ancestors. Healthy and nourishing." Though he sounded warm-hearted, the braised meat vendor was actually hinting to everyone that Xiao Lan's pig trotters were only so fragrant because he had used artificial chemical flavoring, while his own braised food upheld traditional craftsmanship, healthy and nutritious. Crude as this little business ploy was, it worked remarkably well. Many customers, upon hearing the braised meat vendor's words, abruptly changed direction mid-step. Their questions shifted to "How much for your braised food?" "Vegetables are 15 per jin, meat dishes 30 per jin," he replied. In no time, the group that had gathered at Xiao Lan's pig trotter stall dispersed and went to buy braised dishes instead. In the end, only Han Xiaomei remained before Xiao Lan's cart. Her accursed curiosity. Whenever she saw a new stall, she just had to try it. She had clearly just heard the talk about tech and heavy tricks, and the stall owner did not refute it, which almost seemed like tacit admission. Yet the smell was simply too divine. Tech or not, so be it, she thought. She was already eating from street stalls. Why fret about health now? Han Xiaomei took a step forward. "Boss, how much for the pig trotters?" Xiao Lan replied calmly, 80 per jin. "So expensive." Han Xiaomei recoiled in shock, taking 2 big steps back. The price startled the remaining onlookers and rattled the nearby customers as well. It also delighted the other stall owners who had been wary of him, who they thought had the money to afford something so pricey. This was an electronics factory. An ordinary line worker earned a little over 100 yuan a day. If a boxed meal cost more than 10 yuan, people expected at least 3 meat dishes and 2 vegetable sides, or they would be pointing at your nose and cursing you out. Every stall here survived by selling cheap and in volume. Fried rice noodles for 5 yuan a portion, grilled sausages, 2 skewers for 3 yuan. Pig trotters, on the other hand, bones took up most of the weight. The skin was tasty, but offered only a few bites. And the meat itself tended to be coarse and dry if eaten alone. Selling them at such a price. Was he treating everyone like suckers? Tisk tisk, they thought. He was still just a young man who knew nothing about doing business. Han Xiaomei was so torn that her face scrunched up. "Boss, can't you make it a bit cheaper?" "No," Xiao Lan refused outright. "That's the price." He had bought only the finest ingredients, and with his level of skill, this price was already a giveaway. In the past, with his reputation as a genius chef, people had to queue up just for a chance to taste his cooking. A real estate tycoon had once tried to book him to cook a wedding banquet, yet even by the man's second marriage he still had not reached the front of the queue. Xiao Lan was not afraid his pig trotters would not sell, he only worried they would sell too quickly and interfere with his mission. He still remembered his superior's instructions. The suspect was believed to be gathering accomplices within the electronics factories and hiding a smuggling den inside. This was a densely populated area packed with factories. To avoid triggering large-scale panic, they had to observe carefully. Only after grasping precise intelligence could they strike once and for all, capturing everyone in a single net. Thus Xiao Lan's main task that day was surveillance, not making money. He planned to sell slowly and had even prepared a small fishing stool ready to sit there the entire afternoon. Besides, with braised dishes, the longer they simmered, the better they tasted. The current batch had been rushed overnight, a sped-up version still short of its full potential. Given a little more time to stew, the aroma would be enough to halt work across the entire park. Workers would catch the scent and skip their shifts to rush out and buy. Han Xiaomei was still hesitating. 80 yuan was simply too expensive. From the tiny gap of the insulated pot's lid, the fragrance slipped out like the beckoning finger of a seductive fox spirit, teasing her heart again and again. In the end, Han Xiaomei could not withstand it and yielded with tears in her eyes. "Fine, I'll buy," she cried. "Boss, just cut me a small piece. I only want to taste it." Even as she spoke, she could not help viciously slapping herself in her heart. Her mouth was simply too greedy. If a cesspit truck passed by, she thought she would probably be tempted to dip a finger just to taste the saltiness. Yet in the very next moment, all regret vanished because Xiao Lan lifted the lid. At the instant the cover rose, it felt as though the crown of Han Xiaomei's skull had also been pried open with a soft pop. A wave of steam thick with fragrant braising juices surged toward her and poured into her 7 orifices. She felt a sudden drowning panic, as if someone were forcing her head underwater. Yet she had no desire to struggle, only to open her mouth wide, flare her nostrils, and inhale like a storm. It smelled so good that her eyes rolled back in bliss. It was as if she could see her great-grandmother standing on the far bank of a river beckoning to her. It was just too unbelievably fragrant. Sadly, joy was but a fleeting blossom. Xiao Lan quickly closed the lid of the insulated container. Han Xiaomei's soul, which had flown out of her skull in delight, returned to her body, and her mind briefly came back to its senses. However, when Xiao Lan placed a piece of amber-colored braised pig's trotter into a takeaway box, Han Xiaomei's mind once again kicked open its cage. Her thoughts began to scream, twist, writhe, and contort. So beautiful. The braised pig's trotter gleamed as though coated in a layer of honey and glossed with fragrant sesame oil. Its color was vivid and even. The skin looked crisp yet tender, with tough, springy tendons connecting the meat and rind. A casual sniff brought a salty fragrance, and a deeper breath revealed a hint of sweetness beneath. An intricate aroma born of who knew how many spices blended together drifted out. Its fragrance was so enticing that the skin on people's faces seemed to relax and smooth out. Han Xiaomei keenly sensed countless gazes suddenly shooting toward her from all directions. Only when Xiao Lan closed the lid of the box did those burning stares finally ease. 60 yuan. Want chili? At that price, Han Xiaomei's face scrunched up all over again in shock. So expensive. Such a small piece, and it cost 60 already. The price of meat was practically being sold by the weight of gold. Still, she thought perhaps it would prove worthy of every coin. Yes, chili. Make it extra spicy. Precisely because it was so costly, Han Xiaomei, who normally could barely handle heat, broke her own rule and asked for plenty of chili. She could only hope to earn back a little value from the chili. Xiao Lan took out 2 small pre-packed bags of chili from a nearby insulated pouch. He placed them in the bag with the pig's trotter and passed it over. Han Xiaomei's hand trembled as she scanned the code to pay, then walked away carrying the trotter. She had barely taken a few steps when she realized that a rich aroma still lingered constantly at the tip of her nose. The fragrance followed her like the wind, ever by her side. It refused to disperse, soft, yet unending. The scent was so tempting she did not dare open her mouth, afraid that drool would surge out uncontrollably. After a few more steps, she suddenly sensed that something was off. Have you ever tried walking leisurely through a group of stray dogs while carrying a string of meat in your hand? Yes, exactly like that. That was precisely how Han Xiaomei felt now. For some reason, everyone she passed seemed to be paying her an intense kind of attention. Ravenous eyes skimmed over her from head to toe, throats working as people swallowed greedily, and in the end their gazes locked firmly onto the pig's trotter in her hand. At last, one bolder soul stepped closer and asked, "Miss, how much did you pay for that pig's trotter?" 60, she answered. That single number was like an invisible cudgel driving away the onlookers. They retreated again and again. Someone muttered under their breath, "So expensive. Is the pig's bone made of gold, or is that skin made of gold?" Another whispered, "What kind of family can afford to eat something like this?" Listening to their comments, Han Xiaomei suddenly realized that if she brought the trotter back to the dorm, her roommates would definitely say the same things about her. There would be no escaping a round of teasing by then. No, better to deal with it on the way. She hurried to find a quiet spot with few people, intending to finish it standing right there. Lifting the takeaway box, she noticed the lid had not been properly sealed, leaving a small gap. No wonder the aroma had been leaking out all this time. Han Xiaomei leaned in to take a sniff, and the fragrance hit her so hard she nearly toppled over. It was a close call, as she almost saw her late great-grandmother beckoning to her again. Drool spilled out uncontrollably, and even slurping could not keep up. She swiftly put on a pair of disposable gloves and grabbed hold of the pig's trotter. With a muffled growl of delight, she took a huge bite. In an instant, her mouth brimmed with rich collagen. that sense of being filled to the brim with satisfaction. It was as if every taste bud on her tongue had just found its long-lost siblings. They clung tightly to one another, mad with joy, crying and shouting, refusing at all costs to part again. Meanwhile, her throat and stomach were frantically voicing their longing for food as well. They pleaded for the food to come down quickly to reunite in her belly as soon as possible. A powerful craving surged up, and before she even realized it, she had already swallowed the meat in her mouth. Her stomach felt content, yet her mouth suddenly felt empty and lost. She hurriedly went in for a second bite. This time her teeth sank into the layer of fat beneath the skin. This was no ordinary fat. It was high-quality elastic fat carefully protected between skin and meat. Such refined grease. Humanity has known its marvel since time immemorial. Through a brutal contest of life and death, our ancestors came to understand how vital fat is to survival. Those who lived on etched the craving for fat deep into their genes. They passed it down to countless generations. In this moment, Han Xiaomei seemed to stride across a vast epic of ages, holding a silent dialogue with the souls of humanity's ancestors. In the end, they reached a unanimous conclusion: fat is unimaginably, indescribably delicious. The wisdom of the forebears truly never fails. On her third bite, her teeth sank into the tendon layer beneath the fat. The simmered tendons, softened to the verge of disintegration, yet still naturally resilient, responded to her chewing with a faintly crisp bounce. Their presence was so unexpectedly delightful. In that instant, the 60 yuan became more than worth it. Not every piece of meat is graced with tendons. They are crucial tissues connecting muscle and joints, so scarce and precious. Only through the tension network woven by these membranes can a free-range pig support its daily 20,000 steps and lifetime journeys of hundreds of kilometers. Thus it can grow plump yet healthy, with a well-proportioned body, roaming through forests and hills before one day strolling serenely into your stomach. On the fourth bite, tears rose in Han Xiaomei's eyes, because she bit into her own finger. Yet she wept not from the pain in her finger, but because the pig's trotter was gone. The happiness had vanished. Her mind might not be able to calculate the exact worth of that trotter, but her tongue could. This pig's trotter was steeped in nearly 40 perfectly blended spices, leaving a lingering, elegant aftertaste. Yes, it was the very ancestral craft that the previous braised meat stall owner had boasted about. People are always the loudest about whatever they lack most. The more guilty their conscience, the more they emphasize it. That stall owner at best had thrown together a pot with instant braising spice packs. Drop in a few slices of star anise and dried tangerine peel, and he dared to call it an ancestral recipe. Xiao Lan, however, had followed the true method of nurturing an old master stock, starting from clear water and adding measured quantities of carefully balanced spices. Over a gentle flame, he slowly drew out their aromas. Every ingredient was top grade. The water came from mountain springs, and even the cooking wine was Matai. It is said that the finest master stock can be passed down for 100 years, never spoiling, never losing its character, and growing only more mellow with every simmer. This was merely the first pot. Once the old stock matured, even if he threw in a shoe sole to boil, its fragrance alone would move people to tears. Top-tier ingredients combined with top-tier craftsmanship. Such fare would crush any 5-star hotel kitchen. How much more so a humble little street stall? The other stall owners should count themselves lucky that in his previous life, Xiao Lan had already earned enough fame and fortune, and in this life, sought only to serve the people. Otherwise, who could possibly compete with him for business? They would all be crushed. Xiao Lan was sitting on a chair, scanning the surroundings in search of the suspect's tracks, when suddenly his vision went dark. A figure stepped in front of the stall, blocking the light. Looking up, he saw it was the girl who had just bought a pig's trotter. "Boss, another trotter please, give me a big one." To have a returning customer so soon was in fact not a good sign. Xiao Lan was not particularly pleased. Still, he said nothing. After all, the girl had no idea he was currently on a mission. He picked out the largest pig's trotter and placed it on the scale. 120. Already paid. This time Han Xiaomei paid faster than a bout of diarrhea. Xiao Lan's brows knitted slightly tighter. He had intended to scare the girl off with the price. Why was she paying so straightforwardly now? Had she won the lottery in the brief time they were apart? Meanwhile, several nearby stall owners and customers who had heard the quoted price all turned to look over. A single order going for 120, by street stall standards, that was truly excessive. Just how delicious did it have to be to dare charge that much? A few people walked together towards Xiao Lan's stall, as if this gave them the courage to face the high prices. To be fair, this price isn't too outrageous in some night markets or food courts. But this is an electronics factory area. How many screws must one turn in a day to earn 120 yuan? Everyone approached and saw that what was being sold was pig trotters. The pig trotter was simply too large, not fitting into a single food container. Xiao Lan had to cut it in half with scissors, packaging it into 2 boxes. He added 2 packets of chili, packed it together, and handed it to Han Xiaomei. The aroma wafting through the air made the onlookers' souls float. However, constrained by their limited funds, they feigned indifference. Braised pig trotter. Won't it be too greasy? Is it really okay to eat this at noon? Maybe we can talk about it again in the evening. Are you buying? I don't know if it will taste good. Let's see. Are you buying? I feel like this won't fill me up. That piece of meat had mostly bones. Isn't that a tube bone? There should be bone marrow inside. If you suck it out. The person didn't continue as they were already salivating. They needed to swallow quickly, or it would be embarrassing to choke. Xiao Lan watched their hushed discussions, noticing they were reluctant to leave. He graciously kept silent, pretending not to hear. The group jostled each other, urging their companions to buy, but no one had the determination to actually make a purchase. At that moment, the girl who had just left returned. This time, Han Zaimaya's cheeks were flushed. She looked like she was high on dopamine. Boss, give me 2 more. Make them big. The reason for her bold decision was the large tube bone from the previous piece of meat. Knowing the taste of marrow, she finally understood the literal meaning of savoring marrow. At first, she felt a bit uneasy looking at that massive tube bone. 120 yuan, that large tube bone must weigh around 50 yuan. She couldn't eat it all, it felt like a loss. After finishing the meat, she reluctantly sucked on the tube bone. To her surprise, she sucked out a mouthful of bone marrow. The marrow was exquisite. It combined with the sauce of the tube bone and filled her mouth. Her mouth was filled with the flavors of meat, oil, and marrow, all rich essences. The taste was several times more intense than the meat itself. That bite was absolutely worth 50 yuan. After eating, her mouth was still filled with the rich aroma of marrow, making her feel as if her tongue was being marinated. It was just too intoxicating. She decided that even if she had to spend a month's salary today, she would eat until full. However, no, there's a limit of 2 per person. Xiao Lan's sudden remark caught Han Xiaomei off guard. Her eyes nearly popped out, and the flush on her face instantly faded to a pale white. What? A purchase limit? Huh? You can't be joking. Xiao Lan nodded seriously. I'm not joking, there's a purchase limit on these pig trotters. Each person can buy a maximum of 2 per day. Come back tomorrow. He had a monitoring task. The supply of pig trotters was limited. Seeing the girl's eager expression, if there were no limit, she might clean him out. Upon hearing this, Han Xiaomei became anxious and stammered, Please boss, there's no reason for a purchase limit. Who would turn down money? Xiao Lan resolutely shook his head. I'm sorry, but that's the rule. After being refused again, she realized the boss was not kidding. Tears welled up in Han Zaimaya's eyes. She regretted that when she bought her first piece, she specifically asked the boss for the smallest one. If she had known, she would have bought the bigger one. Suddenly, Han Xiaomei noticed the people around her. She had a stroke of inspiration and said to one of them, Excuse me, are you planning to buy it? If you're not buying, could you help me buy one? They'll transfer the money to you. The others exchanged glances. There was a sense of confusion, like, what kind of new scam is this? Because it was just too bizarre and against common sense. Absurdly high pricing. An unambitious vendor and a customer begging to buy something. Well, none of them seemed normal. Although it felt like a scam, it nonetheless piqued everyone's curiosity. They really wanted to buy a piece to try. So one person replied, I can only help you buy one because I want to buy one too. All right, thank you so much. After expressing her gratitude, Han Xiaomei quickly said to Xiao Lan, Boss, he is willing to give me his spot. Is that okay? Hurry, give me a big one, the biggest you have. As soon as she finished, the others chimed in, I want one too. Give me one. Let me try one. Xiao Lan inexplicably felt like he was shooting himself in the foot. Oh no, he never expected that the purchase limit would make it even more desirable. The other vendors around looked enviously at this scene. With stir-fried noodles priced at 5 yuan a bowl, they had to fry 100 portions to earn 500. At Xiao Lan's place, selling 5 large pig trotters would bring in 500. If both buckets sold out, he could earn 4 to 5,000. Fortunately, this intense drama didn't continue. Because work hours were approaching, a few people carried their packed pig trotters heading to their respective factories. Many vendors gradually left as well. They would come back around 4 p.m. since the factory finished at 5. The other vendors saw that Xiao Lan hadn't left and didn't remind him. Competing vendors felt animosity. Today, Xiao Lan's presence had definitely stirred up some hatred. Many vendors thought to themselves, this young man just accidentally discovered a market gap that everyone had overlooked. It's just braised pig trotters, who can't do that? Recipes are everywhere online. They would head to the market to buy pig trotters, simmer them for a few hours, and come here to sell, just in time for quitting hours. That guy sells them so expensively, if I sell them cheaper at 45 yuan a pound, I could make a killing. While everyone had their own thoughts, a kindly-looking uncle selling barbecue approached Xiao Lan. Hey, aren't you leaving? It's time to work. There's no one here, no business, the factory finishes at 5. Xiao Lan appreciated the uncle's reminder, but he wasn't staying for business, he was there to keep watch. Moreover, he didn't dare to go back. If he went home, those 2 buckets of meat would surely be divided among the neighbors. There wouldn't be a drop of soup left. Xiao Lan could only say, it's fine, I'll stay a bit longer and leave later. The barbecue uncle grinned. Since that's the case, it'll help you with your business. Give me a piece, the aroma is always drifting over to me, making me crave it. Xiao Lan chuckled and served him a piece of pig trotter that was just the right size. The uncle sniffed and gulped. So fragrant. He'll wait for my little one to come home from school to eat together. Huh. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lan waited, then added another scoop of sauce. This sauce would be enough for them to mix into a few more bowls of rice. The uncle was delighted, and as he left, he said, Wishing you prosperous business, young man. This remark was not a blessing for Xiao Lan. I kindly gave you sauce to mix with rice, and you actually cursed me. Suddenly, a heavy pat landed on his shoulder. I've finally found you. Xiao Lan, why haven't you replied to the captain's message? Xiao Lan was startled and turned around to see it was his colleague. This colleague was named Liu Si. According to the memories of his previous life, Liu Si was also his classmate. In the past at the police academy, Liu Si had always been competing with Xiao Lan for the position of the last in physical fitness tests. Wasn't he also assigned a street vendor task? How did he end up here? Aren't you at the East Gate? Why are you here? Did I remember wrong? Xiao Lan asked in confusion. Liu Si, panting heavily, leaned on Xiao Lan's shoulder for a while before saying, No, the captain told us to gather and go back. Didn't you hear? Why are you still here? Did anyone call? How would I know? Xiao Lan took out his phone only to find that his old fruit phone had automatically shut down due to the cold. Oh no, my phone betrayed me. Liu Si hurriedly helped Xiao Lan pack up, muttering as he did. Hurry up, what are you still selling? We've already been exposed. The captain said we weren't capable and told us to go back for unified training. Xiao Lan replied, I think I'm doing pretty well. Don't brag, I know what your cooking skills are like. An hour later, in the backyard of the police station, 4 food carts were lined up neatly. 4 people stood in front, lined up and receiving a lecture. Let me tell you, do you know how important this operation is? As the vanguard, you are the front line. Do you understand the principle that pulling one thread can affect the whole garment? You were supposed to set up a stall, but you exposed so many flaws. Either your identities were seen through at a glance, or your phone shut down and you couldn't be contacted. What can I say about you all? Captain Liu, whose already sparse hair was being driven to madness by his scratching, was only making things worse. How could our second squad with such limited capabilities have 4 hidden dragons and crouching tigers? Are you really going to make our squad the laughingstock of the police station? In a fit of anger, Captain Liu walked over to the food carts, reprimanding them one by one. You almost set the barbecue on fire. If it weren't for the fire extinguisher in the security room, did you want to alert the fire department? Even if you've never set up a barbecue stall, haven't you grilled meat at gatherings with friends? You frying stinky tofu without thawing it first, don't you know it could explode? Are you trying to blow up the factory? Are we here to arrest you or the criminals? Especially towards Li AC, Captain Liu's voice carried a deep sense of disappointment. You making pancakes, who gave you the confidence to challenge pancakes? You were sent so many instructional videos, yet you chose the most difficult one and failed spectacularly. In all my years as a police officer, you're the first undercover agent who's been recognized by ordinary citizens at a glance. Can you explain that? After scolding 3 people, it was finally Xiao Lan's turn. Why is there a layer of a quilt on your cart? Are you going to sleep or set up a stall? Xiao Lan stood tall and reported, Captain. The quilt is for insulation. Insulation? What are you making? Captain Liu tilted his head slightly back, glancing at the sign above. Braised spicy pig trotters. Did I send you an instructional video for braised pig trotters? What are you even making? Can this be eaten? It actually smells quite good. The captain muttered as he opened the lid of the insulation bucket. Instantly, an overwhelming aroma surged forth. At almost the same time, in the main hall of the station, a collective gasp could be heard. The officers were fine. They were all professionally trained and restrained during working hours. However, those who came to report cases were unable to restrain themselves. Reporter, I just bought an account and got scammed. Police, how much were you scammed? Reporter, what do you mean how much? Don't you smell that aroma? It's so fragrant. Who is cooking? Reporter B, I told him not to cut in line, and he just gave me a big bag. Then he said, Police, what did he say? Reporter B, he said, it smells so good. Are there any restaurants nearby? Odd, it's not mealtime yet. Soon a colleague followed the aroma to the backyard. What's going on? Is the cafeteria developing a new dish? Why does it feel like the smell is coming from here? It smells so good. The main hall is in chaos. Captain Liu suddenly realized and quickly slammed the lid shut. With the hall in such disarray, one can imagine the impact on those who were bombarded at close range. It was a close call that Captain Liu's soul wasn't blown out. He could barely stand. He wobbled for a while, clutching the insulation bucket before managing to turn around. At this moment, Captain Liu's face was glistening with moisture from the steam. His perpetually furrowed brow miraculously smoothed out as if it had just been pressed flat with an iron. He reached up to wipe the moisture off his face. He intended to shake off the water on his hand, but couldn't help but bring his hand to his nose to sniff. How strange, it was just steam, yet why did it smell so good? Even his hand smelled good now. Did that mean his face was also infused with the aroma? This mental activity, though seemingly long, only took a few seconds. The colleague who rushed over from the front hall was still waiting for an answer, and Captain Liu hurriedly waved his hand. I don't know either. I'll ask the cafeteria later. You all continue with your work. As he spoke, he secretly pulled over the quilt and covered the insulation bucket, thoroughly concealing the aroma. At this point, the noise from the front hall had finally diminished. After the people left, the captain leaned against the food cart, remaining silent for a long time, lost in thought. After a considerable while, he finally swallowed his saliva and asked Xiao Pig Trotter, Oh no, Xiao Lan, did you braise the pig trotters? Xiao Lan, who almost had his name changed, replied, Captain, it was me who made them. The captain still stared at the food cart with a serious expression. His gaze seemed to penetrate through the quilt and the insulation bucket, seeing the pig trotters inside. No one knew what kind of temptation he was facing. To make an inappropriate analogy, it was as if he were facing 2 mountains of gold. Moreover, they were the kind that he could wholly possess without serious consequences due to his authority. However, after staring for a long time, the captain simply clenched his fist, closed his eyes, turned his face, and turned his back to the pig trotters. Yet the look in his eyes when he gazed at Xiao Lan carried a hint of unnoticeable resentment. Good job, Xiao Lan, you're testing your leader by setting up a stall. You almost corrupted my thoughts. Luckily, I have a strong will. I can resist temptation. Ahem, I didn't expect that. Xiao Lan has quite a talent for cooking. Well, since that's the case, you can continue to set up your stall this afternoon. The other 3, the team has invited a master to teach you, and he will be here later. You all need to learn. If you don't learn, don't come back tonight. Xiao Lan, go apply for a work phone. Don't use that fruit phone anymore. It shuts down as soon as it gets cold and is more delicate than a person. If you encounter any work problems, report them to me anytime. Just then Xiao Lan had a problem. Captain, I have a question regarding money. Captain Liu understood and smiled. I know you want to ask about reimbursement, right? Don't worry, this operation has a generous budget. Whatever costs you incurred will be reimbursed. No, I wanted to ask how to handle the money earned. Hearing this, the captain burst into laughter. Why are you worrying about that? How much can you earn? It would be great if you could just break even. How about this? You can keep the money you earn as a subsidy for your mission. It's not easy to stand out in the cold all day at a stall. As for the others, learn the craft well. If you cause another incident that leads bystanders to call the police, your bonuses will be deducted. Meanwhile, inside the factory, Han Xiaomei worked in the office as an administrative clerk, a position slightly more privileged than that of assembly line workers. Yet to her, being a clerk was merely exchanging one kind of monotonous labor for another. Instead of tightening screws on a production line, she tightened them in a cubicle. Her monthly salary exceeded theirs by several hundred yuan, but while assembly line workers earned overtime pay for every minute worked past 5 p.m., but she was expected to voluntarily remain until 8 o'clock without compensation. Workers wear different titles, yet share the same quiet humility. Perhaps it was precisely this exhausting overtime that sharpened her appetite into something almost primal. After all, food remains the swiftest, most direct conduit to joy for ordinary people. Her colleagues in the office felt exactly the same. Every last one of them was a devoted gourmand. That day, the moment Han Xiaomei stepped into the office, every colleague instinctively stretched their necks, transforming in unison into giraffes. Their noses twitched incessantly, as if collectively reborn as hounds on the scent of prey. What on earth is happening? Why does it smell this intoxicating? Oh my God, it's making my scalp tingle. Who brought food in here? Flustered, Han Xiaomei quietly slipped her bag from the desk into the lowest drawer. It wasn't that she refused to share the pig trotters, though admittedly she was reluctant. But that wasn't the crux. The truth was far simpler. She had already finished them. What now rested inside her bag were only the clean gnawed pig bones, a small pool of rich sauce from the takeout container, and 2 unopened sachets of chili condiment. Why keep the bones at all? To admit it aloud would be deeply awkward. She owned a compact electric hot pot in her dormitory. The remnants could be simmered into broth later. A few noodles, some leafy greens, and she'd have a nourishing bony and vegetable noodle soup. After all, the bones bore only her saliva, and the pot belonged solely to her. As long as she didn't disdain herself, no one else needed to. Han Xiaomei rarely resorted to such thrift. Today's trotters, however, possessed an aroma so exquisite she simply couldn't bear to discard the bones. She carried 2 containers, one for the bones, another for the sauce. Both were tightly sealed with snug-fitting lids. She'd assumed stowing them in her bag would render them undetectable, utterly invisible to both gods and ghosts. She never imagined her colleagues' olfactory senses were this acute. The scent hit them the instant she crossed the threshold. Nor did she anticipate that even hidden deep within the drawer the fragrance would persist, unmuffled, unwavering, truly unbearably fragrant. Good heavens, it grows stronger by the second. How is this possible? My stomach's growling. I just ate lunch. Who brought food into the office? This aroma is divine. Please tell me which shop it's from. I'll sprint there the moment work ends. Others, unable to contain themselves, leapt up and began sniffing methodically across the office, starting at the entrance, then moving desk by desk. At last, as the scent led one colleague directly to Han Xiaomei's workstation, they blurted out, "Sister, you smell amazing." In an instant, the rest surged to their feet and converged around her. Trapped in their encircling gaze, hungry, fervent, wolf-like, Han Xiaomei meekly retrieved her bag from the drawer. I can explain. It's not that I don't want to share. It's just, well, it's rather embarrassing to present." She never finished her sentence. The moment she unzipped the bag, a collective gasp drowned out her voice entirely. Whoa, oh my, even more fragrant. I was already weak-kneed from the first whiff, and now it's intensified. I'm done for. With just this aroma alone, I'd gnaw through the office desks and chairs. Enough talk. I've got 2 cucumbers. Let me dip them now. Little sister, don't make me beg on my knees. Watching her colleagues leap about wildly, like frenzied, ravenous creatures, Han Xiaomei suddenly felt no embarrassment at all. No one minded the bare, meticulously licked clean bones. All eyes burned with singular focus, not on the bones, but on the plastic container brimming with sauce. Seeing how ravenous they all were, Han Xiaomei breathed easier. Anyone else faced with such irresistible flavor would cling to those bones just as fiercely. With newfound confidence, she peeled back the sealed lid. Go ahead. Dip away if you're not too particular. As the lid lifted, the aroma deepened, provoking yet another wave of astonished exclamations. Xiao Lan's stall had stood outdoors, where open space and competing scents from neighboring vendors had still failed to dilute its formidable fragrance. Now confined within the office, its windows sealed tight, only the hum of air conditioning breaking the silence. The aroma coiled and rebounded, endlessly refusing to dissipate. Silence fell, yet mouths watered uncontrollably. If they didn't eat immediately, the office would flood with saliva. 2 cucumbers were torn apart by hand, shattered into over a dozen pieces. Each person seized a fragment and plunged it into the sauce. Hey, don't drown it. You're giving that cucumber a bath. Leave some for me. Where's the excess? Sniffle, sniffle. So delicious. Crunch, crunch, crunch. More cucumber, please. Crunch, crunch. Delicious. Wait, what? Only 1 slice left. You dip chips, eh? That's absurd. Hand me one. Hey, you're using your fingers, eh? Have some decency. I'm joining in. Chaos erupted. Cucumbers vanished, chips replaced them, and finally fingers joined the feast. That slender layer of sauce, barely a film at the bottom, sparked a banquet-level frenzy among the office staff. At the storm's epicenter, Han Xiaomei first regretted retreating too slowly, nearly crushed by the surging crowd. Then she regretted hesitating too long, too proud to jostle for her share, arriving only in time for a single fleeting taste. Truth be told, that braised trotter sauce would have tasted sublime, even smeared on a shoe sole. Dipped with cucumber, it revealed an entirely new dimension, rich, layered, inexhaustibly satisfying. When the last drop vanished, only shimmering flecks of oil remained in the container. One colleague lightning fast snatched the plastic box and began licking, his tongue transforming its matte disposable surface into a glossy polished sheen. Yet after feasting, hunger only sharpened. Eyes locked onto the 2 remaining sachets of chili condiment, free gifts bundled with the trotters, as throats audibly constricted. Though reluctant, Han Xiaomei understood unless she surrendered those sachets to quell the rising frenzy, they might devour her whole. Go ahead, eat. Another maelstrom ensued. This time no cucumbers or chips required. They devoured the chili straight. And truly, Xiao Lan's chili oil was no ordinary condiment. Salty, savory, numbing, fiery, pungent. Its freshly rendered heat stood worlds apart from industrially synthesized capsaicin. Its complexity unfolded in waves, unmistakable scallion and garlic notes underpinned by an astonishing depth of braised meat aroma, even discernible flecks of tender meat. HSS, help! What treasure trove of a shop is this? Even their chili oil is transcendent. Cough, cough. Lao Gan Ma has just been dethroned, from legendary to lesser sibling. Gasp, gasp. If only there were noodles here, I'd swallow bowl and chopsticks alike with this chili. They choked and coughed, snatched and devoured, mouths running non-stop, hands never pausing. Han Xiaomei meanwhile wept even as she ate. She wept with regret. When savoring the braised trotters earlier, sheer awe had made her forget the chili oil entirely. Only now, tasting it, did she realize even this complimentary condiment was extraordinary. Paired with the trotters, the 2 would fuse into something sublime, unrivaled, unforgettable. Regret flooded her, deep, sharp, urgent. No hesitation, after work she would return and buy out the entire stock. On the other side, a disturbance was brewing on the factory assembly line. The catalyst for this chaos was, of course, Xiao Lan's pig trotters. When Han Xiaomei bought the pig trotters, many onlookers followed suit, and Song Ho was among them. The aroma of the trotters was so enticing that he almost swallowed the bones whole. Just after finishing, it was already time to work, and it was too late to buy a second one. Song Ho initially thought he would just endure it and buy another after work. However, as he worked, the lingering taste of the meat kept wafting into his nose, making it impossible for him to sit still. On the factory assembly line, everyone only needed to perform simple mechanical tasks. One person was responsible for tightening the first screw and then passing it to the next person to tighten the second screw. There was no need for any mental effort throughout the process. Often, while letting his mind wander, time would pass quickly as his hands kept busy. But now Song Ho was preoccupied with thoughts of the braised pig trotters. The chair beneath him felt like it was pricking him with needles. Every second was a torment. Unable to hold back, Song Ho could only lick his lips and suck on the taste of the meat to satisfy his cravings. He did this for 2 hours. While he was at it, a fellow worker sitting next to him suddenly nudged his elbow. Hey buddy, what are you eating? It smells so good. I've seen your mouth moving for 2 hours. Can I have a taste? The worker next to him was a rough and boisterous man, yet he looked somewhat shy at that moment. It seemed he had struggled with his conscience for a long time before mustering the courage to ask for a taste. However, it was simply impossible to share. Song Ho couldn't just lend his tongue for the other to suck on, so he could only awkwardly refuse. I've finished it, there's none left. The worker next to him let out a disappointed, oh, but there was nothing that could be done. However, soon after Song Ho rejected him, he couldn't help but start sucking on the taste again within 10 minutes. This time the worker next to him was unhappy and quietly grumbled. Eating alone and not willing to share, yet you're smacking your lips. Eating during work hours is against the rules. Did I say anything? Just asking for a taste, and you lied to me saying there's none left. Really stingy, as if I owe you. Although he didn't name Song Ho knew he was the one being talked about. He was already irritable in this B class, and being directly mocked by a coworker made him even more annoyed. His hand slipped, and his elbow accidentally knocked over the electronic components he was supposed to pass to the coworker. With a loud crash, it was as if a war drum had been struck. The coworker next to him mistook it for a provocation and jumped up. Hey, what do you mean? You're unhappy after I said a few words. Do you have to be so stingy? Upon hearing this, Song Ho got angry in return. Who are you calling stingy? Just because you asked doesn't mean I have to give you anything. Who do you think you are? Not giving is fine, but what's with the lying? We see each other every day, and you throw a fit just because I said a couple of words. What gives you the right to say that? Who threw a fit at you? When the foreman heard the commotion, the two were already tugging at each other's collars and started fighting. Hey, what are you two doing? Stop the noise during work hours and sit down. Do you want to get your pay docked? The foreman's words splashed cold water on the heated heads of the two. This momentarily sobered them up. At this stage, the situation still had a chance of calming down. The issue lay with the coworker next to him. After calming down, he suddenly felt the distance between them was so close something felt off. It said that the breath released from a beautiful woman is fragrant, with a special term describing this fragrance breath like orchids. But Song Ho was even more impressive. The aroma he exhaled was not just that of orchids, but also included angelica, clove, star anise, fennel, laurel, cardamom, Sichuan pepper, dried tangerine peel. With the two of them so close, dozens of fragrances bombarded the coworker next to him, leaving him dizzy. The smell of the braised pig trotters tormented Song Ho and tortured the coworker next to him all afternoon. While Song Ho could savor the taste, the coworker could only swallow his saliva. He felt he had to know what Song Ho was eating that smelled so divine. So he couldn't help but lean in closer. "Brother, what are you eating? It smells incredible." Just as fate would have it, when Song Ho heard the voice, he instinctively turned his face, and their mouths happened to meet. With dozens of assembly lines and hundreds of people, everyone witnessed this scene. The crowd erupted, exclaiming, "What the hell?" The two parties separated as if electrocuted, both feeling nauseated and cursing. "What the hell? Are you looking for death? What the hell are you talking about? I curse your whole family." With a word, the two began to fight. The situation escalated, and no one could stop it. They rolled from the table to the floor. Everyone around was frightened and scattered. If one link in the chain malfunctioned, the entire assembly line would have to stop. The others were delighted not to work, eagerly watching the commotion, and even took out their phones to record. As they filmed, they gossiped. "What happened? Why did they start fighting? Do you know?" "I don't know. I heard one guy confess to another, and when he was rejected, he went in for a kiss, and that's how the fight broke out." "What the hell? That's outrageous. So bold. You can't be serious." "I'm not joking. I heard it with my own ears." He said, "Brother, you smell so good," and then jumped in. A ridiculous rumor spread quickly among the workers. The live stream inadvertently captured these discussions, letting every viewer in the stream hear. The bullet comments flooded in our role models. "Brother, you smell so good." More and more curious viewers tuned in, and the related topics skyrocketed to the trending news. Everyone who heard the reason for the fight exclaimed in disbelief. Who could have imagined that the truth was even more outrageous than the rumor? Two big men fought over a pig trotter. Who would believe it? Suddenly, a bullet comment in the live stream caught everyone's attention. "Wait, that person in the corner watching isn't Huang He, the bastard boss from Jiangnan Leather Factory. He owes the workers 350 million, ran away with his mistress, and everyone has been looking for him for over a decade. How dare he return to the country and work in a factory? Seriously, not joking, not joking. The person in the corner is definitely Huang He. I'm calling the police right now." Such explosive news shocked the onlookers. What started as a love dispute turned into a manhunt, raising the heat even higher. As more related trending keywords topped the charts, people lost interest in the fighting duo. Instead, they focused on Huang He, who was eating popcorn in the corner. Huang He was dark and skinny, blending into the crowd like a piece of spoiled bacon, smiling without showing his teeth. He thought he was watching a show, unaware that many watching the show were secretly watching him. This perfectly illustrated the saying, "You stand on the bridge watching the scenery, while those watching you are on the building above." More and more people in the live stream were identifying him. "That's right. It's him, Huang He. I'd recognize him even if he turned to ashes. This time he can't escape. He must return my hard-earned money." Upon receiving the report, the police swiftly dispatched officers. After a resounding siren of V5v5, the brawling Song Ho and his neighboring worker were taken back to the police station. The police also took a few bystanders along, claiming they were asked to assist in the investigation. Huang He, who had been watching from the corner, was invited into the car. He was so preoccupied with the commotion that he hadn't checked the trending news. He thought he was genuinely invited to assist in taking notes. When he was arrested, Huang He almost didn't resist and complied with the police vehicle. Little did he know the police had arrested a whole group as a cover, with the real objective being to capture him. The mutual fighting would at most result in a public order punishment and administrative detention. If the circumstances were mild, it would be resolved once both parties reconciled. However, it was Huang He who owed 350 million yuan. That was the big fish. Yet this big fish had no idea that he had already been caught. Even while in the police car, he continued to enjoy the show, straining to hear Song Ho and his co-worker hurling insults at each other. Before Huang He fled the country with embezzled funds, the Skynet system had yet to be established and facial recognition technology had not been implemented. In the police records, there was only a blurry wanted poster photo of Huang He. Ever since his sister-in-law squandered his fortune abroad and ran off with her lover, he had been living under an alias, traversing the globe while working illegal jobs. Years flew by, and the hardships of life transformed his once plump and jovial appearance into that of a stranger. His ex-wife wouldn't even recognize him, and he was confident that the police wouldn't either. Thus, he boldly returned to the country. With the statute of limitations about to expire, he could soon utilize the hidden assets he had stashed domestically. He would soon be able to resume a life of luxury. If nothing unexpected happened, there wouldn't be any surprises. But to his shock, as soon as he entered the interrogation room, the police called out his name. Huang He, sit down and confess honestly. Huang He was struck as if by a bolt from the blue, rendered speechless. He had no idea he had made it to the trending news. In less than half an hour, over 100 victims had identified him. His ex-wife had forgotten him, perhaps because he had never truly occupied a place in her heart. And those he had wronged would undoubtedly absolutely not forget his face. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Lan, who was deep in slumber, suddenly heard a sound in his mind. Ding. Detected. A level fugitive has confessed. Capture effective. Reward of 1,000 yuan. Please continue to work hard. The reward has been transferred, and the source has been legalized. Please use it with confidence. Ding. Issuing a time-limited task. Assist in capturing one criminal within 24 hours, and the points redemption function will be unlocked. Xiao Lan, half asleep, felt as if he was dreaming. What fugitive? What reward? He hadn't done anything, so where did the fugitive and reward come from? Before he could confirm whether the system was really speaking, Lia C came over to wake him up. Wake up, don't sleep anymore. The theoretical class is over and now we have to go to the cafeteria for practical training. Xiao Lan rubbed his face groggily, lifting his head. The 4 plainclothes officers were in a meeting room with the PPT page still displaying 100 delicious and easy street food recipes. This training course was specifically set up for the other 3 colleagues. Xiao Lan was merely there to fill a spot and had fallen asleep during the session. As the group moved to the cafeteria for training, they suddenly heard a cheer coming from the direction of the first squad. What's going on? Why so happy? After inquiring, they learned that the first squad had captured a fugitive. During Xiao Lan's training, the police station received a report about a fight at the electronics factory. Coincidentally, the officers from the first squad were patrolling nearby, so they were sent to check it out. They didn't expect to receive multiple reports from the public. It was said that among the crowd watching the brawl, they discovered a fugitive who had been on the run for over a decade. Apparently, the fugitive had no idea his identity had been exposed. When taken away by the police, he was still cheerfully cooperating. Thus, the first squad effortlessly captured the fugitive involved in a case of 350 million yuan. Fugitive. Xiao Lan suddenly recalled the voice that had appeared in his mind earlier. It seemed to mention a fugitive. Could it be related to him? Before he could ponder further, Lao Lu walked over with a dark expression. Apart from Xiao Lan, one person shot him a glare. This electronics park was originally the task area for their second squad. If it weren't for these 3 plainclothes officers causing trouble during their street operation, their task would have been temporarily suspended and the electronics factory would still be surrounded by them. How could the first squad get such a big break? Look at that proud expression on the first squad leader's face. His mouth was practically stretching to his temple. What he said was even more heart-wrenching. Lao Lu, sorry about that. Seeing that your second squad was busy with some in training and others in meetings, I didn't want to disturb you. I just sent a couple of rookies over to take a look, and who would have thought they caught a big fish? By the way, what are you training for? Oh, barbecuing. How about grilling a couple of plates of kidneys to reward the brothers who caught and interrogated the suspect? This made Lao Lu so angry that he almost wanted to roast the kidneys of his 3 underlings. He had been competing with the first squad leader his whole life. From elementary school to high school, from police academy to police force. Previously, they competed on grades, now they compete on achievements. It was all about pride. Capturing a fugitive who embezzled funds doesn't mean much. What we need to catch are the real big fish. A whole nest of smugglers. The first squad leader exclaimed. A whole nest? Then you better keep a close watch and don't let the fish escape. If you need help, just let us know. We have plenty of people in the first squad. Each one can be of great use. Lao Lu gritted his teeth. No need. My people are not incompetent. As soon as the first squad leader left, Lao Lu angrily grabbed each of the 3 underlings by their ears. You guys better learn quickly. Did you hear that? This afternoon you will follow Xiao Lan to set up a stall. If you get recognized again, you will be in for it. The 3 of them nodded obediently, repeatedly agreeing. Once Lao Lu left, the 3 surrounded Xiao Lan. Brother Lan, please teach us. How come your cooking skills were about the same as ours before, yet you suddenly had a breakthrough? Who said my skills were the same as yours? The other 2 pointed at Lia C in unison. Lia C chuckled and put his arm around Xiao Lan's shoulder. It's just a misunderstanding. We never saw you show off that skill in the police academy. How about this, Brother Lan? Lia C whispered, lowering his voice and looking conspiratorial. You teach us cooking skills, and when the police force has its next physical test, we will let you slide. I'll run behind you, at least keeping you from coming in last. Xiao Lan looked speechless. Coming in 4th to last isn't much better than coming in last, is it? Without hesitation, Xiao Lan said, it's a deal. But since the teacher has already come to teach you, you should learn from the teacher first. If you can't learn, then he'll give you extra lessons. While the 3 were busy training, Xiao Lan went to pick up the work phone he had applied for. He inserted the SIM card and pressed the power button. The screen lit up and an unread message popped up. Huagua bank account ending in 6666, received 100 yuan balance, 101886 yuan. Xiao Lan was dumbfounded. Last night, when he checked his account after buying pig trotters, he had only 1886 yuan in savings. How did he suddenly have an extra 1000 yuan? Could it be that it really was the system that gave it to him? But he hadn't captured any criminals. For the sake of caution, Xiao Lan excused himself to the restroom. He quickly dialed the bank's customer service to inquire about the source of this fund. He was soon informed that his grandfather had invested in a certain family fund using his retirement pension before passing away. The fund would be unlocked after he officially started working, and this 100 yuan was the first dividend from the fund. The source of the money was legal and traceable. The dividends were irregular and unpredictable, making it impossible to foresee when the next one would come. However, once received, he could use it boldly. This response left Xiao Lan utterly confused. The source was so reasonable that he couldn't figure out whether it was his original grandfather who bought it or if it was given by that system. Forget it. The system finally issued a time-limited task. He might as well try to complete the task and see if there would be a reward. Returning to the kitchen of the cafeteria, Xiao Lan assessed the training results of the 3. It wasn't that they had no skills, but they lacked proficiency. When asked to fry stinky tofu, they looked as if they would jump into the oil pot to wrestle with it. When it came to barbecuing, they seemed eager to skewer an entire pig. Xiao Lan sighed, rolled up his sleeves, and went over to assist the master in training. He couldn't let these 3 talented yet inexperienced individuals delay his time-limited task. Before long, it was 4:30, nearing the end of the workday at the electronics factory. Time to tidy up and head out. With a crunch, Xiao Lan pressed the brake, and the tricycle reappeared at the west gate of the electronics factory. Before the vehicle even came to a full stop, a rich aroma of braised pig's trotters wafted into his nose. Xiao Lan glanced back. The quilt was covering it well, and the thermos wasn't open, so no aroma should be escaping from his braised trotters. So who was selling braised pig's trotters? Xiao Lan's keen sense of smell followed the source of the aroma, and he spotted a familiar face. Oh, isn't that the vendor from this morning selling braised snacks? This person had previously tried to undermine Xiao Lan's business by publicly claiming that Xiao Lan's trotters were merely technology and hard work, seizing the opportunity to promote his own braised snacks. How come after an afternoon, he was also selling trotters? That vendor was also keeping an eye on whether Xiao Lan would show up. The moment Xiao Lan glanced over, their eyes met. The braised snacks vendor, feeling guilty, instinctively averted his gaze. But he quickly thought it over. Selling pig trotters wasn't Xiao Lan's exclusive domain. A business was all about competition. He was simply following the trend. So what? With that thought, he straightened his back and raised his chin, adopting a provocative stance. He arrived early, choosing a better location than Xiao Lan, and offered his trotters at only half the price of Xiao Lan's. This business was his to seize. Xiao Lan chuckled inwardly. He held a nonchalant attitude towards such competitive behavior among peers. After all, he wasn't relying on stall business to make a living. However, he strongly disapproved of the wasteful treatment of ingredients. With an entire afternoon needed to buy trotters, wash, chop, blanch, boil, braise, and season them, where would he find the time? The braised trotters that the vendor rushed to produce would only be hastily assembled products filled with technology and hard work. For Xiao Lan, they were simply a pot of overcooked garbage. Just from the aroma, he could discern the quality. Upon first sniff, the vendor's braised trotters seemed intensely aromatic, almost overly confident. Yet with a closer evaluation, one could detect the cheap scent of industrial flavoring. The aroma was muddled, pretentious, and lacked authenticity. Comparing it to Xiao Lan's sauce braised trotters was like contrasting a toilet air freshener with high-end perfume. Xiao Lan waved a hand in front of his nose. He pulled out a mask and put it on, trying hard to block out the olfactory pollution. But it was of no use. The inferior scent was too aggressive. The only way to defeat magic was with magic. He lifted the quilt from the thermos. With a flick of his finger, he unlatched one of the locks on the thermos lid. A rich, robust aroma wafted out from the gap under the lid, unceremoniously dispelling the invading scent and asserting its dominance. Within seconds, all the snack vendors in front paused their actions and turned to look back. Their expressions were a mix of astonishment and confusion. Their eyes darted around, eagerly searching for the source of the meat aroma. However, Xiao Lan was too low-key. He wore a mask and could not be recognized. With no further actions taken, others couldn't pinpoint that the scent was emanating from his stall. What an aroma so fragrant. Wow, it's too fragrant. The vendors who couldn't locate the source could only mumble a few words before returning to their tasks. It was already 5 o'clock, and soon the workers finishing their shifts would be coming out, so preparations needed to be made quickly. After a while, workers began to stream out of the factory gates. The first few were relatively calm. Their production area was close to the gate, so they could exit quickly. As they walked, a group lit cigarettes, ready to take a puff. Just as the cigarette but was about to touch their lips, a sudden shove from behind caused the person in front to stumble. Before they could curse, the person behind apologized. "Sorry, buddy. Just passing through. I'm in a hurry." As soon as the words left his mouth, a dozen or so people hurriedly squeezed out of the gate, all saying, "Excuse me. We're in a hurry." Some were even pulling their friends along as they ran, saying, "Hurry up. If we get there late, the braised trotters will be gone." The ones who were pushed aside, trembling with half-broken cigarettes, were dazed. What are these people? Have they not eaten in days? This scene made it seem like they would starve to death if they were any slower. Before they could steady themselves, another wave of people rushed out from inside the park. They shouted, make way, we're in a hurry." As they pushed ahead eagerly, this commotion resembled a wild boar charge. It was as if an elephant had been goaded by a wild bull. Those who understood realized they were rushing to grab the braised trotters. Those who didn't might have thought they were racing to save their companions. What's going on? Are they starving to death? I don't know, but it seems they keep mumbling about buying braised trotters. Braised trotters? Is it that stall? It seems to smell pretty good. Let's go see. A group of people headed towards the braised snacks vendor's stall, many of whom were just passers-by drawn by the excitement. The braised snacks vendor had deliberately come early to secure the stall closest to the west gate. And now the benefits were starting to show. Many people had only seen their co-workers gnawing on braised trotters at noon, which made them crave it and planned to come by some after work. They didn't know Xiao Lan and were unaware of where the authentic braised trotters were being sold. Upon hearing the braised snacks vendor shout, "Braised trotters, fresh braised trotters," they assumed their co-workers had bought the trotters from this stall. "Boss, how much for the braised trotters?" 45 yuan per jean. The braised snacks vendor grinned widely, revealing his gums. He cast a guilty glance at the unvisited Xiao Lan in the distance, feeling increasingly justified in his decision to follow the trend. Customers were already arriving. At 45 yuan per jean, some potential buyers felt it was a bit pricey. However, based on their co-workers' descriptions at noon, the flavor of these trotters was extraordinary, making them feel it was worth the price. As they described the taste while smacking their lips, their expressions were incredibly tempting. Watching them from the side nearly made others hungry enough to pounce. Now that they were here, there was no reason to turn back. "Alright, I'll take one. I want one too." The braised snacks vendor was so delighted that he felt his big teeth might fall out. Sure, we have plenty." The vendor lifted the pot lid. Using stainless steel tongs, he pulled out a large piece of pig's trotter and tossed it into a plastic plate. The trotter had more bone than meat, with blackened blood seeping from the cut surface. This was the frozen pig's trotter he had bought from the frozen goods wholesale market during his lunch break. He had no idea how long it had been frozen. Perhaps the date of the pig's death was even before the vendor's birth. In order to save time, he didn't even bother to thaw it. He tossed it straight into the pot along with the ice and blood. At the start it was both fishy and foul, bubbling with blood. The entire room was filled with a noxious odor, causing people upstairs and downstairs to gag. However, it didn't matter, adding some heavy seasoning could cover it all up. After taking it out of the braising pot, the vendor brushed the pig's trotter with barbecue sauce and sweet chili sauce, poured on thick layers of cumin powder and chicken essence, covered it with white pepper, black pepper, white sesame, and black sesame, then wrapped it in layers of lard, red oil, chili oil, and sesame oil, finally sprinkled it generously with green onions, ginger, garlic, and cilantro to complete the dish. With so many spices and steps, one could barely taste a hint of blood. Even if someone were to sprinkle some urine in, it wouldn't be detectable. However, while the nose and tongue could be fooled by the seasoning, what if the appearance was unappealing? How could one deceive the eyes? Simple. If the skill wasn't enough, technology would come to the rescue. The vendor had already turned on the fresh light. The orange-eared light shining down was equivalent to giving the food a 10-level beauty enhancement. Under the fresh light, the pig's trotter instantly displayed an enticing caramel color. The blackened blood looked like rich sauce. Waves of steam carrying the rich scent of industrial flavoring surged forth. Warm and fragrant, it was entirely sufficient to confuse the senses. The few customers in line were momentarily blinded by their senses, drooling over the braised pig's trotter. A notification of 65 yuan arrived. "Boss, I've paid." "Boss, give me one too." Before long, a long queue formed in front of the vendor's stall. Meanwhile, Han Xiaomei hurriedly rushed out the door with several of her colleagues. Their office hours were already later than that of regular workers. Now that they could come out, it was under the pretense of going to the restroom, sneaking out half an hour early. Upon exiting, smelling the aroma of pig's trotters and seeing the long queue, Han Xiaomei stomped her foot in frustration. "Oh no, the treasure vendor has been discovered. If I had known, I would have sneaked out an hour earlier. How long will we have to wait in line?" Her colleagues also wore worried expressions after witnessing the scene. "Waiting in line isn't the problem. What worries me is that by the time it's our turn, the pig's trotters will be sold out. That would be a waste of time." Unwilling to leave empty-handed, Han Xiaomei suggested, "Why don't we leave one person to hold our place in line while the rest of us go up front to see how many trotters the vendor has left? If there are plenty in stock, we can wait in line. After all, the vendor has a purchase limit, so we don't have to worry about the people in front buying them all." "All right, I'll stay in line while you go check." One person walked to the back of the line while the other girls linked arms and walked all the way to the front of the queue. This line was indeed for the braised vendor's stall. The vendor was tirelessly picking up the pig's trotters, weighing, quoting, confirming payments. Then he desperately sprinkled various seasonings onto the trotters. His arm trembled with such intensity that it resembled an epileptic seizure. From a meter away, Han Xiaomei felt the seasoning powder flying into her nose, making her want to sneeze. A few girls couldn't help but raise their arms to cover their mouths and noses. Before they could speak, someone beside them beat them to it with a question. "Boss, with so many people in line, do you have enough pig's trotters to sell? If I get in line now, will it still be my turn?" The vendor looked up at the queue upon hearing the question. Then he cheerfully patted the 6 giant insulated containers in front of him. "Absolutely enough. I limit each person to 2, and if you get in line now, there will definitely still be some when it's your turn." The braised vendor has copied the entire set. He thought that Xiao Lan's purchase limit was a deliberate ploy for hunger marketing, so he decided to follow suit. So far, the results of this imitation seem quite good. After the questioning person received a positive response, they confidently went to the back of the line. Her friends tugged at Han Xiaomei's sleeve, indicating that she could return to line up with peace of mind. However, Han Xiaomei took a few steps back, frowning and shaking her head. "That's not him. The vendor from lunchtime wasn't this one. I remember it was a young, tall, and thin guy. The trotter doesn't smell the same. No wonder this aroma doesn't smell quite authentic. It turns out he's just following the trend." A few colleagues hesitated after hearing Han Xiaomei's words. "Even if it's not the one you bought from at noon, with so many people in line, this one must also be delicious. Why not give this one a try? The taste should be similar." Han Xiaomei secretly shook her head. The taste was far from it. Although she rarely ate braised pig's trotters, she was certain the braised pig's trotters she bought at noon were undoubtedly the best in the world. She looked up, searching for Xiao Lan's figure, but at that moment Xiao Lan was sitting on a folding chair. His entire body was obscured by the stall. In front of him was a stir-fried noodle stall with the vendor stir-frying over a high flame, thick smoke billowing, making it impossible to see anyone. Han Xiaomei couldn't find Xiao Lan, and her heart felt a bit shaken. Having come all this way, she couldn't return empty-handed. Why not try the skills of this vendor? At that moment, she noticed a young man who had just bought a pig's trotter. The young man looked impatient, and as soon as he received the pig's trotter from the vendor, he lifted the lid. It seemed he was also a foodie, unable to wait to eat it right there. He stood by the curb, just like Han Xiaomei had before, ready to dig in. He held the plastic food container, putting on disposable gloves. He pushed aside the abundant cilantro, green onions, and garlic in the box, grabbing the sauced pig's trotter beneath. The surface of the trotter was thickly coated with seasoning, completely masking its original color, and all that was visible was its appearance wrapped in spice. In natural light, it presented a dark green half-phyllo, half-red color. However, it smelled very fragrant, quite misleading. With great anticipation, the young man placed the pig's trotter into his mouth and took a big bite, chewing. As he chewed, the light in his eyes gradually faded. replaced by confusion, disappointment, and numbness. It was an ordinary taste. This pig's trotter wasn't exactly unpalatable after all, it had so many seasonings. The heavy oil and salt masked all the flaws in detail. Coupled with the numbing pain brought by the chili with one bite, his taste buds were overwhelmed, making it hard to discern its unpalatability. However, it certainly couldn't be considered delicious. One could only say that the taste of this pig's trotter was similar to that of most restaurants when ordering takeout. Mediocre, neither outstanding nor lacking, it couldn't be praised nor criticized. Just plain and ordinary without any remarkable attributes. The texture of this pig trotter is not proportional to the aroma it emits. My nose heightens my expectations, yet my tongue finds the taste merely average. The nose and tongue each hold their ground, unwilling to yield. The eyes wish to mediate, but they offer no useful information and are promptly dismissed from the discussion. The pig trotter leaves diners' minds in a state of shutdown, devoid of joy or sorrow. The young man can only chew and swallow numbly, as if completing a task. Han Xiaomei sees no satisfaction on his face. Thus Han Xiaomei concludes that this pig trotter is definitely not delicious. She decisively takes her colleague's hand. This place won't do, let's go find that stall from lunchtime. Her colleague also notices the young man, whose expression conveys disillusionment, nodding in agreement. Alright, let's go find it. In the next moment, Han Xiaomei transforms into a hound, sniffing the air. She catches a faint, familiar fragrance in the air. She is certain that Xiao Lan is nearby and must find her. Meanwhile, Xiao Lan pretends to play with her phone while actually observing the people around her. Her phone contains suspect photos sent by old Lu. In addition to looking for suspects, Xiao Lan is also on the lookout for anyone acting suspiciously. If she can catch a couple of thieves, she can fulfill the time-limited task given by the system. Just then a surprised voice suddenly calls from above. Boss, I've finally found you. Why did you take down the sign? This stall is way too inconspicuous. Xiao Lan looks up to see a familiar face. It's the first female customer who visited her stall. Why is she back? Did she not say there was a limit of 2 per day? Boss, I brought you some new customers. Given how hard I'm promoting, can you sell me a few more pig trotters? She brought new customers. Xiao Lan cannot feel happy at all. However, there's no reason to open the door to customers with a sour face. The pig trotters definitely need to be sold as long as they don't sell out too quickly. Earlier, her low profile left the stall unnoticed, and the inventory is still ample. Thus, Xiao Lan forces a smile, saying, I can only sell you one more. Little girl, don't just think about how pig trotters can replenish collagen, be careful of high blood lipids and high cholesterol if you eat too many. The limit of 2 per person is also for your health. Han Xiaomei chuckles, happy to buy one more, not in vain for her persistent search. Alright, then I want 4. 4? Xiao Lan is bewildered. Does this girl not understand? She can only sell her one more. Han Xiaomei cheerfully counts on her fingers. Each person is limited to 2. My friends said beforehand that they only want 1 each. So we'll take all of their remaining quotas. Adding the extra 1 you gave me, I want to buy 4. Her colleagues are shocked, their eyes wide open. They quickly pull Han Xiaomei aside and whisper, didn't you say these pig trotters cost 80 yuan per gene? If you buy 4 at once, won't that cost 300 to 400 yen? Did you win the lottery? Little sister, calm down. That money is enough for you to eat at a high-end buffet for a day, or it's not worth it for a roadside stall. Yeah, it's not worth it at all. Wow, it smells so good. As they all chat excitedly, a wave of aroma sweeps in, making their tongues tingle. Not just them. All the vendors and customers within 5 meters ahead are now wearing shocked expressions, their gazes eagerly directed towards Xiao Lan's stall. Xiao Lan's pot of treasure can no longer be hidden. As the lid is completely removed, the rich and intense aroma of meat breaks free from its confinement. The braised pig trotters, which have been simmering for an entire afternoon, have fully evolved into their ultimate form. Their destructive power has increased exponentially compared to the trotters from the morning. Not to mention the people nearby can't resist. Even the stray dog rummaging through trash several streets away suddenly straightens up. The biggest impact is undoubtedly on the several girls standing in front of the stall. They all stand, their mouths slightly agape, maintaining the shape of wanting to speak, but completely losing their ability to organize words. The fragrance ravages their brains like a tornado. They feel their minds go blank, their consciousness shattered. When they hear the thud of the lid falling, they suddenly come to their senses. They only feel a wetness at the corners of their mouths, a small damp patch at the collar of their clothes. They are not the only ones losing composure. Look at that uncle selling fried rice in front. He was skillfully flipping the pan, but now the pan is still in his hand, while fried rice is scattered everywhere. The young man selling barbecue behind him is staring fixedly at Xiao Lan's direction. The barbecue in front has caught fire, but he hasn't noticed at all. It was only when the drool he couldn't hold back dripped down that he managed to extinguish the flames. Looking around, all the vendors who caught a whiff of the aroma have left their stalls in disarray. Strangely, none of these vendors' customers have reminded them. Because the customers have also lost their minds, their eyes glazed over. The power of top-tier delicacies is truly terrifying. That'll be 365 yuan for 4. Xiao Lan quickly scoops out the braised pig trotters, closing the lid of the thermal container in hopes of lessening the impact. But it's already too late. Just as he finishes packing, he looks up and nearly stumbles in shock. Countless customers are gathering from different stalls. Every face is filled with curiosity, urgency, desire, and frenzy. This scene resembles a zombie siege from a movie. A surge of impulse to flee on a tricycle wells up in Xiao Lan's heart, but he holds it back. Boss, what are you selling? It smells so good. Boss, how much are these pig trotters? I want a portion. I want one too. Me too. The crowd around him is growing larger. If this continues, Xiao Lan's pot of meat will be sold out in no time. He quickly announces the price, hoping to scare the crowd away with a high price. Braised pig trotters, 80 yuan per gene, limited to 1 per person. If you want to buy, please queue orderly. 80. That stall in front is selling for 45 yuan per gene, which is already expensive. Yours is 80. Too expensive, too expensive. As soon as these words were spoken, it indeed scared away some of those who had rushed over to join the fun. These people didn't even catch the aroma, they just saw others gathering and wanted to join in. Upon hearing the price, they dispersed instantly. Seeing the effect was good, Xiao Lan felt happy for only a few seconds before Han Xiaomei and her colleagues protested. Boss, you previously limited it to 2. How come it's now just 1? Yeah, you can't do this. You said 2 when we came, you must keep your word. Oh, what was said before was before, now is now. There are just more people now. How about this, you can still each have 2 and others will be limited to 1. Hearing this, the few female colleagues frowned, feeling conflicted. It was known that they had given the other pig trotters spot to the younger sister, but at that time, they were unaware of the value of the pig trotters. Now that they knew, Younger sister, I'm sorry, I want to. As soon as Han Xiaomei sensed their intention to backtrack, she quickly made the payment. Boss, I've already paid. I need to rush back to work overtime, I'll pack it myself. No need for your help. After saying this, Han Xiaomei swiftly poured 4 pig trotters into a plastic bag. Without bothering to use a takeaway container, she grabbed the plastic bag and ran. Her frantic demeanor, as if afraid the pig trotters would be gone if she ran slowly, stunned everyone. The few sisters behind her were left speechless by her actions, unable to express their frustration. They could only blame themselves for thinking the pig trotters were too expensive before believing that a roadside stall was not worth the price, and that buying one was already overpaying. Now, having caught a whiff of the freshly made braised pig trotters, they finally understood. It turned out that the sauce they had tasted in the office before retained only a third of the deliciousness. In fact, it was even less than a third. Regretful as they were, luckily they could still buy one. These pig trotters were bound to be a hit. After tomorrow, with more people around, it would be uncertain whether they could buy any. Once again lifting the pot lid to serve the pig trotters to a few young girls, Xiao Lan was already too afraid to look at everyone's reactions. He had done all he could. If others wanted to buy, he couldn't refuse. The girls took their individually packed pig trotters, scanned to pay, and left together. Just as they departed, a crowd surged forward. Boss, weigh me one. I want one too. Xiao Lan looked up and saw a long line had already formed in front of him. With so many people wanting to buy, Xiao Lan decided not to close the lid after each serving and simply opened it wide. The length of the queue grew in sync with the speed of the aroma wafting through the air. Soon the scent reached the area where the braised food vendor was located. What is that smell? So fragrant. Oh, it smells so good. Where is it coming from? The people at the front of the braised food vendor's line exclaimed in surprise. Those further back began to whisper among themselves. The first person had already made the payment and was about to receive their pig trotters from the vendor. But suddenly a wave of fragrance wafted into his nose, causing him to lose focus for a moment. He even forgot to reach out for the pig trotters that the vendor handed him. Behind him, no one was urging him. The braised food vendor noticed something was off, but didn't think much of it, prompting, "Your pig trotters are ready." The person called upon snapped back to reality and hurriedly took the plastic bag handed over by the vendor. However, their neck was still craned upwards as if searching for something. Next, how many would you like? The person behind hesitated before responding, "Boss, I want 2. No, just 1. They had originally intended to buy 2 pig trotters, but upon catching that wonderful rich fragrance, they immediately changed their mind. They wanted to save room in their stomach to see if they could buy something else. The braised food vendor noticed the second customer also craned their neck, seemingly searching for something, and began to feel that something was off. But he couldn't pinpoint what exactly was wrong. In front of him were several pots filled with technologically advanced and expertly prepared pig trotters, and his nose had long been dulled by the strong smells. Even if he hadn't been dulled, the multitude of pungent seasonings he had sprinkled had already coated his nasal membranes with powder, causing a loss of smell. The third customer, closely following the second, was a girl. When it was her turn to buy, she hesitated. A strange thought arose in her mind. The pig trotters in front of me don't look that delicious anymore. Just moments ago, the smell had been so enticing that she was willing to wait in line for it. Now a scent wafted through the air that was more special and richer than the pig trotters before her. This aroma seemed to awaken her senses, and she suddenly detected a cheap artificial fragrance from the pig trotters in front of her. As the saying goes, once you enter the room of orchids, you no longer notice their fragrance. Oh, once you enter the seafood market, you no longer notice the stench. Once your nose gets accustomed to a higher level of scent, it raises its threshold. When trying to sniff those cheap synthetic aromas again, she could only perceive their inferior quality. The braised food vendor, however, was oblivious to the change in the customer's mindset. How many would you like? He asked while his hands continued to work nonstop. But he didn't expect that the customer girl would suddenly shake her head. Sorry, I won't buy anymore. After saying this, she slipped out of the line. This left the braised food vendor astonished. Having waited from the back to the front, how could she just decide not to buy? Did she suddenly find it too expensive and hesitated to spend? Never mind, there were still so many customers. If she didn't buy, then she didn't buy. Just as the braised food vendor turned his gaze away, an even more shocking scene unfolded. He saw people in the line ahead gradually leaving. Oh, why are they suddenly not buying? The vendor muttered quietly, glancing nervously at the open warming bucket in front of him. Could it be that everyone realized something was off with his pig trotters? Was there a cockroach or a cigarette? But Or had he forgotten to take out the cloth used for washing the pots? He quickly scanned around, but found nothing wrong. Yet the number of people leaving the queue continued to increase. When the number of departing customers reached a point where the braised food vendor could no longer remain calm, he anxiously shouted, Hey, why have people suddenly stopped buying? A kind-hearted customer informed him, perhaps they've caught a whiff of the braised pig trotters from another vendor, it's too fragrant. I've already seen the line forming, it's so long. I really can't wait in line anymore, it'll just buy from you. This was the reason some people had not left, they simply didn't want to queue up from the back again. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp cry of a child pierced everyone's eardrums. Turning to look, it turned out to be the child of the lady selling water dumplings next door. He threw his homework on the ground and pointed at something in someone's hand, crying loudly, I want to eat that. Mommy, buy me that. That smells so good. The lady was not one to indulge him as she slapped him. Eat, always thinking about eating. You dare to think about pig trotters that cost 80 yuan a pound. Always choosing the expensive stuff. The child opened his mouth wide. Whoa, I want it. Don't you have any meat at home? Are you starving? Why are you crying? They'll make you some when we get home. The pig trotters you bought are cheaper. No, woo. Your cooking isn't good. I want to eat what that big brother is eating, woo. The young man who was gnawing on the pig trotters was awkwardly pointed out by the child. The young man didn't mean to tempt the child. He was a foodie, whenever he bought food, he couldn't wait to finish it on the spot, eating it right there on the street. He had eaten in front of this child many times before and had never noticed if the child paid attention to him. He never expected that today he would make the child cry for food. This young man is the one who previously bought a pig trotter from the snack vendor. Eating that pig trotter left him completely unfazed and even made him feel nauseous afterwards. After consuming one pig trotter, he felt as if he wouldn't want to eat meat for a month. However, he soon turned around and was drawn to another stall selling soy sauce pig trotters, unable to resist buying another one. Upon tasting it, he was astonished not by a person, but by the sheer delight of the flavor. It felt as if his deceased taste buds had come back to life. The taste that entered his mouth was far more fragrant than what he had smelled. For the first time, his mouth and nose were in agreement, and his eyes were no longer deceived. The newly purchased pig trotter was not drowned in the seasonings, it was packaged separately. The surface of the pig skin glistened like amber, with the meat's texture clearly visible, showcasing distinct fibers. The moment he bit into it, a satisfied groan escaped his throat. This groan was akin to a sigh, as if his stomach was lamenting its long absence from good offerings. Looking back at all the years of his life, it felt as if he had been stuffing garbage into his belly. The young man was so elated that his pores seemed to open wide. His entire face radiated bliss. His hair stood on end visibly erect. He hadn't expected that his reaction would cause everyone around him to salivate, especially the children, who were nearly driven mad with craving. Wasn't life supposed to have fewer spectators? Why was everyone staring at him? Though embarrassed, he simply could not stop. He could only turn away and indulge in his feast. Not smacking his lips was his utmost restraint. Amidst the cries of children, the line in front of the snack vendor grew longer. Anyone with eyes could see that the pig trotter held by the young man was different from the heavily seasoned ones from the vendor. They were not even in the same league. The aroma was evidently superior. Looking at the young man's reaction, his eyes nearly rolled back in ecstasy. How delectable could it be? If this was all an act, it would be worthy of an Oscar-winning performance. However, he had heard that it cost 80 yuan per pound, which was too expensive. Yet they were already planning to buy the 45 yuan per pound pig trotters. What was a little more? This is known in psychology as the Fugitives door phenomenon. Once people overcome one psychological threshold, they find it much easier to surpass the next higher threshold. The snack vendor could never have imagined that his strategy would inadvertently create a wedding dress for someone else. Hey, why is everyone leaving? Don't go. The snack vendor watched as customers scattered like bees, frantically hopping in place. He had prepared 6 or 7 buckets of pig trotters. He had only managed to sell 2 buckets due to the limit, and now so many remained. What was he to do? On the other side, Xiao Lan was already sweating profusely. He was overwhelmed, unable to keep up with the demand. The swarm of customers encircling him was like an unending horde of zombies in a movie, with more arriving by the minute. Boss, weigh one for me, and make it the biggest. Xiao Lan squinted his eyes, relying on the detective instincts left by the original owner, and quickly sensed something was off. Did you just buy one? Why are you back? The man looked shifty-eyed, but stubbornly replied no. I waited in line for a long time. Oh, it's finally my turn. Though your mouth may be clean the moment you open it, I smell pig trotter. The rule is 1 per person. We can't break the rules. Next. Hey, don't. The man grew anxious, desperately clinging to the stall, pleading, boss, you can't refuse a customer like this. I waited so long in line, just sell me another one. I ate the last one too fast and didn't even taste it. Xiao Lan had encountered such customers before. Earlier, a Baijid girl had pouted and tried to charm him, yet he didn't give in. Why would he do so for this rough man? Sorry, my rules are strict. There are so many people behind you. Selling one more would mean one less for them. The man tightened his jaw. How about this? He'll pay extra. Just weigh me one more, and I'll give you an additional 30 yuan. Xiao Lan still shook his head. If he made one exception, then everyone else would start asking for the same. He couldn't finish distributing the pig trotters in less than 10 minutes. How could he afford to delay a little longer waiting for the suspect to appear? He still had to complete his arrest mission and rise to the peak of his life with the system. Moreover, despite the captain saying that all the money Xiao Lan made from the stall was his to keep, it wouldn't be right if he earned too much. Being in the system, he had to abide by the regulations prohibiting business dealings. A small profit was just a reward for hard work, but a large profit could turn into a severance fee. He didn't want to lose his job as a police officer. No rules are rules. Next, the man wanted to argue further, but the people behind began to protest, forcing him to leave sheepishly. The man's departure dashed the hopes of many others with similar thoughts, and they regretfully exited the line. It's indeed delicious, but what a strange rule. How could a roadside stall have such odd regulations? Yeah, if they sold freely we could finish a bucket ourselves without all this hassle of selling one by one. Right? What's the point? Selling out early means they could go home and rest sooner. These remarks were made as they walked away, cutting through the ears of the snack vendor. Not long ago, there had been a long line in front of his stall, leaving him no time to catch his breath. Yet in a short while, everyone had dispersed. The once bustling stall now stood empty, leaving him staring at the large buckets of meat in disbelief. Watching those few people walk past and complain, they showed no sign of stopping. The snack vendor hurriedly called out, "Come and take a look, freshly made soy sauce pig trotters. No limit, 45 yuan per pound, buy a few to enjoy with your drinks." The few individuals glanced at the vendor's stall, scoffed, and left without a word. At that moment, silence spoke volumes. They said nothing, yet it felt as if they had said everything. The insults were quite harsh. It infuriated the snack vendor. He couldn't believe his pig trotters were inferior to anyone else's. He simply had to see for himself. The snack vendor asked a neighboring stall owner to keep an eye on his stall, and then quietly approached Xiao Lan's stand. As he walked along the long line, the snack vendor grew increasingly angry. These were supposed to be his customers. The closer he got, the stronger the aroma became. The snack vendor felt that his mouth had turned into a broken faucet, uncontrollably drooling. Not wanting to be seen by Xiao Lan and lose face, he stealthily circled behind him. From a distance, he heard, "Don't go. Let go. I won't let go." At first glance, it seemed as if Xiao Lan was arguing with a customer. A crowd surrounded Xiao Lan's stall, pulling and tugging, pointing fingers. The snack vendor's eyes lit up. Could it be that something was wrong with Xiao Lan's pig trotters, and someone was coming to settle the score? With a sense of schadenfreude, he hurried his pace to get closer. Just as he squeezed into the crowd, he heard Xiao Lan's helpless voice, "Sigh, it's all sold out, really gone. Not a single one left. Come back tomorrow to buy." Several young people were fiercely gripping Xiao Lan's tricycle. Regardless of gender, they all had greedy eyes. "The meat is sold out, but what about your marinade? Boss, name your price." Xiao Lan was utterly speechless. These people were truly relentless in their quest for pig trotters. "I can't sell the marinade, it's not for sale." "Why not? How about you sell it at half the price of pig trotters, 40 yuan a pound." "Boss, give me a pound." As they spoke, the group began to stir, wanting to lift the lid themselves and resort to strong-arm tactics. Xiao Lan quickly hugged the 2 thermal containers in front of him, afraid that one careless moment would let everyone snatch them away. "I can't sell it, really can't. My pot of marinade is worth more than the meat. Disperse, disperse." Hearing Xiao Lan say this, everyone realized it was hopeless. One by one, they were incredibly disappointed, but still reluctant to leave. "Boss, do you have a phone number? Do you have WeChat? Do you have a fan group? When will you set up shop again? Just post a message in the group. I want it too. Upon hearing this, the snack vendor felt as if he had just eaten 10 lemons sour to the core. It's truly a case of drought causing starvation and flood causing excess. While he had 5 or 6 pots of meat going unnoticed, here the marinade was being fought over. His marinade could be sold 10 yuan. No, 5 yuan a pound would do. Why was no one coming to buy from him? The snack vendor quickly had an idea, tightening his voice and shouting amidst the crowd. "There's another place selling pig trotters ahead. You can go by there. It's delicious." However, the next moment, the crowd's response pierced his heart deeply. "Not going. Even dogs wouldn't eat that stuff." "Exactly, there are 6 taels of seasoning in a pound. Only a fool would buy that. Once you've tasted truly delicious pig trotters, you can't stomach any other trash." The snack vendor covered his heart, which felt riddled with wounds, wearing a mask of anguish, holding back a mouthful of old blood, silently retreating from the crowd. What to do? There are still 6 or 7 buckets of trash on no pig trotters. How should he handle this? Could he possibly eat them all himself? Forced to establish a fan group on the spot, Xiao Lan finally broke free from the encirclement. The customers were simply too enthusiastic. He couldn't withstand it. Although Xiao Lan wanted to stay and continue monitoring, if he lingered a bit longer, the unsatisfied customers might just slaughter a pig on the spot and throw the meat to him to marinate. Reluctantly, Xiao Lan had to flee quickly. Fortunately, the account he used to create the fan group was a secondary one which wouldn't affect his daily life. Otherwise, he feared being bombarded with hundreds of mentions daily, pressuring him to death. It's better to seize the time to roam around elsewhere to see if he could catch some petty thieves and complete his system task. Xiao Lan called Captain Lao Lu, reporting his situation. "Last night was too rushed, not enough ingredients, and today I sold out in one go. After I get off work, I'll buy more pig trotters at the market, doubling the quantity for tomorrow." Lao Lu recalled the aroma of the pig trotters from earlier and couldn't help but swallow. Such fragrant pig trotters, it was understandable that they sold quickly. He immediately showed understanding. "No need to wait until off work, you can head to the market early. This is part of the job. It's just right that I'm preparing to bring back the other 3. Upon careful thought, this matter is not urgent. This is a joint operation with the smuggling bureau, and we can't behave like Team 1 getting restless over small achievements. Besides, Team 1 just arrested someone at the electronic factory today. Oh, I suspect the smugglers will be cautious after hearing the news. I estimate they won't make any major moves in the next few days. You'll have to work hard during this time, keep watch, and don't alert the snakes in the grass. Understood. Lao Lu vented about Team 1 on the phone, feeling a bit better. Just after hanging up, he suddenly heard uproarious laughter coming from Team 1's side. Lao Liu's mood instantly turned cloudy. Did they catch a fugitive and feel so proud? Why wouldn't they stop boasting? He approached with a stern face, only to find that it wasn't just Team 1 laughing. Even his own Team 2 members were joining in. Lao Lu grew angrier. Laughing during work hours, what kind of discipline is this? Several young officers from Team 1 quickly stifled their laughter, while Team 2 members slinked away. But as soon as Lao Lu turned around, they couldn't hold it in anymore. Puffed. What are you all laughing about? Seeing Lao Liu's face turn completely dark, everyone hurried to explain. Sorry, we've received professional training and generally don't laugh unless we can't hold it back. Lao Liu's mouth twitched as he pulled out a chair and sat down. Come on, tell me, let's see if I can hold it in or not. We were looking at the interrogation records of those 2 electronic factory workers. The fugitive was recognized because he was watching the 2 of them fight. The reason behind their fight was simply too funny. Lao Lu couldn't laugh at all. He wanted to know how the duck that was about to go into his mouth flew away. What was the reason for the fight? One of them ate pig trotters for lunch and kept smacking his lips during the afternoon shift. Oh, then what happened? The other one smelled it and thought he was eating something, so he asked to try some. He obviously couldn't give any, and the 2 started arguing. Moi. Lao Lu felt something was off. During the argument, because they were too close, the aroma of the pig trotters from the other person's mouth was too tempting. One of them leaned in to sniff and unintentionally kissed a piece. After that, the 2 started fighting. It spread online that they had a romantic dispute, but when they spoke the truth, no one believed them. As they spoke, the officers couldn't hold back anymore and trembled with suppressed laughter. Haha, so. Haha, they would rather be characterized as mutual fighting, wanting the police to issue an online statement explaining the situation. Lao Lu struggled to suppress his laughter, but the twitching muscles on his face revealed everything. Cough, cough. Ha. Cough, cough, cough. Ha. Cough, cough, cough. Lao Lu managed to cover his laughter with a series of coughs. It's not that funny at all. Young people really lack composure. Cough, cough, cough. He stood up, trying to cover his mouth in a futile attempt. Disperse, disperse, everyone disperse. The crowd scattered, and Lao Lu walked back to his office as if nothing had happened. Closing the door, the thunderous laughter shook the ceiling, causing dust to fall. Once Lao Lu had laughed enough, he suddenly realized something was amiss. Wait a minute, pig trotters. If I remember correctly, what Xiao Lan sold today was indeed pig trotters, right? Could it be that the person who truly led to the fugitive's downfall was Xiao Lan? In an instant, Lao Lu felt both angry and amused. One of his subordinates had unwittingly provided a wedding dress for Team 1. So the question arose, just how delicious Xiao Lan's big pig trotters were to cause such a chain reaction. No, he must get one to try tomorrow. All for the sake of the case, indeed for the sake of the case. Xiao Lan wandered around the vegetable market for several rounds, yet he failed to spot a single wrongdoer. He even considered settling for a petty vendor with a fake scale, but found none. Perhaps there were indeed wrongdoers, but his sleuthing skills were inadequate. As a chef, what did he know about catching criminals? Time was on his side. The time task seemed unlikely, so he would wait for the system to issue the next mission. Having come to a conclusion, Xiao Lan rode away on his tricycle carrying 80 pounds of fresh pig trotters. Little did he know the vendors in the market were also sharp-eyed and knew how to judge a person. From the way Xiao Lan selected his ingredients, they could tell he was an expert in cooking. Only a fool would try to deceive an expert. Returning to his shabby rented apartment, Xiao Lan made sure no one was around before quickly slipping inside and shutting the door. Fortunately, he finished work early and his neighbors had not yet returned. Otherwise, he would have faced relentless questioning about what he had been cooking last night. They might even confront him, blaming him for keeping everyone awake. Unfortunately, tonight would be another sleepless night for everyone. The 80 pounds of pig trotters were double the amount from last night, and the cooking time would only be longer. However, the marinade was already prepared, saving him half the process. Xiao Lan washed each pig trotter until they were snowy white. Fresh pig trotters wouldn't have a strong, fishy smell. After rinsing off the blood, only a faint, meaty aroma remained. Stacked in a stainless steel basin, they resembled a snowy mountain. The tips of the trotters were slightly red, like the afterglow of the sunset, casting a warm light at the edge of the snow peak. These were the best pig trotters available at the market, yet Xiao Lan was still somewhat dissatisfied. According to his personal preference, he favored bamboo-scented pigs. These pigs are raised entirely on bamboo, spring watergrass, wild fruits, and mountain vegetables during their growth. The meat carries a natural bamboo fragrance, making it more tender and flavorful. After washing, Xiao Lan chopped the trotters. Each cut seemed casual, yet it was quite deliberate, precisely avoiding the bones and following the muscle fibers. With little effort, he could easily cleave them apart. In this old building with poor sound insulation, the sound of his chopping was not jarring. Instead, it had a rhythmic quality. To avoid them being snatched up too quickly, Xiao Lan deliberately chopped the trotters smaller. This would sacrifice a certain texture, but the richer marinade would compensate for that. The pig trotters went into the pot of cold water along with ginger and scallions to blanch out the blood. Before they boiled, he scooped them out and plunged them into a prepared ice water bucket to cool them quickly. This step ensures the pig skin and tendons become crispier and the meat denser. He then scooped them out again to drain the water and poured the trotters into the already heated old marinade. He reheated the seasonings and covered the pot. Next was the most crucial step, blocking the door with the refrigerator. This pot of trotters would need to stew until the following noon. During this time, the high temperature would force the fat out of the trotters. The Maillard reaction would occur, continuously releasing an enticing aroma. Meanwhile, the spices in the marinade would penetrate the trotters more quickly under pressure. Thus, the layers of flavor would become richer and more diverse. If he couldn't block this door tonight, the entire pot of trotters' meat and broth alike would be devoured by the entire neighborhood. Even the bucket would be taken. After confirming the door was secured, Xiao Lan clasped his hands together and silently muttered sorry about that. He then unceremoniously turned on the range hood, allowing the aroma to waft out of the house. He didn't mean to tempt everyone, it was mainly for safety. The old house had poor ventilation, and to avoid carbon monoxide poisoning, he had to do this. May the dead friends not harm the living ones. Amen. The sky gradually darkened. More and more workers were heading home from work, with Xiao Lan's home at the center of a radius of 5 miles. As soon as anyone stepped into this area, they would instinctively curse. What the hell? What smells so good? This aroma was detectable, but unattainable. For the starving workers, it was undoubtedly a form of torture. After a day's work, their reason had long since worn thin. They were like zombies who caught the scent of a living person restlessly craning their necks. Searching everywhere, yet no one was in sight. Where is that delicious smell coming from? Which shop is selling such tasty food? Damn it, how can it smell this good and still have no sense of public decency? Their unsatisfied stomachs felt like little fists randomly punching inside them. Their stomachs growling pitifully, yet escape was impossible. People could only dash around eating whatever they could find. They devoured all the snacks visible on the roadside. Meanwhile, Xiao Lan, the cause of it all, was taking a shower in the bathroom, completely oblivious to the banging on the door outside. His neighbors had all returned. Children were so tempted they couldn't focus on their homework and were punished by their parents crying loudly. Xiao Lan paid no attention to the outside world, only wanting to wash himself clean. After finishing his shower, he sniffed his arm, filled with despair. So no matter how many times I wash, I can't get rid of the smell of pig trotters. The poorly ventilated room resembled a large steamer, filled with rich fragrances, thoroughly marinating Xiao Lan in the scent. Fortunately, he didn't have to report to the police station tomorrow. He was going directly to the park to set up a stall. Otherwise, his colleagues would surely chew him out. Just as he was about to turn back to the bathroom, he suddenly noticed money being continually shoved under the door. A neighbor shouted desperately outside, "Take your money, just give me my braised meat. I can't take it anymore. He'll pay. Just let me buy some, okay? Is anyone in there? If you are, make a sound. If not, I'll chew through your door. Damn, the longer I smell, the better it gets." Xiao Lan, frightened, retreated back to the bathroom, afraid to make a sound, only daring to push the money out through the door gap with a coat hanger. He had so few pig trotters, and with so many people around, he was always worried that those who couldn't buy would lose their sanity and suddenly find him very appetizing, directly pouncing on him to take a bite. Meanwhile, at the electronics factory, Park Wang Defa was working overtime in one of the factories. He was a supervisor, and his daily routine consisted of playing on his phone while overseeing ordinary employees working overtime. Others only saw him playing on his phone, thinking his shift was quite easy. Little did they know how tired his hands became from playing games, or how much pressure his cervical spine endured. This job was too exhausting. If he had known earlier, he would have had his brother-in-law find him a more relaxed position. The factory was run by his brother-in-law, but changing positions was a piece of cake. He thought the position of general manager looked quite appealing. The general manager had a private office and computer, and playing games on the computer would be so comfortable. Unfortunately, his brother-in-law was hardly ever home and rarely came to the company, giving him no chance to suggest switching roles. Wang Defa's frustration grew. HMPF. It's all because his sister is aging and can't please his brother-in-law. Otherwise, would his brother-in-law not come home? Forget it, no more gaming, let's go find a beautiful female subordinate to chat with. Wang Defa, with his big belly, strolled to the packaging area to find the little flower who had been flirting with him recently. In the packaging area, little flower was sitting with her legs crossed, holding a handful of sunflower seeds. The sound of her cracking seeds was loud, and she occasionally pointed at the female workers under her management. Move faster, hurry up. Why are you so slow? Stop chatting. If I hear anyone slacking off, I'll slap their mouth. Out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly spotted a big belly at the door. Little flower quickly tossed the seeds aside and resumed a ladle-like posture. Wang Defa entered the factory and saw his favorite little flower sitting gracefully. Next to her, the ordinary female workers were slouched and exhausted, making little flower look even more beautiful. Not long after, he stepped on a pile of sunflower seed shells, and Wang Defa's expression immediately hardened. How can you still be cracking seeds during work hours? Whose lazy mouth can't sit still? With so many tasks left undone, are you all trying to get your wages docked? People are both poor and lazy, truly disgraceful. After scolding them, he turned to Little Flower in a gentle tone. Little Flower, you see, managing subordinates should be done this way. You're just too gentle. Xiao Hua stood up shyly, pouting, and said, "Oh, Wang Gu, I can't learn to be like you. You're just too manly." She seemed to maintain a certain distance from Wang Defa, yet she had already stretched out a finger. She quietly hooked her finger around the belt at his waist. It's no big deal to snack on some seeds at work. If everyone is happy, then managing this talent is much easier for me. Wang Defa felt a rush of pride from her actions. Well, regardless of whether they are happy or not, if anyone is not satisfied, they can come and talk to me. He'll just let them go. Since I've made you the team leader, Wang Gu will definitely support you. Great, thank you, Wang Gu. After saying this, Xiao Hua suddenly pulled out something wrapped in a plastic bag from her purse. She stuffed it into Wang Defa's hand. By the way, Wang Ge, there's a vendor selling pig trotters at the West Gate today, and the business is booming. The line is really long, and there's a limit of one per person. I managed to buy one after waiting in line, and I saved it just for you. As the beauty stood before him, Wang Defa's mind wandered, hardly paying attention to the pig trotter. He only felt its warmth in his hand, soft to the touch, just like Xiaohua's hand. If it's limited to one, then why give it to me? Won't that mean you have nothing to eat? How about we find a place and eat together? Wang Defa's words were filled with suggestive hints, completely disregarding the presence of others around them. However, Xiaohua seemed not to understand, smiling charmingly. Whether I eat or not isn't important. Wang Ge has to take care of so many people every day and worry about so many things. Look at you, you're so thin and tired, you need to eat more to replenish your strength. When Wang Ge is in good health, the company will develop better and better. The female workers nearby pretended not to hear, their faces expressionless, but they had long been silently complaining. This pair of dogmen and women were equally shameless. What they said about buying it in line was clearly from a few of her lovers who had given it to her. There were several more in the bag. Wang Defa had become as fat as a pig, yet he claimed to be thin. How could he say such a thing? Asking him to eat pig trotters was akin to encouraging cannibalism among the same kind. Work was already annoying enough, and now he had to play a part in this dog couple's game. So annoying. Wang Defa gazed at Xiaohua's beautiful face, listening to her soft voice, his heart increasingly entangled. You truly think about the company. A girl as perceptive and understanding as you deserves a promotion without question. I want to hear about your career plans. Come out with me, and we'll find a place to discuss it in detail. Wang Defa was nearly explicit in suggesting Xiaohua accompany him for something more. Xiaohua understood his hint, but softly declined. Wang Ge, I heard the boss will be coming tonight. I remember you said you had something to discuss with the boss. Your business is more important, mine can wait. This remark reminded Wang Defa that his brother-in-law was coming to the factory, and he must meet him first. Once his brother-in-law appointed him as the general manager, and he had his own office, there would be no need to find a place to discuss privately. He could chat anytime behind closed doors in the office. Thus, he changed his tune. I do have something important to discuss with my brother-in-law. We can talk about your matter another day. Great. As they parted, Wang Defa wrapped his arm around Xiaohua's waist and gave her a firm squeeze. Then he hurriedly left. As soon as he exited the factory, he headed straight for the boss office. His brother-in-law rarely visited, and he had to seize this opportunity. However, it was indeed strange. Why hadn't he heard the news that his brother-in-law was coming while Xiaohua knew? After waiting at the door for a long time, he still had not seen his brother-in-law's figure. Wang Defa quickly returned to ask Xiaohua where she had heard the news and whether it was accurate. Before he even got close, he heard Xiaohua's bell-like laughter. A man's voice faintly came through. There was also a woman's delicate voice saying, "That's so bad." Wang Defa felt a hint of green light appearing above his head. With anger boiling inside him, he approached, determined to confront that wild man. However, the moment he saw the man's back, he hurriedly ducked behind the door. Brother-in-law? How could it be his brother-in-law? What was he doing here? And he was even pinching Xiaohua's bottom. From the angle by the door, he could see everything clearly. His brother-in-law's lewd hand had never come down. So arrogant, even in front of so many people, he dared to touch her. Yet his brother-in-law was utterly unconcerned, having placed his hand and showing no intention of retracting it. How infuriating. The last girl he had his eye on had been taken away by the boss before he could make a move. Afterward, he was even made to give money to silence her, so she wouldn't report him. The most annoying part was that he had initially paid the hush money, and his brother-in-law had yet to repay him. This time he had initiated the flirtation with Xiaohua, and she was interested in him too. With mutual affection, why should his brother-in-law butt in? In a fit of anger, Wang Defa quietly slipped away, pretending he had never been there. He returned to wait at the boss office door. Others thought he was foolish, but he was far from it. The woman had already been snatched away, and he could not afford to lose the position of general manager. Once he became the general manager, whether it was Xiaohua or any other beauty, he could have as many as he wanted. Although he thought this clearly, the cold north wind blew outside, and the snowflakes danced. This scene made him feel an indescribable sadness in his heart. Perhaps after suffering a blow, one becomes particularly fragile and desperately in need of food for comfort. In the biting cold wind, he suddenly recalled the pig trotter he had forgotten. He took it out of his bag, unwrapping several layers of plastic and thermal bags. As he uncovered it, his palm felt warmer. The pig trotter was still warm. Once the seal was completely broken, a rich aroma burst forth as if it had been restrained for 500 years, eagerly rushing out. It even bounced up and gave him a striking blow. This blow was so intense that it made his head spin with stars. It also filled him with a fiery passion. He unexpectedly felt a hot and passionate love in the aroma of the pig trotter. The love dispelled all his pain and filled the void in his heart. It was fragrant, so fragrant. How could there be such a fragrant thing in this world? No need to taste it, his entire stomach and heart had already been conquered. He suddenly recalled the feeling of holding Xiaohua's hand for the first time. The same warmth, the same softness, the same fragrance. In a daze, he felt that what he was holding was not a pig trotter, but Xiaohua's delicate and fair hand. Originally, Wang Defa only had lustful intentions toward Xiaohua. He also believed that a woman like her was mostly interested in him for a promotion. But after smelling the aroma of the pig trotter, he suddenly realized such a delicious thing with such a deadly allure. Yet Xiaohua couldn't bear to eat even a bite, saving it just for herself. What was this? This was love. This was true love. In an instant, two streams of tears fell from Wang Defa's pig-like face. There are many beauties in this world, but few would fall for him. If he missed this chance, he might have to wait until the next life. Brother-in-law. Birds should leave people. He immediately transformed into a pure-hearted warrior, shouting as he rushed back along the same path. What Wang Defa did not know was that shortly after he left, Xiao Hua took out a sealed package containing pig trotters and handed it to the boss, saying the same thing. The boss was deeply moved and decided to give Xiao Hua a promotion opportunity. He invited Xiao Hua to find a place to enjoy the pig trotters together and discuss career planning. Unlike before, Xiao Hua readily agreed. When Wang Defa found his brother-in-law's car in the underground parking lot, he gasped in shock. The familiar scene gave him an ominous premonition. The car's engine was humming, likely with someone inside keeping warm. After observing for a while, he noticed the car was still and the four wheels were motionless. Wang Defa was overjoyed. Everything was still salvageable. Just as he rushed to the side of the car, the window suddenly rolled down halfway. A man's hand reached out, brushed off the ash, and then withdrew. Wang Defa halted, tears streaming down his face. Damn it! They were already smoking afterward. The raw rice had turned into rice soup. There was no time left. Through the half-open window, he saw Xiao Hua lying inside the car, her cheeks flushed, a look of afterglow on her face. His anxious heart sank completely. The man smoking in the car turned his head and caught a glimpse of Wang Defa dropping his cigarette in shock. Who? Upon a closer look, the man recognized the familiar face and let out a sigh of relief. Oh, it's you. You scared me. The man unabashedly rolled down the window completely and leaned out to speak. Defa, since you're here, go buy me some blue pills from the pharmacy. There's still time, I'll need another dose. Wang Defa felt as if his heart was being stabbed. As a pure love warrior, he was actually being treated like a healer to replenish health and mana. He came to save the damsel in distress. But facing his brother-in-law, he felt a bit of hesitation. Did Xiao Hua think he was useless too, hence the contemptuous look she gave him? Seeing that Wang Defa still hadn't left, his brother-in-law urged, hurry up. If you don't go to the pharmacy now, it'll be closed. By the way, you pay for the medicine first, they'll pay you back tomorrow. Double whammy. The last time he asked him to cover the costs, he also said to pay him back tomorrow. But tomorrow turned into the next day, and he never saw that money again. To play with the woman he liked, and still make him pay for blue pills, what a heart-wrenching betrayal. Wang Defa's hand holding the pig trotter trembled slightly. His brother-in-law caught a whiff of the familiar scent, his nose twitching in the air. Suddenly spotting the pig trotter in Wang Defa's hand, he showed a surprised expression and snatched it away. How did you know I wasn't full? You even brought this for me. These pig trotters are so delicious. After eating, I feel so energized. A few aren't enough. I was just thinking of getting another when you brought this. You're so considerate, little brother-in-law. Wang Defa's already bleeding heart was stabbed again. He hadn't even had a single taste of the pig trotters while others were devouring several. Am I the fool? Damn it. His brother-in-law, surrounded by beautiful women, did not spare his woman. With a company worth hundreds of millions, he didn't spare his little money. Attending high-end banquets every day, yet he had to eat his pig trotters. If you don't spare me, I won't spare you. Enough is enough. In a fit of rage, Wang Defa snatched back the pig trotter and turned to run. Hey, what are you doing? His brother-in-law was dumbfounded. What am I doing? I'm coming for you. This time Wang Defa wouldn't hide away brooding alone. He wanted revenge. He wanted to send his brother-in-law to jail. At most, we'd die together. He took out his phone and dialed the 3-digit number. Wang Defa took a deep breath and called in. Hello, I want to report. Yongfeng Electronics Co. Ltd. is a fraud. On the surface, they deal in electronic parts, but in reality, they make money through fraudulent lending. The operator receiving the report was wide-eyed. Suddenly, she became alert. Could you describe it in more detail? How exactly do they commit fraud in lending? Wang Defa poured out everything he knew like pouring beans. They recruit workers under the pretext of hiring for the factory, specifically seeking older workers, those with low education, or those urgently in need of money. Upon arrival, they confiscate their ID cards with salaries paid 2 months in advance and 1 month withheld, tricking them into thinking they can earn high salaries upon becoming regular employees. When they run out of money and can't hold on any longer, they secretly recommend them to illegal online lending platforms. In fact, those online lending platforms are operated by Yongfeng Electronics. The company's main source of income is lending. Upon hearing this, the operator had basically grasped the significance of the call. To further verify the truth, she asked, may I ask how you came to know about this matter? Are you a worker who was deceived into borrowing, or? Before the operator could finish her question, the person on the other end replied, of course I know. I am the one responsible for recruiting workers. The unscrupulous boss of this company is my brother-in-law. I know exactly what he has done. Police, hurry and catch him. Aside from lending, he usually drinks, visits prostitutes, gambles, and forces women. I want to be a witness. I will prepare all the evidence right now. Hurry, I'll open the door for you. After a brief moment of shock, the operator quickly reported the relevant information to the command center. The command center issued an order to the local police station. It was the police station where Xiao Lan worked. This time the one assigned to respond was Old Lu. He was extremely excited. This was definitely a big case. Old Lu brought all the officers on duty from the second squad and rushed to the electronics park overnight. With someone leading the way, Old Lu smoothly infiltrated the stronghold and arrested everyone in one swoop. After the preliminary investigation, they indeed found solid evidence. With irrefutable evidence, there was no way to deny it. This time they had caught a much bigger fish compared to the first squad. While the first squad caught one and celebrated, the second squad had captured a whole nest. After the excitement faded, Old Lu suddenly felt something was off. Wait a minute. Their joint investigation with the Smuggling Bureau into the smuggling cases in the electronics park had just begun, and there were still no leads. In less than a day, they had already caught a fugitive who had been on the run for over 10 years in the electronics park. Additionally, there was a company that was illegally lending under the guise of recruitment. In this small electronics park, there were indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers. After a bit of thought, old Lou speculated that this might be related to the fact that the electronics park was newly opened. With the park still in its early development phase and insufficient regulation, all sorts of evildoers had taken advantage of the situation. The company that was illegally lending had not even received a single report before. This indicated that they were very well hidden. They operated cleanly and left no handles behind. But for no reason at all, why would the boss brother-in-law risk exposure to report the company? When the police inquired, the answers they received were shocking. He stole my pig trotter. He stole my pig trotter. Again, it's about pig trotters. This was already the second case related to pig trotters. Could the pig trotters they mentioned all be the ones sold by Xiao Lan? Old Lou wanted to dig deeper, but another major piece of news suddenly arrived, throwing the entire police station into chaos. This is bad. The father of our precinct chief has gone missing. What? Is it true or not? Old Lou quickly stood up and stopped the police officer who had relayed this news. Don't speak carelessly. Is there any basis for this? The officer hurriedly replied. It's not baseless. The team leader has already received a secret mission to find someone. He has been out searching for several hours and hasn't found anyone. This old man is getting on in years. The longer he is out there, the more dangerous it becomes. So the team leader sent me back to find reinforcements. Old Lou cursed that unreliable guy in the first team. Such a significant matter was truly treated as a secret mission. If something went wrong, could they bear the responsibility? Old Lou hastily left a few people behind to handle the interrogation. The others followed him to search for the missing person. Tell me carefully, how did the old man go missing? The officer jogged behind him, panting as he replied. He had been living in the countryside for retirement. Recently his health has deteriorated, so the director specifically brought him to the city to see a doctor. Just this evening as they entered the city, they ran into a traffic jam. The driver turned his head, and the old man in the back seat was gone. Old Lou pressed for more details. How could a perfectly healthy person just disappear? Have you checked the surveillance footage? We retrieved the surveillance along the route, and found that the old man opened the car door and walked out by himself. The route he took passed through an urban village where the surveillance is sparse. That's where he disappeared without a trace. Old Lou frowned. It looks like we might have to go door to door asking about it. The officer immediately replied, the first team leader thinks the same. That's why I was sent to the police station for reinforcements. Meanwhile, at Xiao Lan's home, ding, detected that a level criminal has confessed. Arrest effective. Reward of 5,000 yuan. Keep up the good work. Ding. Time-limited mission assist in capturing one criminal within 24 hours completed. Points exchange function officially opened. Ding. Bonus 1,000 points for capturing an A-level fugitive, 500 points for a level criminal. A series of ding-ding-ding reminders jolted the drowsy Xiao Lan awake. The system spoke again. This time he could be sure it wasn't a hallucination. His phone received a text message and his bank account showed an additional 5,000 yuan transfer. Though he didn't know which criminal had been caught, if the system said, so then it must be true. Let's see what there is in the points exchange store. Xiao Lan thought, and a blue semi-transparent interface appeared before him, filled with a dazzling array of goods. Real feelings exposed, big mushroom, 200 points each. Painfully reformed little chili, 200 points each. Strengthening body little apple, 500 points each. 100 bulletproof macadamia, 3,000 points each. Are all the items in the store food? But the names are a bit strange. As Xiao Lan muttered to himself, he browsed through the store's product list. What is this? He suddenly discovered a unique item that wasn't food, but rather, righteous snack cart, 1,000 points. Isn't this just a tricycle? It's no different from my own. Let me see how it embodies righteousness. Xiao Lan fumbled around and found the page with detailed information. Righteous snack cart, very unique, clear in love and hate. When encountering good people, the blue light turns on. When encountering bad people, it reports at the touch of a button. The law has gray areas, but in the world of the snack cart, there is only red and blue. After reading this description, Xiao Lan's heart raced. Where can I find such a unique snack cart? This is simply a walking criminal detector. But then a problem arose. The stall task Xiao Lan received was just a temporary mission. After completing this job, the tasks assigned by superiors in the future may not be the same. Buying the snack cart would then be meaningless. But then he thought, who said that buying a tricycle snack cart must mean going to set up a stall? It could also serve as transportation. Riding it to work every day would be so cool. Buy it. He'll buy it now. Ding. Righteous snack cart has been exchanged, remaining points 500. According to the system's prompt, the snack cart was placed downstairs with a license plate attached. With 500 points left, he pondered what else to buy. Xiao Lan hesitated between the real feelings exposed big mushroom and the painfully reformed little chili for a long time. In the end, he chose this strengthening body little apple. The first two items definitely didn't seem like edible ingredients. Better go for strengthening the body. Ding. Strengthening body little apple has been exchanged, remaining points 0. In the blink of an eye, the apple appeared in his hand. The apple's appearance was vastly different from that of a regular apple. Its shape was irregular, somewhat like a squash sphere. Its surface was uneven, covered in folds of varying depths. Xiao Lan looked at the oddly shaped fruit in confusion. Is this really not a devil fruit? Can it really be eaten? Since he had already bought it, Xiao Lan bravely took a bite. He intended to only take a small taste, but to his surprise the apple seemed to have legs and dove down his throat. With a slurp it melted in his mouth, making it impossible to spit it out. Soon he felt a warm sensation in his stomach. His body seemed to feel different in some way, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He turned his gaze to the towering refrigerator behind the door. A miraculous thing happened. The fridge, which had once been incredibly heavy, was now something Xiao Lan could easily move aside. Wow, this point store has some real stuff, Xiao Lan exclaimed in surprise. Out of the corner of his eye, the door suddenly opened a crack. Xiao Lan then noticed that the door bolt behind the door had been knocked off at some point. Without the fridge blocking the way, a gust of wind in the corridor could blow the door open. Xiao Lan quickly set the fridge down and reached out to prop the door. But it was already too late. The door was already half open and an old man stood outside. When Xiao Lan saw that only one person was there instead of a crowd, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. On the ground lay a dozen bowls askew, and most absurdly, there were several empty buckets with grains of rice stuck inside. It seemed the neighbors had already filled their stomachs with the delicious aroma outside his door and had headed back. Of course, it was also possible that the meal wasn't enough, and they specifically took a bucket back home for a refill. As for this old man, it was unknown whether he was lucky to have just arrived or stubborn enough to wait for the opportunity to come. Their eyes met, and at that moment, it would have been impolite to close the door in front of someone. As neighbors, it would be too hurtful to just chase someone away. At the very least, he should say a few words to send the old man on his way. Good evening, sir, how can I help you? Xiao Lan greeted him softly. This old man looked somewhat unfamiliar, unlike the residents of this building. He might be from the same community. The old man stared blankly, and as he opened his mouth, a string of glistening saliva spilled from the corner of his lips. Xiao Lan frowned, feeling that things were not simple. This old man looked rather dim-witted. Could it be that he had Alzheimer's and was drawn over by the smell of his pig's trotters? Sir, you're not lost, are you? The old man tightened his lips and didn't say anything else, but suddenly thrust something tightly clutched in his hand into Xiao Lan's palm. Saliva gushed forth uncontrollably, causing the old man to choke. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough. The violent coughing echoed in the narrow corridor, shaking the entire floor. What was worse, it seemed the neighbors had been startled. Faintly, the voices of a couple could be heard. Honey, do you hear that noise coming from next door? Has that young man opened the door? Let me take a look. Sounds of locks turning echoed from both sides of the neighboring apartments. Xiao Lan was taken aback, forgetting everything as he hurriedly darted back into the house. He tried to close the door and lock it, only to find the lock wouldn't engage. Damn it, he forgot it was broken. Xiao Lan quickly turned around to move the refrigerator. When he glanced back, he was startled to see the old man standing right behind him. Good heavens, when did this old man follow him into the house? Hadn't he just been coughing his lungs out? How could he move faster than him? Hey, what are you? A voice came from outside. Honey, doesn't that door look like it's ajar? It seems like there's light coming through the crack. Xiao Lan's expression changed. There was no time to open the door and send the old man out. He quickly lifted the refrigerator and pressed it against the door. With his entire body leaning against it, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Xiao Lan noticed what he was holding. Bathed in the indoor light, this was no phone directory, it was clearly a stack of cash. The denominations varied: 10, 5, 50 yuan, all neatly bundled with rubber bands and folded. Wait, why was this old man giving him money? Could it be he wanted to buy his pig's trotters? Turning around, he found the old man had vanished. Could it have been an illusion? Looking closer, the old man appeared in the kitchen, heading straight for the braised pig's trotters. What a clear intention. Paying money to get goods, planning to self-serve. Xiao Lan rushed over and grabbed the old man's arm. No. Don't go in there, the kitchen is dangerous. Please sit in the living room. I know you want to eat pig's trotters. They'll get them for you, just sit on the sofa and wait, okay? Xiao Lan coaxed the old man out like he was a child. The kitchen had an open flame and a large iron barrel over a person's height, full of boiling marinade. Xiao Lan was genuinely afraid of an accident. 10 minutes later, the old man sat in the living room wolfing down 3 braised pig's trotters, his face covered in grease. He was enjoying himself, but Xiao Lan started to worry. What to do with this living person? Xiao Lan didn't dare take the money from the old man. What if his family came looking for him, claiming Xiao Lan had swindled the old man? Earlier, Xiao Lan had tried to communicate with him, asking if he remembered his home address and phone number. But the old man could only mumble incoherently, unable to provide any useful information. He either fumbled out a few more bills from somewhere on his person or pointed at the empty bowl saying, "Daddy, hungry food." It was hard to tell if this man, dressed in ragged clothes with holes and mud stains on his pants, seemed to have money after all. Could he be a homeless old man picking up scraps? I've heard that those who deal in recyclables can still make quite a bit. Given the old man's mental state, Xiao Lan couldn't just throw him out in the middle of the night. As for calling the police, he was a police officer himself and knew the procedures. Even if he took the old man to the police station, his colleagues would have to bring the old man back to where he was last seen, which was his home. Then they would have to go door to door with him and the old man, asking the neighbors, even the entire community. Do you think Xiao Lan would dare face the residents of the entire neighborhood right now? Xiao Lan sighed. He could only call Liu Si, who was on duty tonight, to ask if anyone had reported the old man's disappearance to the police. Liu Si insisted, no, there absolutely hasn't been. Trust me, I'm alert tonight. I handled every report myself. If there is, let me know. No problem. You can count on me. Xiao Lan had no idea that the only reported missing person case was of such severity that Liu Si had not been informed at all. After hanging up the phone, it seemed the old man could only stay at his home for now, and he would take him to the police station tomorrow for help. Meanwhile, 2 police officers, one tall and one short, were downstairs knocking on doors to inquire. "Excuse me, have you seen an old man in his 70s with a slender build about this tall?" "No, haven't seen him. Thank you. If you do see him, please contact us." After finishing one floor, the 2 officers headed up the stairs, preparing to ask on the second floor. On their way up, the 2 began to chat quietly. The taller officer complained, "Wasn't it agreed that I would ask the questions and you would observe the homeowner's expressions? Why do you keep zoning out?" The other one scratched his head, looking quite embarrassed. "I didn't mean to. Don't you think there's a particularly fragrant smell in the air?" "Of course we smelled it as soon as we entered the community." The shorter officer quickly replied, "No, don't you think the fragrance from this building is exceptionally strong? Just one whiff, and I'm practically floating away." The tall officer gulped in agreement. "Well, it must be coming from some household in this building." "Stop talking, just hold on. We're here to handle a case, not to beg for food. It's important to focus on the task at hand." The shorter officer wore a conflicted expression. After a moment of deliberation, he finally asked, "Bro, back at the station, I couldn't ask. Now that it's just us, I want to quietly inquire about." The tall officer shot him a glance. "What do you want to know?" "Isn't our bureau chief's old man in the city for a medical consultation related to his brain?" "I'm not slandering anyone. I'm talking about dementia or something like that. Otherwise, at 70, he shouldn't be at the age of confusion, right? He shouldn't have gone missing." The tall officer walking in front suddenly stopped, his expression becoming serious. He paused on the stairs and turned back, saying solemnly, "This matter needs to be kept low-key. I'll quietly update you on the situation. If the old man has indeed gone missing due to dementia, our chief wouldn't be so anxious. You know, the old man is not confused at all. He is even in better shape than some 50-year-olds. As he spoke, his voice grew softer. The last few sentences were whispered close to the shorter officer's ear. "But therein lies the problem. A person as robust as this, with hands and feet and a clear mind, it suddenly goes missing and has not contacted his family. The chief is worried that the old man has been kidnapped, restricted in movement, which is why he hasn't contacted them." "Oh." The shorter officer gasped, startled, then quickly covered his mouth. His previous greedy expression vanished, replaced by sharp eyes. With that, the nature of the case escalated. What had initially seemed like a simple missing person case now rose to the level of kidnapping. But he quickly calmed down and pressed. Wasn't the old man only in the city for a short time? How could his identity have been exposed so quickly? Wait, who would dare kidnap our bureau chief's father? What kind of grudge or enmity would lead to such a big risk? His doubts were soon answered. The tall officer said, "It might not be aimed at the chief. You don't know, the old man was part of the armed police force in his youth. Back in that era, the military and police were inseparable. He undertook many sensitive and dangerous missions. Some were international, and some were domestic. You could say as long as there was an enemy alive, it was a lifelong vendetta. Do you think the chief wouldn't be anxious?" The shorter officer said nothing further, merely gasping in shock. He truly hadn't anticipated the nature of this task was more serious than he had imagined. "I understand now, bro. I won't be distracted anymore. When we knock on doors and ask questions, I'll be sure to observe the homeowner's reactions closely." The 2 continued upstairs, no longer chatting, keeping their previous conversation buried in their minds. Above the heads of 2 officers, in a room on the 3rd floor, the old man was vehemently refused by Xiao Lan to have his 10th pig trotter. Xiao Lan did not indulge him at all and rolled her eyes on the spot. It wasn't that she was stingy, but the old man's belly was bulging like a thin-skinned walnut, ready to burst with just a poke. He was still thinking about eating more. If he got sick, Xiao Lan couldn't bear the responsibility. The old man began to make a fuss, yelling about being hungry. He seemed to have realized that Xiao Lan was afraid of attracting the neighbor's attention, so he used this tactic to force her to compromise several times. But this time Xiao Lan would not yield. "If you shout again, I'll send you to the police station right now. You won't get to eat again tomorrow morning." The old man immediately shut his mouth. He didn't want to go to the police station, where that unfilial son would surely come to fetch him. Who would still treat him as a fool after leaving Xiao Lan? Who would still give him such delicious pig trotters? Xiao Lan would never have guessed that this old man, pretending to be senile and forcing transactions, was actually the father of their precinct chief. The old man had a mobile phone on him, deliberately turned off and stuffed into his sock, hidden so well that it couldn't be found even with a body search. No one could contact his family to take him back. This old fellow had no mental illness, nor was he physically sick. If he had to say what was wrong, it was probably just that he had a greedy mouth. Not long ago, he had a huge argument with his son over the phone. His son strictly forbade him from eating mushrooms. He even ordered that if he wanted to eat them, they had to be thoroughly cooked. Otherwise, the toxicity of the mushrooms wouldn't dissipate. This ungrateful son, after becoming the chief, started to assert his authority and even threatened him. Did he not know whether mushrooms were poisonous? The last time he was hospitalized, it wasn't because of mushrooms, it was clearly due to drinking. Next time, if he didn't eat mushrooms with alcohol, it would be fine. And they had to be thoroughly cooked. If they were all mushy, the fresh taste of the mushrooms would be gone. What would he eat then? Whenever they argued, his son would bring up past incidents. He even mentioned the last time he ate bamboo shoots and ended up with a bleeding stomach. He claimed that bamboo shoots had coarse fibers that would damage the stomach lining and forbade him from eating them again. What a joke. When he was young, he survived 3 days and nights in the jungle. Snakes, frogs, and scorpions were roasted with a lighter and chewed directly with their shells. Now eating a tender shoot could hurt his stomach. It was clearly the pot's fault. It must have been too new and not heated properly. Next time he would use an old pot and add more oil, and it would be fine. The old man had already explained everything clearly to his son over the phone, but this ungrateful son wouldn't listen. He insisted on worrying that the old man, living alone in the countryside, would eventually eat himself to death. He wanted to bring him to the city for proper care. What a joke. Did he not know how bad the city was? It looked bustling, but it was truly a culinary desert. Fast food was prepackaged, meals were leftover, fried eggs were frozen, and meat was synthetic. Living in such a place, even if he lived to be 100, it would be with preservatives soaked into his flesh. Could he still look like a living person? The ungrateful son was himself busy with stomach issues, and yet said he would take care of him. Clearly unable to refute, the ungrateful son still sent someone to drive down to the countryside and forcibly dragged him into the car. At that time he was working in the fields, had no time to change his clothes, and was ambushed from behind, his mouth covered, and tossed into the car. Once he entered the city, he finally got his chance. A road was blocked impassable. It seemed that people from several nearby neighborhoods had come out and were wandering around in the street, each one with their heads held high, sniffing as if searching for something, taking advantage of the driver getting out of the car and dispersing the pedestrians blocking the road. The old man took off his coat and disguised himself with a cushion, pretending to be lying down and sleeping as he quietly slipped out. The moment he opened the car door, he caught a whiff of a mouth-watering aroma. He intended to rush back to the countryside, but once he smelled that scent, he was firmly held for 30 minutes. Unable to resist, he transformed into a hooked fish swimming against the current to seek its source. As he searched, he found the neighborhood where Xiao Lan lived, the source of the delicious aroma. While others could only be tantalized and turn in circles, he, however, could rely on the tracking skills he learned when he was young to strike directly at the heart. When the neighbors all gave up on their stakeout because Xiao Lan pretended not to answer the door, only the old man with his iron will successfully waited until Xiao Lan opened the door. However, the plan had a slight flaw. He originally wanted to negotiate with Xiao Lan and pay for something to eat, but he could clearly see that no matter how much money the neighbors slipped through the door crack, it would be pushed out by the clothes pole. Ultimately, the people inside even used tape to seal the door. He never expected that his mouth would betray him. As soon as they made eye contact, saliva burst out faster than the words he wanted to say. He was even mistaken for being senile, but being seen as a fool seemed to make it easier for him to get what he wanted. If he was a fool, so be it. At his age, calling out, "Dad, I'm hungry," he did not feel embarrassed at all. He was neither greedy nor a thief. Among eating, drinking, gambling, and debauchery, he only occupied the eating category. Other than that, he had no other bad habits. He had suffered all his life when he was young, and now that he was old, wanting to enjoy and satisfy his cravings. What's wrong with that? Even when eating, he relied on his own abilities. He dug for bamboo shoots and searched for mushrooms in the mountains, caught fish and snails in the river. He didn't let his son use his power to get him anything precious. He sought nothing but fresh food and good cooking. Now, relying on his own abilities, he pretended to be senile to beg. If he could beg successfully, that was his skill. What was there to be embarrassed about? The old man was determined to stick to Xiao Lan. No matter how long he could hang on, at least until tomorrow. He wanted to eat breakfast before leaving. If he didn't have enough money, he could make it up later. This kind of exquisite food would be gone if missed. The taste of these pig trotters was truly exquisite. No matter how he ate, he never got enough, never tired of it. If it weren't for his old age and small appetite, he could have finished an entire pot of pig trotters. Just as he was thinking, there was a sudden knock on the door. Both Xiao Lan and the old man were startled. One worried about being caught by his son, the other feared losing the pot of pig trotters. The two of them stiffened, not stepping forward for a long time. The knocking grew increasingly urgent. There was even a commanding voice. "Hello. We are the police from the Dongfang precinct of Fengling City. We need to understand the situation from the residents of this building regarding a case. Please open the door and cooperate." It turned out to be a matter from the same precinct. Xiao Lan visibly sighed in relief. In contrast, the old man was so tense that he clenched his buttocks. Oh no, it must be that brat's underlings. He had only fled for a few hours, and the brat had already sent his subordinates to visit, wasting police resources. It was truly infuriating. The old man quietly stepped out one leg, even prepared to jump out the window to escape, while Xiao Lan approached the door, ready to move the refrigerator to let his colleague in. Just as his hand touched the refrigerator, the neighbor's voice rang out, "Oh, officer, you must be careful. I suspect there's a murderer living next door." The expressions of the two officers suddenly turned serious as they asked cautiously, "Why do you suspect him of being a murderer? Do you know him?" The neighbor next door lowered her voice, but in this poorly soundproofed old building, it was still clearly audible. She said mysteriously, "Do you smell that aroma in the air? It's from what this guy is cooking. This guy has been cooking things for days. It smells so good that our whole building can't sleep all night." The neighbor seemed to have finally found someone to vent her frustrations to, and she poured out her grievances. "But we can't get him to open his door. Residents from the whole building have come down to knock in turns, but he pretends to be dead and won't open the door. Someone mentioned in the group earlier that they saw him quietly leave with 2 large iron buckets this morning. When he came back, he was carrying something in a burlap sack, and there was blood dripping from it. Just as you officers are investigating house by house, we started to suspect." The female neighbor spoke until she seemed too frightened to continue, and her husband took over. "Officer, are you investigating a murder case? We think this guy might be involved in something like murder or corpse cooking. Officer, you'd better call a few more people over. If it's true, I'm worried you won't be able to handle it." Xiao Lan was left utterly speechless. All right, spreading such chaos, huh? If you can't get any pig trotters, you start claiming the meat is problematic. Cooking corpses. I really want to lift the lid and show them what's inside. Have you ever seen a person covered in pig trotters? Xiao Lan prepared to move the refrigerator and go out to explain to them. But just as he moved it halfway, a scream erupted outside. The door moved. Officers quickly braced the door, were making a run for it. Soon there was a flurry of commotion outside. The couple, skilled in imagination, hurriedly returned home and locked the door. Xiao Lan could still hear the sound of a stick colliding with the doorknob. Perhaps someone outside had used a broomstick to block Xiao Lan's door. Following that was the crackling noise of the intercom. Received a report from the public. A suspect in a possible murder and corpse cooking case has been identified, requesting additional police support. Repeat, requesting. Xiao Lan quickly shouted through the door. Wait, it's me, Xiao Lan. I'm also from the East City Division. My badge number is 9527. I'm not a murderer. The voice on the intercom outside paused. Then came a suspicious inquiry. Really? Xiao Lan was a newcomer in the department, and these two officers did not belong to the second squad, so they had no impression of him. Really? Wait, I'll show you my badge. Why did you block my door? Xiao Lan tugged at the door, but it didn't open, and hurriedly slid his badge under the door crack. After a full minute of silence, there was finally movement at the door. The broomstick was removed. The two officers opened the door, their faces filled with apology as they returned the badge to Xiao Lan. We are truly sorry. We have to be cautious due to the report from the public. It's all right. A strong sense of vigilance from the public is a good thing. Xiao Lan waved his hand, indicating his understanding. The tense atmosphere completely dissipated, and what followed was the overwhelming aroma wafting through. The two colleagues clearly swallowed hard, then awkwardly asked, "Hey buddy, what are you cooking that smells so good?" "It smells so delightful." As soon as Xiao Lan saw them licking their lips, he felt a sense of foreboding. A single skinny old man could take down 10 pig trotters. Two sturdy men could easily consume 30 each to be satisfied. Before they could start to bond with him, Xiao Lan quickly shut the door. "It's nothing, just cooking some random stuff. You guys get back to work. I'll check on the fire in the kitchen." "All right then, sorry for bothering you." The shorter officer looked at Xiao Lan with disappointment as he closed the door. Taking advantage of the door not being fully closed, he quickly stuck his butt against the door seam, inhaling the delicious aroma deeply. So good. You think he noticed I was drooling and shut the door so fast?" The taller officer gave the other a light smack on the head, scolding softly, "What do you think? Your eyes are practically about to fly into someone else's kitchen. Hurry up, we still need to find someone." The two officers turned and went upstairs, continuing to knock on doors. Xiao Lan had just breathed a sigh of relief when he suddenly thought. Since his colleagues had come knocking, he could ask them to take the strange old man home. The sooner they returned the old man, the better, to avoid worrying his family. Xiao Lan peeked into the room, his expression changed dramatically. Wait, where did the strange old man go? He was just slumped on the sofa with a big belly. How did he just vanish into thin air? All that was on the table were a pile of gnawed bones, but no sign of him. Xiao Lan hurriedly dashed into the kitchen to check. There was no one in the kitchen either, only his large thermal pot. Lifting the lid of the thermal pot, there were only pig trotters inside. Checking the bathroom yielded nothing. It was completely empty. This place was less than 20 square meters, and looking in from the door gave a clear view. How could he not find anyone? Just as Xiao Lan left the living room, the old man, hanging on the window ledge, suddenly vaulted back in through the window. When Xiao Lan returned to the living room, he was taken aback. The old man had reappeared. He was still lying on the sofa, smacking his lips, contentedly rubbing his bulging belly. Seeing Xiao Lan glance over, he immediately shouted, "Hungry food. Wait, where did you pop up from? Where did you go just now?" The old man replied, "Abba, Abba." Xiao Lan helplessly rubbed his forehead. Forget it. I'll personally take you to the police station tomorrow." The old man chuckled, his scheme having succeeded. The moment Xiao Lan opened the door, he quickly jumped out the window and pressed himself against the wall to hide. He waited until he confirmed the person had left before climbing back in. The old man had merely retired. He hadn't forgotten how to hide. His military training was still in him. After eavesdropping on Xiao Lan's conversation with the two officers, the old man was even less inclined to leave. Since he confirmed Xiao Lan wasn't a bad person, why should he leave? He truly didn't expect this kid to have such excellent culinary skills. He wasn't a chef, but a police officer, a subordinate of his ungrateful son. This kid probably had a side business outside. He had to stay and dig deeper. Late at night, hearing the even breathing of Xiao Lan on the sofa, the old man quietly crawled out of bed. He rolled up his long johns, revealing the phone hidden in his socks. Then he snuck under the quilt and quietly turned it on. Finding his son's number, the old man sent a text message. "I am safe, no need to look for me." After thinking for a moment, he sent another message. "Send me some money. I have urgent needs, just cash. Put the envelope in XXXX. I will go pick it up when I have time." This money was meant for Xiao Lan's food expenses. His previous supply wasn't enough. The emphasis on cash was to avoid any transaction records that ungrateful son would find him. With limited time, he sent the text in a concise manner, not noticing how his stiff tone resembled that of a kidnapper. On the other side, upon hearing the specially set notification tone, director, and who was working late, suddenly sprang up from his seat. The screen emitted a soft blue light, illuminating the sharply featured face of this young division chief. He frowned deeply. After reading the first message, his frown only deepened further. The short 8-character message was repeatedly scrutinized by director, and who eventually sighed heavily. "He didn't call me an ungrateful son. It seems the one texting isn't the real deal. This old man might really be in danger." Director and understands his old man too well. Not the old man, that old head. If the old man had run away, he would definitely call after returning home and scold him harshly. Instead, he sends a text message with a pleasant tone without even a single curse. Something is amiss. There is only one possibility. The old man is currently unable to move freely, his actions restricted. He is even under surveillance. When the second text message arrived, all speculations seemed to be validated. Director and clenched his fists, unable to suppress a blow on the table. Send my father's photo and the news of his disappearance to the citywide police group chat. He instructed the deputy director in a deep voice, let the comrades from other branches pay attention while on duty. The criminal who can take revenge on my father is definitely a ruthless outlaw. Such a person poses a huge threat to all citizens of Fengling City. The golden 48 hours for finding the missing must be seized. Received. At that moment, Li Aci, who was entrusted by Xiao Lan to keep an eye on the missing person case, had already finished his shift and gone home to sleep, so he didn't see any messages. If you leave it to him, just give up, he will definitely mess it up. The next day, Xiao Lan checked the time and guessed that the office workers and students had already left. He hurriedly moved the thermal container, panting heavily as he carried it downstairs. Luckily, he only lived on the 3rd floor. If he lived on the 7th or 8th floor, it would have really cost him his life. He quickly spotted his uniquely styled food cart downstairs. The entire surface was coated in fluorescent paint surrounded by a circle of flashing lights, which looked oddly cool. Next to the driver's seat, there was a rain cover standing upright, currently in a folded state. If the weather changes while setting up the stall, he can unfold the rain cover. It can not only cover the entire cart, but also accommodate a few small tables around it for customers to sit down and eat. Xiao Lan carried 2 buckets of pig trotters onto the food cart and couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, he ate a small apple for strength last night. Otherwise, how could he carry 2 buckets at once without feeling tired or out of breath? Just as he was about to turn back upstairs to carry the other 2 buckets of pig trotters, a thin figure burst into his sight, causing his pupils to constrict in shock. It was the daft old man from last night, surprisingly carrying 2 thermal containers filled with pig trotters, following him down the stairs. No way, how can this old man at his age carry such heavy things? Don't hurt your old back, or else the family will come to Xiao Lan for an account. Xiao Lan hurriedly rushed up. Give it to me, I'll carry it. The old man simply twisted away, avoiding Xiao Lan's outstretched hand. I can. The old man suddenly remembered to play dumb halfway through speaking and quickly changed his words. Xiao Lan could only helplessly escort the sprightly old man. Watching him effortlessly place the thermal container on the food cart left Xiao Lan dumbfounded. This old man has so much strength. Then he saw the old man, without breaking a sweat, take out a folding stool. He placed it steadily on the tricycle and sat down. Xiao Lan was momentarily unsure whether this old man was truly daft or just pretending. Forget it, can't worry about that too much. Setting up the stall is more important. With an electric tricycle, there's no need to pedal, making it much quicker to set up. When they arrived at the entrance of the electronics factory, there were only a few scattered vendors. Upon closer inspection, some were still selling breakfast and hadn't closed up yet. Xiao Lan directly chose a spot near the entrance. It was roughly the same spot where the braised meat vendor had set up last time. It wasn't that he wanted to attract business, but rather that being close to the entrance made it easier for him to observe the situation. Slowly, other snack vendors began to arrive one after another. Since they were all doing business for lunch, they were basically familiar with each other. When they saw Xiao Lan's new tricycle, they were first taken aback. A newcomer. What is he selling? Then upon seeing Xiao Lan's face and the familiar sign, they suddenly understood. So it's him, the one selling braised pig trotters. The previous day, many customers had clung to Xiao Lan's cart, not allowing him to leave, and this news had already spread among the snack vendors. It was said that his pig trotters were outrageously priced, yet delicious to the extreme. On the first day of setting up, everyone went crazy for them. But strangely, the cart he rode yesterday was brand new. How come today he has switched to an even newer food cart? Thinking about it, it must be that business was so good he wanted to expand. Seeing that there were 4 huge thermal containers on the cart and an old man to help out, many vendors couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. It was like they were envious and resentful. Has he only been setting up for 2 days and already can't manage alone? I heard he sells pig trotters for 80 yuan a pound. With these 4 large buckets, he must be making 5.0 to 6.0 a day. Other vendors looked on with envy, but they didn't dare to follow suit. The fate of that braised meat vendor from yesterday was still fresh in their minds. Even after Xiao Lan left, no one bought his pig trotters. When he lowered the price to 20 yuan a pound, there were still no takers. In the end, he left in disgrace, not knowing where to go for a price drop. Without such extraordinary skills, how could he expect to snatch business from others? What a pipe dream. Time flew by, and it was already 1130 m. Some crafty employees had already snuck out early. The early bird catches the worm, and those who sneak out early get to eat pig trotters. After they walked out the door, they didn't rush to scan with their eyes, but instead sniffed the air. So fragrant. The vendor selling braised pig trotters has definitely arrived. I smell it. It's right there, they exclaimed as they rushed towards Xiao Lan's stall. They actually pinpointed Xiao Lan directly by smell. Xiao Lan sighed helplessly. Although his thermal containers were tightly covered, he couldn't help the fact that he brought along a gluttonous old cat. After setting up for more than half an hour, the old man had already devoured 3 of his pig trotters. While munching, he smacked his lips, and the enticing aroma wafted through the air. The surrounding vendors couldn't focus on their work. Several times vendors swallowed their saliva, wanting to come over to buy, but after taking just a couple of steps, they were pulled back by their wives, who tugged their ears. Bye. We can't even earn 80 from setting up for a day, and you're thinking of buying. Xiao Lan felt sympathy for them and silently mourned for 3 seconds. At the same time, he secretly decided that once they finished setting up, he must take this gluttonous old man to the police station. Otherwise, no matter how many pig trotters he cooked, they wouldn't be enough for this old man to munch on. "Boss, give me a pig trotter, the biggest one." The first customer dashed to Xiao Lan's stall. Then the colleague beside him immediately shouted, "Boss, I want the biggest one, bigger than his." His loud voice carried far in the quiet, snowy day. Those vendors who hadn't opened yet felt their teeth ache with envy upon hearing the commotion. Xiao Lan's pig trotters were priced by the pound, and the bigger they were, the more expensive. How come these customers are so wealthy? Are there hidden rich second-generation kids in this electronics factory experiencing life? The braised meat vendor in the distance, upon hearing this, turned greener in the face. Yesterday, he had various price drops and promotions, but still didn't sell out his pig trotters until dawn. Perhaps the ingredients themselves were subpar. In such cold weather, they even started to smell. It hasn't even been a day. Ordinary meals can be left out for several days in the open. If they don't eat soon, they will quickly become inedible. The braised meat vendor, in order to recoup his costs, forced himself to eat a few. That night, he vomited and had diarrhea, running to the toilet 5 times and buying medicine overnight to stop it. Now his face was pale with 2 big dark circles under his eyes, clearly from lack of sleep. After waking up, he hurriedly prepared braised dishes. By the time he arrived here, it was already too late. The prime spots near the entrance had already been taken. He could only set up in a distant spot, and his already poor business was worsened. What is this called? How could it be that yesterday, when Xiao Lan was selling pig trotters from a further and more remote location, customers came flocking in? Now that Xiao Lan has taken over the feng shui treasure ground of the previous owner of the braised stall, it has become even more astonishing. While others have yet to open for business, there is already a long queue at his stall. Each person is limited to 1 purchase, no buying on behalf of others. Please queue up properly. Do not rush. There will be enough for everyone. As more and more customers arrived, Xiao Lan found himself increasingly relaxed. He didn't even have to lift a finger. He stood by with his hands tucked into his sleeves, merely observing. Initially, customers were eager to pick and choose their larger pig trotters. Xiao Lan didn't mind. After all, no matter how they selected, each person could only buy one. He handed over the iron tongs for them to choose on their own. Once they were done, they would weigh it themselves. The electronic scale would display the price automatically, and the payment code was posted there for them to scan and pay. For those who wanted chili sauce, it was already packed and available for self-service. Again, it was limited to 1 packet per person. Supplies were limited, first come, first served, and once gone, they were done. Most of these workers were used to working on assembly lines. They cooperated smoothly, and soon Xiao Lan's stall transformed into a self-service vending model. People queued up, selected their items, weighed them, packed them, and paid. All while Xiao Lan merely needed to glance at the price on the electronic scale. Of course, he would encounter some restless diners. They were unwilling to settle for just one and attempted to befriend Xiao Lan. "Boss, you got a new car? I bought your pig trotters yesterday. Do you remember me?" "Boss, your pig trotters are so delicious that after having them, I never want to eat anything else. Not just that, I can't even bear to brush my teeth. With the taste of meat in my mouth, while sleeping, I could dream of eating pig trotters all night long. Oh, it's a pity I can only buy one. It's not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth." Such a long map of the Yen Kingdom. After all this build-up, the hidden dagger is revealed, all just to buy one more right. For these restless customers, Xiao Lan could resolve the issue with just one tactic. He picked up the pot lid, and as others attempted to get close, he simply covered the thermal bucket. "Be careful not to spray saliva." As soon as those words were spoken, nearly all the diners in line turned to glare at the speaker. They knew that even without speaking, they had to swallow their saliva from time to time. Otherwise, the drool in their mouths would uncontrollably spill out, and those who spoke could easily spray their saliva without realizing it. If they soiled the pig trotters in the bucket, that would be unforgivable. Death penalty to be executed immediately. Under the pressure from behind, no one dared to waste any more time trying to befriend him. They hurriedly bought and left. Afterward, Xiao Lan also refused several customers who tried to buy a second pig trotter by disguising themselves or using makeup. Now no one dared to act slyly anymore. They obediently bought and left. If they wanted to eat again, they would come early the next day. Or they could take a gamble at night, hoping that in the dark Xiao Lan wouldn't recognize them. Since it had already turned into a fully automated purchasing mode, Xiao Lan decided to optimize the process further. Every time he had to squint at the price, it made his eyes sore. He simply turned on the voice reporting on the electronic scale. Each time something was weighed, the scale would automatically announce the price. 58. 2 yuan. Subsequently, when the customer paid, the payment code would also announce its voice report. Prosperity treasure received 58. 2 yuan. With the 2 prices matched, his eyes were finally freed, leaving only his ears to work. Snowflakes danced, and the north wind howled. Countless stall owners watched as Xiao Lan's customers came continuously self-serving. And that damned emotionless mechanical electronic voice never stopped. Other stalls charged 5 or 7 yuan. Yet every time Xiao Lan quoted, it was at least 20 yuan from the start. As if afraid people wouldn't hear, clearly it repeated the price twice. The electronic scale announced once, and the payment voice report chimed in again. Heartless. Freed from repetitive labor, Xiao Lan could focus on observing the movements around him. Still, he did not see the figure of the suspicious target. However, Xiao Lan discovered something interesting. He noticed that on the inner side of the food cart close to him, there were 2 special lights flashing alternately. Just as the details page of the righteous food cart stated, it lights up blue for good people and red for bad people. But Xiao Lan noticed that the color of the lights varied in depth. It didn't simply light up a single color. Instead, it selectively displayed light blue, pale blue, bright blue, deep blue, dark blue. If a customer didn't leave, the color would remain unchanged. Every time a new customer arrived, the light color would change anew. Based on Xiao Lan's observations, the food cart predominantly displayed blue lights. This indicated that among his diners there weren't many who committed crimes. Occasionally a few would light up red, but the color was very light, almost pale pink. Xiao Lan guessed that these people probably engaged in petty theft, not major criminals. However, he wasn't clear on the specifics and would need to explore more in the future. Suddenly Xiao Lan froze. He saw the food cart light up in red. It was that kind of bright red, so red it appeared black. The red light flashed rapidly, as if issuing a warning reminding him to be cautious. Xiao Lan's heart skipped a beat, and he slowly raised his gaze. Before the stall stood a tall, thin man wearing a black mask and a black hat. Given the cold weather, wearing a hat and mask for warmth seemed normal, nothing suspicious. However, with the food cart's red light flashing so intensely, this must indicate a serious crime. Xiao Lan suddenly recalled that the red light on this food cart has a one-button alarm function. Should he press it to try? But if the alarm successfully went off without evidence, how would he explain it to his fellow vendors? At this moment, Xiao Lan's mind raced. On the surface, however, he forced himself to appear calm. He didn't dare to stare at the tall, thin man for too long, fearing it would raise the other's suspicion. He saw the tall, thin man selecting the pig trotters with tongs, weighing them. Then he pulled out cash from his pocket and handed it over. "I don't accept cash," Xiao Lan suddenly declared, tapping the posted payment code with his hand and loudly stating, "Transfer it to me on your phone." "I don't accept cash." The tall, thin man clearly frowned. Then he seemed very reluctant to speak, choosing his words sparingly to say, "I didn't bring my phone." His voice was deep, as if deliberately suppressed. This made Xiao Lan believe even more in the food cart's judgment. What a joke, who goes out these days without a phone? Xiao Lan widened his eyes, pretending to be unreasonable. "I don't care, I just don't accept cash." The other party choked for a moment, annoyance seeping into his voice. "Refusing cash is illegal." "Stop trying to scare me." "What's illegal?" "I just don't accept cash, I don't have change to give you." The tall, thin man assumed that not having change was the reason the vendor was making a fuss. He sighed in relief and said, "It's fine, no need for change." After saying that, he dropped the money and prepared to take the pig trotters and leave. Xiao Lan would not let him go. He hurriedly grasped the other person's hand and stuffed the cash back. "No, it's not a matter of change. I don't want banknotes, too many people have touched them, they're filthy. Hurry and scan to pay me." The tall, thin man turned around, his eyes already showing some impatience and anger. Moreover, refusing to accept cash is illegal. Xiao Lan became increasingly convinced that this person had some issues, given his strong aversion to mobile payments. Mobile payments are all real name verified. Once a transaction occurs, there will be a record. Law-abiding citizens are not afraid of generating transfer records. Only guilty criminals would worry about exposing their whereabouts. Xiao Lan quietly pressed the emergency button on the food cart. He did not know whether the food cart could successfully alert the police, nor how long it would take for them to arrive. After pressing the button, there was no response. Xiao Lan could only continue to play the role of an unreasonable vendor trying to stall the criminal. "Are you trying to scare me with the law? I've grown up unafraid. I won't fall for your tricks. Hurry and scan." A hint of malice flashed in the tall, thin man's eyes. The food cart, known for its disdain for evil, would neither wrong an innocent nor let any villain go. This man was indeed a serious criminal. The tall, thin man's real name was Feng Li, who had committed armed robbery at a jewelry store in Shihong City. During the robbery, he had stabbed a staff member multiple times. The latest news was that the staff member had unfortunately died after failed rescue efforts. As a result, his charges escalated to robbery and murder. Feng Li had been on the run since committing the crime, fleeing to multiple cities. On the run, he was extremely cautious, always wearing a hat and mask. He only took unmarked cars and transacted in cash, avoiding crowded places and refraining from speaking casually. Now it was winter, and he wrapped himself tightly to avoid drawing suspicion. Thanks to this, he evaded numerous pursuits across multiple cities. His goal was to find a remote small town to hide in. Once the heat passed, he would slowly sell the stolen gold jewelry and make a fortune in silence. As long as he stayed calm and low-key without causing trouble, he could continue to evade capture. However, today, as he passed by the electronics park, he was irresistibly drawn in by the alluring aroma of pig trotters. Before he could think, his feet automatically took him to the end of the line, and he began to queue. When he regained his senses and wanted to leave, he found a long queue had formed behind him. The number of people in front of him decreased rapidly, while those behind him grew quickly. Who understands this feeling? It's exhilarating. Moreover, the people lining up behind him were constantly discussing how delicious the pig trotters were. "Once you eat these pig trotters, you'll feel like your entire life was a waste before." "That's right. I had one yesterday, and I can't stop thinking about it in my dreams. I woke up to find my pillow soaked with drool." Hearing this, Feng Li found it even harder to move his legs. During his time on the run, what he had eaten could hardly be called food. It was merely sustenance for survival. His stomach, long neglected, exploded with grievances amidst the fragrant aroma of the pig trotters. He felt that if he dared to leave the queue, in the next moment his intestines would burst out of his throat, binding his hands and feet. His stomach would leap out of his mouth and slap him across the face. Feng Li observed and discovered that the process of buying pig trotters was entirely self-service. There was no need for any eye contact or verbal communication with the vendor. Just pick up the pig trotters and pay. Thus Feng Li decided to take a gamble. He bet he could buy the pig trotters and leave safely. However, unexpectedly, the vendor selling pig trotters who seemed easygoing turned out to be quite stubborn. He refused to accept cash, complaining that it was dirty. Furious, he, a fugitive, felt compelled to educate the vendor on the law. Bystanders could no longer stand it and urged the vendor, just take it. He's not threatening you. Refusing cash is really illegal. Yeah, vendor, stop it. I'm worried you'll get arrested. Ooh, just take the money quickly. Some even suggested, how about I pay for him? Vendor, don't be stubborn. I'm really worried you'll get caught. I still want to eat your pig trotters. Yet the vendor, stubborn as ever, raised his neck and shouted, I won't accept it. He says I'm breaking the law. If he has the guts, he can call the police on me. Hearing the word police, every cell in Feng Li's body went on high alert. No matter how his stomach protested, his brain regained absolute control. He tossed the pig trotter onto the food cart and turned to leave, saying, I'm not buying it anymore. Stop. Xiao Lan still held onto him firmly. You think you can just say you're not buying it? You've picked it up, and my rule is once you pick it up, you must buy it. This reasoning was too far-fetched. Feng Li's gaze turned cold as he sensed something was off with Xiao Lan. There was no business done this way. Refusing cash, yet not agreeing to payment from others. Not allowing him to leave while presenting various contradictions. It seemed like an intentional ploy to stall him. Feng Li quietly reached into his inner pocket. There lay a spring knife. If he perceived any danger, he would not hesitate to use it. Xiao Lan also keenly sensed the killing intent in the man's eyes. It felt as if he had become a chicken being grasped by the neck. He could clearly feel his blood rushing involuntarily to his legs and arms. This was humanity's survival instinct telling him run. Xiao Lan felt a bit cowardly. At that moment, he regretted not buying the painfully regretful little chili pepper at the Point Redemption store last night. Although he didn't know its specific function, the name sounded very suitable for catching criminals. Just then a van slowly came to a stop not far away. Inside the van were uniformed police officers. However, they did not arrive in response to Xiao Lan's one-button alarm. Instead, they were called for support by a patrolling officer. This officer pointed at the elderly man next to Xiao Lan and said, I looked left and right and felt that old man resembled the missing father of the Dongqing police station chief. His state is abnormal. He looks dazed and drools constantly. I suspect he has been drugged. I'm certain that the vendor selling pig trotters next to the old man is definitely suspicious. He has been sneakily observing the surroundings, completely uninterested in business. I fear that the vendor's true identity is that of a kidnapper. After hearing the report, the fully armed police nodded, indicating they understood the situation. Although Fengling City is not a first-tier metropolis, it does have about 10 public security bureaus. Each bureau has at least 5 police stations beneath it. So even though everyone is a colleague, it's normal that other bureaus' officers do not know this newcomer Xiao Lan. The fully armed police began to deploy, while the kidnapper is in conflict with the customer. Hurry and control him. There are many customers. We must take him down in one go to prevent him from escaping and harming bystanders. Understood. 3, 2, 1, action. Several figures burst forth like arrows released from a bow, flinging open the car doors and darting out. Their speed was astonishing, leaving afterimages behind. They brandished steel shields, wore steel helmets, and held high steel forks, gripping steel rods tightly. Like celestial warriors descending from the heavens, they rushed to the pig trotter stall. Xiao Lan caught a glimpse of her colleague and was filled with unexpected delight. Could it be that the snack truck's call for help had succeeded? In the next moment, a massive steel fork knocked Xiao Lan to the ground. She was caught off guard by the fork. The bloodthirsty fugitive was indeed terrifying. The sudden strike from her companion was utterly unexpected. Oh, wait a minute. Why are you stabbing me? Not only Xiao Lan, even the fugitive was left bewildered. When Feng Li noticed the police rushing towards him, he had already drawn his knife. If he had just 0.3 seconds more, he would have pressed the spring and drawn the blade. To his surprise, the police directly targeted the pig trotter stall owner. Feng Li's brain short-circuited in an instant. Was the consequence of refusing cash this severe? They deployed riot steel forks. While refusing cash was illegal, was the enforcement really this over the top? The situation was far beyond expectation. Feng Li never expected that the police were not there to arrest him. He felt as if he had pulled down his pants to relieve himself, only to find he was squatting in a place that wasn't a toilet. Could it be that this stall owner was also a criminal, and that the crime was even more serious than robbery and murder? There was no time to ponder further. Taking advantage of the chaos, Feng Li attempted to sneak away. His own case couldn't withstand close scrutiny. If the police took him back to the station for questioning, it would be troublesome. Just as Feng Li passed by the dazed old man, a sudden sharp pain shot through his arm. Before he could react, a crisp sound echoed in his ear. His arm was broken. In the next moment, he was forcefully pushed to the ground with his arm twisted behind him. The hand holding the spring knife was firmly stepped on. Looking closely, the foot that was stepping on him was wearing a pair of elderly shoes. Feng Li was still dazed. He gradually realized that his identity had been exposed and began to struggle desperately. The old man swiftly delivered a chop to the carotid artery. He then removed his shoelaces and bound the fugitive's hands in a manner akin to tying up a pig. All who witnessed this were dumbfounded. The onlookers couldn't help but murmur, no wonder this young man selling pig trotters has such a bad temper. It seems he inherited it from his old man. In front of the police, he dares to hit someone. The whole family must be tough characters. Good heavens, just because he refused to accept mobile payments, he ended up like this. The stall owner won't go to jail, right? No, I still want to eat his pig trotters. Why don't you take the blame for the stall owner and say it was you who forced him to refuse cash? They'll definitely buy pig trotters to visit you in jail. The police had originally come to rescue the old man. Unexpectedly, the old man suddenly attacked a passerby displaying skills that surpassed theirs. They were stunned. How impressive. No wonder he was the father of the head of the East City branch. Oh, a tiger begets no dog. Wait, this wasn't the time to marvel at that. Oh, why was the old man attacking civilians? At that moment, they heard the old man shout, "Stop dawdling, come help. He has a knife." Upon hearing knife, the police rushed over. Several of them took the old man's place to subdue the fugitive. Although the old man was aged and not as sturdy as before, his professionalism was still intact. While Xiao Lan was arguing with the fugitive, the old man had keenly sensed something was off. This person's eyes were not right. He was not a desperate criminal. He hadn't shed blood and couldn't display such a gaze. The moment the fugitive pulled out the spring knife, the old man had fully confirmed his suspicions. He seized the opportunity and struck decisively. The police tore off Feng Li's mask, and they were taken aback. Feng Li. It's actually that robbery murder suspect Feng Li who has been wanted by the police for months. What? How did this fugitive end up here? Could he have kidnapped the old man along with the stall owner? The old man rolled his eyes. Kidnap. I was just staying over at my relative's kid's house for a while. Before he could finish, he saw Xiao Lan pinned down by two steel forks, unable to move. His eyes widened in shock as he hurriedly dashed over. Hey, what are you doing to my dad? No, my relative's kid. Hurry, let go. Let go. Don't poke him to death. The police who were pinning down Xiao Lan were bewildered and looked toward the patrol officer calling for backup. Their eyes seemed to ask, didn't you say this person kidnapped the old man? How did the kidnapper turn into a relative's child? The patrol officer calling for backup scratched his head, and his brain was nearly short-circuited. The scene was a complete mess, and at that moment another team of police arrived in a patrol car. Leading the team was Captain Lu from the 2nd Squad of the East City branch, who was also Xiao Lan's immediate superior. He received a dispatch order from the command center indicating that a major fugitive was spotted at the west gate of the electronics factory. Captain Lu was in the midst of eating, barely swallowing his rice, and hurriedly brought his team over. The entire process took no more than 10 minutes. He never expected that another team would respond even faster than he did. Are you from the Southwest branch? Captain Lu was shocked to see two people pinned to the ground. There are two fugitives. You've subdued them both. So quickly. He turned and saw an old man who looked somewhat familiar. Rubbing his eyes, Captain Lu recognized that the old man was the father of their East City branch's director, and he was doubly shocked. You even found the old man. What kind of efficiency is this? The Southwest branch is on a roll. 3 cases solved in 10 minutes. Upon closer inspection, one of the criminals being subdued was none other than his subordinate Xiao Lan. Uncertain of what to think, Captain Lu tremblingly raised his hand, shocked anew. Don't tell me you found out this kid betrayed the organization, so you arrested him too. No one knew the kind of shock Captain Liu's worldview underwent in just a few seconds. In the past, he had been focused on competing with a team leader, comparing case-solving efficiency. Who could have imagined that while he was unaware, his peers had reached this level? 3 cases solved in 10 minutes. The police from the Southwest branch awkwardly scratched their noses. Perhaps, it seems that there might have been a bit of a misunderstanding. Captain Lu, regardless, let's discuss this back at the station. This was not the place for discussions. Indeed, the diners in the area had already formed a long line. Following the earlier events, even more onlookers gathered, many of whom pulled out their phones to record videos. The other stall owners had also stopped their business, coming over with frying pans to watch the spectacle. With 2 teams of police talking in the street that couldn't be allowed, their voices couldn't be recorded. With a wave of his hand, he ordered everyone to be taken back. As for Xiao Lan, he was also taken onto the police car to assist with the investigation. His tricycle and the buckets of pig trotters were left to the patrol officer who brought him in. Riding on the electric tricycle carrying the 2 remaining buckets of pig trotters, he followed behind the police car. The onlookers witnessing the departure of the pig trotters suddenly realized something was amiss. What the hell? My pig trotters. I paid for them and I haven't even picked them up yet. I don't go. I waited in line for so long and I finally made it to the front. Officer, could you wait until the vendor finishes selling the pig trotters before taking him away? The onlookers, belatedly realizing their role in the commotion, finally understood. They were shouting and raising their hands high. While chasing the car, they yelled, "Vendor! Vendor! Will we meet again, vendor? You must come back after getting out of jail, vendor. How can I live without your pig trotters? Officer, you have to take me with you. Vendor! Don't refuse cash anymore. Vendor!" This commotion scared the patrol officer on the tricycle, prompting him to shift to the highest gear. He sped past several police cars, fearing that the buckets of evidence on the tricycle would be snatched away. He glanced back at the group of customers wailing behind him. Old Lu looked in shock at Xiao Lan sitting in the back seat of the car. Wasn't this scene like being chased by zombies in a doomsday movie? Wow, is the pig trotters you made really that delicious? Before Xiao Lan could respond, the old man beside him was already bragging. Of course, Xiao Lan's skills are top-notch. Otherwise, how would that fugitive have voluntarily taken the bait? Wait, how did Xiao Lan become part of your family? Isn't this old man the father of Director? And could it be that Xiao Lan has some kind of familial relationship with Director? And how did Xiao Lan's relatives pass the employment review? Old Liu's temples throbbed. He felt that this misunderstanding was getting bigger and bigger, and it couldn't be clarified in just a few words in the car, so he decided to keep quiet. He just wondered if there would still be a chance later to taste a pig trotter. At that moment, Xiao Lan's feelings were incredibly complicated. It was one thing to be beaten up by his peers after reporting to the police. What was with that old man pretending to be clueless and deceiving him? With such good skills, he could easily work as a security guard, but chose to con people for food. Until now, no one had told Xiao Lan that this old man was Director An's father. Everyone was reluctant to speak out until Director An confirmed it personally. If it weren't for the captain being in the car, Xiao Lan would have pointed at the old man's nose and scolded him, demanding he compensate him for 15 pig trotters. Indeed, in just one afternoon, the old man had devoured 5 of his pig trotters. The small amount of money given by the old man was barely enough to buy a few. Probably sensing that Xiao Lan had been glaring at him, the old man deliberately praised Xiao Lan's skills, attempting to forge a connection with him. Seeing that Xiao Lan was ignoring him, the old man quietly nudged Xiao Lan's arm, chuckling awkwardly. "Don't be angry, young man, I didn't mean to deceive you." Xiao Lan turned his face to the window with a huff. "Now you call me young man, but what did you call me when you were conning me for food last night?" The old man looked around awkwardly, then whispered, "Dad." Xiao Lan let out another huff. "I can't hear you." The old man, feeling embarrassed, could no longer continue calling out. The others in the car knew his identity, and what if they overheard? He didn't care about losing face, but his rebellious son still valued his pride. What if his son made things difficult for Xiao Lan? "Don't be like this, young brother. I will definitely make up for the money for the pig trotters. Let's just consider ourselves friends." Xiao Lan continued, looking out the window. Humph. Today, after suffering such great grievances, he couldn't be easily appeased. Just as the car stopped at the police station's entrance, a system voice suddenly rang in his head. "Ding. Detected that class fugitive has been captured. The arrest is effective. Reward of 2,000 yuan and 2,000 points. Keep up the good work. Class 2,00000." Xiao Lan was shocked. Indeed, a big catch. Class, that's probably a level that could warrant a death sentence. Although the fugitive was not captured directly by Xiao Lan, the system's assessment criteria seemed to be quite lenient. As long as there was some connection to Xiao Lan, it counted as his achievement. Now Xiao Lan felt appeased. His heart was at ease. If being pricked by a fork could lead to the capture of class criminal, then he would be willing to endure that. He quickly opened the points redemption mall. He spent all 2,000 points to purchase 5 pieces each of genuine emotion mushroom and painful transformation chili. This encounter with class fugitive while setting up stall made him realize that he needed to have something for self-defense. Otherwise, he wouldn't know when he might meet his end. At the Southwest branch, in the interrogation room, after fingerprint comparison and facial recognition, the fugitive's identity was basically confirmed. Faced with overwhelming evidence, Feng Li completely gave up on arguing and admitted to his crimes. When asked why he wanted to buy pig trotters, he felt regret and anger. "At that moment, it felt like I was bewitched. I couldn't resist when I smelled the aroma. I stood in line for a full hour." Feng Li banged his chest and stomped his feet. If he hadn't been tempted by that taste, he would have escaped by now, living freely. "Officer, I want to report. That vendor's pig trotters definitely had some illegal ingredients. Otherwise they wouldn't be so fragrant. So fragrant that people can't help but be drawn in." He knew that with the huge amount of robbery and having caused a death, getting caught would definitely lead to a death sentence. Before he died, he wanted to take a bite out of that vendor. If it weren't for that stubborn vendor refusing to accept cash, he wouldn't have drawn attention. By the way, that vendor doesn't accept cash. I told him that refusing cash is illegal, and he said he was from Xiamen University. MB, just because you went to university makes you something special. Isn't it just that you graduated and couldn't find a job, so you had to set up a stall? The interrogating police officers exchanged glances. This guy still believes that he was caught because the vendor wouldn't accept cash. The police decided to make sure he understood the truth. He's not from Xiamen University, he's from the police university. He is our undercover police officer. He was just doing his job. It was you who walked into a trap. How could he let you escape? Feng Li stood there, mouth agape. It took him a while to react. Wait. Do you police officers learn to cook at the police university? With such good skills? The police officers were left speechless by the question. They had no idea why someone like Xiao Lan was in the police force. They were at the Southwest branch. Since Feng Li was captured by someone from the Southwest branch, people from the East City branch also came to assist with the investigation based on the severity of the case. After separate interrogations, they finally clarified the whole situation. Although everyone might not recognize the newcomer, Xiao Lan, Old Lu, the second squad leader from the East City branch, knew him. With Old Lu vouching for him, everyone confirmed Xiao Lan's true identity as a police officer. Otherwise, with his pig trotter's skills, who would believe he wasn't a vendor? "I truly apologize. We mistook you for a kidnapper and disrupted your work. I'm really sorry." The officers who had pinned Xiao Lan to the ground repeatedly apologized to him. They continued to serve tea and bow respectfully. The captain of the criminal police team from the Southwest branch even came out, grabbing Xiao Lan's hand and not letting go. "Little brother, thanks to you holding back the fugitive, we were able to successfully capture him. We owe you a favor. Your refusal to accept cash also has its reasons, so I won't pursue that." Old Lu watched from the side, his resentment almost reaching the sky. "What's this? From what you're saying, you were planning to pursue it originally. The fugitive was held back by Xiao Lan, and you intercepted the one we were trying to catch at the East City branch, benefiting while pretending to be innocent. Hee, how could that be?" The captain of the criminal police team was laughing so hard his face was about to split. This time the Southwest branch really hit the jackpot. The command center had not assigned any tasks to them at all. Who would have thought that they would help find a missing old man and accidentally catch a fugitive? Such a great achievement. It's safe to say the annual bonus is in sight. Just the sense of honor alone is overwhelming. In the future, when attending meetings at the provincial level, they can walk in with their heads held high. Now the people from the Southwest branch looked at Xiao Lan as if he were a mascot. Only old Lu was pounding his chest in frustration. Who still remembers that Xiao Lan is his person? Why is it that every time Xiao Lan attracts criminals, they are always intercepted by others? No way, he must keep a close watch on Xiao Lan in the future. He can't let others snatch him away. Fortunately, this time, it wasn't a total loss. At least they found the father of their branch chief. Just now, when asked alone, it turned out that this little greedy old man was led away by Xiao Lan's pig's trotter. Though it sounds bad to say, it's still better than being targeted by a vengeful criminal. With the misunderstanding cleared up, old Lu wanted to hurry back to the East City branch with the old man and report to the chief. Unexpectedly, they were stopped before leaving. Sorry, old man, you can take away, but Xiao Lan is probably not allowed to leave. Old Liu's alarm bells went off, and he glared fiercely. What's this? You want to snatch him away now? Don't say you are the captain of the criminal police team. Even if your chief comes, you can't just boldly snatch someone away like this. The captain was in a good mood and didn't care at all about old Liu's rudeness. Hey, we wouldn't snatch anyone. The main issue is that just now in the interrogation room, that fugitive accused Xiao Lan of putting addictive illegal substances into the pig's trotter. Before old Lu could explode, the captain of the criminal police quickly added, "Of course we believe in our comrade Xiao Lan. But since there's a report, it's better to check it out. Old Lu, you also know how strict our country is in combating drugs. There's no harm in being cautious. We must investigate." Old Lu moved his lips, but had no words to say. Some unscrupulous businesses would secretly mix opium husk into food to attract repeat customers. Previously, there was a surprise inspection in the city, and quite a few businesses were found operating illegally. The affected diners expressed that after one bite, they felt strong as an ox, but one day, without eating, made them feel miserable. They initially thought it was the restaurant's skill, but unexpectedly, it was the result of technology. And the huge uproar caused by Xiao Lan's pig's trotter makes it hard to say he is innocent. Moreover, Xiao Lan's diners were even more insane than those who had consumed opium husk. At least when those restaurants were taken by police cars, no diners were seen chasing the cars shouting. No matter how much they trust Xiao Lan, they still have to consider the safety of the public. Checking it out is just to seek peace of mind. Old Lu could only agree. The director's own father also ate this pig's trotter and had 15 of them. It's indeed better to check thoroughly. All right, check away. Let me tell you, at most let Xiao Lan stay here for half a day. He must report back to the East City branch tomorrow. The captain of the criminal police smiled generously. Don't worry, the colleagues at our testing center are fast and efficient. Xiao Lan can just drink tea and read the newspaper here. Before the end of today's work, he will definitely be returned intact. Old Lu turned to Xiao Lan and whispered in a volume everyone could hear. Make sure to keep your phone with you. If you feel wronged, call me anytime. Don't forget, you are my person. The East City branch is your forever home. The captain of the criminal police stood by with a dark expression, still emphasizing forever home. How afraid are they of the Southwest branch snatching people? Xiao Lan nodded but hesitated. What about my supervision task? You can take a rest today. I will talk about your follow-up work once the inspection report comes out. I will report your situation to the chief and see how he arranges your follow-up work. Xiao Lan, oh. Looking at old Lu taking the old man away, Xiao Lan felt quite puzzled. Why does his little position as a chef still need to be arranged by the chief? Forget it, it doesn't matter. He is just a chef, but what does he know about work arrangements? Colleagues from the Southwest branch were exceptionally polite to Xiao Lan. They gave him a mobile phone, 2 bottles of milk, 3 fruit platters, and 4 packs of biscuits, inviting him into the conference room. Buddy, you can rest here for a while. Don't worry about the testing. We will expedite it, and you will get results in a few hours. Today, your identity is that of a helpful citizen assisting in the case. You will absolutely receive the highest standards of treatment. Xiao Lan was not at all worried. He knows his food safety well. Since they let him rest assured, he'll take a good break. He took out his phone and found that the other party had even kindly connected him to Wi-Fi. Xiao Lan scrolled through short videos and found that today's farce indeed made it to the trending topics. However, the focus of the netizens' discussions was not on Xiao Lan and the customers, but rather police overreaction. Onlookers expressed the vendor and customers only argued a bit about whether or not to accept cash, and no one had resorted to violence. The police used methods meant for dealing with criminals, employing various riot control weapons to subdue the two, which is suspected of excessive enforcement. Moreover, 2 batches of police came just to resolve a verbal dispute, entirely wasting police resources and making a mountain out of a molehill. However, very quickly at the onset of the online public opinion fermentation, the police made a response. They directly issued a situation report to explain the midday incident. The gist was the information circulating online does not match the facts. The police learned that the customer arguing with the vendor was a fugitive robber and murderer who had been on the run across multiple cities and had committed several assault cases. Moreover, the criminal was armed with a deadly weapon. To protect the safety of the general public, the police adopted the most stringent measures and the most cautious response. In the report, the identity and criminal record of Feng Li as well as the details of his escape were introduced clearly. As for Xiao Lan, the police did not mention a word about him, mainly because Xiao Lan's identity is special. If it drew the public's attention, he would no longer be able to carry out his undercover work in the future. Moreover, in the videos taken by netizens, Xiao Lan was always shown being pinned to the ground. He never showed his face, so his identity could still be protected. The attention of the netizens was quickly drawn to the fugitive. It was reported that Feng Li had brutally stabbed the store clerk multiple times during the robbery. The crowd present at noon was drenched in cold sweat. The public opinion on the internet suddenly shifted, no longer blaming the police for excessive force, but praising their decisive actions and swift handling of the situation. As for Xiao Lan, the netizens completely ignored him. They merely regarded him as an unfortunate bystander caught in the midst of the arrest, quickly forgetting about him. On the other side, inside a speeding police car, an old man held his phone, frowning throughout the entire ride, his lips pursed tightly. "You ungrateful child, you dare to threaten me with the fact that I've revealed my true identity to Xiao Lan. It's truly outrageous that my son dares to threaten me. Do you believe I could easily become brothers with Xiao Lan and get him to recognize me as his godfather?" Old Lu, who was driving, nearly lost control of the steering wheel as his hands shook. Oh my, can he really say such things? On the phone, the old man and director began their usual debates. "Dad, can't you just stay at my place quietly? I specifically bought a house near the hospital for your convenience and retirement." The old man stretched his neck and began to curse. "I want go. What's the use of that house you bought? You're too busy to even come home, always sleeping at the office dormitory. You're not even married, there isn't even a dog at home, just an empty house. What kind of home is that?" On the other end of the line, the person seemed to be momentarily stumped. After a few seconds of silence, he replied, "But if you live in the countryside, aren't you alone as well? Living here, I can still visit you once a week." "Bob." The old man spat. "Once a week? You think it's a prison visit? Living in the countryside, the mountains are beautiful, the waters are beautiful, and my heart is happy. The food is good too. Unless you let Xiao Lan move in and live with me." At that moment, in the office of the East City branch director, helplessly held his forehead, almost burning his hair with the spark from his cigarette. Listening to this, is it reasonable what old Deng is saying? As a director working day and night, he had saved for 10 years just to gather enough for the down payment and was still paying off the mortgage. And now old Deng wanted him to let his subordinate, who had just graduated not long ago, move into his newly bought house. Alright, so he should directly avoid 20 years of hard work, right? He hadn't even lived in this large house for a few days. It was specifically bought to honor his father. Letting Xiao Lan move in. Does that make sense? Does he really want Xiao Lan to be his godfather? Xiao Lan, it's always Xiao Lan. In these past few days, director had heard the name Xiao Lan more times than he had in the past month. In director An's memory, ever since he was transferred here, Xiao Lan, the newcomer, had performed quite averagely. It seemed that his comprehensive assessment was also below average. Not only was he mediocre, but he was also somewhat at the bottom. Why was he suddenly so popular recently, with people constantly mentioning him? It was said that this old man was tempted by the pig trotter made by Xiao Lan and had come to his house drawn by the scent. He even pretended to be a senile old man, asking Xiao Lan to take him in. Having done something so shameless, he still knew to maintain appearances and didn't want to expose his true identity. It could be said that he indirectly left some dignity for director and not letting him lose face in front of his subordinates. There was a bit of paternal affection, but not much. Director extinguished his cigarette and sighed. "Dad, you're in the car now, right? Wait for old Lu to bring you over, and we'll have a good talk then." After hanging up the phone, the old man chuckled. "Little brat, you think you can outsmart me? As long as Xiao Lan nods, I can get my son to agree." Thinking about Xiao Lan moving in and cooking him pig trotters every day. Hee. Old Lu, looking in the rearview mirror, saw the old man drooling and grinning foolishly. A sudden feeling of dread came over him. Could it be that there was something wrong with Xiao Lan's pig trotters? Had they really made someone foolish? Meanwhile, no one knew how desperate Xiao Lan's regular customers in the electronic park were. A faint scent of pig trotters wafted over the entire park. Those who hadn't been able to buy pig trotters at noon were regretfully slapping their thighs. So close to having a taste. Those who had managed to buy pig trotters were crying 3 times after each bite. So delicious. What will we do if we can't get it again? In the first hour after Xiao Lan was caught, they thought of him. In the second hour after Xiao Lan was caught, they thought of him. Everyone was worried that Xiao Lan would never return, asking around for news. Someone spread the word that Xiao Lan had a customer group chat, and a large number of people rushed in. Within a few hours, the number of group members surged from dozens to 200. Everyone was frantically tagging the group owner. "That Lan person is the vendor. Are you okay now? That Lan person, I checked, and the refusal to accept cash should only be a verbal warning, so once everything is fine, please come out and let us know. That Lan person, please promise me you'll set up your stall here at the west gate of the park, because I'm really craving your food." In the blink of an eye, the group messages turned into 99, all tagging the group owner. However, what they didn't know was that this group was created by Xiao Lan under a different account. It was purely to mess around. He wouldn't bother logging into that account when he was fine. After nearly 300 messages in the chat, someone finally posted the police announcement. "I think I saw the follow-up to the noon incident. The customer who argued with the vendor is actually a wanted murderer." "What? So that's why so many police officers were dispatched? It wasn't to capture the vendor. I said the consequences of refusing to accept cash wouldn't be that severe. So the vendor was implicated by the fugitive and was simply invited for tea. Alright, now I feel much more at ease. Just wait for the vendor to come back, and that will be it." The people in the group felt relieved. However, those who were not in the group and rarely went online had no idea about the news. A man selling barbecues also set up his stall at the same entrance as Xiao Lan. He appeared honest and was very straightforward. When Xiao Lan first set up his stall, he had bought a pig trotter from him to support Xiao Lan's business. But he quickly realized that Xiao Lan didn't need anyone to help him. The pig trotters were simply not enough to sell. When he saw Xiao Lan being taken away at noon, other vendors were gloating, while this barbecue vendor was very worried. He had been hoping to buy a pig trotter again someday. His whole family had tasted Xiao Lan's cooking and had not been able to forget it. However, their family's financial situation couldn't handle eating it every day. The last pig trotter they bought was generously given a lot of marinade by Xiao Lan. After finishing the pig trotter, his wife froze the remaining marinade. Every time they cooked, they would take out a piece of frozen marinade to stir-fry. The dishes made from it were just as delicious. The son of the barbecue uncle is named Xiao Ji, and he is currently in elementary school. Nowadays, the school lets out earlier at 3:30 in the afternoon. The earliest off-work time for an ordinary company is usually around 5 or 6 o'clock. To pick up and drop off their child, the uncle and his wife work together. His wife goes to work at the company while the uncle chooses to set up a stall. They take turns to handle the school runs. Initially, the uncle planned to set up his stall at the school gate. Later, he thought that barbecue being junk food is unhealthy and decided against letting his child eat it. Moreover, this job is not dignified. It would be embarrassing for the child if classmates saw him. Today, the uncle went to pick up his child as usual. As soon as they met, he noticed a change in Xiao Ji. His usually quiet son was lively today, full of enthusiasm and chatter. As they exited the school gate, he was surrounded by a group of classmates. Xiao Ji hopped onto the electric bike, his legs swinging excitedly. Xiao Ji, why are you so happy today? Dad, you won't believe it, Mom's cooking was amazing. At lunchtime when I opened my lunchbox, the whole class went wow. Even through the helmet, one could imagine how spirited Xiao Ji was. They rushed to my seat to trade beef and pork ribs for my stir-fried greens, and they wanted to call me Big Brother. Dad, I made so many friends today. As the child vividly and excitedly recounted his day, the barbecue uncle nodded along while driving, but his eyes behind the helmet began to mist up. He remembered his wife mentioning that during the parent-teacher meeting, the teacher said their child was too withdrawn. He always sat alone in class and didn't like playing with other kids. The uncle thought that being quiet was part of his son's nature. After all, the child was also very silent at home, and not every child is born to be extroverted. But now he suddenly realized that his son didn't dislike playing with other children, he simply couldn't integrate into their group. All the children attended the same public elementary school, wearing the same style of uniform. At first glance, it seemed like every child started from the same point. But this is a complete illusion. Each child's starting line in life is different. Such differences manifest in subtle details. For example, school ends at 3:30. Students from well-off families head straight to after-school care as soon as they exit the school. Each semester costs tens of thousands, with dedicated tutors helping them with homework and reviewing what they learned throughout the day. In contrast, children from ordinary families have to do their homework at home. Without supervision, they don't know how well they are learning. Another example is lunchtime, where the school allows students to bring their own meals. Those who choose to bring their own meals generally fall into two categories: those from less affluent backgrounds and those from particularly wealthy ones. The former find even the school cafeteria too expensive. The latter disdain the school meals for not being up to standard. According to bits of information, Xiao Ji has occasionally shared other children in class bring lunches filled with beef, salmon, shrimp, quail, eggs, and organic vegetables. A single meal costs over $100, solely pursuing nutritional health without worrying about the price. In contrast, Xiao Ji brings the most ordinary fried rice and greens. Although there is meat in his dish, it is the pork that the wealthy disdain to eat. The uncle can tell that his son envies those rich classmates. Who wouldn't envy these privileged children born with a golden spoon? However, given their family situation, he can only tell his child not to compare with others. As long as he is full, that is enough. After saying this a few times, Xiao Ji stopped talking about school. His stomach can be filled, but what about the empty self-esteem? At the age of elementary school, children yearn to be the protagonist and to integrate into groups. No one ostracized him at school, but it was he as a supporting character who couldn't fit into the circle of protagonists. Some people have to experience the harshness of society, realizing in their 20s that they are merely supporting characters. Yet Xiao Ji understood this truth at the age of 7. Is this early maturity a blessing or a curse? However, today things suddenly felt different. When Xiao Ji opened his lunchbox, the lively discussions among his classmates came to an abrupt halt. Countless envious and longing gazes were fixed upon him. Many who had previously ignored him now made an effort to engage him in conversation. It eventually turned into a scramble for a piece of greens, a bite of fried rice, and everyone was willing to trade steak and shrimp for it. Xiao Ji suddenly became the protagonist of the class. No, it would be more accurate to call him a star. Other classes even sent people over to trade food with him. Xiao Ji finally tasted the meals he had long envied and yearned for from his classmates. After tasting it, he realized that the flavor was just average. A 200 yuan steak only tasted like meat. 100 yuan per jean shrimp was still just shrimp. Looking at the uniquely shaped rocket-style squid, it was just a slightly chewy fish, very fishy. The method of cooking with less salt and oil could not compare to the home-cooked meals his mother usually made. Moreover, the meal he brought today was stir-fried vegetables and rice soaked in braised pig trotters sauce. The taste was delightful, making those young masters and young ladies drool and talk in their dreams during nap time. Occasionally, someone would close their eyes and raise their hand. Me. Trade with me. At the age of 7, they still formed friendships based on feelings not yet discerning with a critical eye. During lunch, as they chatted, Xiao Ji discovered that everyone shared similar interests in cartoons and extracurricular books. Suddenly, he became closer to everyone, and they all walked out of school with their arms around each other. It turned out that some circles were not as closed off as imagined. Instead, it was oneself who had drawn boundaries, pessimistically believing that the doors were locked, without even trying to push them open. Today, Xiao Ji successfully pushed open a door. Even if he were rejected by countless doors in the future, he would not despair, because he knows that as long as he finds the right key, doors will open for him. Through the rearview mirror, the uncle saw the corners of his son's mouth curl up and couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart. He wanted to make it up to his son, but didn't know if the pig trotter vendor would come back. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the barbecue uncle was preparing to set up his stall. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard his son shouting, "Dad, what's wrong? Dad, look. Why are you in this news video?" Taking the tablet that Xiao Ji handed him, the barbecue uncle looked down at the screen. He saw a video capturing what had happened at the entrance of the park that noon. In the footage, the pig trotter vendor was pinned to the ground, and the barbecue uncle, as a bystander, was also caught on camera. The video was not merely a record, but had a voiceover commentary. This afternoon, our city's police arrested a murder fugitive. It is reported that the fugitive was caught while purchasing street food and got into an altercation with the vendor. The barbecue uncle was momentarily stunned and scratched his head, thinking for a moment before realizing. It turns out the police did not specifically come to catch Xiao Lan. Thank goodness. The previous commotion had frightened everyone. They thought refusing to accept cash was a serious crime. Some vendors were so scared that they tore down their payment QR codes on the spot and displayed cash to prove their innocence. The uncle's gloomy mood lifted instantly. He finally laughed heartily and ruffled his son's hair. "Son, you behave well at home and do your homework. In a few days, Dad will buy you a pig trotter." "Really? Yay, Dad, I want a big one." "Okay." Southwest Public Security Bureau. That afternoon, everyone who came to report a case witnessed a strange scene. The officers receiving them had inexplicably wet patches on the fronts of their uniforms. It was quite odd. In the cold winter, even with hard work, one shouldn't be drenched in sweat. Besides, the heating was off and the windows were intentionally opened for ventilation. Upon entering, one felt a chill. The air was flowing freely, leaving no reason for sweat to be produced from heat. However, as the reporters stayed longer, they drew closer to the truth of the matter. "What is that? What is that fragrant smell?" The reporters twitched their noses, inhaling the intoxicating aroma in the air, their mouths watering uncontrollably. It was a thick, gelatinous fragrance. Taking a deep breath, the molecules filled the nasal cavity, slowly trickling down through the senses of the eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. The pig's trotters, cooked with the second batch of old marinade, could be considered an upgraded version. The aroma of the upgraded version was richer and more robust, and closing one's eyes made it feel almost tangible. The taste buds on the tongue were activated, awakening the cravings in the stomach. If it weren't for the reminder that they were in a police station, the reporters would surely have opened their mouths wide, frantically chewing the air. Slurp. "Officer, is the food in your cafeteria this good? Or did you order takeout? Which place did you order from? Please share the name of the restaurant." When another reporter asked this, the officer had already grown accustomed to it. This afternoon, almost everyone who walked in, no matter how serious their initial grievances, ended up being distracted by the alluring fragrance. Let's get back to business. Where did you lose your electric bike?" The officer took the opportunity of a clenched fist cough to secretly wipe away the drool that had escaped the corner of his mouth. The detectable drool was wiped away, but the unnoticed drool was absorbed by the front of his uniform. As the reporter opened their mouth, a string of saliva dripped onto the table. "I'm so sorry." The reporter was startled and hurriedly wiped with their sleeve. "I didn't mean to." "It's fine." The officer receiving them still wore a nonchalant expression. Silently, he took out a roll of paper to wipe the moisture from the table. Looking at this small roll of paper, who would believe it was just unwrapped half an hour ago? When no one came to report cases, they would tear off a section of paper and fold it several layers. Then they would tuck it into their collars, serving as a disposable drool catcher. The reporters just had to hold on until they finished their statements. Meanwhile, the officers had to endure the torment of the pig's trotter aroma until they got off work. The front hall had already been tormented like this. One could only imagine how it was in the office closest to the pig's trotters. An hour ago, to reduce the disturbance of the trotters, everyone worked together to move the thermos into the evidence room. However, the penetrating power of the aroma was stronger than Wi-Fi, so it couldn't be blocked even by walls. In the archive room adjacent to the evidence room, 2 female officers had donned 3 masks each over their faces. Yet it was of little use. "Oh my God, I can't take it anymore. This mask is useless. It smells so good." One of the female officers ripped off her mask, revealing 2 wads of tissue stuffed in her nostrils. It was clear that she was genuinely trying hard to block the fragrance. Can't we sneak a bite? Just one that no one notices." The bespectacled female officer hurriedly moved her hands away from the keyboard. "You better put your mask back on. Your drool is spraying over here. Do you think masks are for blocking smells? They are for blocking drool. And how many times have I told you those pig trotters are evidence? Evidence. Stealing a bite of the pig trotters is destroying and misappropriating evidence. Can you bear the consequences? I was just joking. I wouldn't really steal a bite." The female officer with tissue stuffed in her nostrils wiped away her tears and then put her mask back on. "It smells so good, it's making my drool flow from my eyes." Who can disagree? The bespectacled officer took off her glasses every few minutes to wipe the fog. "I feel like my salivary glands have moved to my tear glands. It's unbearable. When will the test results come out? Hurry up and let that undercover take his pig trotters and leave." "I suspect he might not be able to leave." The bespectacled female officer swallowed her saliva before continuing seriously. "In my 30 years of life, I've never seen a food with such power." Although I don't want to doubt my colleagues, there was no need to finish that thought. Those around understood. Indeed, the aroma was absurdly exaggerated, lingering even with the windows open, absolutely abnormal. I dare say he definitely added prohibited substances. If not, then punish me by making me eat both barrels of pig trotters. The bespectacled officer was so furious that her saliva sprayed out, pointing a finger at her own head. Is that a punishment? You're just craving the pig trotters. I can't even be bothered to argue with you. Meanwhile, the culprit behind it all, Xiao Lan, was calmly flaunting his 3 fruit platters in the meeting room. The aroma of the pig trotters had no impact on him. To him, it was merely a side dish. He hadn't even pulled out the main course yet. If he took out a Buddha jumps over the wall, that would truly summon the Buddha to jump over the wall for a feast. I wonder how the tests are coming along. I still need to go to the market to buy pig trotters, but don't delay my getting off work. Just as he mumbled, the meeting room door suddenly opened. It's out. The results are out. The person who came to report was extremely excited, trembling as he held a piece of proof. There are no issues with the results. The contraband reported by the perpetrator doesn't exist at all. As for other things like E. coli and Staphylococcus aureus, we can check those slowly. You can hurry back now. Saying this without waiting for Xiao Lan to react, he hastily pushed him out. Xiao Lan still wanted to take the half-finished milk he had left, adhering to the principle of not wasting. However, the colleagues at the Southwest Bureau were particularly anxious, almost relay-hugging Xiao Lan out. By the time Xiao Lan came to his senses, he was already outside the police station. He had been handed the key to the electric bike with the thermos in the sidecar. The door of the Southwest Bureau suddenly slammed shut. Even the previously open windows were closed. Xiao Lan was left bewildered. What happened? They had been so warm and welcoming when he was kept there. Why were they sweeping him out like a pest now? Did they think he had eaten too much in the meeting room? If they had said that the fruit platters in their bureau were for looking only, Xiao Lan wouldn't have insisted on eating. Shaking his head, Xiao Lan hopped onto his little food truck, driving away. As they watched Xiao Lan's figure leave the police station, erupted in cheers. We're free. He's finally gone. We won't have to endure this aromatic torment anymore. The victims expelled the wads of paper stuffed in their nostrils one by one like launching fireworks. One more ripped off the napkin stuffed in their collar to catch drool, waving it like a streamer. At last I managed to take the pig trotters away, though I was nearly driven mad by that tempting aroma. It was the most agonizing day at work since I started my career. To be able to smell and taste it, that is true enjoyment. To only be able to smell and not eat, that is true torture. The people from the Southwestern Bureau were tormented by this torture for an entire afternoon, their spirits on the brink of collapse. Had I known this, they shouldn't have kept Xiao Lan here. They should have sent him back to the East City Bureau directly and let them handle the testing themselves. But after the revelry comes endless disappointment. Someone smacked their lips and asked if the test showed no issues, why can't we just ask him for one to eat? I think Brother Xiao has a good character, he probably wouldn't refuse. Before the sentence could finish, they received a sharp knock on the back of the head. How dare you even ask? Those are tools used for official duties. Do you really think he works at the canteen? We delayed his work for an entire afternoon. It's already a miracle he isn't angry, and you still have the audacity to ask for food. The one who got hit knew he was in the wrong. It makes sense, but the cravings in his belly were not listening. Let's just say, is there a possibility that one day, when we finish work, we just happen to pass by where Xiao Lan has his stall? And just so happens we're hungry, and just so happens his stall is very close to us, and just so happens he has plenty in stock, and just so happens we queue up to him. So many just so happens. It's obvious what they are thinking. Others did not respond, but from the gleam in their eyes it seemed it might not be impossible. In their daydreaming, suddenly a voice sighed softly. I truly envy the colleagues at the East City Bureau. They work alongside Xiao Lan, and must have all tasted his pig trotters by now. Fortunately, their thoughts did not reach the East City Bureau. Otherwise, upon hearing this, they would surely rise in protest. Isn't it because you all detained Xiao Lan? Otherwise, if Xiao Lan had brought the trotters back to the East City Bureau, everyone would have already had a taste. Now it's late, and by the time Xiao Lan returns it will be after work. Xiao Lan still needs to buy pig trotters for tomorrow. Old Lu understood that he was pressed for time and had heavy tasks, so he let him go directly without needing to report back to the police station. After all, the test results have already been confirmed from the Southwestern Bureau. The electronic copy of the test report has also been sent over, printed, and placed in front of Director In. Director In picked up the printed pages. He couldn't fully comprehend it, but there were professionals explaining it to him. The simplified explanation was safe and non-toxic. It's just that eating too much can lead to adverse symptoms commonly known as overeating. This adverse symptom had already manifested vividly in the old man's case. 15 pig trotters, he really could eat. He didn't feel full while eating, but once he returned, he was moaning and complaining about discomfort. They took him to the hospital for a checkup. By the time they got to his number, he had already been seen. After a trip to the restroom, he said he was fine and could go home. The director truly wanted to send this old child back to the countryside, but he couldn't just ignore him. However, if Xiao Lan could take care of him, it seemed that letting them live together wasn't such a bad idea. Director In rarely softened. Is that Xiao Lan's food really that delicious? Old Lu looked aggrieved. I don't know, I've never tasted it. If this gets out, who would still believe Xiao Lan is his subordinate? Originally, he had almost gotten to eat today, but then it was snatched away. Director In asked how is his character, and how does he perform at work? His character is quite good. He is usually polite and humble, eager to help colleagues, and his work attitude is very positive. Although his physical test results are average, he can carry the thermal container, so his physical ability is definitely sufficient. The old man beside him couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Xiao Lan called him old dang at every turn, and he considered that polite and humble. He easily lifted a refrigerator taller than himself. You call that sufficient? Forget it, no need to meddle too much. It was long as the rebellious child agrees to let Xiao Lan move in with him, that's all that matters. By the way, director, in the past few days Xiao Lan has already helped solve 3 cases. Then old Lu recounted the case of Huang, he being recognized for causing trouble, the Wang Defa reporting his brother-in-law case, and the Feng Li being arrested for buying pig trotters case all in detail. And he clarified the role the pig trotters played in these cases. After listening to old Liu's report, director and made a decision. All right, Dad, if you want to live with Xiao Lan, then go ahead. But I want issue orders with my position. You go and invite him yourself. If he doesn't want to, then that's it. Moreover, I must make it clear that if you live with him and don't control your eating, if you end up back in the hospital, you can forget about it. Before he could finish, the old man had already jumped up 3 feet high. Of course he will be willing. He definitely will. How could he refuse a free big house to live in? He'll go find Xiao Lan right now and tell him this good news. He ran a few steps, then suddenly turned back to remind, by the way, son, I haven't told Xiao Lan that you are my son. If you have nothing to do, don't come home, so we don't expose ourselves. Watching the old man take the keys and transform into a marauding figure, director and felt a surge of frustration. For a moment, he couldn't even tell who the old man's biological son was. In the past, he seldom went home because he was busy with work. When he occasionally had free time, he naturally preferred to lounge comfortably in the big house he bought. Now it's even better, he is directly forbidden from returning. So the director ends up sleeping on a hardboard bed in the office dormitory every day. His eyes open to busy work and close thinking about mortgage payments. In the end, the new house is meant for his subordinate. Forget it, old child, that's how it is when one gets old. Director, just bear with it, let's not get angry, you need to take care of your health, no one can replace it, you still have to work overtime tonight. Old Liu's consolation was not bad. Originally the director was only angered to the point of his lips trembling. But with this consolation he was so furious he could barely stand. If you can't say anything nice, then just shut up. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Xiao Lan quietly slipped into the neighborhood carrying the 2 remaining buckets of sauced pig trotters he had left over, along with the 80 pounds of fresh pig trotters he had just bought from the market. Look at how he keeps glancing around, and the way he steps back half a step whenever he sees someone. With such a serious case of stealth, no wonder others suspect he is a serial killer. He applied all the counter-surveillance knowledge he learned in police school here. He just hoped to avoid drawing attention from his neighbors. Today he had 2 buckets of pig trotters that he hadn't sold, and he could continue selling them tomorrow. The current weather won't spoil the braised pig trotters. But if the neighbors discover them, his 2 buckets of pig trotters will be in jeopardy. Xiao Lan looked around once more to confirm that no one was watching him. He quickly grabbed a thermal container from under the quilt and climbed the stairs as fast as he could. The journey went very smoothly. He didn't encounter any neighbors descending the stairs. Just as he was about to reach the 3rd floor, he was almost ready to sneak into his house. Suddenly he paused. From halfway up the stairs, he saw the corridor on the 3rd floor crowded with people. Everyone stood or squatted or sat, all staring intently at Xiao Lan. Upon seeing him, their eyes gleamed like wolves in the forest. He's back. He has finally returned. We finally caught him. Someone shouted, followed by others joining in. Quick, catch him. Don't let him escape. I must find out what he has been cooking. I haven't slept for 2 nights. Xiao Lan finally understood why there were no people downstairs or in the corridor. It turned out that everyone in the building had gathered at his door. Instinctively, Xiao Lan turned and ran. Luckily, he had eaten a vitality-boosting apple, though otherwise, with a large iron bucket in his arms, there would be no way for him to escape. Seeing Xiao Lan about to run, the crowd was not worried. They had already prepared for him. They took out their phones, opened the WeChat owner group, and pressed to send a voice message. Attention! He is currently running downstairs. Intercept him. Intercept him. Hearing the voice behind him, Xiao Lan almost twisted his ankle and slipped down the stairs. What the hell? Why does it feel like they are capturing a thief? Who remembers that he is actually the police? Unexpectedly, his neighbors had mastered tracking, ambushing, and capturing skills for a bite to eat. As expected, just as Xiao Lan reached the bottom of the stairs, he saw 2 teams of people below surrounding him. Xiao Lan hit the brakes. Turning to look, he saw another group on the 2nd floor chasing after him. Caught between the 2, Xiao Lan was clearly trapped. But Xiao Lan was not someone to be trifled with. He embraced the thermos, dashed toward the end of the corridor on the 1st floor, pushed open the window, and jumped down without hesitation. The crowd was astonished. They had not arranged anyone to guard outside the window because they never expected Xiao Lan to jump out while holding such a large thermos. Could this bucket be empty? There was no time to think carefully. Several agile young men had already followed Xiao Lan's footsteps and climbed out of the window. Meanwhile, another group went out through the main entrance, attempting to encircle him. As soon as Xiao Lan landed, he quickly got up and sprinted, his feet almost sparking with speed. The pursuers shouted while chasing, "Why are you running? We aren't refusing to pay you." Xiao Lan certainly knew they would pay, but that wasn't the point. The point was that with so many people, the meat in his bucket was not enough to share. If there wasn't enough to go around, they would definitely target his old marinade. This pot of old marinade had absorbed the essence of the meat from 120 pounds of pig's trotters. It was equivalent to a super double-strength broth. This broth was more valuable than the pig's trotters. He could never allow everyone to share it. He had to run no negotiations. If he let them indulge, he would never have a day of peace again. The entire building would come looking for him every day, not letting him go out until he satisfied them. Just as Xiao Lan charged toward where he parked his tricycle, he saw a figure in front of his vehicle. Xiao Lan's heart sank. Someone had preemptively occupied his vehicle, cutting off his escape route. Goodness, were the residents of his building really just ordinary citizens? Could they all be retired Special Forces scouts? Just when Xiao Lan felt despair, the person sitting at the front of the tricycle saw him and suddenly waved excitedly. Come here. Hurry over. Upon hearing that familiar, aged voice, Xiao Lan's eyes brightened. It was the old man. Not another resident. This old man owed him a favor. Although this old man ate a lot, feeding this one old man was far more feasible than feeding an entire building of people. Xiao Lan quickly regained his composure, leaping forward in a hurry. He jumped onto the vehicle with the thermos in hand and shouted without even straightening up, Hurry! Hurry! Drive! Quick! The old man cooperated seamlessly. In the next moment, he slammed the accelerator, shifted to the highest gear, and broke through the encircling net. These residents were only seeking a bite to eat. They did not possess the determination to risk their lives. Watching the tricycle charge toward them, they hurriedly moved aside. They cleared the way. Looking at the rapidly departing tricycle, everyone stamped their feet in frustration. Damn it! He got away. He may escape the monk, but not the temple. He will return soon enough. We will continue to take turns watching. The moment we see him, we will notify the group immediately. Goodness. This kid runs too fast, holding such a large bucket. Even if it is empty, it is heavy. How can he run as if nothing is wrong? Why can't anyone catch up to him? One of Xiao Lan's neighbors who understood the situation said, How can anyone catch up to him? He is a police officer, and his physical abilities are certainly better than ordinary people. Is that true? Absolutely true. Last night my husband and I heard him reveal his profession. Hearing her speak so confidently, everyone was shocked. What? He is such a good cook and is actually a police officer. I guess he must work in the police station's cafeteria. Young and with skills better than an old master. Someone in the crowd huffed, stamping their foot in disappointment. If I had known the police's food treatment was this good, I shouldn't have stopped my daughter from reporting to the police. Amid the discussions, the tricycle resolutely drove away. On the tricycle, Xiao Lan wiped the sweat from his forehead. In the middle of winter, running like this had truly worn him out. Once settled, Xiao Lan finally had the heart to ask, Old man, how did you end up here? Did you also live in this building and see them plotting against me and the owner group? The old man, driving, chuckled and said, Not at all. I don't live in this community. Then why are you here? Hey, you brat, I just saved you. Can't you be a bit more polite to me? I came to return you the money. I already said I didn't take your 15 pigs trotters for free. I'm not here to scam you out of food and drink. Xiao Lan was skeptical, extending his hand back. Then give me the money. I don't have it. The old man replied, feeling somewhat justified yet stubborn. Xiao Lan rolled his eyes. Old dang. Are you playing with me? The old man glanced at Xiao Lan through the rearview mirror, seeing that he was not genuinely angry. He chuckled and said, I won't give you money directly, but I have another way to compensate you. I came to the city this time because a relative of mine is going abroad. He has a house near the city hospital. He was worried that if the house was unoccupied, it would easily fall into disrepair. So he called me to help watch over the house and find some reliable tenants if possible. Young man, we are fated. Since you can't live in your previous place, why not move in with me? He'll rent it to you at a lower price, half the rent. You only need to take care of my 3 meals a day. Xiao Lan felt a bit tempted when he heard what was said ahead. However, upon hearing the last sentence, he immediately frowned and glared. You want me to take care of your meals while also paying you rent? Isn't that equivalent to being your nanny and paying out of my own pocket? You must be dreaming. Do you know how expensive the things I make are when sold outside? Just the 15 pig trotters you devoured would cost nearly 800. How can you ask me for money? Originally, the location of the city hospital was closer to the police station where Xiao Lan worked now, and he was slightly tempted. But thinking about how greedy the old man was, he immediately lost interest. The old man opened his mouth wanting to retort, but seemed to have nothing to say. Today he also went out with Xiao Lan to set up a stall. Xiao Lan was not wrong. The pig trotters sold for 80 per pound, which was indeed very expensive, yet business continued to thrive. 15 pig trotters, roughly calculated, would cost around 700 or 800. Then, what if I don't charge you rent? Is that all right? No way. Xiao Lan firmly rejected. You eat too much. The old man gritted his teeth. It's just that I'm eating for the first time. I can't help it. He'll be more restrained in the future. I won't eat so much in the future. He'll just have 5 in a meal. Is that okay? Xiao Lan frowned. 5 in a meal, 3 meals a day, that's 15. Do you really think I'm that foolish? Is it you who can't count, or do you think I can't count? The old man pouted in grievance. Then how many can I have? At most 5 a day. Xiao Lan set the limit. And it won't necessarily be pig trotters. I might make something else in the future. In any case, whatever I make, you eat, and don't complain. All right. The old man, fearing that this great Buddha might change his mind, quickly agreed. The standards were set by people, but the rules were meant to be broken. How many he could sneak eat in the future would depend on the old man's skill. If Captain N were here and heard their conversation, he would probably be infuriated. He had to pay back 4,000 to 5,000 in mortgage every month. Even if the old man asked Xiao Lan for just 500 in rent to alleviate the burden, it would help a bit. Yet he actually didn't collect a single cent. It was pure freebie. And Xiao Lan, having taken advantage, was even doubting the old man's intentions. Old dang, you wouldn't have ulterior motives, would you? Trying to get my kidney. Let me tell you, I really am a policeman. My kidney is not something you can covet. If you really want to do something bad, you can still confess now. Otherwise, when I get to your lair, I'll catch you all in one go. The old man laughed in anger. In his youth, he had struck fear into international criminals. Now in old age, he was actually suspected of being a bad guy. Do I look like a bad person? What use do I have for your kidney? I only want your big pig trotters. You better mean that. They bantered all the way. The car unknowingly arrived at a small community near the city center hospital. Xiao Lan saw clearly that they had just passed a large vegetable market. Now he really felt a bit tempted. This location was indeed good. It was closer to his workplace and also near the vegetable market. If the living conditions were decent and there was no rent, it would really be livable. The old man saw the expression on Xiao Lan's face through the rearview mirror and chuckled to himself. It was worth the detour he took to pass by the vegetable market. It seemed there was indeed a chance. A few minutes later, a three-wheeled vehicle with flashing lights drove into the elegant community under the astonished gazes of passersby. The security guard outside wanted to stop them at first, but seeing they had a key card, he silently stepped back. After the three-wheeled vehicle drove away, the security guard at the entrance couldn't help but mutter, "What's wrong with this? Buying a house here and still riding a three-wheeled vehicle." As the old man stepped into the elevator, Xiao Lan suddenly turned on his phone's camera. "What are you doing?" the old man asked in confusion. Xiao Lan responded, "I have a strong sense of vigilance. I want to record the entire process on video for my colleagues to supervise. In case you are a bad person, my colleagues will come to the rescue immediately. Just to remind you again, I am a policeman and my colleagues are also policemen." The old man was speechless. He couldn't help but reply in his heart, "What a coincidence. I was also a policeman and my son is also a policeman and he is the head of your police station." Upon exiting the elevator, Xiao Lan still held up the camera. "Wait until we enter the house. I also want to film. Who knows if you have any ambushes." The old man thought of his son's cleanliness and realized he had never invited colleagues from the police station over for a meal. Even if he was filmed, he wouldn't be recognized. So he waved his hand and said, all right, film away, do as you please." Xiao Lan was certainly not just talking. He really filmed throughout the process and sent the video to Li Aci, one of the 3 hidden talents who went undercover to set up stalls with him. Li Aci, upon seeing the video, curiously messaged, "What's going on? Why are you suddenly sending me so many videos?" Xiao Lan replied directly with a voice message, "I'm here to look at a house and prepare to move to a new place." "All right, your new rental looks great. Why does it seem like a community self-built house?" Xiao Lan replied, "It is a community self-built house." "No way. Isn't that very expensive? How much is the rent?" Xiao Lan intentionally let it slip and Li Aci's voice echoed loudly in the corridor. The old man walking in front would definitely hear their conversation unless he was hard of hearing. "No rent, the owner is going abroad. He needs a reliable tenant to come live here and clean up the place. Is there really such a good thing in this world? They wouldn't be trying to scam you into some pyramid scheme or want to get your kidney, would they? Look, even someone with Li Aci's intelligence knows that free lunches don't exist." Xiao Lan sneered. "Yes, I also suspect it might be a scam. But I am a policeman. If they dare to target me, they'll be in big trouble." While Xiao Lan was speaking, he deliberately observed the old man's reaction. Seeing that he was not afraid at all, his trust in him increased a little. The old man opened the door and let Xiao Lan in. From the moment he entered, Xiao Lan held up his phone to film. He filmed from the living room to the bedroom, from the bedroom to the bathroom, and from the bathroom to the kitchen. There were no ambushes. Everything seemed normal except for a slight lack of daily necessities. However, the essential large furniture was complete with a refrigerator and air conditioning. On the other end of the phone, Li Aci kept exclaiming, Wow, a well-decorated house. 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Plus a balcony. Is it really free to live here? Could it really be a free lunch? Xiao Lan, you've really hit the jackpot lately. How come I haven't run into such good fortune?" Xiao Lan was also puzzled. Did such good things really exist in this world? Seeing that Xiao Lan finally put down his phone, the old man had a helpless expression. "You kid, you're too suspicious." Xiao Lan shot him a glare. "Isn't it because you're too dishonest? Pretending to have dementia while hiding the capability to subdue knife-wielding criminals. If you were in my place, would you believe me? By the way, who exactly are you?" The old man rolled his eyes a few times and quickly thought of an excuse. He half-truthfully said, "I in my youth was a soldier and later worked as a security guard for several decades. Having some skills is quite reasonable, right?" This explanation seemed, indeed, quite reasonable. Xiao Lan did see some military habits in the old man, such as despite his age he still stood quite upright. Out of an instinctive trust in military personnel, Xiao Lan's guard against the old man decreased a bit. "All right, then it seems I misunderstood you. But you were the one who deceived me first. Anyway, thanks. This place is nice. I'll live here." On the other side, Li Aci repeatedly watched the videos Xiao Lan sent, becoming more and more shocked. He couldn't help but forward the video to the other 2 hidden talents, adding a caption, "Xiao Lan has really hit the jackpot lately. It's one thing to encounter criminals throwing themselves into the net, but now someone is providing him with a free place to stay. I heard the owner of this house is going abroad, fearing it won't be lived in and will go to waste." He invited Xiao Lan to help take care of the house. Unbeknownst to him, this message was sent to the large work group in the Dongqing Sub-Bureau, and he didn't notice at all. At the same time, director, and who was dizzy from working overtime, was about to get up for a cup of tea to catch his breath. Suddenly the work group chat lit up. Before he even opened it, he saw a string of messages popping up one after another. Director In's face turned black halfway. When he opened the video, he saw that the house in the video was his own. His face turned completely black. Good after just a short while he was forced to go abroad. He thought his father would at least charge him a few hundred in rent, but to his surprise, he didn't charge a single cent. Could it be that he doesn't even have to pay for water and electricity? It's not that director and is stingy, he has to pay for utilities even when living in the staff dormitory. This comparison felt so desolate. For a moment, he couldn't tell who the director was. The most infuriating thing was that someone in the group, unaware that it was a big group, excitedly replied below, "Wow. Xiao Lan lives so well. Tomorrow let's go buy groceries at his place and have hot pot. I think the balcony is perfect for barbecuing." Director, and who is a bit of a cleanliness freak, immediately felt dizzy and fell back into his seat. "What hot pot? Do you believe I'll throw you all into the hot pot? And barbecuing? You're roasting me on the fire." His fingers flew across the keyboard as director and typed out a lot of words to curse them. Just as he was about to send it, he suddenly noticed that the other party had retracted their message. They probably realized they sent it to the wrong group and quickly retracted the message as if nothing had happened, leaving director and all alone. His finger hovered over the send key, trembling for a long time, but he couldn't press it. In the end, he could only let out a long sigh and delete everything he typed. "Oh, father, you really know how to trap your son." That night, Xiao Lan cleaned and prepared the freshly bought pig trotters. The old man was quite perceptive. He wasn't just a glutton. Seeing Xiao Lan busy, he hurried over to help. The old man worked quite efficiently, and with an extra pair of hands, the speed increased significantly. The ventilation in this building was also good. Unlike Xiao Lan's previous cramped room, the distance between buildings was spacious, so the aroma wouldn't linger heavily throughout the entire neighborhood. However, no matter how spacious it was, this fragrance would only be diluted, it wouldn't disappear. Thus the scene unfolded. Everyone in the neighborhood could smell the enticing aroma. They opened their windows, trying to trace the source of the smell. However, the scent didn't come in waves, but spread out. Like moonlight enveloping the entire area, it seemed to be everywhere. It uniformly and fairly seeped into every household, tirelessly tormenting everyone. Even when windows were tightly shut, it would quietly invade through the heating pipes and door gaps. If Xiao Lan's old neighbors felt the smell like a knife slicing through their faces, then Xiao Lan's new neighbors felt it as if their flesh was being pinched little by little by nail clippers. Either way, it was a sleepless night. That night at 2 a.m., countless people sat up in bed scratching their heads in a frenzy. What on earth is that? It smells so good. They couldn't figure it out all night. For a long time in the future, they wouldn't be able to figure it out. The next day at noon, when Xiao Lan's familiar figure reappeared at the west gate of the electronic park, almost instantly countless personal group chats synchronized this news. Report. According to reliable sources, the guy selling pig trotters is back. Oh, is it really true? Don't lie to me. Last night some crazy person tricked me into thinking he set up a stall, and I skipped work to buy it only to be caught red-handed by my boss. To the person above, I sympathize with you. Did your boss scold you? I hope you weren't docked any pay. Don't worry, I wasn't scolded, nor was my pay docked. Because I was caught by my boss right at the door, he also skipped work to buy it. There's still half an hour until I get off work. I can't stay a second longer. After eating a pig trotter yesterday, I finally understood why everyone is so obsessed. Me too. For the first time, I realized my taste buds are so sensitive that I can taste so many layers in food. In the past, I would reward myself every night before bed, but after eating the pig trotter, all I could think about was the pig trotter. I completely forgot about the reward thing. To the person ahead, you sent it to the wrong place, right? This is the work group, not a no man's land. Let's talk about rewards. One message has been withdrawn. The people in the group still felt like time was dragging on. Meanwhile, those close to the stall had already gone to buy. The uncle selling barbecues was the first customer to rush over. "Little brother, I'm so glad to see you back. Quickly weigh me a pig trotter, make it bigger, my son loves to eat." Seeing him run over from the barbecue stall, Xiao Lan knew he was also a stall owner. "Sure, but are you sure you want it now? You're going to sell until 2, right? Buying now will make it cold." The barbecue uncle replied nonchalantly, "Let it be cold, I'll heat it up at home later. I'm afraid if your business is too good later, if I don't buy in advance, it'll be sold out." Xiao Lan's expression stiffened. Great, just when he least expected it, another curse came out. Can't he wish him a little luck? For instance, wishing him that the pig trotters wouldn't sell out until nighttime, or that no one would come to buy. I'll forget it. Soon the barbecue stall owner took a super large pig trotter back. The pig trotter was so large that it couldn't fit in a bowl. The lid even popped off, but had to be wrapped tightly in 2 plastic bags. Other stall owners clearly heard the electronic sound announcing wealth has arrived, 110 yuan. Truly, those who heard it were envious, and those who saw it were jealous. One order sold for over 100. Wasn't this pig trotter seller just taken away by the police yesterday? Why were people not avoiding him, but instead were eager to support his business? An aunt selling fried skewers couldn't help but ask the barbecue uncle, "How can you afford to buy it at such a high price? Did you win the lottery?" The uncle chuckled, "No way. It's just that my wife and kids love to eat, so I bought it." The aunt still looked incredulous, repeatedly gasping, "So expensive? 2 pig trotters are enough for your family of 3 to go out to eat. That's not cost effective." "Cost effective? Absolutely. In the whole city, no, in the whole world, you won't find anything tastier than this pig trotter. I'm not lying to you." Seeing the uncle praise it like this, the aunt was a bit tempted. Just during this conversation, the pig trotter the uncle packed kept wafting its aroma into the noses of the surrounding stall owners, teasing everyone's appetites and making them restless. However, due to the high price and the jealousy of being in the same line of work, no one took action. The uncle, unaware that other stall owners were eavesdropping, continued chatting with the aunt. "We're all in the food business. We know it like the back of our hand. The barbecue I sell and the fried skewers you sell are made differently, but the ingredients are all bought frozen and pre-made from the wholesale market. In those restaurants and takeout shops, they also use pre-made dishes. Where could you go to eat that doesn't taste the same? What was said struck a chord with everyone present. All of us here are peers who better understands the industry's ins and outs. You work in a field you come to despise it. It's not just empty talk. The more you learn about the industry's secrets, the deeper your disdain grows. The things they sell I would never allow my own children to eat. Even for myself, I can't bring myself to consume them. The vendor next door selling hand-pulled chicken couldn't help but join the conversation. They say life is getting better, that we no longer have to worry about food and drink. But I can't shake the feeling that the food now just doesn't taste as good as it used to. The older lady selling hand-grabbed pancakes nodded in agreement. I remember when chicken and duck were sweet, when beef tasted like milk. If you asked a child to fry an egg, just a couple of flips would fill the whole room with its aroma. The aunts selling fried skewers also chimed in sigh. Now chicken, beef, and pork all taste like synthetic meat. Even frying an egg feels like chewing on plastic. Everything just seems tasteless. The uncle selling barbecued food didn't mind others eavesdropping on his conversation and smoothly continued, so it's really hard to find good places to eat now. I don't have the skills myself, and if I happen to find a skilled chef, I have to buy quickly or else I won't be able to get it later. The other vendors hearing this grew anxious and asked in unison, why won't we be able to get it later? The barbecue uncle explained, just think about it, that young guy has such a good business. Will he still set up a stall in the future? He'll definitely open a chain and become a big boss. Eating at chain restaurants won't be at the same price anymore, at least a few times higher. Besides, once he's a boss, he definitely won't cook himself anymore. By then the prices will be even higher, and we won't be able to taste authentic skills. Others who listened felt this made sense. However, someone couldn't help but express their jealousy towards Xiao Lan and said coldly, it's not that easy to become a boss and open a chain. Setting up a stall doesn't require store rent, and you can still make money. Once you open a store, regardless of whether there's business or not, you have to pay rent every month. How many people have opened stores only to close down soon after losing all their savings and returning to setting up stalls? Everyone thought the barbecue uncle would argue, but he actually nodded in agreement, looking very convinced. You're right, store rents are high. So more and more businesses, in order to save costs, have no choice but to lower the quality of ingredients, even worse than our street food stalls. How many of us, when we first started our businesses, thought about using better ingredients to attract customers with delicious food? Yet as time went on, we realized that the costs were too high and we couldn't make a profit. In the end, we had to resort to frozen wholesale. The barbecue uncle pointed his chin towards Xiao Lan's back. That young guy, he's just a novice. That's why his pig trotters are so genuine, all top quality stuff. Customers aren't foolish. They are willing to buy at such high prices because they know the quality of his pig trotters is worth it. What if that young guy also becomes a seasoned pro like us in the future? Knowing how to cut costs and increase profits, then customers really won't be able to get them anymore. Before he could finish his sentence, the vendor selling hand-grabbed pancakes suddenly threw down his spatula. In the puzzled gazes of everyone, he directly rushed to Xiao Lan's stall. Boss, give me a pig trotter, a big one. What the hell? Everyone else was stunned. Indeed, only fellow peers understand the psychology of their own kind. When they first open, they often provide the most generous portions and the best quality. Afterward, the portions would gradually decrease, prices would rise, but quality control would become more and more perfunctory. The barbecue vendor's words awakened everyone. If you want to eat, don't hesitate. Cherish the Xiao Lan of now, because the Xiao Lan of the future may not be able to make the same pig trotters. The surrounding vendors no longer held back, nor were they indecisive. They all threw down what they were holding, untied their aprons, and rushed over. Boss, I want one too. Before long, a line had formed in front of Xiao Lan's stall. The number of people wasn't very large, but every person in line was an unexpectedly familiar face. The workers were about to get off work right at the critical moment of preparing to welcome customers. Those vendors actually didn't even care about their own stalls and ran over to buy pig trotters from Xiao Lan. Such a strange scene made the other vendors unable to help but put down their tasks and join the excitement. Although they didn't know what was happening, the fact that everyone was scrambling for what was being sold must mean it was something good. Xiao Lan was already stunned. He seemed to have guessed something and turned to look at the barbecue uncle. The uncle met his gaze and proudly puffed out his chest. With an expression that said, look at how many customers I brought you. Xiao Lan was filled with questions. Wait, uncle, what kind of grudge do you have against me? Even that vendor who had been competing with Xiao Lan quietly lined up in the queue, with his head down, thinking he could take advantage of the chaos. Xiao Lan was too tired to complain. Hey, just because you're wearing a mask doesn't mean I can't recognize you. What kind of disguise is this? The vendors, influenced by the situation, understood. It's a self-service purchase. They didn't need Xiao Lan to serve them. Everyone had already paid and taken their pig trotters. When the workers rushed out of the door after work, this is the scene they saw. Xiao Lan leaned against the snack cart with an expression of despair, watching one pig trotter after another being taken away. Around his snack cart, there was a crowd contrasting sharply with the other food stalls. Not a single customer, not even a vendor, was present. All the vendors were here with Xiao Lan. The longtime customers gasped. Goodness, I thought I was fast enough, but it turns out I not only have to compete with the workers in the entire park, but now I have to compete with other vendors too. It's over, this treasure shop can't be hidden anymore. Even fellow vendors know how good it is. The new customers who had never bought pig trotters were also stunned by this scene. They just wanted to come out and buy fried rice or fried noodles. Why are the vendors selling fried rice and fried noodles not working and also lining up? What if they go to patronize other vendors? What will happen to the customers who come to your stall? Are you going to let the customers fry for themselves? Right now, only Xiao Lan's stall is open for business. Those who originally didn't plan to buy had no choice but to change their minds and rush to this only stall with a queue. As Xiao Lan's customers grew, the reputation of the pig trotters grew bigger. The other 3 entrances were nearly out of business because all the customers were rushing to the west gate. Sometimes Xiao Lan's snack cart hadn't even arrived yet, and the customers had already lined up in advance to secure the spot. Other vendors had no complaints because they wanted to buy as well. For the next 3 days, the entire electronic park was enveloped in the aroma of pig trotters day and night. Customers who managed to buy were celebrating, while those who couldn't buy were lamenting. Finally, the smuggling suspects the police wanted to catch couldn't sit still any longer. In the electronic park inside the plastic factory, it was just 11 in the morning, and Sun Xiaohu wanted to sneak out. This strange behavior caught the attention of his elder brother Sun Dalong. Stop! Where do you think you're going? Brother, I really just want to eat that pig's trotters one more time. Sun Dalong was very alert, his sharp eyes filled with hostility. Can't you let someone under you buy it? Why do you have to go out yourself? Sun Xiaohu became angry at this, his round chubby face turning red. None of the people under me are reliable. They all lied to me saying they couldn't buy them, that they were sold out. While talking, their mouths were clearly glistening with grease, indicating they had been sneaking snacks on the way. It had to be him who went. Last time Sun Xiaohu snatched half a pig's trotter from one of his subordinates. After tasting it once, he couldn't forget it. But since then, his subordinates had been avoiding him, always coming back after finishing their meals. When asked, they would say they didn't buy any, refusing to admit they had eaten. It was said that the vendor selling pig's trotters had many rules. No cutting in line, a limit of 1 per person, no buying for others, and no cash transactions. Therefore, even if he wanted to find someone to buy it for him, it was very difficult. No matter which subordinate he sent, no matter how much he offered for running errands, they all returned with the smell of pig's trotters in their mouths, refunding Sun Xiaohu, saying, didn't get any. Sun Xiaohu didn't mind going to buy it himself. However, his brother Sun Dalong was very cautious and never let him go out, saying it was to reduce exposure. You can't go. Don't you remember that vendor was just released from jail a few days ago? If the police are keeping an eye on him, you could easily get caught too. Listening to this, how ridiculous it was. All based on what ifs. Where did all these what ifs come from? Sun Xiaohu always thought his brother was being overly cautious. Although they were engaging in illegal activities, they had been very discreet. For more than a year, the police had not discovered their smuggling operations. Rounding it off, what difference did it have from a legitimate business? He couldn't understand why his elder brother was so paranoid. Recently, they had a big deal to conduct. However, they just heard that a fugitive named Huang, he was caught in the park. Despite having no connection to them, his brother insisted on postponing the business for safety reasons. Forget it, Sun Xiaohu didn't understand business matters anyway. Whatever his elder brother said was what it was. But when it came to eating, drinking, and having fun, he was an expert. After becoming successful in business, Sun Xiaohu had tasted nearly all the famous delicacies in the city. Whatever flew in the sky, ran on the ground, or swam in the water, both legal and illegal, he had tried. At first it was fresh, but the more he ate, the less flavor it had. Until he stumbled upon a subordinate gnawing on pig's trotters. The trotters were already half-eaten, dripping with saliva. Sun Xiaohu couldn't resist. He snatched it away and stuffed it into his mouth. Instantly, he was reminded of the first time he tasted exquisite delicacies. It was so delicious that he chewed the bone scraps thoroughly and swallowed them. He even broke a tooth for it, but he thought it was worth it. His elder brother wouldn't let him go out to buy, but his stomach protested faster than his mouth. He could listen to his brother about other matters, but this one was absolutely non-negotiable. He could skip lunch. At worst, he would go sneak out at night. In a flash, it was 5 in the afternoon. Since moving, Xiao Lan had help from an old man, and with easier access to the market, his efficiency in making pig's trotters had greatly increased, doubling the quantity. Now he sold one round in the morning and another in the afternoon. Each round lasted no more than 2 hours before he had to pack up and go home. Selling pig's trotters wasn't tiring, he was mainly mentally exhausted. When would he be able to attract those smugglers? With the aroma of his pig's trotters, the entire park should be flocking to him. Why hadn't his snack cart triggered the red light yet? Xiao Lan sighed deeply, and when he looked down, he suddenly saw a flash of red, his pupils constricting. Oh no, just when I said the red light wasn't on, it lit up. Xiao Lan struggled to maintain his composure, pretending to casually glance up. Standing in front of his snack cart was a chubby man with a round face. Many people appear cute and lovable after gaining weight, but this chubby man was different. His eye bags were deep and his thick eyelids squished his eyes into mere slits. With a big alcoholic nose, he looked like someone who had been drained by wine, lust, and greed. There was a tattoo on his arm vaguely recognizable as a tiger. It was just a bit deformed at first glance, resembling a hippopotamus. The chubby man's eyes sparkled as he fixated on the pig's trotters, completely oblivious to Xiao Lan's change in expression. He swallowed his saliva, and with a crafty glint in his squinted eyes, he quickly grabbed 4 or 5 pieces of pig's trotters. He tossed them onto the scale, the price just appearing before he quickly lifted them, scanned to pay, thinking no one saw. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Lan was watching him the entire time. Hey, wait. Xiao Lan had just been struggling with how to start a conversation. This gave him a reason. Sir, my pig's trotters have a limit of 1 per person. It seems you've taken more than that. Sun Zaya, his face stiffened, and he stubbornly said, no, it's just 1. Besides, even if I took a few more, I'm not refusing to pay. I'm sorry, the 1 per person limit is to accommodate other customers. If you buy more, other customers won't get any. Take a closer look, is it really just 1? Sun Xiaohu instantly cursed under his breath. He truly hadn't expected this vendor to be even more temperamental than the rumors suggested. If he had taken a few more, he could have turned a blind eye, but to point it out like this, refusing to sell him the business that came right to his door. He really wanted to grab the vendor by the collar and force him to sell all the pig's trotters to him. But he was a smuggler, not a gangster. Moreover, with so many customers around, if he dared to cause trouble for the vendor, the hungry customers would tear him apart. His elder brother had always ordered him to keep a low profile, so son Xiaohu could only curse a few times and then obediently put back the extra pig's trotters. There was no way he couldn't just drop everything and shout, "I'm not buying anymore." Fortunately, this vendor knew how to give him an out, smiling as he handed him a packet of chili. "Sir, it's your first time buying, so it's normal not to know the rules. This is my homemade secret sauce. It tastes even better with pig's trotters. Smell it, isn't it fragrant?" Xiao Lan deliberately opened the bag of chili sauce and took the opportunity to toss in a piece of painful transformation chili. He crushed it while it was still in the bag and held it in front of the suspect to smell. The spicy, salty, and fragrant aroma immediately made son Xiaohu's mouth water, extinguishing all his anger. It smells really good indeed. The piece of red chili did not seem out of place in the bag of oily chili, but instead served to enhance its appeal. Xiao Lan smiled playfully. "If it's delicious, come back next time." Once the suspect had completely disappeared from sight, Xiao Lan immediately took out his phone. "Report to the captain." Successfully lured the target suspect over. He also summarized the other party's personality: bad temper, but quite easy to talk to. Of course, Xiao Lan didn't mention that he had also given out a piece of painful transformation chili. The captain's reply came quickly: "Very good, keep it up. Monitoring this task cannot be rushed. Maintain a stable mindset." Xiao Lan couldn't help but ask, "When are we going to catch the criminals?" Last time they caught a robber and murderer, the rewards given by the system were too great, and Xiao Lan was tempted. Old Lu replied, "You don't need to worry about catching criminals, you just need to relay information. We in the action team have a lot more to consider." Xiao Lan, Okay, it's about following the formula." Since the captain said so, Xiao Lan completely let it go. After all, as long as he participated, the system would reward him. He just didn't know how effective the painful transformation chili truly was. Let's test it on that suspect. That night at 2 in the morning, son Xiaohu suddenly sprang up from bed and slapped himself hard. "I really should die." He didn't know what was happening, but a wave of regret surged within him. He felt that enjoying life with money earned from illegal activities was truly disrespectful to the country, the people, and society. Having lived for decades, it was the first time his moral standards had peaked. He started slapping his own face, cursing himself. "I really should die. How could I become a despicable and shameless smuggler? I am a parasite of society. My brother and I are in cahoots. We all deserve to die." This commotion woke up the 2 alluring women sleeping beside him. One of the women groggily complained, "What are you 2 starting again? You're not big, yet your habits are quite the handful." The other woman opened her eyes in confusion. "Aren't you the one with him?" Suddenly she saw son Xiaohu frantically slapping his face and screamed in surprise, "Ah, what are you doing?" The scream made son Xiaohu realize there were 2 women on the bed. He froze for a moment and suddenly let out a scream even sharper than theirs. "Oh!" Son Xiaohu quickly grabbed the bedsheet, wrapped it around his body, and dashed into the bathroom. He turned on the shower, crying as he scrubbed his body vigorously in the cold water. "Woo, I'm so dirty. I actually solicited. And I did it with 2 at once. Woo, I'm not clean anymore. I owe my future wife and children so much. A chastity is the best gift for a man. Woo." The 2 alluring women stood outside the bathroom, their fists clenched tightly. They wanted to beat him up so badly. What was going on? Where was the bravado from the boat earlier? How did he suddenly turn into a chaste man? After crying and washing 3 times, son Xiaohu wrapped himself in a towel and emerged with swollen eyes. Seeing the 2 alluring women smoking and looking at him with disdain, he broke down again. Leaning against the doorframe, he cried like a 200-pound mess. "Get out. I don't want to see you." One of the alluring women spat out a mouthful of smoke, coldly laughing. Sure, in this day and age you don't want to pay for the services and still want to act. You were generous before, didn't ask you to pay up front, and now you want us to leave thinking you can skip out on the bill." Son Xiaohu retorted, "It's not skipping out, I can't pay you. If I do, it really is soliciting, which is illegal, and I can't do it. What's the difference? You've already done it, and you're still talking to me like that. You think not paying means it doesn't count." Sisters beat him up. The 2 women picked up their high heels and started hitting son Xiaohu. The other side was such a hefty man, yet he didn't fight back, only crying and covering his head while shouting, "I can't give you the money, that's dirty money. I must turn it in to the state. I can't spend it. Woo." After giving him a good beating, they pressed his fingerprint to transfer the money via phone. Before leaving, they spat at him. "Skipping out on a bill is still skipping out, you scum, still trying to act like a moral model. Crazy. I'll have the madam blacklist you." After the 2 alluring women left, son Xiaohu covered his face and cried for a long time. Seeing his phone, he suddenly thought of something. "I'm going to report this. I'm going to turn myself in. I need to have my brother face justice and let those 2 women reform." He quickly dialed the police, just as a voice on the other end said, "Hello." In that moment, a jolt ran through his mind like a balloon being punctured. All the feelings of shame, humiliation, regret, and guilt vanished. "Hello, may I ask what's the matter?" The voice on the other end kept ringing, and son Xiaohu looked down to see those 3 terrifying numbers, getting scared and hurriedly hanging up. Oh no, how could a criminal like him actively call the police? What was with those inexplicable thoughts earlier? Why did he suddenly want to atone for his sins, even feeling that the money he had was filthy? How could money be filthy? Sun Xiaohu felt goosebumps all over his body, and he didn't dare to tell his brother about this. If his brother found out, he almost turned himself in, and even implicated him, it would be disastrous. Dragging his painful body, Sun Xiaohu limped back to bed. Behind him in the trash can there was a disposable takeout box licked clean. Inside were a few gnawed-off pig bones and half an unfinished red chili. Xiao Lan had still underestimated him. Who would have guessed that Sun Xiaohu had hemorrhoids and couldn't handle spicy food? But because the chili given by Xiao Lan was too delicious, he had risked a fissure and eaten a whole bag of chili sauce. Only this entire intact red chili he truly had no courage to eat. After mistakenly eating half, he directly threw the rest away. This resulted in the painful transformation chili not being able to fully exert its effects. They were just a step away from the suspect willingly walking into a trap. The next day, Xiao Lan encountered Sun Xiaohu again, who had come to buy pig's trotters. To his surprise, Sun Xiaohu looked bruised, as if he had been beaten by someone. Especially on his face, there were very obvious handprint marks. They were so large that even a mask couldn't cover them. Xiao Lan didn't ask much, just silently glanced at the red warning light on the snack cart, confirming it was the same suspect from yesterday. While the other party was packing, he enthusiastically pulled out a bag of processed condiments. Inside were the painful transformation chili he had chopped in advance, mixed with regular oil chili. Pig's trotters taste better with chili. The moment the other party reached out with his large hand, he directly blocked Xiao Lan's attempt to push the condiments. "No, I can't handle spicy food, ooh, thank you, vendor." Sun Xiaohu drooled, while resolutely rejecting Xiao Lan's offer of added seasoning. He knew that pig's trotters paired with the secret chili would double the flavor. This level of spiciness was something his upper mouth could handle, but his lower mouth couldn't. Eating was pleasurable for a moment, but when it came to the bathroom, it was a fiery ordeal. It was akin to spewing flames, and he nearly had to call for an ambulance. To avoid experiencing that pain again, he decided to reject it outright, not challenging his ability to resist temptation. However, Xiao Lan was unaware of Sun Ziya's thoughts, and thought he had exposed something. His heart sank, but he kept a calm face while his mind started racing. Did he really not eat because he didn't like it, or had he discovered something about the chili? Was this chili truly effective? Were the injuries on the suspect's face related to the chili? He didn't know. To find out, he could only verify it. Looking at the chili he hadn't given away, he thought of the old man at home who was greedy and as strong as an ox. He had decided, this is a good item worth 500 points, so don't waste it. That night, under Xiao Lan's scheming care, the old man successfully ate that bag of chili. Upon turning on the light, he saw the old man, unable to sleep in the middle of the night, sitting on the sofa clutching a tissue and weeping profusely. Xiao Lan hurried over concerned and asked, "What's wrong?" "Whoa, I suddenly feel a heavy burden of guilt on my conscience." Xiao Lan's eyes lit up. Could it be that the small pepper's reform had taken effect? He quickly pressed on, "What's bothering you? Do tell." The old man had no idea that his current emotions were being manipulated. He just felt the urge to confess all the wrongs he had committed. "Whoa, I remember when I was young, I made some mistakes. I let my family down. Oh dear." Xiao Lan couldn't help but gasp, feeling that the old man had some astonishing secrets. Was this something he could listen to? Xiao Lan hastily dug out a bag of sunflower seeds and found a trash can, placing it between his legs. "Come on, keep talking." The old man wiped his tears with a tissue, crying and confessing, "When I was young, there was a winter so cold that even urination would freeze. I took my son to visit a friend and got a bit tipsy. When it was time to leave, my friend's wife insisted I stay. She said not to go home as it was too cold outside and not to let the child freeze, so I stayed with them on their heated bed." Xiao Lan's pace of eating seeds quickened as he exclaimed about the wild antics of the older generation. "And then what happened?" And then, the old man sobbed. "I made a mistake that every man in the world would make." Xiao Lan thought to himself, was it the kind of mistake he was thinking about? "Go on." "I had a sudden urge to urinate in the middle of the night, too lazy to get up and go to the bathroom. I couldn't help but relieve myself in the bed. I thought I was dreaming until I felt something cold beneath me and realized I had wet the bed. At that moment, a light bulb went off in my head, and I quickly blamed it on my son, waking him up and giving him a good beating. Whoa, I'm sorry to my son. I'm sorry to my brother. I dirted both of his quilts, making them sleep under the smell of urine all winter long." Xiao Lan paused his seed eating with a seed stuck between his front teeth. "Is that all? You're something else." Xiao Lan looked at the half-full bag of seeds in his hand, unwilling to give up, and asked, "Don't you have any other wrongdoings to confess?" Yes, whoa, I really deserve to die." Xiao Lan excitedly handed all the seeds in his hand to the old man and grabbed another handful for himself. Don't rush, take your time. When I first entered the city, I was dazzled by the splendor of the big city and unintentionally did something foolish." This time Xiao Lan didn't let his mind wander. He knew the old man liked to catch his breath while speaking. Calmly continuing to eat seeds, he asked, "What foolish thing?" "I had never seen a floral wreath in the city, not knowing that when someone dies they send flowers instead of hiring a theater troupe. Seeing so many flowers thrown away felt like a waste, so I took the wreath home, planning to surprise my wife with it. But when my wife got off work and saw those things, she cursed me out. She said who was so heartless and lacking in conscience to play such a prank. Feeling that something was amiss, I quickly took off my shoes and beat my son, questioning him why he brought those things home." Xiao Lan thought, 6. This old man's son must have been his little nemesis in his past life. With such a father, he must have suffered greatly. To his surprise, the old man wasn't done confessing one guilty deed after another. Also, one New Year I went back to the countryside and saw other kids playing with firecrackers, and I felt an urge. I wanted to play too, but being older I felt embarrassed, so I could only play secretly. I threw the firecrackers into the pit latrine. It was a dry toilet well ventilated, so it wouldn't cause an explosion. But I had no idea that Uncle Air at the village entrance was inside relieving himself, and the firecrackers just happened to explode all over him. Fortunately, he thought it was my son who did it, pulled up his pants, and came out to directly beat my son. I didn't dare tell the truth and just followed him to beat. And so with Xiao Lan munching on seeds as the background music, the old man recounted the past 30 years of his life of tormenting his son. Every incident could practically fill a book titled The Wronged Son Torments His Father. Xiao Lan sighed repeatedly. It's really not easy for your son to have made it this far. While others are tormenting their fathers, only you are tormenting your son. The old man only realized his conscience after taking the small pepper that reformed him and wanted to report himself to the police. Xiao Lan quickly stopped him. No, there's no need to report this. It doesn't constitute a crime. Just don't disturb the police officer's rest. After this advice, the old man finally dismissed the idea, but continued to sob until dawn. Xiao Lan felt sympathy while also thinking he deserved it. At the same time, he was relieved that the effect of the small pepper that reformed people was so strong. Little criminals easily handled. The next day, the old man cried until he was dehydrated, lying in bed, unable to get up. Xiao Lan felt a bit guilty and specially cooked more food for the old man. He stayed behind to observe, confirming that the old man was fine before leaving. Due to the delay, he ended up setting up his stall later than usual. When he arrived at the scene, the gaze of the customers looked at him filled with resentment. Vendor, what's the meaning of this? We've all gotten off work, yet you haven't opened your stall. Exactly, let us wait for you. We've been hungry waiting for you for half an hour. I came early. I've been waiting for an hour. Promise me, vendor, you'll be on time from now on, okay? If not, can you just bring the stall over and then go back home to sleep? Upon closer inspection, Sun Xiaohu was also among the crowd of customers joining in the chorus to criticize Xiao Lan. A suspect was also urging Xiao Lan to set up his stall. Xiao Lan nearly burst out laughing. If Sun Xiaohu found out that Xiao Lan was an undercover cop on the day he was caught, he really wouldn't know what expression to show. Other customers were still complaining, clearly feeling that Xiao Lan's tardiness was more serious than standing someone up on a date. Also, vendor, do you not check the group? There have been hundreds of tags mentioning you in the group. If you can't set up for any reason, just let everyone know in the group announcement. Before this person could finish speaking, he was immediately interrupted by others. Pa. What a jinx. The vendor cannot not set up shop. Absolutely not. Without the vendor's pig trotter, my work loses its significance. Surrounding people echoed, exactly. Vendor, take your money and put down my pig trotter. Can I get a monthly card from you? No, a yearly card. Xiao Lan nervously touched his nose and looked at Sun Xiaohu in the crowd. If he successfully apprehended Sun Xiaohu and the people behind him, Xiao Lan wouldn't need to set up a stall anymore. I truly apologize, everyone. Xiao Lan cleared his throat and said, I apologize, I was wrong. To make it up to everyone, I've specially prepared some secret sauce. It tastes even better when eaten with pig trotter. Supplies are limited, so please line up to receive them. This was of course specially prepared for Sun Xiaohu. He was not unwilling to eat spicy condiments. Xiao Lan crushed the chili peppers, making them into a sauce to accompany the pig trotters. The dark sauce concealed a bit of crushed chili, which was completely fine. To give to one person, Xiao Lan ended up giving it to a group. Others received the ordinary sauce, while only Sun Xiaohu's bag was the special version. In the future, when Sun Xiaohu learns the truth, he will surely be very touched. Under Xiao Lan's friendly gaze, Sun Xiaohu happily took away his exclusive sauce. Vendor, you truly know how to treat people. Selling pig trotters comes with little surprises. I've waited an hour for you. Xiao Lan smiled back at Sun Xiaohu's gratitude, replying, I'm glad you like it. That night a second encounter took place. Sun Xiaohu, who was carefree and enjoying himself, suddenly trembled. He rolled and crawled off the bed in a panic. Helplessly, he covered his chest, his finger trembling as he pointed at the woman on the bed. You? How could you do such a thing? The woman replied. Sun Xiaohu covered his face and cried, This is immoral. It's illegal. Get out of here, or I will call the police on you. The woman exclaimed, Do you hear what you're saying? I'm still here with my legs open. Do you think I want to skip out? Enough. Sun Xiaohu in despair covered his ears and shook his head vigorously. So disgusting, I won't listen, I won't continue. The woman trembled in anger. All right, look at your face, indulged in wine and lust, and still pretending to be innocent. If you have the guts, call the police. Go ahead and report it. Hello 110. I want to report the Flower World Foot Massage Parlor is offering colored services. The woman was stunned, her eyes nearly popping out. No. You really reported it. Are you crazy? You're dragging yourself down to escape the bill. The woman attempted to snatch the phone, but her hands and feet were tied up. She could only crawl off the bed sideways like a crab trying to escape. Sun Xiao, who grabbed the rope that bound her, declaring in a righteous tone, Officer, I'm in the 3rd floor, the water spirit room. Hurry up. I locked the door, definitely not letting the criminal escape. Let me protect myself. Don't worry, a scum like me, morally corrupt, deserves to be beaten to death. That's right, I just finished, and now I feel a strong sense of justice. Hurry up and arrest me too. I can't wait to go to prison for reform. The crab woman looked utterly despondent. No, big brother sage time, have you really become a sage? A series of V5 sounds rang out as the Flower World Foot Massage Parlor welcomed a surprise inspection. A chubby figure stood proudly at the door, and upon seeing the familiar uniforms immediately went up to shake hands. Comrades, you finally made it. I locked all the stairway doors to their escape route. Not a single one will get away. Also, there are hidden doors inside specifically for those clients who couldn't escape in time. I've been there, I'll lead you. Old Lu, who was linked to him, was stunned. He vaguely felt that Sun Xiao, who resembled a suspect from another case, but his righteous demeanor made him hesitate to acknowledge it. May I ask, which police unit are you undercover with? Or, are you an undercover journalist? Sun Xiao, who shook his head, neither. I am a client who has had a change of heart and is trying to make amends. Everyone present, unless they were hard of hearing, had their expressions split open. Then they all exclaimed, ha. As for those who remained silent, their silence was deafening. Under Sun Xiaohu's guidance, the police successfully captured the owner's staff and the hidden clients of the Flower World foot massage parlor in one swoop. Several police cars were filled to the brim. In the end, there weren't enough vehicles, so they had to temporarily borrow a bus to transport the people away. It was only at this moment that old Lu felt a sense of reality. Realizing that this man who claimed to be a reformed client was not just joking with them, old Lu suddenly had an epiphany and asked, "Do you know any other places that offer colored services?" Sun Xiao, who thumped his chest, "Of course I know. I used to indulge in every kind of colored venue. These places have informants, and every time the police conduct a large-scale raid, they notify each other in the group and hide in safe places. After you leave, they send messages to let everyone come back, which is why you can't catch them. They'll add you to the group. It's full of old bugs one catch after another. Where are those safe places, do you know?" Old Lu pressed down the corners of his mouth, distorting his whole face. "Of course I know. Who do you think I am?" Old Lu trembled as he reported the information to his superior captain. The captain was overjoyed, nearly falling out of his chair. "Oh my, a big fish. A gift of merit delivered to our door. Hurry up and join forces with other police departments for a city-wide raid. Prepare 3 buses, no 5 buses. Ha! Thanks to technological advancements, information spread too quickly. In recent years, the police have faced many new obstacles in their efforts to combat prostitution. Often they would catch a few small fry, while the rest escaped at the first hint. These places are like cunning rabbits with multiple burrows. No matter how many times the police strike for them, it's just a surface wound. It won't be long before they can rise again. There are even situations like what Sun Xiao, who described, as soon as the police leave, the clients continue the second half and resume their music and dance. Now technology has both helped and hindered law enforcement. With Sun Xiaohu's cooperation, the police first hit the bullseye, directly storming venues that provided special services and arresting a batch. They then deployed smoke bombs, spreading messages in the group. They warned that a large-scale inspection would take place that night, urging everyone to hide in safe houses. The police waited at the safe houses for the rabbits to come out, then arrested another batch. Once they had gathered enough, they sent out new false information. The message claimed that the police had already left and would not return, offering an 80% discount for full service. When those venues let their guard down and resumed business, the police would strike back and catch them all. That night, the police advanced like a hot knife through butter, achieving great success. The 5 buses were nearly not enough to hold everyone, and even the detention center had no space to detain them. Clients could only stand at the door waiting for their family members to come and pick them up. All the city police were rushing for results, and they wouldn't have to worry about year-end evaluations. As dawn broke, they barely managed to get through a busy period with more work still ahead. Old Lu, feeling gratified, patted Sun Xiaohu on the shoulder and said, "Kid, well done. Even though you did something wrong, at least you turned back early. Let's do this. There's no place to detain you now, plus you've done a good deed. Just register, pay a fine of 5,000, and we'll let you go. Do better in the future." Sun Xiaohu nodded in full cooperation, saying, "Okay, I'll head back first, and when you have time, officer will tell you about my smuggling activities." Old Liu's mind buzzed, and he quickly shouted, "Wait a minute. What smuggling? Wait, why do I keep finding you familiar?" Sun Xiaohu was just about to honestly confess all his illegal activities. Suddenly dawn broke, and the reformed little pepper effect completely faded. His mind felt as if struck by lightning, and he suddenly became fully aware. The aura of righteousness and moral exemplar vanished entirely, leaving him with a demeanor that was both lewd and cowardly. Old Lu immediately noticed the change in Sun Xiaohu's expression. Sun Xiaohu took a few seconds to recall everything he had done throughout the night. He recalled how he had boldly led the police to capture all his dubious friends in one fell swoop. Sweat soaked his back. The convict. Sun Xiaohu's previous calmness was gone, replaced by a sense of panic akin to a mouse encountering a cat. I'm going to leave first." Old Lu grabbed his wrist, saying, "Hold on. Didn't you say you wanted to confess about smuggling? Now that I have time, we can talk slowly." Sun Xiaohu was nearly exposed under the light of justice. He forced himself to say, "Sir, I was just joking earlier. I'm a good citizen. Weren't you saying you would let me go? You can't go back on your word." Old Lu smiled coldly. He hadn't recognized him before, but now with the change in demeanor, he immediately realized who he was. Wasn't he one of the 2 big fish they were trying to catch in their joint fishing operation? Previously, they lacked evidence and didn't want to alert their targets, so they refrained from making a move. Now it was delivered right to their door. Moreover, this fish seemed to have a loose mouth, easy to pry open. How could old Lu let him go easily? "There's no hurry to go back. You worked hard all night. Stay and have a cup of tea." Old Liu's sinister smile was barely hidden. "Someone prepare a separate interrogation room for our brother Xiaohu. We need to treat him well." Sun Xiaohu trembled on the verge of tears. "No, brother, please, I want to go home. I can have tea at home." On the other side, Xiao Lan was frantically dialing old Liu's phone, but all she heard was a woman's voice. "The number you dialed is turned off." "What's going on?" Even old Liu's phone isn't working. She wanted to ask if the criminal had called to surrender last night, but upon reflection, she guessed he probably hadn't. If Sun Xiaohu had turned himself in, old Liu should have already informed her. He wouldn't need to set up a stall anymore. The criminal had already been apprehended. Moreover, the system had not made a sound. How strange could the reformed little pepper not work on actual criminals? Or was it that the suspect hadn't even taken it? Just then a sound echoed in her mind. Ding. Detected that 30 class criminals have been captured. The apprehension is effective. Reward of 15,000 yuan and 1500 points. Keep up the good work. Detected that 300 E-class criminals have been captured. The apprehension is effective. Reward of 300 yuan and 300 points. Keep up the good work. The sudden notification gave Xiao Lan no time to be shocked as a text message arrived. A total of 4500 yuan was directly deposited into her bank account. Adding the previous 35000 she had received, Xiao Lan was now a person with 800 yuan in savings. This was enough for a down payment on a house in the city center. Xiao Lan couldn't believe it as she felt like she had done nothing, just set up a stall for a week. If she had to say she did something, it was just feeding the suspect 2 reformed little peppers. Was the effect this good? Who were these 30 class criminals and 300 E-class criminals? That's a lot of people. Never mind, never mind. Since there was no notification from above, she would continue setting up her stall. After all, she had already made the pig trotters. It was 11:30 in the morning. Old Liu and several specialized officers had been interrogating for a whole morning, yet Sun Xiaohu remained silent. In fact, Sun Xiahus was on the verge of collapse. He hadn't slept all night and had been interrogated since 6 in the morning. He could hardly hold on. However, the officers were also nearing their limits. They too had pulled an all-nighter, dealing with over 300 lewd offenders in the meantime. One could say that both sides were equally matched in mental state. It was just a matter of who would give in first. The second hand on the clock continued to tick away while the hour and minute hands gradually approached 12 o'clock. As time passed, Sun Xiaohu grew increasingly anxious, and after reaching a certain threshold, his emotions collapsed. He put his head in his hands, crying and howling, banging on the table, tears streaming down his face and kicking wildly. I confess. I confess. I confess everything. But before I confess, I beg you, let me eat a pig trotter. Just one, please. I'm afraid that once I confess, I won't get to eat it again. Please let me eat one. Just one. A bite is fine. My heart itches. It feels like ants are crawling. What if I can't eat it again in the future? Please. It's the time for the pig trotter stall owner to set up. We have to hurry, or we won't get any. This sudden outburst startled the officers interrogating him. Those who didn't know would think he was having a drug relapse. One officer, confused, asked the person next to him, "Pig trotter, is that a code for some new type of drug?" Another officer shook his head, admitting he didn't know. However, seeing Sun Xiaohu like this, twitching, crying, and salivating, didn't it look just like a drug addict? So the officer slammed the table sternly. You're already in custody and still thinking about that stuff. I'm telling you, give up on that thought. Honestly confess the smuggling issues, or at least tell us about your drug use. Sun Xiaohu, with a pitiful face, said, "Sir, you can't frame me. Who used drugs? I have nothing to do with gambling or drugs. I just wanted to eat a bite of the braised pig trotters sold at the entrance of the park before going to jail. Well, what's wrong with that? Can't I have a decent meal before my head is chopped off?" Outside the interrogation room, old Liu, who had been dozing off while listening to the monitoring, suddenly jolted awake. Pig trotters. He rushed into the interrogation room. You said that as long as you get to eat pig trotters, you'll reveal everything you know, right? Sun Xiaohu wiped his saliva and with tears in his eyes said yes. Hurry up or it'll be sold out. Old Liu quickly took out his phone, intending to call Xiao Lan to have her bring some over. But when he took out his phone, he realized it was out of battery. This was all because they had been too diligent in catching the patrons last night, using walkie-talkies throughout, and completely neglecting to charge their phones. After returning, he had to handle the registration of the patrons and interrogate Sun Xiaohu. There was simply no time to check his phone. Old Liu muttered, "Wait here," and hurriedly ran out to charge his phone. As soon as the phone powered on, he immediately saw several missed calls from Xiao Lan. Old Liu quickly called her back. The call connected, but no one answered. Calculating the time, it was exactly when Xiao Lan would be setting up her stall. She must be too busy to play with her phone right now. Old Liu's conjecture was not entirely correct, but it was not completely wrong either. Xiao Lan was actually quite free, as the customers were self-motivated to purchase, requiring no effort on his part. However, he really didn't have time to play on his phone. He was fully focused on observing his surroundings, waiting for Sun Xiaohu to arrive today. There was no reason for him to be late at this time. Ever since Sun Xiaohu visited once, he had been coming much faster afterward. He didn't have to clock in for work, often arriving half an hour early to line up. Unable to reach Xiao Lan, old Liu had no choice but to call Li AC, who was also setting up a stall at the park entrance. "Are you at your stall? Good, stop selling right now and go to Xiao Lan's place to buy some pig trotters." Li AC responded, "Huh? So am I not going to sell my pancakes anymore?" Old Liu was exasperated. "Be honest, do you even have any customers coming to you? Still setting up a stall? You hardly make any sales all day. The ham, sausages, and lettuce were all eaten by you. Do you think I don't know?" Li AC quickly pleaded, stop scolding, I'm going right now." He initially wanted to ask the team leader why he needed to buy pig trotters from Xiao Lan, but now he didn't dare. In a hurry, he hung up the phone and rode his tricycle toward Xiao Lan. Li Ace's stall was located at the east gate of the park. Since he could remember, the east gate had always been quiet and deserted. Moreover, business seemed to be getting worse day by day. Even the number of vendors had been decreasing. He had never thought about the reason behind this. He just assumed that the workers in the park didn't enjoy buying food outside. However, when he arrived at the west gate of the park, from a distance of 100 meters, he was stunned by the scene before him. So many food stalls. It felt like all the vendors from the other 3 main gates had come to the west gate to do business. This was no illusion. Liasi recognized familiar faces among the crowd. It was the pancake vendor who had once shared a stall with him at the east gate. Because Liasi's skills were so poor that vendor had even felt compelled to give him guidance. When the vendor saw Liasi riding his tricycle over, his expression became quite complex. He took the initiative to greet him, saying, "You've come to set up a stall here too." Liasi scratched his head and replied, "Yes, I suppose." The vendor hesitated, then finally said, "Little brother, let me give you some serious advice. Change your profession early. With your skills, it doesn't matter where you set up a stall, you won't have any business." Liasi chuckled awkwardly and changed the subject, asking, "Are you setting up a stall here? This spot is too far from the entrance. Will customers come all the way here?" "Of course they will." The vendor pointed ahead. "Look, the line is already forming here." Liasi was shocked. "Huh? What are they buying? The line is so long." He couldn't even see the end of it. The vendor kindly answered, "Braised pig trotters. Every noon, everyone in the park comes here to line up for pig trotters. The line is quite long. The number of pig trotters is limited, so some people can't get any and end up going to other stalls to fill their stomachs. We are counting on those who can't get pig trotters to patronize our stalls. Some people get so hungry while waiting in line that they'll buy something to eat while they wait." Liasi was dumbfounded, looking utterly incredulous. "The pig trotters they want to buy aren't from Xiao Lan, are they? No wonder every time I called Xiao Lan this week to invite him out for barbecue, he said he was too busy. With such good business, how could he not be busy?" For a moment, Liasi was unsure whether being a police officer was Xiao Lan's main job or if running a stall was. There was no time to think. He needed to hurry over to see for himself. He was incredibly curious. The closer he got, the more shocked he became. The line was just too long. He initially thought there was only one line. Unexpectedly, there were 2 lines forming simultaneously, each in a different direction. It turned out that when the vendor said the whole factory came to line up for pig trotters, it wasn't an exaggeration. The number of people was almost enough to circle the entire park. It was only because Liasi was set up at the east gate completely in the opposite direction that he hadn't seen the end of the line. Goodness, how much money must he be making in a day? When he finally confirmed that the end of the line was Xiao Lan, Liasi panicked, suddenly feeling like he was about to lose Xiao Lan. With such business skills, would he still want to be a police officer? Without Xiao Lan, who was the tail end of the police force, wouldn't Liasi become the last one? He was both afraid his brother would live a hard life and worried about him driving a Land Rover. Just then Xiao Lan caught sight of Liasi not far away. He had been observing the oddities around him and immediately noticed a familiar face. Xiao Lan revealed a puzzled expression and quickly sent a message to Liasi. "What are you doing here?" Liasi's phone vibrated, and he quickly took it out to reply, "Old Lu sent me here. He wants to eat the pig trotters you make." Xiao Lan slowly typed a question mark. Only then did Xiao Lan notice the missed call on his phone. Old Lu called him just to buy pig trotters. Didn't Old Lu say we shouldn't expose our identities or our relationship? Liasi was also confused, and before he could reply, Xiao Lan sent another message. "Forget it, just come over to get them. We just need to follow orders. Old Lu has to consider more things." Liasi felt that Xiao Lan's words made sense, so he hurriedly rode over. Just as he had ridden 2 meters, he was stared down sharply by other food stall vendors. Hey, newcomer, do you know the rules of doing business? Come early to claim the front stall. You're too late, go to the back of the line." Liasi hurriedly said, "I'm not here to set up a stall. I'm looking for someone." "Yeah, right, who believes that? Aren't you selling pancakes?" Seeing this, Liasi realized he was riding a food cart which had no persuasive power. He quickly found a place to park and then walked toward Xiao Lan. He hadn't walked 2 meters when he was stopped again. This time it wasn't a vendor, but a customer. Hey, newcomer, do you know the rules for buying pig trotters? Come early to get to the front. You're too late, go to the back of the line." Liasi hurriedly explained, "I know the vendor." "Yeah, right, who believes that? I could say I'm the vendor's brother. You think you can cut in line? No way." The surrounding customers looked at Liasi with disdain and hostility. It seemed that if he dared to take a step forward, they would tear him apart. Liasi found it impossible to move forward and could only message Xiao Lan, "Forget it, save a few for me, I'll go to the back of the line. Your customers are too fierce. I'm afraid cutting in will cause a brawl." Liasi did not want to risk his life for Lao Liu's cravings. He thought, let Lao Lu wait a bit longer, it shouldn't be that urgent, right? Little did he know that after waiting for about 10 minutes, he received a relentless call from Lao Lu. "Did you get the pig's feet? Are you almost at the police station? I've been waiting for you out front for ages." Sweat dripped down Liasi's forehead. "I'm still in line. Still in line." Lao Liu's voice nearly broke. "Big brother, this is an emergency. The criminal is waiting to eat." Liasi, huh? Is the food at our police station really that good for criminals now? This is a bit too humane to the point of losing all rationality. But Lao Lu did not give him a chance to question. He urged like a death threat. "Hurry up and get them from Xiao Lan. I want to see you at the police station within 10 minutes. Otherwise you'll have to deal with the consequences yourself." After saying that, he hung up. Liasi cursed internally and dashed straight toward Xiao Lan. The customers who tried to stop him hadn't reacted yet and were left far behind. The police force's tail end was also the pinnacle of ordinary physical fitness. "Xiao Lan, give me the pig's feet quickly. There's no time to explain, hurry." Liasi gasped as he spoke, and Xiao Lan could barely hear what he said. Seeing the other party reaching out, he handed it over without hesitation. Liaci snatched the bag containing the pig's feet and ran. The customers in line saw him leap onto a tricycle and pedal away at full speed. They all exclaimed, "Wow, has the boss pig's feet become so popular that people are trying to rob it? I've heard of motorcycle robberies, but this is the first time seeing a tricycle robbery. Should we call the police? That bastard. He stole 3. That's a whole 3. It takes 3 days of waiting to buy them. Now I want to rob it too. What should I do?" Xiao Lan had no idea what Liaci was so anxious about. However, 20 minutes later, the system's voice made him guess some things. Ding. Detected level: a criminal has confessed. Capture is effective. Reward of 100,000 yuan and 100 points. Keep it up. The system mentioned confession, not capture, indicating that the police's interrogation had yielded results. Sun Xiaohu had yet to come to buy pig's feet. He might have been arrested early. Sun Xiaohu, having finished 3 pig's feet in one go, finally sobbed and confessed. "I don't know much. Our factory's main business is the import and export of waste plastics. At first we did legitimate business, but later someone contacted my brother to help smuggle. Those people were dealing with optoelectronic materials, and they asked us to sneak in some optoelectronic materials every time we imported and exported waste plastics. After 2 or 3 years, we probably moved several thousand tons and made a few billion. I really don't know the exact number. Mainly my brother was responsible for contacting them. I just had to shout and get the people below to do their jobs." Sun Xiaohu suddenly paused while speaking, repeatedly confirming with the questioning officer, "Sir, you won't be lying to me, right? As long as I honestly confess, there's a chance to apply for a reduced sentence, and I can get out early to eat pig's feet." Lao Lu opened his mouth to reply, but a stream of saliva trickled down his mouth. Fortunately, he reacted quickly wiping it away and casually striking a thoughtful pose. "We never lie. Confess for leniency, resist for severity. The more you clarify and the clearer you are, the more favorable it is for you to apply for a reduced sentence." Lao Lu spoke while swallowing saliva like crazy. There was no choice. The interrogation room was too small, and the aroma of pig's feet could not dissipate. The colleague sitting next to him tightly pursed his lips the entire time, not daring to relax for even a moment. Heaven knows how much willpower they had to suppress to not snatch away from Sun Xiaohu as he finished 3 pig's feet. Sun Xiaohu was oblivious to their odd behavior, still immersed in the sorrow of not being able to eat pig's feet every day after being caught. "Okay, I will fully cooperate with the police comrades to capture my brother and his accomplices. As long as I can apply for a reduced sentence and get out early, I'm willing to do anything." Meanwhile, Sun Dalong, far away in the electronics park, suddenly sneezed. He wiped his nose and muttered softly, "Strange, who is talking about me?" Suddenly his phone rang, and the caller ID showed his younger brother. He picked up without hesitation. "Hello, why didn't you come to the factory today? Even if you don't have work, the people below need your supervision." Sun Xiaohu interrupted him suddenly. "Brother, where are you now?" "Where else could I be? In my office." "Okay, brother, stay put in the office. I have a surprise for you." "What surprise? So mysterious." Before long, the office door was kicked open. "Don't move. Police." Sun Dalong wanted to run, but found it impossible to escape. He couldn't believe that the surprise his brother had for him was this. Rose gold handcuffs, right? He was actually betrayed by his brother. The two brothers met at the police station, and Sun Xiaohu lowered his head. "Brother, don't blame me. I had no choice. They offered way too many pig's feet." The police controlled the entire plastic factory, confiscating all documents and workers inside. However, Sun Dalong and his brother's level of caution was on a completely different level. All the wits of the family were concentrated on him alone. The materials available could convict Sun Dalong, but they could find no evidence of his collaboration with others. The police interrogated Sun Dalong repeatedly, but he remained tight-lipped, unwilling to reveal his accomplices. He didn't do this out of loyalty. Rather, if he named his accomplices, the amount involved in their crimes would be combined with his own. The larger the amount, the heavier his sentence would be, and the more fines he would have to pay. Criminals are not frightening. What's frightening is that criminals understand the law. Sun Dalong was a tough nut to crack. No matter how the police tried to persuade him with emotion or reason, or even resorted to threats, he remained silent, severely obstructing the investigation process. Angry Lao Lu went outside and smoked one cigarette after another. A team leader saw this and seemed to want to comfort him, but struggled to find the right words. "It's okay, Lao Lu, don't put so much pressure on yourself. Catching a few is already quite good." Although this time it was a joint operation with the Anti-Smuggling Bureau, the loud thunder didn't match with the light rain, which sounded unpleasant, but right now the police station couldn't hold too many people. Lao Lu felt that the tone was quite sarcastic. "Don't be too happy too soon. I still have a trump card that hasn't been played yet." "What trump card?" To be honest, Lao Lu didn't even know what his own trump card was. However, the method to get Sun Xiaohu to confess might also work on Sun Dalong. So Lao Lu took out his phone and called Xiao Lan. "Xiao Lan, hurry back to the police station right now." "All right, I will head back right away." When Xiao Lan received the call, a long line was still in front of him. He still had half a bucket of pig trotters left to sell. Although Lao Lu did not clarify the matter over the phone, his tone was urgent. Xiao Lan did not delay any further and immediately packed up, preparing to leave. "Vinner, are you closing up already? Isn't it a bit too early today?" "I have no choice. There's an urgent matter at home. I have to leave first." Xiao Lan casually fabricated a reason and left amidst the reluctant gazes of the crowd. "Vinner, make sure to come back early tonight. We'll wait for you." At the East City Police Station, as Xiao Lan's tricycle approached, about 5 meters away, a wave of fragrant aroma rushed into the station like a storm. Some clients, ashamed to ask for help to pay their fines at home, remained locked up in the station. Throughout the day, they had only nibbled on some buns to satiate their hunger. Upon smelling the aroma of pig trotters, tears streamed down their faces. Wait, is this our afternoon tea? Does the police station treat us this well? Some clients with wild imaginations exclaimed, but as soon as they spoke, they were met with a chorus of eye rolls from others. What are you thinking? Do you think you're still a VIP at a fancy place? Just being given something to eat is already generous. Do you still want better? Some people were more aware, knowing they could only savor the aroma of those pig trotters. Some police officers initially did not recognize Xiao Lan, their eyes widening as they approached to greet him. Excuse me, pig trotter, are you here to report a case? Hearing the thunderous growl from his colleague's stomach, Xiao Lan understood and chose not to correct the address. I'm looking for Lao Lu. Upon hearing this address, the officer finally looked up to see Xiao Lan's face. Ah, Xiao Lan, it's you. Cough cough, Lao Lu has been waiting for you for a long time. The officer, like awakening from a dream, felt awkward and dared not look Xiao Lan in the eye, quickly leading the way. When Xiao Lan saw Lao Lu outside the interrogation room, he immediately asked, Captain, why did you urgently call me back? Is there something going on? Lao Lu was overwhelmed by a wave of fragrance as Xiao Lan approached, causing his throat to swallow hard. In an instant, all feelings of urgency were cast aside. Even his mind was cast aside, and he didn't even realize what he was saying. I called you back mainly because a situation has arisen. What kind of situation? It's due to something that has happened. Analyzing the current situation, it's not simple, but just how not simple is it? Xiao Lan saw that everyone's eyes were dark and tired, their spirits dazed. Knowing that it was their weakest moment of willpower, he chose not to burden them with maintaining rationality. He simply asked, have you all had lunch? If you haven't eaten, I still have half a bucket of pig trotters outside. I'll treat everyone to lunch. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes lit up. Under normal circumstances, they might have engaged in polite small talk with Xiao Lan. However, after a whole day and night without sleep, they desperately needed an energy boost. Lao Lu's saliva almost instantaneously sprayed from his eyes. Finally, after craving those pig trotters for so long, he could finally eat them. Thanks, Xiao Lan. Lao Lu was the first to rush out. The first to arrive gets to pick, and he aimed for the biggest one. The other officers initially did not react. But seeing Lao Lu and several others diving in, they did not hold back. In less than 5 minutes, the entire police station was filled with a rich aroma. People from several streets away could not help but raise their heads to look up. Where's that scent coming from? Some innocent passers-by, caught off guard by the sudden burst of fragrance, stumbled. Standing upright, they couldn't help but mumble, should I go in and report something to see what is so fragrant? Those inmates locked up in the station were undoubtedly the most impacted. Originally thinking that being caught for solicitation and having their families notified was the worst thing in the world, they never expected the police had a backup plan. How cruel it was to eat good food right in front of them. Watching others eat pig trotters while locked up, what kind of new-style torture is this? The main theme is not hitting you, not scolding you, purely torturing your spirit. Those with weak willpower were already kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowing their heads, sobbing, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Please don't torture me like this anymore. Just let me have a bite. Just one bite, I will do whatever you say. I will definitely turn over a new leaf. Hearing the inmates please, the officers felt helpless. How could there be so many pig trotters to share with them? Some officers wanted to eat, but couldn't get any. It only takes a few minutes to gnaw on a pig trotter. When the team leader of the first squad caught the scent and walked out of the office, those lucky ones who got the pig trotters were already sucking on the bones. What's going on? What are you eating? The team leader restrained himself from rushing over to grab a bite and asked. Lao Lu, filled with energy after finishing the pig trotters, walked out glowing. Look at how swaggeringly he walked, swaying with every step. I didn't eat much, just saw everyone working so hard, so I casually brought something to reward them. It's nothing worth mentioning on nothing worth mentioning. Actually, it was Lao Lu's first time eating, but he insisted on putting on a show as if he did it regularly. All the team members got some, but the team leader of the first squad could not get any. Thinking of this, Lao Lu felt happy. Then realizing that Xiao Lan was his subordinate, he felt even happier. He patted Xiao Lan on the shoulder, saying with satisfaction, when you were assigned to our second squad, I was fully supportive. I always said you were a talent. Although your assessment scores were a bit lacking, you must have some special skills that others don't know about. Xiao Lan chuckled. Really? I don't believe it. According to the original owner's memories, it was not like that. After Lao Lu was assigned 4 underperforming newcomers, he stormed into the chief of the criminal police's office. I heard that when he came out, the floor of the chief's office was polished to a shine. Forget it, I won't expose it. Now that Xiao Lan has eaten the health-boosting little apple, he is confident that in the next assessment, he will definitely not be at the bottom. At least for the physical test, his score would go up. So, Captain, you called me back because of something urgent. Urgent matter. By the way, Lao Lu finally remembered the purpose of calling Xiao Lan back. Pointing through the one-way glass at Sun Dalong in the interrogation room, he said, this is the big fish we need to catch in our joint fishing operation. Now that we've caught the big fish, he's tight-lipped. He refuses to give up his accomplices. We plan to use pig trotters to tempt him to speak. Wait, where are the pig trotters? Lao Lu suddenly realized that the key prop for the interrogation, the pig trotters, had already entered everyone's bellies. He dashed out, lifted the thermal bucket, and found it empty. His heart sank completely. Why are you all so greedy? How could you eat it all? Everyone was speechless and shot him a sideways glance. Who led the way? Why doesn't he say anything? Fortunately, Xiao Lan still had a few left specially kept for the old man to eat. Today is a special occasion, so let's make do with the little old man. He followed suit and took out a painful transformation chili pepper. Crushing it through the bag, he evenly spread it on the pig trotter. Then the pig trotter was brought into the interrogation room and placed in front of Sun Dalong. Do you want to eat it? Just confess, and this pig trotter is yours. While speaking, old Lu almost let his saliva drip onto the pig trotter. Having already tasted meat, he now found it even harder to resist the temptation of the pig trotter. However, to everyone's surprise, Sun Dalong merely showed a slight change in his eyes before sneering, "How could I put myself in a disadvantageous position for just a pig trotter? Sir, are you too naive, or are you trying to joke around to lighten the atmosphere?" The two interrogating police officers exchanged glances. How could this be? The pig trotter smelled so good that they could hardly resist. Sun Dalong's willpower was astonishing, proving to be unyielding. What they didn't know was that Sun Dalong suffered from severe rhinitis. His nose barely served any purpose. For others, the pig trotter's aroma was intoxicating, but for him, it was merely visually appealing. Let it smell good, the gentle breeze caresses the mountains. Sun Dalong had never tasted it before, so he did not know how delicious it truly was. How terrifying. His willpower is simply monstrous. Old Liu's eyes revealed concern. Xiao Lan was also puzzled, wondering if there were really people in this world who were not tempted by his culinary skills. How about we force-feed him a little to test it? Xiao Lan suggested. Old Lu thought for a moment and accepted his suggestion. 3 more officers entered the interrogation room, looking mighty and imposing. Sun Dalong scoffed, "It doesn't matter how many people there are, I want speak." Old Lu gave the order, "Hold him down." 3 officers grabbed Sun Dalong by his shoulders, and one held his head, forcing him to look up. "What are you doing? Are you going to torture me? What you are doing is illegal. I will sue you." Sun Dalong finally showed a hint of panic, struggling desperately, his eyes revealing a frantic madness. "Come on, hit me. If you hit me, I will sue you. You are breaking the law. Even if I go to jail, I will make sure you all." One officer stuffed the shiny, hot, soft pig trotter directly into his mouth. "MMM. You all shall not. MMM. I want to eat. MMM. 1 minute later. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Wow, this is really delicious." Sun Dalong chewed contentedly, a blissful smile appearing on his face. He slumped into the chair, completely relaxed, his body transformed into the shape of a pig trotter. The 3 officers who had been holding him down had already let go, and he hurriedly grabbed the pig trotter with his handcuffed hand, frantically gnawing at it. The 5 onlookers swallowed hard, overwhelmed. After finishing the pig trotter, the satisfaction on Sun Dalong's face vanished, replaced by pain and regret. No, the effects of the drug shouldn't have kicked in so quickly. He regretted not having joined Sun Xiaohu and lining up to buy it, knowing how delicious the pig trotter was. No wonder his brother was so obsessed. It turned out this pig trotter was truly addictive. "I really want to eat another one." Everyone saw Sun Dalong's expression of unfulfilled desire and burst into laughter. "Do you want to eat another one? If you do, then expose your accomplices. Confess for leniency, resist for severity. Earn merits to reduce your sentence, and you can eat pig trotters again soon." This is how they got Sun Xiaohu to confess completely. However, Sun Dalong merely licked his lips and snorted coldly, "Useless. I am not my foolish brother if I want." In the next moment, his eyes were filled with tears. Shame, pain, regret, annoyance, reflection, guilt. A myriad of complex emotions surfaced on his face at the same time. Suddenly, a burning impulse surged within him, wanting to confess all the wrongs he had committed. I truly deserve to die. I am guilty. Hearing the familiar beginning, old Liu's eyes lit up as he quickly started recording and instructed his subordinate to take notes. Xiao Lan was also nearby, closely observing the effects of the painful transformation chili pepper. Of course, only he knew that Sun Dalong had eaten it, while the others thought he had suddenly discovered his conscience. In the following 2 hours, Sun Dalong recounted all the wrongdoings he had committed since childhood, pouring them out like beans. Initially, everyone listened attentively, but by the end they grew impatient. "Can't you get to the point? Tell us about your smuggling activities." "All right, sir." The next hour was spent on that. Sun Dalong detailed how he expanded his smuggling business, discussing every intricate detail, including his entrepreneurial journey. Those listening felt they could immediately replicate his methods and quickly become wealthy. "Ahem, that's enough. You've already shared plenty of smuggling details. Now tell us about your partners." At this crucial juncture, Sun Dalong fell silent. Xiao Lan was taken aback. Could it be that the effects had worn off? There was no reason for that, as the old man had lasted an entire night before. After much pressing, Sun Dalong finally spoke again. "Sir, I just got a bit heated and suddenly wanted to confess. I am not being foolish. I won't speak about my partners as it would be disadvantageous for me." Wow. The officers present were stunned. This was indeed too tricky. Xiao Lan was also shocked. He suddenly realized something. This painful transformation chili pepper has a bug. After eating it, one does feel a sense of guilt and wants to repent and start anew. However, it does not mean that the criminal will necessarily confess and admit guilt. Just like many people, after rewarding themselves, they are filled with regret and vow never to do it again. But if you ask them to delete the videos on their computer, they refuse, saying things like, "I want delete it, just leave it there, I won't watch it," and other self-deceiving nonsense. Therefore, the painful transformation chili pepper is not omnipotent. It cannot ensure that criminals will confess 100. Xiao Lan hurriedly wanted to test the effects of the true emotion-revealing mushroom. The product description stated that the true emotion-revealing mushroom could allow a person to drop their facade and reveal their true self. I wonder if Sun Dalong will speak the truth after consuming the mushroom. So Xiao Lan quietly stepped out, took out a large mushroom. Similarly, he crushed it through the plastic bag and spread it on the pig trotter. After applying it, he suddenly remembered that while chili peppers can be eaten raw, mushrooms might be toxic if consumed raw. The system's product should be safe, right? Fortunately, Xiao Lan still had a few left, specially kept for the old man to eat. Today is a special occasion, so let's make do with the little old man. He followed suit and took out a painful transformation chili pepper. Crushing it through the bag, he evenly spread it on the pig trotter. Then the pig trotter was brought into the interrogation room and placed in front of Sun Dalong. Do you want to eat it? Just confess, and this pig trotter is yours. While speaking, old Lu almost let his saliva drip onto the pig trotter. Having already tasted meat, he now found it even harder to resist the temptation of the pig trotter. However, to everyone's surprise, Sun Dalong merely showed a slight change in his eyes before sneering, "How could I put myself in a disadvantageous position for just a pig trotter? Sir, are you too naive, or are you trying to joke around to lighten the atmosphere?" The two interrogating police officers exchanged glances. How could this be? The pig trotter smelled so good that they could hardly resist. Sun Dalong's willpower was astonishing, proving to be unyielding. What they didn't know was that Sun Dalong suffered from severe rhinitis. His nose barely served any purpose. For others, the pig trotter's aroma was intoxicating, but for him, it was merely visually appealing. Let it smell good, the gentle breeze caresses the mountains. Sun Dalong had never tasted it before, so he did not know how delicious it truly was. How terrifying. His willpower is simply monstrous. Old Liu's eyes revealed concern. Xiao Lan was also puzzled, wondering if there were really people in this world who were not tempted by his culinary skills. How about we force-feed him a little to test it? Xiao Lan suggested. Old Liu thought for a moment and accepted his suggestion. 3 more officers entered the interrogation room, looking mighty and imposing. Sun Dalong scoffed, "It doesn't matter how many people there are, I want speak." Old Liu gave the order, "Hold him down." 3 officers grabbed Sun Dalong by his shoulders, and one held his head, forcing him to look up. "What are you doing? Are you going to torture me? What you are doing is illegal. I will sue you." Sun Dalong finally showed a hint of panic, struggling desperately, his eyes revealing a frantic madness. "Come on, hit me. If you hit me, I will sue you. You are breaking the law. Even if I go to jail, I will make sure you all." One officer stuffed the shiny, hot, soft pig trotter directly into his mouth. "MMM. You all shall not. MMM. I want to eat. MMM. 1 minute later. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Wow, this is really delicious." Sun Dalong chewed contentedly, a blissful smile appearing on his face. He slumped into the chair, completely relaxed, his body transformed into the shape of a pig trotter. The 3 officers who had been holding him down had already let go, and he hurriedly grabbed the pig trotter with his handcuffed hand, frantically gnawing at it. The 5 onlookers swallowed hard, overwhelmed. After finishing the pig trotter, the satisfaction on Sun Dalong's face vanished, replaced by pain and regret. No, the effects of the drug shouldn't have kicked in so quickly. He regretted not having joined Sun Xiaohu and lining up to buy it, knowing how delicious the pig trotter was. No wonder his brother was so obsessed. It turned out this pig trotter was truly addictive. "I really want to eat another one." Everyone saw Sun Dalong's expression of unfulfilled desire and burst into laughter. "Do you want to eat another one? If you do, then expose your accomplices. Confess for leniency, resist for severity. Earn merits to reduce your sentence, and you can eat pig trotters again soon." This is how they got Sun Xiaohu to confess completely. However, Sun Dalong merely licked his lips and snorted coldly, "Useless. I am not my foolish brother if I want." In the next moment, his eyes were filled with tears. Shame, pain, regret, annoyance, reflection, guilt. A myriad of complex emotions surfaced on his face at the same time. Suddenly, a burning impulse surged within him, wanting to confess all the wrongs he had committed. I truly deserve to die. I am guilty. Hearing the familiar beginning, old Liu's eyes lit up as he quickly started recording and instructed his subordinate to take notes. Xiao Lan was also nearby, closely observing the effects of the painful transformation chili pepper. Of course, only he knew that Sun Dalong had eaten it, while the others thought he had suddenly discovered his conscience. In the following 2 hours, Sun Dalong recounted all the wrongdoings he had committed since childhood, pouring them out like beans. Initially, everyone listened attentively, but by the end they grew impatient. "Can't you get to the point? Tell us about your smuggling activities." "All right, sir." The next hour was spent on that. Sun Dalong detailed how he expanded his smuggling business, discussing every intricate detail, including his entrepreneurial journey. Those listening felt they could immediately replicate his methods and quickly become wealthy. "Ahem, that's enough. You've already shared plenty of smuggling details. Now tell us about your partners." At this crucial juncture, Sun Dalong fell silent. Xiao Lan was taken aback. Could it be that the effects had worn off? There was no reason for that, as the old man had lasted an entire night before. After much pressing, Sun Dalong finally spoke again. "Sir, I just got a bit heated and suddenly wanted to confess. I am not being foolish. I want to speak about my partners, as it would be disadvantageous for me." Wow. The officers present were stunned. This was indeed too tricky. Xiao Lan was also shocked. He suddenly realized something. This painful transformation chili pepper has a bug. After eating it, one does feel a sense of guilt and wants to repent and start anew. However, it does not mean that the criminal will necessarily confess and admit guilt. Just like many people, after rewarding themselves, they are filled with regret and vow never to do it again. But if you ask them to delete the videos on their computer, they refuse, saying things like, "I want delete it, just leave it there, I want watch it," and other self-deceiving nonsense. Therefore, the painful transformation chili pepper is not omnipotent. It cannot ensure that criminals will confess 100. Xiao Lan hurriedly wanted to test the effects of the true emotion-revealing mushroom. The product description stated that the true emotion-revealing mushroom could allow a person to drop their facade and reveal their true self. I wonder if Sun Dalong will speak the truth after consuming the mushroom. So Xiao Lan quietly stepped out, took out a large mushroom. Similarly, he crushed it through the plastic bag and spread it on the pig trotter. After applying it, he suddenly remembered that while chili peppers can be eaten raw, mushrooms might be toxic if consumed raw. The system's product should be safe, right? Xiao Lan couldn't help but feel nauseous, sensing an odor emanating from his words. No, it wasn't just a feeling, there was indeed a stench. A strong garlic smell erupted from Sun Dalong's mouth. The flavor of the garlic sauce itself was minimal, almost negligible. However, once it entered the mouth, it surprisingly emitted such a strong foul odor. Old Lu was also shocked. He covered his nose and exclaimed, "Dude, why does your mouth stink so much? Did you eat shit?" Sun Dalong paused for a moment before responding seriously, "It should be so. I was too vigorous while wiping just now, and the paper tore. I guess I might have gotten some shit on my hands and I..." "Stop!" everyone shouted urgently. "Are you sick? Why are you being so detailed? Are you trying to disgust us on purpose?" Sun Dalong replied seriously, "No, I'm just answering questions. You asked, so I answered. I didn't mean to gross everyone out." Old Lu was taken aback for a moment, and suddenly his expression turned ecstatic. "So you really will answer any question I ask?" "Yes, if you don't believe me, go ahead and ask." "Can you tell me the names of your accomplices in smuggling?" "Of course, the people I partnered with in smuggling are Wan Sheng." Old Lu was stunned, his eyes almost popping out. "You were interrogated for a full 9 hours. 9 hours without a peep, and now you just spill it so easily. Wait, let me record this." Old Lu grinned, broadly laughing madly as he called people over to take notes. The subsequent interrogation went smoothly beyond imagination. Sun Dalong answered every question, and each statement he made corresponded perfectly with the clues captured by the smuggling bureau. After verification, everything matched. Old Lu stayed up all night again. Having gone 2 days without sleep, he was as excited as if he had been injected with adrenaline. He submitted the organized intelligence, and after that Xiao Lan didn't know what happened next as he clocked out. After a good sleep, Xiao Lan heard that the bureau was launching a major operation. They collaborated with the smuggling bureau and police from multiple provinces and cities to conduct a net capture operation spanning 5 provinces. In the end, they captured all of Sun Dalong's accomplices, totaling 58 suspects. It was indeed a thrilling arrest. It was said that after returning home, Old Lu laughed loudly in his dreams. Xiao Lan felt inexplicably pumped. Even though he couldn't participate directly, he felt a bit of loss. However, the rewards provided by the system soon filled Xiao Lan's heart with joy. Listening to the continuous ding sounds, ding, 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 made Xiao Lan's heart race. 58 people, all smugglers, not the kind of small fry who would be locked up for a few days and released. How many points would that be? But when it came time for the final tally, the system surprisingly played a trick on Xiao Lan. Due to the host's current influence being limited to Fengling City, only the 10 smugglers captured in Fengling City will be counted. Please continue to work hard and strive to expand your influence to provinces and cities nationwide. Alright. Among these 10 criminals, there were only 3 main offenders and 6 accomplices. The thunder was loud, but the rain was light. Xiao Lan lay on the bed feeling angry for a while before slowly coming to terms with it. It's fine, but it's not like he had never been rich before. In his previous life, he achieved great success at a young age, bringing prosperity to his family. Since he could remember, he had never lacked money. Later, after gaining fame worldwide, he had so much money that it became a burden, leaving him no time to spend it. It was only in this lifetime, right after he traversed here, that he found himself living in a cramped urban village face to face with a palm-sized cockroach upon waking, which broke his defenses. From then on, he became a bit concerned about money. However, the money the system was giving him could already create a better living condition for him. He could do what he liked while also helping the police solve cases. This was a good thing, so there was no need to worry too much. After coming to this realization, Xiao Lan's mindset calmed down. He didn't know if there would be any more stall tasks in the future. Even if there weren't, he had obtained a pot of old marinade, allowing him to cook for himself whenever he wanted. On the weekend, Xiao Lan bought 80 pounds of chicken feet and marinated them in 2 buckets. Riding a tricycle, he brought the old man and the chicken feet back to the building where he used to live. The old man thought Xiao Lan was going to set up a stall to earn extra money, but he didn't expect him to come back. He started to panic. Spitting out the chicken bone in his mouth, he asked, "You're not planning to move back, are you? Wasn't I living well there? I thought you were quite satisfied. Did I eat too much? I only had 10 chicken feet. Where's the excess?" "Alright, fine, it was 20. I was wrong. Ooh, I want sneak eat anymore. Please don't move out." Xiao Lan was speechless. He hadn't said anything yet, and the old man had already admitted to it. No wonder he always felt the quantity of food was off. He thought there was a mouse in the kitchen. Little did he know the biggest mouse was this old man. "I'm not moving back. I'm officially moving in with you. I still have some luggage here that I need to take, and I also have to talk to the landlord about terminating the lease." Upon hearing this, the old man immediately became cheerful. But soon he grew despondent as he realized what he had just exposed. Xiao Lan glared and said, "Old dang, remember your words. If you sneak eat again, whom you know what that means. Help me carry my luggage today, and I'll let the matter of your previous sneaky eating slide." The old man kept smiling and saying, all right. When Xiao Lan reappeared in the old building, even his neighbors didn't dare to recognize him. Rubbing their eyes several times, they finally exclaimed, "It's really you. You're finally back. Now I've caught you." She grabbed Xiao Lan's arm and sent a message to the owner group notifying everyone to come and block him. Xiao Lan laughed heartily, having no intention of running away. "I didn't mean to keep you all up for 2 nights feeling guilty, so I thought I'd move out." "What? You're moving out?" The female neighbor gasped in shock. Xiao Lan's marinated pig trotters had kept everyone awake. But if Xiao Lan wasn't there to marinate the pig trotters, everyone would feel restless. It felt like a major regret in life if they didn't get to taste it. 2 more neighbors walked over. "Why are you moving out? We haven't had a chance to taste your cooking yet." "Exactly. With your skills, opening a restaurant in the community would be great. We would definitely visit you every day." Xiao Lan smiled and waved his hand. "Opening a restaurant is impossible. I have a main job. Cooking is just a hobby." As he spoke, he patted the 2 large thermos containers he brought. "Since we are neighbors, it's a bit hard to leave, so I specially made some food for everyone to taste." When Xiao Lan opened the lid of the thermal container, a fragrance reminiscent of braised pig trotters wafted out. The oiliness of the chicken feet was not as rich as that of the pig trotters, resulting in a somewhat inferior texture. However, the chicken feet Xiao Lan bought were exceptionally plump. In the palm of his hand, they bulged, resembling small buns at first glance. One bite could fill his mouth. Soft and glutinous, they slipped right off the bone. Eating them brought a deep sense of satisfaction packed with collagen. He even thoughtfully trimmed the nails, ensuring that they wouldn't hurt anyone's mouth. Regardless of age, everyone could eat them with peace of mind. The entire building transformed into an ocean of fragrance. The poorly ventilated hallway was warmed by the rising steam. People meandered through the scent as if swimming in a river of milk. Taking a deep breath felt like being in a heavenly palace surrounded by swirling clouds. What a luxurious indulgence this was. Damn it, I really can't bear to see Xiao Lan move away. As the saying goes, one is soft-hearted when receiving a favor and short of words when eating someone's food. After tasting the chicken feet Xiao Lan brought, everyone felt too embarrassed to block him. They even rushed to help him carry his luggage up and down the stairs. The old man Xiao Lan specially brought along ended up being of no use whatsoever, merely reducing the number of chicken feet he could carry. In the end, the 2 left under the reluctant gazes of the neighbors, loaded with their belongings. Well, will he just left like that? Where will I ever find such delicious chicken feet again? Damn it, before I tasted them, I was just craving them a bit, but now that I can't stop thinking about them. I really want to know where his new home is. I want to block him. What a coincidence, so do I. How about we? Xiao Lan, riding ahead, inexplicably felt a chill run down his back. Turning around, he saw a large group of zombies starting to chase the vehicle, howling as they ran. "Don't go. Don't leave. What the hell?" Xiao Lan hurriedly cranked the tricycle up to its highest speed, racing away, fearing that lingering too long would lead to trouble. At the police station, director and looked at the submitted report, his brows furrowing tighter as he muttered to himself. Old Lu completed his task quite impressively, but did he write this report while sleepwalking? After eating 3 pig trotters, the suspect confessed all his accomplices. Upon reading this, director and felt his temples throb. He sensed that more outrageous content was yet to come. Sure enough, the next line read, "It is recommended that pig trotters be included as essential interrogation supplies." Director and infuriated slammed the report down. What is this nonsense? Fuming, he picked up the internal phone and dialed, "Send Old Lu to my office." Outside, upon hearing the director call for him, Old Lu was so happy he practically skipped. A team leader saw him and teased, "Oh, off to receive praise are we? So smug." Old Lu was so delighted that he didn't even catch the sarcasm, thinking it was the first time the team leader spoke such sweet words. "Yes, I'm going to receive praise. The director personally called for me." He keeping it low-key, keeping it low-key. The team leader chuckled silently. Having read Old Lu's report, he guessed that the director's reaction would be similar to his own. In the office, director An's index finger tapped rapidly on the report, almost ready to poke holes in it. "Do you want to take a look at what you wrote in your report?" "Did you write this report with your appendix?" "No, it's not." "Not? Then why does it look like crap all over?" Old Lu was dumbfounded, unaware of what he had done wrong. He had just written the truth. Seeing his expression, director and knowing he was a war hero couldn't scold him too harshly, so he softened his tone. "The main issue is that what you wrote is a bit outrageous. Even if you used some special methods to coerce the suspect into confessing, you shouldn't fabricate such absurd content. What kind of pig trotters have such great power that a criminal would give up resistance after eating them?" Just as the director finished speaking, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Old Lu letting drool fall from his mouth, leaving him speechless. Ever since tasting Xiao Lan's pig trotters, Old Lu couldn't help but salivate whenever he heard the words pig trotters. Director and repeated it twice. Who could hold back after that? Director, the pig trotters made by Xiao Lan are really delicious. If I were the suspect and given 3 pig trotters, I'd confess too. The director silently pulled out 3 sheets of paper and handed them to Old Lu. Alright, it's clear that their power is indeed substantial. Wipe your mouth. As Old Lu recounted the details of the interrogation, the silence in the office grew longer. Could they really be that delicious? Should he ask his father to pack some for him to try tomorrow? But then he realized it wasn't very realistic. If he asked his dad to pack them, he'd probably end up with only pig bones. Forget it, forget it. According to what you said, Xiao Lan made a significant contribution in this task as well. Old Lu replied. Yes, he was originally just supposed to keep watch, but unexpectedly his cooking skills attracted the suspect. Having the chance to interact with the suspect beforehand, and understand their personality habits is extremely beneficial for us in breaking through their psychological defenses later. Director N's fingers alternated tapping on the table, a habit he had when deep in thought. A solid tap was a signature gesture indicating he had made a decision. How about this? Since Xiao Lan has shown outstanding performance in this area, let's continue with it. Let him be a special undercover vendor specifically responsible for monitoring this aspect. As for the other three, they are as good as useless undercover agents. Let's directly assign them to support Xiao Lan, and they can handle any miscellaneous tasks. During lunch, old Lu shared this news with Xiao Lan and the other three young talents. Upon hearing it, all three erupted in cheers. Yay! Finally, I don't have to set up stalls myself. God knows how hard it is to fry stinky tofu. Exactly can a person really make jianbing guozi? It's so much better to stick with Brother Lan and get to eat pig trotters. Brother Lan, from now on, I'm your man. You have to treat me well. Xiao Lan was also overjoyed. As the future work would still involve setting up stalls, he could consider buying the 2 new sets of utensils from the point shop. Lu Dong suddenly suggested, since this is such a celebratory occasion, how about we have a barbecue tonight? It just so happens that Xiao Lan's new rental has a balcony. Upon hearing this, everyone collectively opposed. Come on, what level of barbecue can you make? Don't you have any self-awareness? Lu Dong was the one who sold barbecue at the stall. He sold barbecued food near the south gate, but after cooking, customers often refused to take it, so he fed it to stray dogs. As a result, the dogs chased him angrily after eating it. From that day on, he lost his real name and earned the nickname Lu Dongbin. How about we have hot pot instead? The weather is cold and hot pot is suitable. The speaker was a stinky tofu seller named Hu Lai. Fortunately, Hu Lai was somewhat self-aware and didn't suggest anything too complicated. Lia Si exclaimed, hot pot. I think that's a great idea. It's perfect for helping Xiao Lan warm his new home. Then let's discuss what ingredients to buy tonight. I want to eat pig trotters. You're crazy. Who has hot pot with pig trotters? The group was heatedly discussing, completely ignoring Xiao Lan's opinion. It seems that this hot pot meal was inevitable. With a sigh, Xiao Lan could only call the old man. Hello, I'm bringing a few colleagues back for hot pot tonight. Is that okay? The old man was so excited he nearly jumped up. Of course. Why wouldn't it be? I want a spicy hot pot, the extra spicy kind. After hanging up, the old man looked around and realized that he was not in the countryside, but in his son's new house. Oh no. My son is a bit of a neat freak and hates having guests at home. After a moment of hesitation, the old man grinned. If I don't tell him, he won't know hot pot. Hee hee. After work that day, the three of them followed Xiao Lan back. Lia Si and the others were thinking about going to buy vegetables, letting Xiao Lan go home early to prepare. Xiao Lan stopped them directly. What do these guys know about buying vegetables? The lettuce was as old as pickled cabbage, and they still planned to buy it. Upon seeing these guys reaching for the packaged hot pot base and frozen beef, Xiao Lan knew he couldn't rely on them. With a talented chef like me around, would you eat instant hot pot? The base must be made from scratch, and the beef should be fresh. Otherwise, what's the difference from going to a restaurant to eat pre-made dishes? At the market, Xiao Lan was picking and choosing while those three guys followed behind carrying bags. Before long, the three of them returned with large and small bags. From the moment they entered the elevator, these guys were praising. This house is great. Those who live here will cherish it. It's not like those mixed-use buildings that look high-end outside, but are shabby inside. The location here is so good, the house price must not be cheap. To actually encounter a situation where the owner is going abroad is truly lucky for you, Xiao Lan. Going abroad for at least a year, doesn't that mean the owner worked hard while Xiao Lan enjoys? Back at home, Xiao Lan asked them to wait in the living room while he tied on an apron. A chef dislikes others entering his kitchen just like a general dislikes others riding his horse. The three of them paid for the ingredients while Xiao Lan took charge of the cooking. First, he prepared the hot pot base. He selected the best dried chili peppers, their bright red color like a fire in winter, and as spicy as being slapped by a girl during a flirtatious encounter. He placed the dried peppers and Sichuan peppercorns into the frying pan, slowly roasting them over low heat until they emitted a faint, fragrant aroma. Then he crushed the roasted peppers and peppercorns in a stone mortar, releasing their deep-seated fragrance and flavor. At this moment, a tantalizing aroma filled the kitchen, the scent gradually spreading out. Achoo! Someone in the living room couldn't help but sneeze and quickly got up to open a window. He combined the crushed chili and peppercorns with beef tallow in the pot, adding star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, and other spices, simmering them on low heat. As the temperature rose, the light yellow beef tallow melted. The boiling oil forced the moisture out of the ingredients, further concentrating the fragrance. The flavors of various spices gradually blended, their aromas intertwining as if woven by the hands of a deity. The scent created a complex and captivating pattern, dazzling to behold. Xiao Lan added some dabanjiang and rock sugar, continuing to simmer until the color of the hot pot base turned bright red. Staring at the pot for too long could easily lead to distraction. The red oil infused with spices resembled a restless desire, like bubbling magma. In short, it was something that could engulf a person in an instant. Xiao Lan, as the creator in the kitchen, the god of culinary arts. Every movement he made was effortless and artistic. In every pause while making the hot pot base, he was constantly washing and chopping vegetables. Every movement was purposeful, every action deliberate. He was like a top piano master in a hall of art, lost in performance, both a performer to others and his own confidant. All right, tidy up, dinner is ready. So soon, the others in the living room exclaimed in surprise. However, it wasn't really that fast. They had already lost 5 times in the game. Due to the influence of the aroma, they simply couldn't concentrate. After playing the game for a while, they had to get up to open doors, windows, fans, air conditioning, and the fresh air system. In short, they opened everything that could be opened. This troubled the neighbors. The smell of ordinary hot pot was already rich and fragrant, let alone Xiao Lan's freshly made version. While chewing on their dishes, the flavor suddenly diminished. In the face of such a pungent and spicy aroma, all home-cooked dishes seemed bland and tasteless. A neighbor man, furious, let out a grunt like a pig and slammed his rice bowl onto the table. Who is cooking so deliciously? It's been a week already. Don't they have any sense of public morals? The neighbor's wife replied, maybe it's a new hot pot restaurant nearby. I heard it's a bit expensive. Shall we go try it once we get paid mid-month? Oh, so it's a hot pot restaurant, then it makes sense why the cooking is so good. The man calmed down and scraped the food back into his bowl to continue eating. Hygiene aside, saving is a good habit. The red soup in the pot was boiling, bubbling vigorously. The rising white steam swirled like a soft dancing waste, enticing the ingredients to join in. Tender slices of meat, crisp vegetables, and smooth tofu, each ingredient came alive under the baptism of spice. The 3 young talents and the greedy old man inhaled deeply, their souls lifting. In a daze, they almost reached out to scoop some in. Sit tight, Xiao Lan shouted, and everyone snapped back to reality, hurriedly sticking their bottoms back on the chairs, their eyes still glued to the hot pot. The handmade beef slices were as thin as a cicada's wing, and when held up to the light, the patterns were clearly visible. Great knife skills. Each slice of beef reflects the chef's respect for the ingredients and pursuit of culinary art. Great beef. The fresh, tender meat displayed a naturally healthy red color with clear marbling and a faint scent of grass. Wow. The old man sighed, but when he turned his head, he saw that the others had nearly finished the beef. So fast. How can you eat so quickly? Xiao and the others each picked up a chopstick full, tossing in 10 slices, and they cooked in 3 seconds. A couple of casual blows then into the mouth, and the juices burst forth, incredibly tender. The old man's eyes widened. How infuriating. They won't even let the old man have some. Hurry up and eat. Just seeing the plate of beef is already letting you have it. Xiao replied with his cheeks full. Lu Dongbin's eyes bulged out as he exclaimed, eat quickly. If I drink the hot pot broth later, you won't get anything. Hu Lai joined in, saying, if you eat any slower, I'll chew your chopsticks. The old man was unwilling to be outdone and rolled up his sleeves to join the battle. You little brats, I won't let you have even a single peppercorn later. Meanwhile, at the police station, director, and still working overtime, flipped through the file cabinet and suddenly realized something was wrong. Oh no, it seems I brought that file home. I'll call to see what that brat is doing. If he's free, I'll have him bring it to me, otherwise I'll have to go back to fetch it. The table was laden with ingredients, all of which were wiped clean in less than half an hour. The 3 young talents, just as they had claimed, had managed to drink half of the hot pot broth. In the end, they discovered some lettuce left uncooked and simply reached out to grab it, dipping it directly into the remaining broth to eat. As everyone was munching away, suddenly a phone rang. The old man saw the number on the screen and his heart skipped a beat. No way could this rebellious son know we were having hot pot at home. He stepped aside, feeling guilty, as he answered weakly, hello. Dad, are you home? At that moment, Xiao with his big belly sighed, this hot pot is really delicious. How come I feel hungry again right after finishing? Hot pot. Director, and on the other end of the line precisely caught the keyword. What hot pot? Who is next to you? The old man quickly defended, I'm eating hot pot outside with Xiao Lan, not at home right now. Did you call me for something? Nothing for now. If you're having hot pot, don't eat it too spicy and don't overeat, or you might end up in the hospital. Hearing that both the rebellious son and Xiao Lan were not at home, director and thought it was no trouble and decided to head home to grab something. By the way, after you finish the hot pot and get home, change your clothes immediately. Don't lie on the sofa smelling like hot pot. Okay. After hanging up, the old man wiped the sweat from his forehead. His rebellious son couldn't even tolerate the smell of hot pot on his clothes. If he found out that everyone was having hot pot at home, it would be a disaster. Should he clean up? Forget it, he was too full. He decided to lie on the sofa for a bit, since his rebellious son wouldn't know. However, the rebellious son, whom he thought wouldn't return, was currently sitting in a car heading home. At this time, it wasn't rush hour, and the roads were clear. In less than 20 minutes, director and had arrived downstairs. He parked, took out the keys, and entered the elevator. As he sniffed a few times, he noticed an indistinct fragrance in the elevator. It smelled like hot pot, but not quite a hot pot didn't seem to smell this good. The elevator stopped once midway, and a delivery person entered carrying 5 or 6 bags of takeout. As the elevator doors opened slightly, the fragrant smell grew stronger. It smells so good. Director and murmured softly, but his stomach loudly grumbled. He felt a bit embarrassed, but the delivery person smiled in understanding. I wonder who is frying chili, it's both spicy and fragrant. Since they were already chatting, director and casually asked, is that aroma coming from the floor where you just delivered? The delivery person replied, I don't know, it seems every floor smells great. I can't tell which floor is cooking. The elevator stopped and the delivery person exited first. Director and continued upwards, finally reaching his target floor. The strong aroma on this floor made his nose run uncontrollably. Fresh chili has this pungent kick. Packaged hot pot bases lose their spiciness over time, making them lack soul when eaten. The chili aroma in the corridor was so strong that director and could barely open his eyes. As he opened the door, it felt like he had broken a seal. An explosion of spicy fragrance nearly knocked him off his feet. Wait, no, something's off. Why does it feel like the source of the chili aroma is from his home? Director and hurried inside, crossing the living room and heading straight for the kitchen. Inside, there was a ruckus laughter and banter. He could faintly hear, "Old man, why are you glaring at me? We just wanted to take some chili base. You're being too stingy. What you call taking some is leaving me without even a single Sichuan peppercorn. I wanted to use the leftover base to cook a bowl of noodles. Seriously, you have Xiao Lan now, and you're still fighting us for hot pot base. That's too much. Xiao Lan doesn't make hot pot base every day. Leave me one portion." The four of them were fighting like crazy. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a darkened face and was startled. "Who's standing there? Weird, didn't I close the door?" "I remember I closed it after ventilating." Director Ines' resentful gaze pierced through the old man's fragile soul like searchlights. "Who are you?" several people questioned in unison. None of the four subordinates recognized their bureau chief. At this point, the range of Director Ines' searchlight had shifted from one person to a group. Everyone looked confused, faces full of unfamiliarity. This was not the fault of Xiao Lan and the others. Not to mention they were new. Their chief was usually busy with work and had not had the chance to meet them closely. Since Director In took office, he had changed so much. The photo he had posted on the police station's bulletin board showed him as a slightly chubby young man. After 6 months in office, his stomach issues had worsened and he lost 30 pounds. This change was not an exaggeration to say he was unrecognizable. This led the new recruits at the police station to think their chief looked like he did in the photo. Seeing the real person standing in front of them, they couldn't connect the dots. The old man was somewhat anxious, fearing his identity would be exposed. Noticing that no one recognized Director, and he hurriedly fabricated a story. This is the owner of this apartment. It's our first meeting, haha, just came to say hello." Director and looked at his rebellious father, both amused and angry. No way he was still trying to hide his identity at a time like this. Could he really hide it? The four people from his police station, if they looked closely, would surely recognize him. Xiao Lan widened her eyes and scrutinized Director Ines' face before hurrying forward to shake hands. "Oh, so you are the owner. Nice to meet you for the first time. I'm Xiao Lan, the tenant that the old man mentioned to you before. These are my colleagues. They are here for dinner with me for the first time tonight. Usually, it's just me and the old man living here." Director Ines' lips twitched. It was surprising that he could actually keep it up. They hadn't recognized him at all. "By the way, weren't you going abroad? Did you change your plans?" Hearing Xiao Lan's question, the old man quickly jumped in. "No. Nothing has changed. He just came back to get something and will leave after that. Right? Isn't that right?" "That's how it is, right?" The old man gestured vigorously to his son to leave quickly. Director Ines' temples throbbed, gritting his teeth as he replied, "Yes. I dropped some stuff, just picking it up and leaving." After saying that, he quickly turned and entered the room to grab the documents, fearing he wouldn't be able to keep his composure. "The autumn leaves drifted down, covering my face, and my father's betrayal wounded my heart. How could there be such a rebellious father? It's a sin." Not only did he secretly bring people home for hot pot, but he also wouldn't let him stay even a moment longer, hastily urging him to leave. After securing the documents, the rebellious father seemed to suddenly have a pang of conscience, smiling awkwardly. "Have you eaten dinner?" What could he offer him to eat? Lick the pot clean to save you from washing it. So infuriating, yet he had to maintain a smile. At that moment, Xiao Lan walked out of the kitchen, handing Director a bulging bag. "This is my homemade braised pig's trotters and chicken feet, already sealed and packed, suitable for taking on the plane. You can eat them directly on the road if you get hungry." Director instinctively took it. The warm, rich aroma wafted over instantly, easing the tension in his temples and smoothing out his furrowed brows. Even through the sealed bag, the fragrance seeped out. These pig's trotters were terrifyingly enticing. "Thank you." Director Ines' expression lightened his gloom, diminishing significantly as he expressed his gratitude and turned to leave. The corridor was still filled with the strong scent of hot pot chili, yet it could not mask the faint aroma of pig's trotters. Once in the elevator, he couldn't help but open the plastic bag and lean in to take a deep breath. That one breath hit him like a rush. His gloom vanished entirely, and endorphins surged, invigorating him more than coffee ever could. No, it was even better than coffee. Could this really be said? This is the pig's trotters that make suspects confess honestly. Director suddenly felt that old Liu's report was not mere embellishment, but a complete depiction of reality. In a moment of distraction, Director found himself in his car in the underground parking lot, having devoured 2 bags of pig's trotters and chicken feet. He couldn't bear to throw away the leftover bones, savoring every bit. So delicious. Xiao Lan is quite the person. His skills are truly excellent. No wonder my dad insists on living with him. It turns out he eats so well every day. If only I could. Suddenly, Director thought of being forced to go abroad and never return, and his expression froze, overwhelmed with sorrow. What a sin. With a hard bang, he accidentally honked the horn, the loud sound startling him into retracting his hand. A new day, a new job. Old Liu called Xiao Lan and the others together to assign a new task. "The smuggling case is closed. You won't need to go to the electronic park anymore. It's best to stay away from there to avoid exposure. The task I have assigned you this time is in Feng'an District, which is the eastern suburb of our Fengling City. It used to be known as Feng'an County, infamous for its poverty. Due to poor management, it was quite chaotic. Drug addicts, traffickers, thugs, and thieves were as numerous as the stars. Later, Fengling City expanded and developed, changing from a county to a district. Thus, Feng'an County became Feng'an District of Fengling City. The government intends to vigorously develop the economy of the new district, and the leadership of Feng'an County has also been replaced, hoping for new faces and new beginnings. Unexpectedly, while the leadership changed, some bad habits of the residents of Feng'an County remained, making it difficult to change long-standing issues. After several years of vigorous rectification, drug users and traffickers have decreased, but petty thefts have continued to persist. When mentioning Feng'an District, even taxi drivers are reluctant to go, saying it is a den of thieves. The police want to carry out a large-scale special operation against theft and crime and need you to scout the area in advance tentatively for 2 weeks. For this task, Xiao Lan, you have a great deal of autonomy in execution. The other 3 of you will assist Xiao Lan in his operations. Xiao Lan, the 3 companions received. With the new task assigned, Xiao Lan began preparing for the stall. To avoid being recognized by those from the previous task, which could affect the work, Xiao Lan decided not to sell pigs trotters this time, and to switch to selling something else. Just in time, the Points Exchange store had airtight large steamers and uninterrupted gas canisters for sale. With the equipment already in place, he decided to sell breakfast. He spent 6,000 points to buy 2 sets of equipment, leaving him with 3,000 points. He simply purchased the bulletproof macadamia nuts from the store. He didn't know when he would use it, but the main goal was to unlock the complete catalog. After confirming the breakfast sale, Xiao Lan immediately arranged for ingredient procurement. Selling breakfast is indeed a laborious job. You must wake up earlier than the chickens, otherwise you will miss customers' breakfast time. You also have to sleep later than dogs, preparing everything at night, otherwise you won't have time to steam in the morning. Fortunately, old Lu arranged for Li AC, Hu Lai, and LV Dong to help, otherwise Xiao Lan would truly be overwhelmed alone. The breakfast offerings would be varied, including buns, tea, eggs, ma la cake, and fried noodles. Xiao Lan currently planned to sell only buns, offering 4 flavors: meat buns, vegetable buns, sauerkraut buns, and brown sugar buns. This way there would be a balance of savory, fresh, sour, and sweet. Making buns requires fermenting the dough and preparing the filling the night before. To ensure better taste, freshness is crucial. It's best to wrap them in the morning. After wrapping, a brief second fermentation is needed before putting them in the steamer. Thus, those who make handmade buns often get up at 34 a.m. to prepare, ensuring they can meet the morning rush at 67 a.m. If one wants to cut corners, they can also wrap them the night before and store them in the refrigerator. However, the refrigerated buns will differ subtly from fresh ones. During refrigeration, the buns will lose some moisture, causing the surface to dry out. When steamed the next day, they also require longer than usual to ensure they are fully cooked. Many people don't pay attention to these details when making buns. However, for professional chefs, these are all valuable insights. Even someone as efficient as Xiao Lan wouldn't dare to increase the variety too easily. After all, it's handmade, and he couldn't handle it all. Nowadays, many breakfast stalls offer a wide array of items. In a small shop, they can surprisingly sell dozens of different refined noodle products. Do you think they have 8 arms to make so many in one night, or are they buying frozen pre-made products in bulk? Life is tough. Those who understand, understand. These frozen pre-made products can't be expected to have good texture, and they are all categorized as survival meals. However, the true skills of many stall owners are even below the level of survival meals. Xiao Lan contacted the meat shop and vegetable stall at the market in advance. Once the vendors prepared what Xiao Lan needed, he sent Li AC and the other 2 to pick it up. These were all ingredients he had selected for long-term cooperation. As soon as they returned, Li AC asked, "Why did you specifically buy 2 types of pork? Isn't all meat just meat when chopped?" Inside the bag they brought back were specially packaged pork, 4-leg meat, and pork belly. Xiao Lan shared openly, explaining to everyone, "There's a trick to it. The 2 types of meat have different textures. 4-leg meat is tender and juicy with a moderate fat-to-lean ratio of 3 parts fat to 7 parts lean, which makes for a smooth and non-greasy bun filling. Pork belly, on the other hand, has alternating layers of fat and lean meat rich in oil, making the filling juicier. Even if I tell you won't understand, you'll be able to taste the difference during the tasting later." Xiao Lan decided to make 2 different meat buns, steaming them together to provide customers with the joy of a surprise box. Hearing how knowledgeable Xiao Lan was and thinking of his skill in making pigs trotters, everyone couldn't help but grin foolishly. Then well, just wait to eat. Little did they know Xiao Lan tossed them an apron and 2 kitchen knives. Still waiting to eat? Dream on, come over and help chop the filling. The old man pointed at his own nose, saying, "Do I, an elderly man, have to work too?" Xiao Lan rolled her eyes. "You, an elderly man, can outcompete 3 people when it comes to snatching food. If you don't work, who will? Alright then." Xiao Lan opted for the traditional method of hand chopping the filling for the buns instead of using a meat grinder. On one hand, there were 3 robust young men full of muscle and an old man full of strength, so why not make use of them? With all the food they consumed daily, if they didn't exercise, they would only end up getting fat. On the other hand, there were also hidden tips for making delicious meat buns here. The hand-chopped meat filling had unevenly sized pieces, providing a richer texture. When chewed, one could distinctly feel the fibers of the meat. Additionally, hand-chopping the filling would not overly destroy the cellular structure of the meat, allowing it to retain more juices, resulting in a more flavorful taste. Machines, due to their high-speed operation, would grind the meat filling into a mushy paste, losing a large amount of juice and making the filling dry. Of course, there are now some machines that can adjust the size of the meat particles to retain the meat chunks. However, machines are always too rigid. If they are set to retain meat chunks, they will only produce chunks. There's no denying that machines are more efficient and can save a lot of time. Yet some delicacies often require time to achieve. Just like naturally ripened fruits under sunlight are more plump and sweet than those rushed with ripening agents. Machines chop filling at an incredibly high speed. Before the seasonings have a chance to fully penetrate the meat, it is already ground to perfection. In contrast, the process of hand-chopping the filling is relatively slow, allowing the meat to remain in contact with the air longer, which facilitates better fusion with the seasonings, resulting in a richer flavor. Wearing an apron, Xiao Lan wielded her knife skillfully, pink meat fragments flying across the cutting board. Scallions and ginger were added to remove the odor, while seasonings were added in small amounts multiple times, allowing the meat filling to be fully infused as it was chopped. After demonstrating, Xiao Lan handed over the knife to the others. Chop according to my method, and remember to add the seasonings gradually to a certain extent. Don't just dump everything in at once. If you neglect the food will neglect you. If you want it to taste good, you must put in your heart and effort. Got it. Xiao Lan's serious demeanor made everyone hesitant to slack off. While everyone was busy chopping the filling, Xiao Lan began kneading the dough on the side. He placed the dough on the counter, his hands moving like Tai Chi, applying even force. Knead, pinch, stroke, slap, and beat. The dough gradually became smooth and elastic under his hands, making a duang-duang sound. The others unknowingly became mesmerized, their chopping motions coming to a halt. No way, Xiao Lan, where did you learn this skill? Leah C asked in astonishment, suddenly feeling that Xiao Lan seemed unfamiliar. You must have sneaked off to the vocational school next door to learn cooking while we were asleep at the police academy, right? I am a natural-born culinary genius, a perfect body of the divine chef. It's quite reasonable to learn from a tutorial after just one look, isn't it? Stop the nonsense and get chopping. After a day of busy work, everything was finally ready, just waiting for tomorrow morning to set up the stall. The first batch of buns steamed out was savored by the 5 of them at a slow pace. After all, they had personally participated in the making, so they couldn't just wolf it down. They had to chew slowly and savor the details, as it was only right to honor the effort they put into it. As they ate, the old man suddenly started crying. Oh my, I've lived in vain for 70 years. How come I never knew buns could taste this good? Woo, I must live to 100 and enjoy them for another 30 years. The other 3 men also wept, their eyes moist. Woo, is this what 5 hours of effort produces? So that's how delicious food can be when it's not made carelessly. How can we sell this at a roadside stall? It deserves to be exhibited in a museum. The next day, as dawn broke, Xiao Lan donned a mask and officially set up his stall. He rode ahead while Leah C and several large baskets of buns sat in the back. Xiao Lan wasn't worried about Leah C sneaking a bite, since the buns were still raw and hadn't been steamed yet. While riding, he scanned for a suitable spot to set up the stall. In his mind, he recalled old Lu's introduction of the environment in Feng'an District. Feng'an New District has both new and old blocks. The new block has complete infrastructure, towering buildings, and spacious roads, originally planned to be a commercial street. However, due to the bad reputation of the thief's den, no merchants were willing to open shops there, and no one wanted to buy houses in Feng'an District. Therefore, the new block is largely empty with virtually no one around, and at night, it's like a ghost street. Almost all residents live in the old block. The roads there are narrow and old, with winding alleys and many half-demolished abandoned buildings. Police cars entering the old block would find it hard to turn around if they lacked driving skills. However, those familiar with the terrain could easily escape, disappearing like loaches as soon as they darted, and making our capture efforts extremely difficult. As Xiao Lan rode from the new block to the old block, he could personally verify old Liu's words. Along the way, the houses and roads became increasingly dilapidated, yet the number of people moving about grew. There were drunks wandering the streets in the early morning and barbecue stalls that had been operating all night, preparing to close up and head home. Suddenly, Xiao Lan's headlights illuminated an obstacle on the road ahead. A huge tree branch was lying across the road. The road was already narrow, and this branch completely blocked it. The sky was dark blue with morning fog lingering, making it hard for Xiao Lan to see the road ahead. He was only worried that something was wrong with the road. Someone might have intentionally placed the branch here as a warning for later vehicles. Go ahead and check if there's something wrong with the road. If everything's fine, move the branch that's blocking the way. All right. Leah C climbed out of the vehicle, revealing his red-nosed face. He took a long stride off the tricycle and walked ahead. With the illumination of Xiao Lan's headlights, he could see the situation behind the branch. The road was intact with no collapses or missing manhole covers, just a few large stones. So Leah C began clearing the branch stones and other debris. Who is so malicious, playing pranks and placing stones in the middle of the road? As he was focused on his work, suddenly he was bumped heavily by someone. Leah C looked up alertly and found that the person who bumped into him was an elderly woman with gray hair. The other party must have lost balance and bumped into him. He immediately inquired with concern, "Grandma, are you alright? Did you fall?" The old woman staggered a couple of times, steadied herself by holding onto Leah C's body, and then waved her hands repeatedly. I'm fine. I'm getting old, my eyesight isn't good, almost fell." Leah C agreed, saying, "Yeah, I don't know who put these things on the road. They're not afraid of tripping people." Yes. The old woman mumbled as she finished speaking and hurried away, looking like she was in a rush. Once Leah C finished clearing the road, he brushed off the dust from his hands and walked back, immediately complaining as he saw Xiao Lan. "I tell you, this is really unethical. I don't know who randomly put obstacles on the road, nearly causing someone to trip." Xiao Lan curiously asked, "So the road surface is fine? It's not meant to warn the cars behind?" "No, it's purely a prank." However, Xiao Lan felt something was off. He suddenly recalled that this was a notorious den of thieves and urgently asked, "AC, check your pockets to see if anything is missing." Upon hearing this, Leah C quickly realized, hurriedly checking his coat pockets. His coat pockets had zippers, but now the zipper was open for some unknown reason, and what was inside? Oh no, I've lost something. Xiao Lan quickly asked, what did you lose? Cash or your phone? Liu Si shook his head, neither. It's a pack of toilet paper. I definitely need to go to the bathroom around noon, and many public toilets don't provide paper, so I brought my own. Xiao Lan was left speechless. Why are you so anxious over a pack of tissues? If I didn't know better, I'd think you lost your police badge. But Liu Si clenched his fist angrily. Damn it. That pack of paper was quite expensive, costing 2 yuan. It's thick and moisture resistant, very good for use. Xiao Lan helplessly rubbed his forehead and said, all right, it didn't give you any advertising fee. Stop talking. By the way, your phone wasn't stolen, right? No, I just left it in the car and didn't take it down. Xiao Lan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Secondhand phones aren't worth much now, but the information in the phone is extremely important. If Liu Si's phone was stolen and someone took it to a shop to unlock it and inadvertently viewed the information or chat records, they would know he is an undercover police officer. That would be a disaster. On the first day, he would be stripped bare and have to roll back home. It can only be said that this is indeed a den of thieves. The two had just arrived, and before they could make any progress, they had already learned a lesson. Even the old, weak women and children cannot be taken lightly. We must be more vigilant in the future. Liu Si got back into the car, while Xiao Lan began to reevaluate what old Lu said earlier when he was pounding the table in the office. This Feng'an district is truly a festering sore that cannot be healed. Anyone with a bit of ability left long ago. Those who remain here often have shady backgrounds, and many of them band together. Previously, our police force had conducted several anti-theft operations. However, whenever our people arrived, they would immediately alert each other and hide the evidence. It feels like the entire district is filled with informants. Wherever we go, they just watch us as if we were a joke, like watching monkeys. That feeling of knowing they are up to something, but not being able to gather evidence, is incredibly frustrating. After several unsuccessful attempts, they became even more arrogant. I heard that even a dog entering Feng'an district could be recognized as a police dog at a glance. In any case, it's difficult for our police to breach their defenses. That's why we need you, Xiao Lan, to infiltrate Feng'an district in your undercover identity and help the police find a breakthrough. The memory abruptly stopped because Xiao Lan found a suitable place to set up his stall. This was a crossroad in an old neighborhood, the busiest thoroughfare. Anyone heading out for work or school inevitably had to pass by here. Inside, at least 4 bus stops could be seen. Xiao Lan instinctively felt this was the area with the highest foot traffic. Even if his judgment was wrong, his peers surely wouldn't misjudge it either. Look, at this time, there was already a vendor selling steamed buns setting up his stall. While Xiao Lan parked his car, another uncle selling fried rice noodles came by on his bike. Indeed, one must be diligent in the breakfast business. Those who sleep and won't make money. Xiao Lan found a spot to park his car, started setting up his stall, and lit the steamer. Steaming buns takes about 12 minutes. It's winter now, so it will take a bit longer. However, it should still be in time for the morning rush. Before long, several more breakfast vendors arrived, one after another. Some sold sandwiches, others sold rice rolls, some sold handmade burgers, and others fried dough sticks. However, there were still more stalls selling buns and dumplings. Selling buns and dumplings doesn't require much skill. They are all wholesale ready-made products. They just need to be thawed in advance and then steamed until cooked. Although the bun stalls seem quite homogeneous, there is no fierce competition among them. This is because the foot traffic is very high. Customers come and go in a hurry, often buying breakfast while waiting for the red light with limited time. Sometimes if customers see one stall too crowded, they may prefer to choose the neighboring stall with fewer people. If every stall is crowded, customers might simply choose not to buy here. Everywhere in the city, there are wholesale frozen buns. It doesn't matter where you buy them. So having more breakfast stalls to help disperse the crowd is a good thing and can help retain customers. Today with the newcomer Xiao Lan, the other vendors didn't pay much attention. The buns made by Xiao Lan didn't have that overpowering aggressive aroma like the braised pig trotters. The plump, juicy meat filling was tightly sealed within the soft and elastic dough. Even when steamed, they only exuded a light fragrance of flour. The aroma was very understated. It didn't flaunt itself. Only those who had tasted the buns would know that each bun concealed a powerful, delicious surprise. At the 15-minute mark, a misty white steam burst forth. Liu Si seemed to transform into Pavlov's dog. A gentle shake of the bell was enough to make him salivate. Clearly, he hadn't even smelled the aroma yet, but just seeing it made him feel ants crawling all over his body. He wished he could knock Xiao Lan unconscious and enjoy all the buns by himself. Unfortunately, before he could transform that wicked thought into action, the first customer arrived. The person had messy, faded yellow hair. His outfit was a classic style of a small-time punk from the suburban areas. He didn't look very old. However, as soon as he spoke, it was clear he had been smoking for at least 10 years, exuding a strong smell of alcohol from a hangover. Liu Si, standing opposite him, nearly choked on the smell and passed out. "Give me 4 meat buns," the young man said while yawning, his eyes never fully opening. Xiao Lan didn't immediately lift the steamer to take the meat buns, but instead told him 10 yuan, each, a total of 40 yuan for 4. The young man's yawn suddenly paused. He squinted and leaned closer to Xiao Lan, asking, "What? How much did you say for each one?" Xiao Lan seemed to anticipate this and held his breath before calmly repeating, "The meat bun is 10 yuan each. We also have vegetable buns, pickled cabbage buns, and brown sugar buns, all for 6 yuan each." The young man's eyes widened for the first time. "Are you crazy? What meat bun can sell for 10 yuan? Did you stuff an entire pig in there?" In the most bustling area of Fengling City, even meat buns could hardly sell for 10 yuan each. Moreover, the old district has its own pricing. Although it has been several years since it was restructured from a county to a district, Feng'an district has only recently managed to alleviate poverty. The prices here are still comparable to those in the county town. The normal price for buns is around 1.5 yuan, while meat buns can be sold for 2 yuan. A beef bun sold for 3 yuan is already considered high-priced. Yet Xiao Lan's meat buns are astonishingly priced at 10 yuan, a direct increase of 5 times. Not to mention Fengling City, even in the top-tier cities like Kyoto and Huqing, I have never seen a street vendor daring to price buns above 5 yuan. Vendor, what gives you the right to sell them so expensively? Is it because you think I'm still drunk and easily scammed, or is there something special about your buns? The young man with yellow hair glared at Xiao Lan, an expression of indignation on his face, resembling a powder keg, ready to explode. Xiao Lan replied casually, "These buns are handmade, not produced by machines. The labor costs are high, so a higher price is reasonable. May I ask if you still want to buy?" Xiao Lan stopped explaining, there, not eagerly requesting the other party to try one. After all, he was not a real businessman. Everything he did was merely to make himself appear like a normal vendor, avoiding detection of his undercover identity. However, his nonchalant tone, indifferent expression, and unenthusiastic attitude gave the young man a taste of contempt. It was as if he had already determined that the young man had no money and could not afford it, hence he couldn't be bothered to engage. By this time the sun was fully up and a group of early commuters had gathered at the intersection. The conversation between the two had already drifted into the ears of pedestrians waiting for the red light. Waiting for the light, they had nothing to do, so they might as well enjoy the spectacle. The young man with yellow hair was only 18, the most sensitive age, and he wanted to save face. He felt that all the passers-by were watching him. To have so many people question him about not having money, who does he think he is looking down on? He was about to do something big. Just before taking action, he wanted to buy a few buns to fill his stomach so he wouldn't lack strength when running away later. A small vendor can only make a few coins a day, and he dares to doubt my financial status. I can earn thousands from one deal. Of course I'll buy, give me 4. If they're not delicious, I'll topple your stall. As a thug, the young man's style was straightforward and unadorned. What he said was not just an empty threat, he meant it. Toppling your stall is nothing, not beating you would be a miracle. Any vendor with even the slightest guilt would have given a few buns for free to avoid trouble. However, he ran into the confident Xiao Lan. Without changing his expression, Xiao Lan quickly retrieved 4 meat buns from the steamer. The speed was so fast that no one even got to see what the buns looked like as the steamer was closed again. 4 buns, 40 yuan. As a puff of white steam dissipated, the young man finally saw the meat buns Xiao Lan handed to him. What he saw made him furious and laugh. Buns priced at 10 yuan each turned out to be just the size of ordinary buns. At most, they were as big as 2 small soup buns. Other stalls sell char siu buns for 3 yuan each, making sure to have enough dough for a palm-sized bun. This vendor must not have been beaten up by society before. I'll just wait to let him taste a good beating. The young man scoffed and threw an entire bun into his mouth, chewing provocatively. It was as if he was saying, once I finish 2 buns, I'll come after you. As he chewed, his provocative gaze suddenly flickered. A hint of confusion, some astonishment emerged. After a few more chews, his eyes widened. His cheeks puffed up and his chewing speed suddenly accelerated, as if someone had pressed the video to 3 times speed. Liu Si could already guess from the bulging of his cheeks how the young man's tongue was twisting and turning in his mouth. Delicious, right? Isn't it stunning? This mountain pig has never eaten such fine flour before. The dough kneaded by Xiao Lan himself, the filling prepared by his buddies. 5 hours of production, do you think this is child's play? At that time, Liu Si and the others thought that after chopping the meat the process would be over. They never expected that this was just the beginning. Next, they had to use chopsticks to thoroughly mix the meat filling, ensuring that the seasonings and meat were fully blended. When mixing, they had to apply force in one direction, which helped the meat filling gain strength. How much strength? Let's just say that Liu Si single-handedly broke 3 pairs of chopsticks. After sufficient mixing, the meat filling seemed to come alive, biting onto the chopsticks. Even if one released their grip an hour later, the chopsticks would still be standing upright. When stirring with the chopsticks, it was extremely difficult to move. The meat clung tightly to each other, as if it were a fully armed army ready for battle. Liu Si had to use the stick in his hand to stir the heavenly gods into chaos. If a machine were used for mixing, it would have already been smoking by now. But human potential is limitless. The chopsticks broke, yet Liu Si's hands did not. That battle was exhilarating, and even now his arms still felt a lingering soreness. Now when the young man took a bite, he wasn't just eating a bun, he was tasting Liu Si's hard-earned spoils, his military merit. Don't say 10 yuan is cheap. Even if they were 50 each, they would still be worth it. By the time he reached the second bun, the young man began to grunt, his body shaking uncontrollably, making sounds unfit for public. He didn't want to be like this, but it was the meat bun that struck first. He merely tossed the bun into his mouth, and as his upper and lower teeth made contact, a fragrant explosion erupted and the juices splattered. The fruits of victory were so delicious, yet they were not easily obtained. The meat filling during its preparation seemed to have been subdued by the chopsticks, obediently allowing itself to be molded into a small ball stuffed into the dough and formed into a plump bun with pleats. However, this was merely a temporary truce. Once the meat filling was steamed, it would be endowed with a magical buff of tender and elastic, reviving it. Using the mouth as a battlefield and the bun's outer skin as a shield, the meat fillings would regroup, charge forward, and initiate an attack. Thus the young man could feel that as he chewed, the meat filling seemed to leap up and strike his mouth. The exhilarating sensation activated every cell within his mouth. He felt his mouth come alive as if it knew a great battle was about to begin. Over 10,000 taste bud cells were mobilized, mostly concentrated on the tip of his tongue and the sides. In a three-sided sandwich formation, they launched an attack on the meat filling. The meat filling fought back, valiantly maneuvering between the tongue and teeth, launching full-scale assaults. Yet their generals continued to fall, perishing under the suppression of teeth. To the young man, these generals were the sizable meat chunks he encountered while chewing. These meat chunks were more elastic, juicier, and more delicious. They vividly illustrated what it meant to be a surprise. What it meant to be truly astonishing. Amazing. This is too delicious. How can it be this good? Huang Mao was so overwhelmed by the deliciousness that he nearly cried. The battle between his mouth and the buns ended in a resounding human victory. The news of victory traveled down his throat. Every inch of his intestines celebrated along the way. The good news quickly reached the chief authority stationed in the central palace, the stomach. The stomach is an emotional organ, and emotions can affect its activities. Upon hearing the news of victory, the stomach was filled with joy, granting amnesty with a wave of its hand. Years of accumulated tension, anxiety, and depression were instantly swept away. The entire person was revitalized from within. Huang Mao could clearly feel it. The hangover headache from excessive drinking, the stench from years of smoking embedded deep in his lungs, and the liver damage from long nights of staying up late. All were completely washed away after consuming 4 buns. His drunken eyes became clear, filled with a refreshing sense of untainted purity. However, the turbid qi in his body had formed over many years. The buns could only offer him a brief moment of refreshment, not a lasting relief. Thus he impatiently shouted, "Give me another 10 meat buns." Huang Mao's words stunned those around him who had been eavesdropping. They had initially looked at the stall owner with sympathy and mockery, thinking he would be troubled by thugs. To everyone's surprise, the plot took a sudden turn. Huang Mao, the little thug, not only didn't cause trouble, but deftly took out his phone to make the payment. Wealth Treasure received 100 yuan. The sudden mechanical voice made the passers-by who doubted their hearing confirm once again that they hadn't misheard. Huang Mao really wanted to buy 10 more. Were these buns truly that delicious? Huang Mao's reaction was within Xiao Lan's expectations. He did not show much emotional fluctuation, merely reminding him about the payment for the previous 4 meat buns. Huang Mao paused for half a second, then immediately reacted, Oh, forgot to pay, coming right up. Soon the mechanical voice sounded again. Wealth Treasure received 40 yuan. After paying, Huang Mao stared blankly at the steamer. With eager eyes, he watched Xiao Lan take out the buns one by one. 1, 2, 9, 10. After packing up 10 buns, Huang Mao gazed longingly at the few still resting in the steamer, wanting to grab them all. Once he got the buns, Huang Mao didn't leave. He was too impatient and directly started eating from the bag. He devoured them one by one, each meat bun about the size of half a palm. He ate them with the vigor of a small steamed bun. One by one, the white fluffy meat buns disappeared into his stomach. Huang Mao felt an immense satisfaction in his belly. His satisfaction extended beyond just his stomach. It filled the emptiness of his life. In the previous 18 years, he had never felt this fulfilled. When he ate before, he only focused on the bouncy meat filling. Now that he ate more, he began to discover the charm of the bun's skin. It was like a partner in a Latin dance performance, never stealing the spotlight from the female dancer. Yet under his guidance, the female dancer could bloom even more brilliantly and freely. The texture of the skin was like a gentle spring breeze, soft and warm. As his teeth penetrated the layer of white, oily skin, he felt an indescribable delicacy. It was as if he was stepping on fluffy clouds or sinking into the softness of a cat's belly. When the outer layer gently cracked in his mouth, a faint weed aroma was released. As he chewed, each layer of the bun's skin slowly unfolded on his tongue. The outer layer was fine and moist, the middle layer was soft and fluffy, and the inner layer, infused with broth, was salty and smooth. The skin of a single meat bun had 3 distinct textures. Combined with the filling, it simply meant one word: perfection. The interwoven textures formed a net. He willingly threw himself into the trap. Huang Mao devoured 14 meat buns at a speed akin to a whirlwind. He didn't even need to drink water and felt no choking. The freshly steamed buns were sufficiently moist. He didn't even feel full because he ate too quickly and his stomach hadn't caught up. Normally, no matter how delicious the food, the joy felt from eating would diminish as the quantity increased. Economics calls this the law of diminishing marginal utility, which in everyday life is known as getting tired of it. However, this effect seemed to be ineffective with the buns. With each bun he ate, new surprises awaited him. Some buns were filled with plenty of broth, some had large chunks of meat, some were exceptionally delicate, and some contained pieces of ginger. It seemed the buns held many secrets waiting for him to discover. He even felt an urge to eat another 14. Just then, however, his uncooperative stomach began to react, signaling a feeling of fullness. Liasi looked at Huang Mao's dazed expression, grinning from ear to ear, nearly reaching his nape. Now do you doubt Lan Ji's skills? Yesterday when they ate, they collectively cried out in joy, collapsing onto the sofa. Xiao Lan could disregard such doubts, but Liasi wanted to vent his anger. He deliberately cleared his throat and asked, "Bro, why aren't you leaving? You don't want to cause trouble at our stall, do you?" Huang Mao's temper wouldn't change just because he had eaten a few buns. Upon hearing Liasi's provocation, he got a bit annoyed. "You say you am." As he raised his hand, a sudden feeling of fullness hit him, and he immediately dared not speak. Eating 14 in one go was simply too much. In this state, it was best not to cause trouble, lest he move too violently and end up vomiting. He certainly didn't want to vomit. The The buns were expensive and incredibly delicious. So Huang Mao shot Li a glare. Wait for me, I'll be back tomorrow. If it's not delicious, I'll topple your stall. After making such threats, he cradled his swollen belly and left in small steps. As soon as Huang Mao left, the onlookers immediately rushed over. To fully witness the excitement, many had already missed a green light. They observed Huang Mao's transformation and watched him devour so many buns at once. There was no need to verify whether the buns were delicious. Facts spoke louder than words. Boss, give me 2 meat buns. I want 2 as well. A girl who usually paid attention to her figure hesitated for a moment and said, give me 1 meat bun and 1 vegetable bun. Normally this girl wouldn't eat meat buns knowing they were greasy and feared gaining weight. However, the stall owner claimed his meat buns were handmade. Handmade buns were rare these days. Perhaps it was worth breaking her diet this once. Little did she know, once some diets were broken, there was no going back. In the blink of an eye, many people had gathered around. In another blink, the crowd dispersed like a tide. They were not like Huang Mao, a carefree street punk. They had to hurry to work. Selling breakfast was like this. People came quickly and left just as fast. In an instant, Xiao Lan's stall was completely empty. The green light began to flash, and there was little time left for everyone to cross the intersection. At that moment, a young man wearing a checkered shirt and carrying a backpack hurriedly ran over. Though the young man appeared anxious, he exuded an air of composure amidst his urgency. Clearly, he was the type who habitually raced against the clock to work, always teetering on the edge of being late. Yet somehow he managed to clock in, successfully receiving his full attendance bonus each month. Of course, there were times when he stumbled, one moment in paradise, the next in hell. Observing his reaction, one could tell the green light was flashing. Instead of dashing across the street immediately, the young man quickly scanned several breakfast stalls with his small eyes behind his glasses. Realizing that the stall run by Xiao Lan had the fewest customers, he charged forward. At a distance of 2 meters, he began shouting, boss, it'll take 4 meat buns. It'll take 4 meat buns. As he shouted, he fished out his phone to scan the payment code, truly embodying the spirit of seizing every second. Even Xiao Lan, who was generally slow-paced, was swept up by his urgency, hastening the retrieval of the buns. 10 yuan each, that's 40 yuan in total. Huh. The CPU in the young man's brain suddenly lagged. His finger had already pressed the number 8, ready to make the payment with his fingerprint. However, Xiao Lan's quoted price was indeed beyond his expectations. Based on his years of experience, buying breakfast meat buns cost 2 yuan each, so 4 would amount to just 8 yuan. Every breakfast stall sold buns at wholesale prices. It was likely they sourced from the same supplier, hence the uniform pricing. He didn't even ask, going straight to payment, unaware that Xiao Lan charged 10 yuan for each bun. This disrupted his rhythm. Could it be that seeing him in a rush, Xiao Lan was trying to take advantage of him? The young man was tempted to stop and question the pricing. Or perhaps he should just forego this and quickly find another stall. But time was not on his side. His schedule was meticulously divided down to the last second. If he didn't buy, he would go hungry that morning. The only thing he could do was take a serious look at Xiao Lan's face, memorizing it, so he would never patronize this stall again. Then the young man made a swift decision. He quickly deleted the 8, entered 40, and completed the fingerprint payment. Despite the whirlwind of thoughts in his mind, his decision-making time was but a flash. Payment completed. Before the voice prompt could finish, the young man snatched the bun from Xiao Lan's hand and dashed away. Total 40 yuan. As the voice finished the billing, the young man with the backpack had just crossed the street. Just after he crossed, the pedestrian signal flashed 3 times before suddenly turning red. The timing was impeccable. What seemed like a narrow escape actually had some leeway. Even Xiao Lan and Li Si couldn't help but admire his figure as he sprinted away, exclaiming that speed must be years of training. Surely he must have been honing his timing since kindergarten to be so precise. 30 minutes later, Qin Gaojia clocked in with just 15 seconds to spare and successfully settled into his workstation. After catching his breath for a moment, he placed his backpack down, which contained his laptop. It also held the 4 meat buns he had bought from the unscrupulous vendor. The term unscrupulous vendor referred to none other than Xiao Lan. And Qin Gaojia was the so-called king of timing. The young man with the backpack forced to spend 40 yuan on buns. He had been cursing the unscrupulous vendor in his mind during the subway ride. His usual breakfast budget was only 8 yuan, and when suddenly it had skyrocketed to 5 times that amount. How dare the vendor charge 10 yuan for a bun? With 10 yuan, he could have bought 2 bowls of noodles. From the way he carried his laptop to and from work, it was clear that Qin Gaojia was a programmer. Even in this third-tier city, being a programmer was a relatively high-paying job. He had money, and his spending philosophy was that he could buy expensive things, but not overpriced ones. The feeling of being ripped off made him quite uncomfortable, as if he were being treated as a fool. Thus, when he pulled out the 4 squashed buns, he couldn't help but mutter curses in his heart. His female colleague Xiao Chen couldn't help but comment when she saw him sweating profusely, "If only you left home 5 minutes earlier each day, you wouldn't be in such a rush." Qin Gaojia replied, "What do you know? I'm racing against time." Xiao Cheng was left speechless. Dude, that elementary school text racing against time was meant to teach you to cherish time. It wasn't a lesson on wasting time until you're almost late, and then desperately trying to catch up. Qin Gaojia was adamant about his rebellious attitude. "You mind your business. Oh, I've managed to secure half a year of full attendance while you humph." Xiao Cheng, feeling hit where it hurt, jumped up to kick his knee. Beyond that, she had no other way to deal with him. "Just hurry and eat your breakfast. Don't let the team leader catch you eating during work hours." Qin Gaojia remained calm, as ever, no worries. The team leader doesn't need to clock in. He's always over half an hour late, so I have plenty of time to finish breakfast and hide the smell. Saying this, he leisurely untied the knot on the plastic bag. While opening his email, he popped a bun into his mouth. According to his usual habit, 4 buns could easily be finished in 3 minutes. However, the moment he took the first bite, he felt as though he was not biting into the meat filling of the bun, but rather into his own brain. It was hard to describe the taste he was experiencing. It was as if his mind had gone blank in an instant. Or rather, his mind was in a state of clarity. He seemed to have fallen into a state of ethereal focus, unable to perceive the surrounding environment or hear the surrounding sounds. All his attention was fully concentrated on the meat bun in his mouth. Due to his rough handling, the bun had become flattened. Yet this did not in the slightest diminish its deliciousness. Perhaps it had been affected, but to him it was still a flavor he had never experienced in his life. The dough of the pressed bun had lost some of its elasticity. However, because it was flattened, his teeth could bypass the obstruction of the dough and directly reach the meat filling inside. That sudden burst of freshness with no time for a buffer was enough to blow his soul away. Who am I? Where am I? What am I eating? This taste is unbelievably fresh. Wait, why am I using the word fresh? What does fresh taste like? In the past, Xiao Lan never thought about food-related matters. If there was something to eat, he would just eat it. He had always been known for being easy to feed. Sometimes even soy sauce over rice would suffice for a day's nutrition. Yet the meat bun in his hand suddenly pulled him into such reflections, even hinting at a philosophical height. People know that among mountain delicacies and seafood, freshness is most intense. Yet it is difficult to accurately describe what freshness truly is. All he knew was that it was a complex, marvelous, and rich flavor. Scientists have attempted to extract the essence of freshness, and in the end they only managed to produce something called monosodium glutamate from seaweed. Monosodium glutamate is indeed a great discovery. But at this moment, Xiao Lan was very certain that compared to true freshness, monosodium glutamate was merely a one-sided imitation, a second-best choice. No seasoning could replicate the deliciousness of this meat bun. None. If you disagree, come argue. As Xiao Lan savored the bun's juices, he fell into philosophical contemplation. The flavor of this bun was too sophisticated, too rich. In his shallow life, he had never encountered a similar template. He couldn't even imagine who in the world could replicate such a taste. This must be a culinary masterpiece created by the hand of a god. To think this kind of delicacy only cost 10 yuan each, and he had previously considered it expensive. What a foolish oversight. Xiao Lan ate with such rapt absorption that he nearly entered a state of flow, utterly unaware of his surroundings. Unbeknownst to him, a circle of colleagues had quietly gathered around him, bombarding him with questions. What are you eating? Where did you buy those buns? They look delicious. Can I have one? Damn, it's so fragrant. How could you bring breakfast into the office? This is disrupting everyone's work. Hey, say something already. Why aren't you responding? Suddenly a voice rang out from behind. What's going on here? Are you all skipping work? At the team leader's voice, the crowd scattered like startled birds. The team leader's nose caught the rich, meaty aroma lingering in the air, and he snapped, didn't I forbid bringing breakfast to your workstation? Xiao Lan. When Xiao Lan finally snapped back to awareness, the team leader's furious, magnified face loomed before him. Colleague Xiao Cheng discreetly pinched his arm, a silent nudge to stop spacing out and respond immediately. Yet even after 5 or 6 purple bruises bloomed on his arm, he remained unresponsive, until he finished the bun, gnawed down to the plastic bag, and his eyes suddenly regained clarity. Then panic flared. Team leader. Team what leader? Look at the time right now. Dazed as if awakening from a dream, he glanced at the clock on his computer screen. 30 minutes had already slipped away. How? He hadn't sensed a single second pass. I've told you repeatedly, no food at your desk. Crumbs attract cockroaches. Just look at how messy you've made this place. Hearing those words, Xiao Lan looked down, and his pupils contracted sharply. He saw broth splattered across his keyboard, the very same laptop he cherished like a spouse. Newly acquired just 6 months ago, it absolutely could not be ruined. Frantically, he grabbed tissues to wipe it clean. As he wiped, he inexplicably lifted the tissue to his nose and inhaled deeply, suddenly forgetting everything, even his spouse, and letting out a low, rapturous sigh. Ah, so fragrant. Then it struck him, the first bun had been tender, silky, sublime. The second burst with savory juices. That broth must have sprayed forth then. A single steamed bun delivering 2 utterly distinct gustatory experiences. Was it his imagination, or would tomorrow demand another taste? Xiao Lan, I'm speaking to you. Stop zoning out. Come with me to the conference room, now. At last the team leader's roar pierced through Xiao Lan's trance. Seeing his leader's ashen, thunderous expression, Xiao Lan groaned inwardly. Trouble. He'd walked beside the river for so long. Today he'd finally gotten his feet wet. A scolding was inevitable. Xiao Lan's influence over Fengmen district was like a butterfly's wings stirring the air, her presence quietly igniting the gathering storm. Those like Xiao Lan, who merely stumbled into reprimand, were in truth among the fortunate. Others with a single misstep tumbled straight into prison. That morning the young man with blonde-tipped hair had planned after breakfast to pull off a major heist. A seasoned mentor named Brother Tang had introduced him to the trade and taught him the art of pickpocketing. Once the youth had mastered roughly 70 or 80% of the skill, Brother Tang announced it was time for a grander operation, a residential burglary. He'd already been casing a target household for weeks. He'd mapped their routines precisely, knowing exactly when the homeowner left for work, leaving the house empty, and when they'd return. After nearly half a month of meticulous surveillance, Brother Tang set the operation for today. But moments before departure, the blonde youth clapped a hand over his mouth and called Brother Tang. Sorry, Brother Tang. I might not make it today. Giggle, giggle. Hearing the chicken-like chirps echoing from the phone, Brother Tang frowned deeply. What's wrong with you? Don't tell me you got pecked by a chicken. No, giggle, I'm stuffed. Mainly I ate too fast and got hiccups. Giggle, giggle. My chest hurts, giggle, giggle. It's unbearable, so I came to the hospital. Brother Tang exploded. Damn it. You useless brat. You've got no experience and zero reliability. I held this golden opportunity just for you to lift you up, and this is how you repay me. Standing me up at the last minute. Their plan involved posing as movers, emptying the entire household, and moving furniture demanded real physical effort. With hiccups racking his body, the youth couldn't even walk comfortably, let alone haul furniture. What a farce. I'm sorry, Brother Tang, giggle, giggle. How about tomorrow? I'll definitely be fine then. Wait for you. Dream on. I finally secured the perfect window. The neighbor also left home, and now you want me to reschedule, eh? His fury rattled the phone's speaker. You fool, you're hopeless, irredeemable. Even excrement cools before you can reach it. I'm taking someone else today. You're out. Get yourself treated, now. With that, Brother Tang slammed the call shut. Staring blankly at his phone screen, the youth grumbled bitterly about the bun vendor. Of all days. Why today? Why open your stall today? And why make them so delicious? You've derailed my life's greatest endeavor. Little did he know, his own great endeavor, Minter Brother Tang, would soon find himself behind bars for residential burglary. Such as the uncanny twist of fate, the homeowner didn't go to work that day. At least not for long. He'd barely stepped out before turning back. At that very moment, while the youth devoured 14 buns at Xiao Lan's stall, the homeowner stood at the street corner watching. He'd been crossing the road, but the sight of the youth savoring his meal stirred an irresistible craving. They passed each other without recognition. The youth had never seen the homeowner before. Brother Tang had deliberately withheld details, fearing the youth would act prematurely. Ironically, his caution against the youth became his own undoing. The homeowner bought 2 buns and polished them off before crossing the street. That intoxicating aroma held him rooted in place, lost in contemplation. In the end, he surrendered to temptation, turned back, and bought several more. That round trip cost precious time, and guaranteed he'd be late. Late arrivals meant wage deductions, but requesting a half-day leave did not. So he simply filed for leave and resumed work in the afternoon, then returned to Xiao Lan's stall to feast anew. After wiping his mouth, he packed 10 more buns to take home. As he strolled leisurely toward his front door, he arrived just in time to witness Brother Tang and his accomplice carrying furniture out of his own house. Would he call the police? Of course he would. Brother Tang and his partner had just heaved a refrigerator, taller than a man, down the stairs, only to meet the homeowner's raised smartphone camera and the steady gaze of the police's body-worn cameras. 2 gleaming, nearly new silver handcuffs awaited them. Plenty for both, no need to fight over them. The officers stood calmly, smiling faintly. Well, you two certainly know how to stage a crime scene. Early morning criminal performance art. Quite the spectacle. Since the homeowner caught you red-handed, it's truly karmic serendipity. Arrestable, but perhaps not imprisonable. Now carry that refrigerator, sofa, and washing machine back inside. Heavy, isn't it? Brother Tang and his accomplice exchanged hollow, speechless glances. Indeed, it was heavy. They'd barely set it down and caught their breath before being ordered to hoist it again. How dare the police kill with words after delivering the blow? Suddenly, a notification from the system rang in Xiao Lan's ear. Ding! 2 Class C criminals have been apprehended. The capture is effective. A reward of 4,000 yuan and 400 points has been awarded. Keep up the good work. Xiao Lan wondered who had been caught. All he knew was that the system counted every criminal indirectly related to food as his own. He couldn't help but murmur, no wonder it's a den of thieves, the criminal density is too high. I've only been out for a few hours and 2 have already been caught. But the one caught wouldn't be that yellow-haired guy from this morning, would it? When the yellow-haired guy arrived this morning, Xiao Lan noticed that the red light of the food truck, which despised evil, was lit. Fortunately, the red light wasn't too intense, not reaching the point where Xiao Lan wanted to report it with a single click. Perhaps the yellow-haired guy usually had a bit of dirty work, but the amount involved wasn't significant. He looked quite young. Perhaps if he understood better in the future, he could walk the right path. He didn't expect to be caught so quickly. Being captured might be a blessing in disguise. If the environment he was in was a quagmire, the people around him would only pull him down further. Escaping such an environment and rebuilding could be a good thing. At this moment, the yellow-haired guy had no idea he had narrowly escaped a disaster. He also didn't realize that burglary was a far more serious crime than his usual petty theft. Burglary involving more than 1,000 yuan could lead to a prison sentence of up to 3 years. If he followed Brother Tang and emptied someone else's house, it would certainly exceed that amount. Spending 140 yuan on buns saved him 3 years in prison, which was a huge gain. With Brother Tang, who led him down the wrong path, already caught, if the yellow-haired guy stopped now, his life might start a new chapter. Unfortunately, he was unaware that he stood at a crossroads in life. Years later, looking back, he would think it was just ordinary. After seeing the doctor, the yellow-haired guy sat down on a bench in the hospital corridor to rest. This public bench was surrounded by other patients coming and going. Each patient looked hurried, holding various registration slips, number slips, test result forms, and examination reports, wishing they had 8 hands. Even if he brought a bag, it was stuffed so full that nothing could fit inside, and the zipper wouldn't close. Sometimes overwhelmed, he would carelessly place his phone on the chair. As he watched, a craving for petty theft arose within him. Seeing something slightly better, he felt it was his wanting to return it to its rightful owner. Just then a graceful young woman hurriedly sat down beside him. She had just come from the obstetrics department, holding a large stack of examination slips. The yellow-haired guy glanced at her. He couldn't understand the pile of text and didn't know what check she needed. But he noticed the medical insurance balance on the payment slip, over 100,000. What strong financial power. The yellow-haired guy formally sized up the young woman. She had a high-quality handbag and wore a low-key luxurious women's gold watch on her wrist. Other than that, she didn't have many accessories, but her imposing aura of wealth was undeniable. At that moment, she was chatting with someone, her right hand typing away nonstop. When her emotions ran high, she placed her bag on the bench and continued typing. The yellow-haired guy could no longer suppress his wicked thoughts. He felt his energy had returned, the buns were digested, and he straightened up. He first took off his coat, making some noise. The young woman glanced at him instinctively, then continued typing and sending messages. Using the coat as cover, the yellow-haired guy's hand quietly reached out, slowly inching towards the edge of her bag. Seizing the opportunity, he moved like lightning, grabbed the bag, and stuffed it into his coat. His movement was too quick. The young woman didn't notice she had been robbed, still busy typing and chatting. The yellow-haired guy stood up, casually quickening his pace, and soon breaking into a light jog. Not far into his escape, a heavy kick struck his lower back, catching him off guard and knocking him to the ground. "How dare you steal my wife's things? Put the bag down." It turned out to be the young woman's husband. The young woman had been typing so emotionally because she was scolding him for being late. He had been stuck in traffic after a business deal, frazzled by his lateness, and had witnessed the entire process of the yellow-haired guy's theft from afar. That kick left the yellow-haired guy gasping for breath. Just as he tried to get up from the ground, he had barely lifted his rear when another kick landed on him. The other party kicked him several meters forward. The yellow-haired guy rolled and crawled, using both hands and feet to break through. "Get out of the way. Everyone get out of the way. Don't block my path." The man hadn't expected his kick to give a boost, and he hurriedly shouted from behind, "Catch him. He's a thief." The yellow-haired guy sneered internally. "Oh, what good is shouting? Unless you can catch up with me, no passerby would help." This was Feng'an district, where thieves outnumbered ordinary people on the streets. The yellow-haired guy had stolen so many times, several of which had been witnessed by passersby. Some passersby were afraid of getting involved and didn't dare to alert the victim. Others would help provide cover, asking for a share afterward. This was a hospital. Oh, everyone was too preoccupied to help. Suddenly 5 legs shot out ahead, trying to trip him. Damn. After narrowly jumping over, 6 arms reached out simultaneously, trying to grab his hair. What the hell? The yellow-haired guy ducked his head, having 6 tufts of hair yanked out, but barely managed to escape. With obstacles behind him, dawn was just ahead. The yellow-haired guy revealed a proud smile. Just as he was smiling halfway, an old aunt within 4 poles stepped forward. She trembled as she lifted the mobile 4 stand, swinging the stainless steel base with 5 wheels towards the yellow-haired guy with all her might. No. No. Don't. A direct hit knocked the yellow-haired guy out cold. The old aunt was pushed back a few steps by the recoil, almost falling over, but was caught by a nurse. Still unsteady, she pointed at the yellow-haired guy and cursed, "You heartless scoundrel, stealing outside is one thing, but stealing the life-saving money of hospital patients." Other passers-by did not stand idly by. They rushed forward to subdue him. Some stepped on his hands, others sat on his waist, and some laid their bodies across his feet. Even worse, someone straddled his face. Everyone's anger was surprisingly unified. How could you be so heartless, stealing in a hospital? You little scoundrel, doesn't anyone in your family get sick? Don't you ever have a headache or fever? Stealing money in a hospital, you're not a human. All thieves in hospitals should have their legs broken and be sent to the police station. The yellow-haired guy was crushed, his features distorted, and tears streamed down his face, soaking someone's pants. He didn't understand why there were so many righteous bystanders in the hospital ready to help catch a thief. Could it be that the hospital had a special aura, turning even the most indifferent passers-by into righteous defenders? Brother Tang, who brought him into this life of crime, forgot to tell him that it wasn't just a den of thieves, but even in the old times, bandit dens would tacitly protect the order of hospitals, making them an absolute sanctuary. Everyone gets sick, and when they do, they go to the hospital. Today, the yellow-haired guy thought a patient's bag looked nice, and he could sell it for a few thousand. Tomorrow, he might end up stealing someone else's life-saving money in the hospital. If you don't help, I won't help, but when it comes to you, you'll suffer. On the way to the police station, Huang Mao suddenly began to struggle violently. He spotted a roadside breakfast stall, which abruptly made him realize that he wouldn't be able to buy meat buns at the intersection tomorrow. They had clearly agreed to go lift the stall tomorrow. He had no idea how stealing would be judged, and when he got out, would the stall owner still be at the same spot? Would his family still have any expectations of him? Would society still accept someone with a criminal record? What he failed to grasp was not just tomorrow's buns, but also the steering wheel of his life. The sense of losing control over the future filled him with fear, and Huang Mao regretted it deeply. Woo, I was wrong, I won't steal again. At this moment, Xiao Lan was preparing to pack up. Suddenly, he lifted his head and heard the system's voice again. Ding. A class criminal has been captured. The arrest is effective. A reward of 5,000 yuan and 50 points. Please keep up the good work. What the hell? The density is excessive. In just one morning, 3 had been caught. How many more are there that haven't been caught? Li Si, overhearing Xiao Lan's mumbling, leaned over to ask what density. Nothing, let's hurry and pack up. They had been selling buns for 4 hours and still hadn't sold out. After all, it was the first day of their stall, and the prices were high. Not everyone was bold enough to try. So even if Xiao Lan eased up on sales and had no purchase limits, there were still some left. Liasi urged him, let's go back, there are only a few dozen buns left, I can finish them all by myself. Xiao Lan chuckled. He was afraid that if Liasi finished them all by himself, he had no intention of going back. He decided to pack up because he saw other vendors doing the same, all heading in one direction after packing. Xiao Lan felt that everyone didn't seem to be heading home. Sure enough, as he followed the crowd, he discovered there was a local vegetable market 100 meters away. People here had a slow pace of life mainly because they lacked proper jobs. Many woke up at 10 a.m. just to find food. These breakfast vendors would sell a batch at the intersection in the morning and then come to the market for another round. They earned money from both busy and idle people, quite the learning experience. Unlike the frantic pace of the morning, the atmosphere in the vegetable market was noticeably more relaxed. Buyers and sellers took their time chatting for half an hour just to buy a bunch of scallions. Xiao Lan suspected that their intention was not just to buy and sell. Perhaps they were simply bored at home and wanted to find someone to chat with, which is why they came out to sell and buy vegetables. Xiao Lan simply took out a small stool and sat down to watch slowly. This gaze turned out to be quite revealing as he witnessed an interesting scene. He saw a middle-aged slacker wearing flip-flops swaggering while carrying 2 garlic bulbs weaving through the crowd. As he passed through, he would accidentally bump into this person's arm or that person's shoulder. With each unintentional touch, his hand would just happen to brush against the waist, thigh, or buttocks of others. What the hell, is he being a pervert? Liasi followed Xiao Lan's gaze and quickly noticed something was off. The more he looked, the more shocked he became, covering his mouth and expressing his astonishment in Xiao Lan's ear. What the hell, he doesn't even spare someone this old. What the hell, he doesn't even spare this old man. Liasi angrily rolled up his sleeves. This kind of scum, watch me catch him and take him back. Don't act impulsively. Xiao Lan smoothed down Liasi's sleeves and pulled him back onto the small stool. Look again, is he after looks or money? Huh. After Xiao Lan's reminder, Liasi widened his eyes and looked carefully. Strangely enough, upon closer inspection, it seemed he genuinely intended to touch the pockets on the sides of the pants and the back. Those who had no pockets on their backs were all facing away from him. The slacker didn't touch them at all. All right, turns out he's a thief, so brazen in public, watch me catch him. As Liasi got up, Xiao Lan pulled him back once more. When you see a cockroach in the kitchen, just killing one isn't enough. You need to do a thorough extermination. Don't rush to reveal your identity. Take another careful look. Is there only one pickpocket? After years of chopping vegetables, Xiao Lan had developed keen eyesight. Combined with the residual investigative knowledge in the original owner's mind, his insight underwent a qualitative leap. Even he was surprised that he could notice so many details. It seemed that the original owner was only lacking in physical ability and experience. In other aspects, he was quite competent, or he wouldn't have been able to become a police officer. However, there was another possibility. The thieves here were so brazen that even novice police officers could spot them. Liasi's observational skills weren't as sharp as Xiao Lan's, but when he calmed down and paid attention for a while, he discovered 1, 2, 3. What the hell? So many thieves in this vegetable market. Some worked in pairs, sandwiching their target in the middle. One would create a distraction on the left, while the other quickly picked pockets from the right. Some held tweezers in their hands, using them with such dexterity as if the tweezers were their third hand. When still, one could only see a corner peeking from under the sleeve. When in motion, the tweezers danced with a blur, and one could barely see when they were released or retracted. Liasi incisively commented, this is no different from a martial spirit manifestation. There were also some thieves whose techniques were more traditional and dangerous. They relied solely on 2 fingers and a half-blade hidden between their fingers to navigate the underworld. Fingers are far more agile than tweezers, and blades are much easier to conceal than tweezers. The blade would cut the bag while the fingers stole, approaching silently like a ghost, leaving quietly without a sound. Victims often couldn't even detect when the thief came and went. However, encountering a pickpocket with such skills was considered lucky. If one were to come across a novice wielding a blade, and after being discovered the opponent panicked and made a move, there could be a bloody disaster. After observing for a while in this small vegetable market, the pickpockets displayed at least 6 major techniques, including flanking attacks, covert maneuvers, feints, blade flashes, undermining, and extracting items through clothing. Xiao Lan couldn't help but exclaim, I remember during training they taught us about 13 common pickpocketing techniques. Today's display is truly textbook level. Liasi was already terrified, clutching his phone tightly, afraid to let go, worried about being stolen from. There are so many thieves here, should we just let it go? Just watch others get stolen from. Shouldn't we remind them? Xiao Lan replied, who are we to remind them? Do you think the thieves here just appeared today? Soon Liasi understood what Xiao Lan meant. He saw an aunt weighing her vegetables, preparing to pay. She lifted her clothes to reveal cotton pants, untied the ropes at the waist of her pants, then pulled out a pair of red long johns from beneath, untying the second rope, then pulled out a pair of green long johns, untying the third rope, and finally reached in to take out a small bag sewn into the inner side of the pants, which contained a wad of cash. The stack of banknotes appeared thick, yet upon closer inspection, they were mostly small denominations totaling no more than 30 yuan. She counted out 3 yuan and 5 jiao, handed it over, and received 2 jiao in change. She tucked the change into her inner pocket, then rearranged her pants and tied the 3 pant strings. The main focus had no flaws. The pickpockets lurking beside her, finding no opportunity, could only leave in disappointment. Then she noticed a young man preparing to pay with his phone. He unzipped his down jacket and lifted his sweater. Underneath the sweater was a vest, and beneath the vest was a shirt with a pocket. A mobile phone was tucked inside the pocket. He took out the phone to make the payment, then returned it to his collar, tucked his sweater into his pants, and zipped his jacket all the way up. As he left, he carried groceries in his left hand and covered his chest with his right, emphasizing his multiple layers of protection. The nearby thieves facing such vigilance were frustrated and cursed loudly. The screen is cracked, and he's making such a fuss. I thought it was the latest model. With this condition, even a second-hand store owner would only offer me 10 yuan and tell me to go beg elsewhere. After cursing, the thieves left in anger. Xiao was stunned. Wow, this defensive gear is maxed out, and those thieves are so brazen, attacking right in front of him. The kitchen is infested with cockroaches. The chef, unable to tolerate it, has long since gone on a rampage to exterminate them. The others have accepted the coexistence with cockroaches and developed a unique way of living with them. As long as the dishes served to customers are free of them, it doesn't matter if cockroaches scurry about the floor. Xiao Lan shared his experiences from a past life. Similarly, the residents in these thief dens have long mastered the art of coexistence with thieves. Xiao gave him a thumbs up, insightful. So instead of worrying about others, we should focus on ourselves. Tonight, let's sew an inner pocket in our clothes, being extra cautious. While they were whispering, they suddenly heard a voice. Boss, what buns do you have for sale here? Xiao Lan and Xiao looked up in unison and gasped, wow. What shocked them was the customer standing in front of the bun stall. While everyone else was in down jackets, he was wearing a pair of flower-patterned shorts and a t-shirt. What kind of tough skin is this? Zhou Haozuan was a homebuddy, or perhaps he could also be called a freelancer. His main job was as a game booster, occasionally live streaming his gameplay. He originally wasn't from Feng'an district. He had specifically moved here from another city. His reason for living here was purely because of the low rent. He knew the reason for the low rent was that this place was a den of thieves, but it didn't affect him at all. His work nature and lifestyle habits gave thieves no opportunity to steal from him. If there's nothing to do, he generally wouldn't go out. If there was something to do, he would also try to avoid going out. He relied on takeout for food and left his trash at the door. He paid the landlady an extra 100 yuan each month to take the trash out for him. The landlady was very happy. In fact, she would have done it for free. Because Zhou Haozuan relied entirely on online shopping for his daily necessities, he often had many empty boxes to dispose of, which could sell for a good amount as scrap. Today, Zhou Haozuan calculated that he hadn't stepped outside for a full 5 months. The market was right downstairs, and on a whim he decided to go down, only to realize that something was off as soon as he stepped out. It had already entered winter, yet he was still dressed for summer. With the north wind blowing and the cold air biting the hair on his legs, stood on and almost freezing him into a fool. The way others looked at him made him seem even more foolish. However, since he was already out, he quickly decided to buy something from the nearest spot and head back. The stall he chose was Xiao Lan's bun stall. Xiao Lan answered his inquiry. We have meat buns, sauerkraut buns, vegetable buns, and brown sugar buns. Meat buns are 10 yuan each, while the other 3 are 6 yuan each. So expensive. Zhou Haozuan exclaimed. His face, which had already turned purple from the cold, now looked a bit green. Xiao Lan thought this customer would act like the previous elderly ones who found the prices too high and left. But his next words were, so expensive, then I must try all the flavors. This made Xiao Lan choke on his words. It's expensive because it's handmade, and he had no chance to say it. Boss, I'll take one of each bun. What a peculiar person. He seemed to be someone with a keen curiosity. However, he was quite cautious and didn't order excessively, avoiding being taken advantage of. Xiao Lan quickly opened the steamer, putting 2 buns in one bag, dividing the 4 buns into 2 bags. The vegetable bun and the brown sugar bun were in one bag, while the meat bun and the sauerkraut bun were in another. One bag was sweet, and the other was savory. During this time, Zhou Haozuan quickly completed the payment. He placed his phone in his pants pocket, took the buns, and without distinguishing, randomly picked one lucky bun to eat. Taking a bite, his eyes widened in surprise. The taste he experienced on his tongue was sweet. It was the brown sugar bun. The filling of the brown sugar bun was simply brown sugar. Its preparation was not as complicated as that of the meat bun, with a relatively simple flavor and a mild aroma. However, without a filling to overshadow it, the dough kneaded by Xiao Lan's hands became the absolute star. This dough was so soft, fluffy, and elastic. Zhou Haozuan hadn't eaten buns in a long while. He had heard that today's buns were mostly frozen wholesale. But the more he chewed, the more confused he became. The outer skin carried an exceptionally rich aroma of wheat, so intense that he suspected it had added flavoring. Yet this was clearly not that kind of cheap artificial flavor. It was too natural. So natural that it felt like he could taste the change of seasons from spring to autumn and the sunlight gently shining down for 100 days from sunrise to sunset. The more he savored it, the more shocked he became. Was it that he hadn't eaten much and was overly sensitive, or had the frozen product industry secretly evolved without him knowing? Could it be that the current industrial level had reached such heights that machines could produce such delicate and elastic dough? Since childhood, he had hated the outer skin of buns and man to finding them dry, crumbly, and choking. When eating buns, he always had the habit of splitting them in half to eat the filling first. As he grew older, this habit faded. Because wholesale buns were getting smaller, one could reach the filling in a single bite without needing to tear it apart. But now the skin of this bun made him feel that even without filling, even if it were just plain steamed bread, he would still be willing to eat it. He was incredibly pleased. Just the skin alone could earn this bun a perfect score. For the second bite, he deliberately avoided the brown sugar filling, turned it around, and chewed the other side. He didn't want the ordinary brown sugar filling to ruin the exquisite texture of the skin. Reluctantly swallowing the last bite of the bun skin, only the brown sugar filling remained. Before it even reached his mouth, he already had expectations. This brown sugar was likely to be overly sweet. Children love to eat sweets no matter how sweet they are. They never feel sick of it because they are growing and need a lot of energy. Adults, however, are different. They have already grown vertically, and any additional calories only lead to horizontal growth. Excess energy becomes a burden. Thus, 3-sugar milk tea and sugar-free cola have become increasingly popular among adults. Zhou Haochuan hadn't eaten a brown sugar bun in at least 5 years. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, he frowned and swallowed the brown sugar filling in one go. Initially intending to gulp it down, his tongue stirred randomly, and he found himself unable to stop. This sugar, the taste of this brown sugar, so unique. It has a fragrant aroma, a rich and sweet scent. It is not the cloying and slightly bitter scent of caramel, nor the thin and bland odor of white sugar, but a heavier, more ancient fragrance. It is hard to imagine that such a rich flavor, when consumed, is actually refreshingly sweet. A full mouthful of brown sugar without any dough to dilute it, yet it does not make one's throat feel uncomfortable at all. Its texture is smooth, fragrant, and warm with hints of fruitiness. Zhou Haochuan lost himself once again in the taste. As he savored the lingering sweetness, he pondered, was brown sugar always this special? Was brown sugar always sweet, yet not cloying? Why does he not remember? He wanted to ask the vendor, but was afraid the other party would think he was inexperienced. Which adult would be astonished by a brown sugar bun? So he forcibly suppressed his curiosity. In the frigid winter, he was dressed so lightly the cold wind drilled straight into his bones. His teeth began to chatter from the moment he came downstairs. After taking this bite of brown sugar, he felt as if his physical state had suddenly transformed from an old house to a newly decorated one. The warm, comforting brown sugar seemed not to enter his stomach, but rather to infuse his muscle cells, filling every gap in his bones. Thus his legs ceased to tremble and his body grew warm. Originally in a rush to go upstairs, he now felt no urgency. He decided to stand there and finish eating. If it was delicious, he would buy more to take home. Li Aci sensed something from the customers' reactions after finishing their brown sugar buns. Taking advantage of Xiao Lan's inattention, he quietly packed one into a plastic bag. In fact, among the 4 types of buns made by Xiao Lan, Li Aci had only tried the meat bun and the sauerkraut bun. The other 2, the vegetable bun and the brown sugar bun, held no appeal for him. Even if they were steamed and placed in front of him, he couldn't be bothered to steal from himself. Too plain, which person who had tasted meat would still want to eat vegetarian. However, seeing the customers getting high from eating, he also grew curious. He wasn't afraid of the heat. He pulled it out and stuffed it into his mouth. By the time Xiao Lan noticed, Li Aci had already bitten off half of it. Wow, this is so fragrant. Compared to Zhou Haochuan's conflicted feelings, Li Aci's reaction was much more straightforward. He excitedly slapped Xiao Lan on the back. What did you put in it? It's so fragrant. Fortunately, Xiao Lan was wearing a down jacket, or he would have been knocked out by a bare paw. What else could I put? I made it right in front of you, just crushed brown sugar. Oh, you mean that dark stuff you made last night? Is it brown sugar? At that time, I thought you were wrapping something like black sesame-filled dumplings. I was wondering why I didn't get to eat dumplings for a midnight snack. Xiao Lan found it both amusing and exasperating. What black sesame? That is traditional brown sugar. Authentic old brown sugar is reddish-brown, nearly black. Upon hearing their conversation, Zhou Haochuan quickly threw in his question, boss. What is traditional brown sugar? How is it different from regular brown sugar? Is this something I can ask? It's not a trade secret, right? Xiao Lan didn't hold back, since this traditional brown sugar was just a product he bought directly, not a personal technique that was kept secret. Traditional brown sugar is a sugar-making method passed down from the Han Dynasty. In the Tang Dynasty, the process was further refined and recorded in many ancient medical texts. It has the effect of nourishing the spleen and replenishing qi. Because traditional methods only involve coarse refining, traditional brown sugar retains all the nutrients of the sugarcane. In addition to sugar, it also contains calcium, manganese, zinc, iron, maltose, amino acids, proteins, and various vitamins, possessing high nutritional value. Ordinary brown sugar, on the other hand, only appeared in recent decades. Its real name is red sand sugar, which is the residue and byproducts left after industrial refining of white sugar. Because other nutrients have almost completely disappeared, only a very high concentration of sweetness and a slight bitterness remain. There's also a type of sugar that looks a lot like brown sugar, which is block-shaped, but that is a product made from the leftover sugar syrup filtered during the processing of rock candy, enhanced with color additives called yellow sugar. Huh. Zhou Haochuan and Li Aci exclaimed in shock. They truly did not expect that a seemingly ordinary brown sugar bun could have such depth. So the kind that used to make my throat feel uncomfortable. Zhou Haochuan suddenly realized that the buns sold by this vendor should not be any frozen pre-made items. He had only eaten those in other places. Xiao Lan nodded. The sweetness of traditional brown sugar is relatively low, characterized by its gentle and mild nature, which won't be overly sweet. The traditional boiling sugar process is quite complex, requiring 5 extractions, 3 filtrations, 2 floatings, and 1 sedimentation, so the price is also relatively high. To save costs, many shops will not choose to use expensive traditional brown sugar as filling. The brown sugar buns bought outside mostly use red sand sugar. It is pure sucrose with sweetness similar to white sugar, so it's normal for it to be overly sweet. This makes sense. No wonder just ordinary brown sugar. Xiao Lan sells it for 6 yuan each, which is 6 times the ordinary market price. It turns out that the cost of his raw materials is also high. Indeed, expensive things have their reasons. I don't understand. With today's industrial development, can't machines mass produce authentic traditional brown sugar? Why must we use those industrial byproducts to fool everyone? Zhou Haochuan had completely fallen in love with the brown sugar bun, yet the price was so high, rivaling that of meat, he still hoped to bring the price down. Xiao Lan smiled, faintly shattering his fantasies. Machines cannot produce authentic traditional brown sugar, because processes like juice extraction, boiling water removal, filtering, shaking, sand beating, and molding can largely only be done manually. In some regions, the methods are even more meticulous, requiring a full 18 processes, and when boiling sugar, the fire cannot be extinguished for 24 hours. The entire process requires experienced masters to take turns monitoring and adapting to changes. A machine's brain cannot be as flexible as a person's. Zhou Haochuan had already given up hope, and Xiao Lan continued to bury his hopes deeper, packing them down with a shovel. Moreover, sometimes it's not a technical issue but a cost issue. Traditional brown sugar is made solely from pure sugarcane. Half red cane, half green cane, and it matures once a year. When extracting juice, the heads and tails are removed, leaving only the sweetest middle part. From 20 pounds of sugarcane, after over a dozen processes, only 1 pound of old brown sugar can be extracted. With such high costs and low yields, industries seeking efficiency and profits will not choose it. Industries will opt to substitute sugarcane with cheaper sugar beets or directly use granulated sugar mixed with color additives to make brown sugar. Some assembly line factories, in a rush to save time, directly use alum and sulfur to expedite the browning of sugar. The latter produces brown sugar at a low cost with high yields and extremely low prices, but bad money drives out good. In less than 100 years, it has squeezed the traditional brown sugar that has been passed down for thousands of years out of the market, almost to the point of extinction. So that's how it is. As Xiao Lan narrated, Zhou Haochuan became so engrossed that he forgot to eat his bun. No wonder people say that professions are not distinguished by status. As long as one excels in a field, they can shine anywhere. He felt that at this moment Xiao Lan, amidst the bustling market, exuded a kind of lofty and compassionate aura, like a preacher. Industrial brown sugar can only imitate a single sweetness. It cannot replicate the complex aroma and flavor. Deliciousness requires time to achieve, which not only refers to the time needed for the ingredients to grow, but also implies that the creator must pour their precious years and efforts into it. When you taste this brown sugar, it is not just the sweetness that astounds you, but the year-long sunlight that the sugarcane has soaked in, growing on the gentle slopes of valleys below an altitude of 1,000 meters, and the countless long seasons endured by master craftsmen who have tirelessly boiled it day and night for decades. Sweetness is cheap. What is expensive is time. The brown sugar represents not just sugar, but also the passage of time. Zhou Haochuan could no longer listen. He trembled as he reached for his phone. Vendor, I feel like 6 yuan is too cheap. Ooh, it's weighing on my conscience. Should I transfer you some more money? As he rummaged, his expression suddenly changed. Oh no. Where's my phone? Zhou Haochuan vaguely remembered putting his phone into his pants pocket, but now he couldn't find it. My phone. He searched another pocket, but he only had 2 pockets, and neither had the phone. No way. I can't have left without my phone, can I? No, wait. I remember making a payment. Hold on, did I just pay? At this moment, Zhou Haochuan would rather doubt his own carelessness than suspect that his phone had been stolen. Clearly, he had not integrated into the environment of thieves at all, as he hardly ever went out. His lack of vigilance made him appear to be running naked in the eyes of the thieves. Stealing from him was as easy as snatching a lollipop from a child. However, Xiao Lan quickly realized that his phone had indeed been stolen. While the 3 of them were chatting, did no one notice that a thief had come by? At that moment, Xiao Lan saw a seemingly honest-looking man preparing to leave near the stall. As he departed, the red light of the snack cart, which was fiercely against evil, abruptly vanished. Xiao Lan's gaze instantly sharpened, becoming as keen as that of a hawk. Without even realizing it, his body had already moved. He took several large strides forward and tightly grasped the man's wrist. Not aggressively, but with a smile. Sir, thank you for picking up the customer's phone. He'll help you return it. The man's expression suddenly changed, but he quickly regained his composure. With one hand in his coat pocket, half of an anime phone case, which was inconsistent with his appearance, was visible, yet he remained calm and tried to argue. I don't understand what you're saying. I'm in a hurry. Don't delay me from buying groceries. Xiao Lan chuckled, still firmly holding his hand. You're quite humorous. I saw everything. I know you want to return the phone to its owner personally. Fine, I'll take you to hand it over to him. Saying this, he attempted to drag the thief along. At this moment, the little thief stopped pretending. A fierce light flickered in his eyes, and his previously honest facade vanished. Vendor, you must have misseen things just now. I picked up my own phone. Is this your first day setting up a stall here? Didn't anyone tell you the rules? Don't meddle in others' affairs, or you'll find it difficult to operate here in the future. This last sentence was a blatant threat. Xiao Lan could clearly feel that from the moment he caught this thief, several pairs of eyes from different directions had been fixed on him. This was what old Lu had said about thieves banding together. Offending one might mean offending a whole den. Ordinary vendors might be scared, but Xiao Lan was truly unafraid. He didn't want to expose his identity, so he wouldn't run around the market meddling in everyone's business. But when his customer was stolen from right in front of him, he couldn't tolerate it. Protecting the interests of customers is the responsibility of the vendor and part of the stall duty. Moreover, there were 2 police officers present. If the thief successfully committed the crime in front of them, they might as well throw their faces away and be left to be trampled at the police station. Thus Xiao Lan maintained his smile, but his eyes had already turned cold. If you don't want to go over, then I'll just call the customer over to thank you. Saying this, he beckoned to Li Aci and Zhou Haochuan. This kind-hearted brother picked up your phone. Come over and thank him. Really? That's wonderful. As the robust Li ACI and the phone's owner Zhou Haochuan walked over, the little thief panicked and visibly tried to pull his hand back. However, having consumed the strength-enhancing little apple, Xiao Lan had gained strength and was not so easily shaken off. If the owner asks you for it, and you picked it up, but refuse to return it, then he'll have to call the police to persuade you. Upon hearing Xiao Lan say this in a lowered voice, the little thief froze. He glared at Xiao Lan with malice, and then directly threw the phone back at him. Meddling in others' affairs, huh? He'll remember you. Just you wait. After throwing down his threats, the little thief turned and ran. Xiao Lan did not continue to hold on to him. The den of thieves was a chronic disease. The root of the problem did not lie with just a few thieves. Earlier, there had been so many thieves attempting to commit crimes here, and everyone had turned a blind eye. Even the victims would just curse silently and accept their misfortune. He wanted to see just how rampant the thieves here were to transform the atmosphere of the entire old town. He wanted to wait for the little thief to leave. Then Xiao Lan would wait and see what kind of consequences would come from offending a thief. Oh, did that big brother just leave? I haven't had a chance to thank him yet. After receiving his phone, Zhou Haochuan said in a daze. Even Li Assis' dull mind was shocked by his naivety. Are you silly? Do you really believe he picked it up? That person was clearly the thief who stole your phone. You were so careless. Off. Zhou Haochuan suddenly realized, oh no, I was the naive one. He immediately felt a chill in his heart, remembering that this was a den of thieves, and he dared not linger. After thanking Xiao Lan, he hurriedly went upstairs with the remaining 3 buns. Li ACI, still feeling apprehensive, said, Luckily, Brother Lan, you reacted quickly. If that little thief had succeeded, where would we put our faces? Xiao Lan also sighed. I thought we were cautious enough, but it turns out we were still unprepared. From now on, when I sell buns, you just stand by and keep an eye out so customers don't get stolen from. Sure thing. The repercussions of offending a thief quickly became evident. In less than half an hour, several shifty-eyed people passed by the stall. Many groups came and went repeatedly. They didn't do anything but move their eyes around with ill intentions, as if plotting something. Xiao Lan guessed that these people were definitely accomplices of the previous little thief. They came to back him up. As the saying goes, it's not the thief you fear, but the thief who has you in his sights. This group of ill-spirited individuals merely standing near the stall affected Xiao Lan's business. Those who recognized them knew their hands were not clean and dared not approach. If it were ordinary vendors, they would be anxious, wondering how to survive without any business. But Xiao Lan, he simply bided his time. He was here to set up shop with a salary, earning money without lifting a finger, courtesy of the police department. Yet these petty thieves were not so fortunate. If they did nothing, they would have no income. Gradually, the small thieves keeping watch began to dwindle. Just being present counted as participation. Soon a lady noticed Xiao Lan, a new face with a handsome appearance, and came to support the business. Young man, I'll have 2 steamed buns. Sure, my buns are handmade and a bit pricey. Oh really, how pricey can they be? 5 to 6 times the price, I suppose. Those lurking thieves seemed to have been waiting for this moment, their eyes lighting up instantly. They swayed over, getting close to ask the price from the lady. It appeared they were looking for an opportunity to reach into her pockets. Just as their fingers were about to touch her clothing, a sharp and resounding tune suddenly blared out. Black Cat Sheriff. Black Cat Sheriff. Forest citizens, salute to you. Salute to you. Salute to you. A few thieves were startled, quickly retracting their hands as if they had been jolted by an electric shock. They all turned to look at the source of the sound, which was the person sitting next to the bun stall, engrossed in his phone. A big man was actually watching the animated series Black Cat Sheriff, blaring the theme song at full volume. It was terrifying. Even the lady inquiring about the bun prices was taken aback. Oh, you gave me a fright, blasting it so loudly all of a sudden. Young man, can't you sell them for a little less? 10 kwai each is too expensive. The few thieves were still not deterred, quietly extending their hands again towards the customers' pockets. Black Cat Sheriff. Black Cat Sheriff. The high-pitched, somewhat distorted singing echoed again. This time the lady was not scared, but the thieves couldn't help but feel guilty. The lady immediately noticed the shadow quickly retracting beside her. She understood at once that the stall owner and his partner were using the loud music to alert her that thieves were targeting her. She quickly covered her pockets and bag, glaring fiercely in their direction. Although the thieves tried to disguise their actions, their shifty eyes betrayed them. The lady who had previously attempted to haggle with Xiao Lan now directly took out her money. Young man, it'll take 4 meat buns. All right. Looking at Xiao Lan's gentle smile, the lattice lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the entire market, no stall owner would remind customers that thieves were stealing from them. They would only watch helplessly as thieves made off with customers' belongings, not daring to lift their heads for fear of being misunderstood by the thieves as signaling to customers, which could lead to revenge. The kindest stall owners would only inform customers after the thieves had successfully stolen and left, allowing them to chase after them. Unexpectedly, Xiao Lan had the audacity to arrange for a reminder. Not only did the lady not expect this, but even the thieves preparing to steal were caught off guard. People do not suddenly become indifferent. They choose self-preservation after enduring certain experiences. In the past, some stall owners would warn victims in advance, but afterward, they faced retaliation from groups of pickpockets. The retaliation was direct, specifically targeting the customers of that stall owner. After being stolen from too many times, everyone grew fearful, and no one dared to shop from that stall owner anymore. With no customers, the stall owner's business would collapse, forcing them to either relocate or change professions. If it weren't for Xiao Lan's sudden intervention, everyone would have almost forgotten that stall owners could actually be observant. At this moment, the lady looked at Xiao Lan with eyes full of sympathy. She could almost foresee that Xiao Lan would soon be forced to leave this place. Therefore, she didn't haggle anymore. If the buns were expensive, so be it. She considered it a way to thank the stall owner for risking himself to warn her. But in the future, she wouldn't dare to buy from Xiao Lan anymore. She truly feared being targeted by thieves. After all, everyone can be careless. And while thieves can steal for 1,000 days, how can one guard against them for 1,000 days? The lady took her buns and hurriedly left. A few more customers arrived, and the same scenario repeated itself. Xiao Lan was headstrong. Every time the thieves tried to act, he had Lia Si play the theme song of Black Cat Sheriff to alert customers. After several operations, the thieves' resentment towards Xiao Lan grew stronger. Now a feud was firmly established. Even until noon, when Xiao Lan packed up, those thieves were still exchanging hostile glares with him. All right, you're doing great. Let's see how long you can be so stubborn. Xiao Lan raised an eyebrow, eager to find out how much longer these thieves could maintain their bravado. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the electronic park, countless people stared at the empty stall, their faces ashen. Some clutched their heads in despair, emitting high-pitched chicken-like screams. Why? Where are the pig trotters? I had such a large pig trotter stall. Why has it vanished? Once someone began to panic, the feeling of despair spread through the other customers, like an infectious disease. It's been days. The stall owner has stood us up several times. It's been 59 hours, 42 minutes and 37 seconds since I last had pig trotters. 38 seconds. 39 seconds. The seconds feel like years. Can we call the police? The stall owner has gone missing. I'm so worried for his safety. Reporting is useless. The police won't accept it, telling us not to waste police resources. Don't ask how I know this. But he hasn't shown up. He hasn't even replied to our group messages. Something must have happened to him. The stall owner wouldn't be so heartless as to abandon us. This group of people was in fact the abandoned customers of Xiao Lan. Once the previous smuggling case was resolved, the task was complete, and the pig trotter stall exited gracefully. He left without a care, but the appetites of the customers he left behind surged like a relentless tide. They even renamed Xiao Lan's customer group to Pig Trotter Withdrawal Reaction Victim Alliance. Due to the overwhelming number of people exceeding the WeChat group limit of 500, they spontaneously created a second and third group. But no matter how many groups there were, it was futile. Ever since Xiao Lan greeted them on the day the group was created, he had never spoken again. Why don't we go online and post a missing person notice? I was just thinking that. Let's do a citywide bounty. Whoever can provide information about him gets 1,000 kwai. Great idea. I'll contribute 100. I'll also contribute 100. Without pig trotters, nothing tastes good. I'll contribute 2. Thus, a bizarre bounty notice appeared online. In December 20XX, a street vendor selling braised pig trotters was discovered at the west gate of the XX Electronics Park. This vendor possessed exceptional culinary skills akin to a culinary god, but mysteriously disappeared 3 days ago. In order to quell hunger and restore normalcy to work and life, a reward announcement has been issued to quickly locate the vendor. Many people online came across this reward notice and thought it was a joke. You said a culinary god has descended, perhaps they have returned to heaven. The person issuing the reward glanced at the comments and was inspired to edit the post, immediately posting several photos shortly thereafter. A new passerby stumbled upon the post and commented, "It's not. You asked for photos of the person, not of the pig trotters." The poster awkwardly replied below, "At that moment, all my attention was on the pig trotters. I didn't think to take a picture of the vendor. I will definitely do so next time." Perhaps believing this endeavor was lackluster, those who had commented did not reply further. Little did they know those who casually scrolled past would one day lament similar circumstances online. According to the law of conservation of happiness, joy does not vanish but transfers from the faces of customers to those of other vendors at the entrance of the electronics park. Xiao Lan may have left, but the treasures he left behind were still abundant. He hadn't set up his stall for several days, yet his customers had been trained to arrive punctually at 1130 every day. The west gate was bustling with people. It could be said that the entire park had come out. Originally, work ended at noon, but there were always those who sneaked out half an hour early to buy. Eventually, more and more factory owners realized that even if they kept workers physically present, they could not retain their hearts, so they simply decided to end work half an hour early. As a result, the entire electronics park adjusted their factory closing time to 1130 a.m. It is said that some companies even changed their closing time to 1100 a.m. just to snag some pig trotters. In short, the entire park changed its schedule for a small stall selling pig trotters. However, the vendor selling pig trotters was no longer there. Customers left empty-handed, but having come they would buy something before returning. Some, feeling particularly sorrowful, transformed their grief into appetite, purchasing much more than usual. Thus, the other vendors setting up at the west gate, benefiting from Xiao Lan's shadow, experienced a continuous flow of business. Each time they completed a sale, they couldn't help but sing in their hearts, "Thank you for your warmth throughout the seasons." Yet amidst their profits, the vendors occasionally remembered that they could no longer enjoy pig trotters themselves. Suddenly, sorrow washed over them, and their smiles vanished. Some passers-by noticed that both customers and vendors had unstable spirits, collapsing emotionally in public, prompting them to hurry away from the scene. On the other side, inside a company in the city center, A programmer named Qin Gaojia was caught eating breakfast at his workstation and was now receiving a lecture from his team leader in the conference room. After an hour and a half of criticism, which ranged from work attitude to career planning, the discussion was nearing lunchtime. However, as the lecture continued, the team leader's tone grew gentler, resembling casual conversation, and he began to make grand plans. One could reasonably suspect that this team leader simply wanted to avoid work and used the guise of criticism to chat with his subordinate. While chatting, the team leader inexplicably leaned closer. His gaze occasionally swept over Qin Gaojia's lips, his throat bobbing as he swallowed hard. His expression became increasingly ambiguous, appearing as if he wanted to say something yet hesitated. Qin Gaojia, who had been daydreaming, suddenly snapped back to attention. The team leader was a married man in his 40s. He had 3 children. Moreover, he was not unattractive. Immediately, he crossed his arms. Team leader, I am a straight man of steel, unyielding. Unexpectedly, the team leader slapped his hand down. What nonsense are you talking about? I just wanted to ask where you bought those buns. In fact, the team leader originally intended to ask if Qin Gaojia could buy him a portion when he got breakfast tomorrow. However, after scolding him so harshly and forbidding him from bringing breakfast to the office again, he felt embarrassed to ask him to do anything. After leaving the meeting room, Qin Gaojia returned to his workstation. Whoa, finally back. How are you holding up? 2 whole hours. Did our team leader lose his mind? Such a trivial matter. Qin Gaojia was astonished by the outpouring of concern from so many colleagues. His social circle had always been narrow. Only those seated immediately to his left and right, and even that familiarity stemmed purely from work-related interactions. Their team comprised over a dozen people, all quietly eccentric. During team-building events, the sound of flatulence often drowned out conversation. So what had changed today? Why was everyone suddenly so uninhibited? After the flurry of well-wishes, they finally got to the point. Xiao Cheng, the colleague deputized as their spokesperson, asked on behalf of the group. By the way, where did you get those steamed buns this morning? They looked absolutely delicious. Once someone opened the floodgates, restraint vanished. One after another, they poured out their grievances. The aroma lingered long after you left. We sniffed around for ages before tracing it to the tissues in your trash bin. And your keyboard. It's thoroughly marinated. No wonder it took you half an hour to finish one bun. It must be incredible. I couldn't even enjoy my takeout at the dining area. I grabbed a pack of biscuits instead and came straight to your desk just to savor the scent while crunching. Me too. Me too. Qin Gaojia's forehead darkened with a vein. No wonder his desk was littered with biscuit crumbs. His colleagues, ever perceptive, instantly fetched wet wipes and began cleaning his workstation. Brother Qin, just tell us, where do you buy those buns? Just. Qin Gaojia was about to answer, but then recalled his team leader's reaction upon hearing the name Feng'an District and hesitated anew. He didn't want his co-workers knowing he'd just emerged from what some called a den of thieves, a place branded in his mind with the indelible mark of shame. Even through university, whenever something went missing in class, anyone from the same city would jokingly point fingers at Qin Gaojia, and he never found that joke amusing. I'll buy them again tomorrow, and I can place orders for you, but I can only accommodate 5 people. Any more, and I'll be late. After quick mental arithmetic, he confirmed 5 was his punctuality ceiling and offered the proposal. His colleagues were stunned. He of all people so unexpectedly generous. A chorus of exclamations erupted. Holy crap, Brother Qin, I hereby proclaim you my Qin father. Please reserve 1 spot for your devoted godson. I 1 and 2. I 1 and 2. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen voices clamored, shouting Qin father. Qin father. In chaotic unison. Fortunately, most colleagues had already headed to the dining area for lunch. Few remained at their desks. Otherwise, the spectacle would have drawn far too much attention. Qin Gaojia wagged a finger, then pressed a finger to his lips, urging them to lower their voices. Let's create a group chat. We'll roll a die. If you land on 5, you earn today's ordering privilege. Within minutes, a group titled Qin Father and his godsons and goddaughters appeared. Qin Gaojia hadn't named the group, nor was he its original admin. The others had moved with astonishing speed. Still, the moment he joined, the founding admin immediately transferred ownership to him. Qin Gaojia posted an official group announcement. Steamed pork buns 10 each. Other menu items remain locked. Handmade buns command premium pricing, no markup included. An additional 1 service fee applies per order, maximum 4 buns per person. Roll a 5 to secure today's ordering slot. Maximum 5 orders fulfilled daily. After reading the announcement, startled cries echoed that steep. Then almost reflexively, of course, truly delicious things are always expensive, though expensive things aren't always delicious. I'm buying one, no question. That fragrance haunted me all morning. I must taste it. Their collective resolve ran deep, not merely because their salaries were comparatively high. More significantly, they all worked in the city's central business district. Many were dazzled by its glittering facade, assuming food sold there must be both refined and exquisite. Little did they realize the CBD produces no culinary delights. It merely serves as a distribution hub for office drones and overworked laborers shuttling bland, overpriced sustenance. A bowl of spicy hot pot cost over 40, containing just 2 frozen meatballs. A lightweight low-calorie meal also cost over 40, 2 lettuce leaves, half an egg, and a few slices of boiled chicken breast. With such exorbitant pricing, 90% covered rent for prime real estate. Only 10% reflected actual ingredient costs. So what was the CBD's sole, affordable, high-quality offering? Coffee. Coffee bitterer than life itself, colloquially dubbed the office drone's overtime elixir. Imported beans flown in from abroad. Espresso machines costing hundreds of thousands. Prime location in the city's most densely trafficked commercial zone. Yet every cup sold for just $9.90. Because the drone population was vast, even at rock-bottom prices, slim margins multiplied into steady profit. A donkey knows when to drop its load and refuse further labor. An office drone exhausted from overtime simply spends money on a cup of coffee, proudly branding it resilience under pressure. In short, Chin Gaojia and his colleagues had long been subdued, thoroughly domesticated, by the CBD's grotesque cuisine. Anything remotely edible, however costly, they'd gladly purchase, so long as the value felt justified. Thus passed the morning. Xiao Lan and Leah 4 packed up shop and headed home for a nap. The elderly man at home, and the 2 irrepressible young men, would handle cleanup and prep ingredients for tomorrow. All told, Xiao Lan had 4 assistants. Otherwise, managing alone would be impossible. 3 received salaries via the local police station. The elder man, meanwhile, worked with the stamina of 2, laboring all day, consuming 3 full meals worth of energy. Blissful, utterly blissful. Xiao Lan sank onto her pillow, mind clear and unburdened. She drifted off the instant her head touched the surface. It was precisely the hour for an afternoon nap. Yet today, officers at the Feng'an police station were too exhilarated to sleep. That very morning, they'd responded to 2 break-ins and 1 hospital bag theft, arresting 3 suspects. Both burglaries involved residential break-ins. The third occurred at a hospital. Remarkably, all 3 suspects knew each other. The police officers at the precinct had never been this busy or this diligent before. What a relief. Truly a relief. We have finally washed away the shame of being in a den of thieves, yet failing to catch any thieves. The precinct chief, holding a thermos cup and inhaling the fragrant tea, had his face smoothed out by the steam. The deputy chief was equally pleased, his lips curling into a constant smile. The thieves in the old city are simply too cunning. We previously deployed many undercover officers, but for some reason they were always recognized immediately. Once recognized, they all pretended to be meek and innocent, which is infuriating. Some even sheltered each other, having caught the thief, yet refusing to identify them, claiming that nothing was lost, only misplaced. This led to the entire city's precincts and the police department knowing that our Feng'an precinct is the most useless, almost a mere facade. Today is truly a moment of pride. All the arrests were made on the spot, and one was even brought in by the public. Fantastic. The precinct chief nodded repeatedly, feeling elated. It seems the atmosphere in Feng'an district is improving. By the way, I heard that the East City branch sent some undercover brothers to investigate the situation. I wonder how that's going. I guess they won't escape the fate of being recognized right away, the deputy chief said pessimistically. The next day, Xiao Lan continued to set up shop with Leah C. They made more buns today than yesterday, since yesterday was merely a reconnaissance mission, and today they were fully prepared. Once again, on that familiar road, they encountered branches blocking the street. This time, Leah C. got out of the car to clear the branches without anyone coming out to confront him. This left him somewhat disappointed, as he had hoped to retrieve his bundle of paper. After their car drove off, the old lady and her son stepped out. Why are they back again? Those poor folks, they don't even have a cell phone and just carry a bundle of paper when they go out. While the son complained to the old lady, he moved the branches back into the middle of the road. Suddenly, the food cart that had left before made a return. Leah C. and Xiao Lan jumped down from the cart, holding rolling pins the length of their forearms, coldly surrounding the old lady and her son. Did you put these branches here? Are you up to no good blocking the road to rob people? No. Big brother, it's a misunderstanding. The young son stammered, suddenly abandoning the old lady and fleeing. Such heartlessness left not only the old lady shocked, but also Xiao Lan and the others. For a moment, they inexplicably felt a pang of sympathy for the elderly woman. With a son like that, she might as well cry in secret. Better to have given birth to a piece of char siu, at least that can be eaten. However, sympathy aside, what needed to be taken must still be reclaimed. Hand over what you have. Leah C. commanded. The old lady tremblingly handed over her wallet and her old mobile phone. Leah C. glanced at them and grew angrier. Who asked you for this? Where's that bundle of paper I had yesterday? In the end, the bundle of paper was never returned, as the old lady's son had used it all to wipe his mouth. Fuming, Leah C. continued to curse after getting back in the car. What a big mouth. How could he use so much paper? I could wipe my butt with a whole pack and still have some left. Is his face bigger than my backside? Once this mission is over, I will definitely catch them and bring them to the station to avenge my paper. The car continued its journey. They arrived at the familiar intersection where many breakfast vendors had already set up. Xiao Lan parked in the same spot as yesterday, tidied up quickly, and started steaming the buns. His timing was similar to yesterday's, allowing him to finish steaming just before the first wave of customers arrived. However, he hadn't expected customers to show up early. The person arriving was the homeowner from yesterday, who had almost been robbed. To ensure he had enough time to buy the buns, he had deliberately left home early. Xiao Lan was taken aback and said to the eager homeowner, "They won't be ready for another 5 minutes. If you're in a hurry, why not check out other stalls?" No, I specifically came for you. I'll wait for you." The homeowner stood right next to the bun stall and started chatting with Xiao Lan. "Vendor, thanks to your buns, I was able to discover that a thief had broken into my house yesterday." Huh? Xiao Lan was puzzled. The homeowner vividly recounted what happened yesterday. Both Xiao Lan and Leah C. were dumbfounded, realizing how coincidental it was. So those 2 clever criminals reported by the system yesterday came about like this. Many early commuters stopped to listen while waiting for the green light. Perhaps they felt that merely listening from afar was not satisfying enough, so they approached Xiao Lan's stall pretending to wait for buns, while actually wanting to hear the story. Once the homeowner finished speaking, the vendor next door suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no." Xiao Lan looked over to see the neighboring vendor and his wife frantically blaming each other. "How did you forget to turn on the heat?" "I was too engrossed in listening." "Didn't you notice the heat wasn't on either?" "Wasn't I also listening intently?" Their buns, while originally cooked, had just thawed from a frozen state and needed to be steamed thoroughly to be edible. If not steamed properly, the outer skin would be scalding hot, while the filling remained icy cold. Now that they were starting the heat, they definitely wouldn't make it in time for the first wave of customers, regrettably missing out. Not only were the vendor and his wife distracted, but also some passers-by were exclaiming in surprise, "Oh no, I'm going to be late. This is bad, I'm going to lose money." Xiao Lan. Everyone was quite gossipy. People were always very eager to listen to these free stories. Little did they know what's free is often the most expensive. The homeowner's experience surpassed 1,000 words, clearly serving as the best advertisement for the buns. Passers-by who had heard the story, as long as they were not in too much of a hurry, would definitely want to try one. Time was up. Xiao Lan's buns were ready. Under the protection of the airtight steamer, only a faint light wheat aroma wafted out. Those who had never tasted them were indifferent to this scent, while those who had eaten them felt an immediate physiological reaction. Their stomachs churned violently, rolling, writhing, performing backflips, roaring and twisting, as if wanting to break free from their bellies and escape their bodies. They shouted to the vendor, "Don't put it in a plastic bag, put it directly into my stomach." However, his mouth seemed to have anticipated the stomach's desires, speaking first. "Vendor, give me 10 meat buns. To go." This statement stunned the passers-by. Today, Xiao Lan had learned from yesterday's experience and set up a handwritten sign clearly stating the prices of the buns. It clearly stated meat buns 10 yuan each. Buying 10 at once would cost 100 yuan. What kind of breakfast is this extravagant? Not only were the passers-by surprised, but Xiao Lan also raised his eyebrows in astonishment, wondering why there was such a large order right from the start. "Can you eat all that?" "It doesn't matter if I can't eat it all. I'll keep it for lunch. The company has a microwave, and after heating it for half a minute, the deliciousness can be restored." Xiao Lan's buns, even if slightly less delicious after reheating, were still 1,000 times better than those frozen buns. However, his colleagues at the company would suffer. After sitting for an entire morning, the meat buns' juices would gradually seep into the dough, no longer being locked in tightly. Once reheated, it was equivalent to directly heating the bun fillings. The aroma that evaporated away, oh, it was extraordinary. By this time, the neighboring vendor's buns were also steaming. In the homeowner's mind, a comparison between the two types of buns almost immediately arose. A famous person once said, "For an ugly person, looking closely is a kind of cruelty." This applies to food as well. Truly a world of difference. Unaware of the underlying mysteries, the passers-by remained confused and stunned. Even if they divided it into 3 meals, a daily budget of 100 yuan for meals was still quite luxurious. "Are you really just using it to eat buns?" "Very well, I must personally verify whether it's worth this price." The homeowner drove a surge in sales and then left. The few passers-by who came after glanced at the prices on Xiao Lan's sign and silently turned towards the neighboring breakfast stall. Unexpectedly, the neighboring vendor awkwardly replied, "They're not ready yet." Passers-by turned to other stalls and found that they received the same response. Either they were not ready or not prepared. The passers-by, helpless, either gave up on breakfast and left or had to turn back to Xiao Lan's stall. They thought 10 yuan for a meat bun was too expensive, but they could still manage to buy 2 vegetable buns for 6 yuan each. Finally, the first wave of people surged in. Some were clearly regulars, walking straight towards Xiao Lan without glancing at the other stalls. At the forefront was the girl from yesterday, who ordered only a vegetable bun and 1 meat bun to maintain her figure. Her face was filled with impatience as she vigorously waved her arms, speeding away from the people behind her. Due to her sudden acceleration, a few puffs of white steam escaped beneath her nose. From 2 meters away from Xiao Lan, she had already begun to shout, "Boss, I want to know 4 meat buns." Upon closer inspection, her best friend was trailing behind her. Being smaller in stature, she resembled a suitcase, almost being dragged along. Her best friend, perhaps feeling embarrassed and not understanding the inexplicable excitement of the girl, kept her head down the whole time. Only when she heard her say she wanted 4 meat buns did she suddenly lift her head. "Xiao, are you insane? Eating carbohydrates will make you gain weight, and now you want meat buns? You're getting 2. I made it clear I don't want meat buns. I'm here to buy that vegetable bun you had yesterday. Don't order for me." The girl looked at her best friend in confusion. "I didn't order for you, all 4 are for me." "Huh?" Her best friend was stunned. The girl, dragging her stunned friend, quickly ran ahead. Perhaps it had been too long since she had meat or oil. After taking a bite of the meat bun yesterday, she was left speechless. She felt that this meat bun was like a destined soulmate. Like Adam and Eve, this bun was born to be paired with her, a part of her stomach. With this meat bun, she became the complete version of herself. In life, one cannot encounter buns that are too stunning, otherwise everything else will feel like a compromise. Even the vegetable bun, made by the same vendor, felt less soul-stirring to her. She even hesitated to eat too many vegetable buns, fearing that their fresh aroma would overshadow the meat flavor in her mouth. Coincidentally, her best friend was her colleague, and their workstations were right next to each other. Seeing her hesitate over the vegetable bun, taking a bite, then pausing, made her think it was hard to eat. Her best friend decisively leaned over to help her finish a bite. That bite was so delicious that her best friend nearly bit her own tongue. She could only take 1 bite, pause, take another bite, and savor the taste. In the end, her best friend, fully aware that the girl lived in Feng'an district, risked her way home with her for the night. The plan was to wake up early the next day and go buy vegetable buns together. Little did she expect that the girl would betray the vegetable bun alliance and order 4 meat buns in one go. "Shall you calm down? You're just being impulsive. If you eat 4 meat buns, you'll gain 4 pounds by tomorrow." The girl replied, I want listen. No one can stop me from being with the meat buns." Her best friend saw the girl looking crazed with love and couldn't help but feel curious. "Really? Is it that delicious? Then we'll have to try one too. Boss'll take 1 meat bun and 1 vegetable bun." As they received their orders, both were almost impatient to eat one right away. The girl bit into quickly, nearly biting her own finger, but finally got to taste the food she had been dreaming of. Meanwhile, her best friend tried her favorite vegetable bun first, thinking it wasn't good to start the day with something greasy. Being small in stature and having a small mouth, she usually took 4 bites to finish a bun of this size. However, after taking a tiny first bite, she gulped down the second bite directly. Her entire face was stuffed and deformed, yet she felt incredibly unburdened and clear-headed. The fresh and tender vegetable made her feel as if she were amidst a vast expanse of azure waves. With a gentle breeze blowing, she felt completely refreshed. Turning her head, she saw Xiao Yu with grease all over her mouth and tears on her face. In the blink of an eye, she had already finished 2. Wow, that's just ridiculous. Her best friend thought to herself. She had planned to eat just 1 to satisfy her cravings, yet Xiao Yu seemed determined to finish them all in one go. Is the meat bun really that delicious? Can it surpass the craftsmanship of the vegetable bun? No exaggeration, this vendor's vegetable bun is definitely the best she has ever had. Vegetables are cheap but spoil quickly. Fresh vegetables and wilted ones have completely different flavors. Once cooked vegetables oxidize even faster. She had no idea what method the vendor used to lock in freshness, making the vegetables in the buns taste tenderer than a newborn. Putting aside her curiosity, her best friend took a bite of the meat bun. She had hated greasy food since childhood. She could tolerate oil, but once she saw solidified fat, she felt nauseated. But as soon as this meat bun entered her mouth, it felt like she had glimpsed the door to a new world slowly opening. Until with a bang, it completely swung wide. Life is filled with many small turning points. Some people who hated scallions, ginger, and garlic in their youth suddenly realize their appeal one day as adults and become addicted. Some who found the smell of tomatoes repulsive as children might after eating tomato-flavored hot pot or chips suddenly become enamored. At this moment, her best friend experienced her turning point of falling in love with meat buns. The girl's exaggerated expression mirrored that of her best friend. After finishing, her best friend also exhaled a couple of puffs of white steam beneath her nose. She felt like she had transformed into a cow, bursting with untapped energy and a strong desire that made her unwilling to leave. Xiao Lan, a professional matador, knew how to flaunt a red cloth before her, teasing and stimulating her the most. Unable to hold back, her best friend thought moo and charged forward. "Boss, give me 2 more buns. I want to try the other 2 flavors." Okay. Xiao Lan quickly took out 2 buns, seeing the other's crimson eyes. Otherwise, he feared she would charge forward and topple his stall. As soon as the buns were in her hands, her best friend began to devour them again. Now she had unlocked all 4 flavors: vegetable bun, meat bun, brown sugar bun, and sauerkraut bun. Her best friend resembled a bull with 4 spears embedded in it, her face displaying a sense of relief as if she had died with honor despite the defeat. She finally understood why Xiao Yu was so obsessed. They were best friends, sharing similar interests and preferences, truly understanding each other's hearts. Choosing buns felt like playing a virtual boyfriend nurturing game. 4 wild men with different personalities and appearances were available for her to choose from. The meat bun, vegetable bun, brown sugar bun, and sauerkraut bun corresponded to personalities such as domineering, cool, pet-like, and wild. They all had one thing in common: they were handsome. No matter which one she ate, it was delicious, but there would always be one that was her favorite. For male customers, weren't these buns just like the cool, gentle, cute, and Yandra types? Who could possibly resist this? 2 girls were working hard by the stall, finishing 4 in quick succession, leaving onlookers dumbfounded. As they left, they even packed 4 to take away, completely unfazed by the terrified gazes of others. With her best friend and Xiao Yu sacrificing their image to act as live advertisements for Xiao Lan, even those who had never tasted it before were curious. More and more people came up to try. "Boss, I'll have 2, please." Of course, some people saw the prices and headed to the stall next door, where a familiar scene played out again. "Sorry, they're not ready yet." The vendor selling buns next door was practically giving business away to Xiao Lan. Now that the weather was cold and the wind strong, the buns were taking longer to steam. They didn't have Xiao Lan's tightly sealed steamer, so their speed was hampered. In their anxiousness, they occasionally peeked inside to check the steaming progress, letting in cold air and slowing down the process even more. They didn't dare sell them if they weren't thoroughly heated. Frozen buns had fillings that were still icy. If they weren't heated thoroughly, the outer bun skin might be warm while the inside remained a block of ice. They couldn't afford to ruin their reputation for the sake of a few sales, otherwise they would have even fewer customers. After all, they lacked the skill, and buns were easily replaceable, anyone could buy them in bulk to sell. If they couldn't even get the heating right, there would be no repeat customers in the future. This first wave of foot traffic had to be given away for free to Xiao Lan. In the dead of winter, people just wanted something hot to eat. Next door, there were fried noodles for sale, but they were inconvenient to eat on the go. There were also sandwiches being steamed, but most people still preferred traditional Chinese pastries and weren't used to this foreign fare. Buns were the most suitable choice. They were small, easy to carry, and could be eaten in a few bites while walking. Many customers who had just bought buns from Xiao Lan finished them before the green light even changed. Still wanting more, they turned back to buy again. Soon 2 lines formed in front of Xiao Lan's stall. With Leah C, around 1 person was handling each line, effectively capturing the flow of customers. Some people in line found the red light turn green again, then back to red. They weren't in a hurry to leave, knowing it would be a few more minutes before it turned green again, so they simply stood by the stall and ate. When things weren't so hectic, many people who had tried the 4 flavors approached Xiao Lan to inquire, "Vendor, have you considered developing new products like a spicy beef bun or something?" Xiao Lan pondered for a moment and replied seriously, "That could be possible. However, the beef buns I make might be quite expensive. The market price for beef is already over 50, so I can't price the beef buns below 20. I'll try making a few when I have time." Other vendors using market meat prices to justify their costs would only be met with customer complaints. But when Xiao Lan discussed meat prices, everyone genuinely believed her. They had taste buds that could discern good meat. They said that the pork buns priced at 10 yuan each were absolutely worth it. Fast food chicken wraps could be sold for 18 yuan each. Why should buns that were entirely meat have to be synonymous with low prices? Nearby diners were salivating just thinking about it. If the meat buns at 10 yuan each taste this good at 20 yuan, they must be out of this world. "Boss, if you dare to sell it, I dare to buy it. I'll make sure you don't lose out." The first wave of customers quickly dissipated. Just as the green light began to flash, a familiar figure with a backpack appeared. Upon seeing the person, Xiao Lan felt a sense of impending doom. The tension was contagious, and the other person's urgency made it impossible to slack off. Sure enough, this time from 3 meters away, the programmer with the backpack began to shout, "Boss, I want 20 buns. Put 4 in each bag. 3 bags should be all meat buns. And for the other 2 bags, you pack the rest. Let me see what other options you have." With this long order shouted out in one breath, all the stall owners and customers turned to look at him. Goodness, are you buying breakfast or reciting a tongue twister? Did the vendor specifically invite you to perform a comedy skit? Regardless of what others thought, Qin Gaojia had no time to notice their strange gazes. Every day he danced on the edge of life and death, and today he was tasked with bringing breakfast for 5 colleagues. He couldn't afford to relax for even a second. When he was just 1 meter away from Xiao Lan's stall, he had already taken out his phone to scan and pay. He paid for the 3 bags first, and while scanning he zoomed in with his phone camera to capture Xiao Lan's freshly written price board. Instantly he understood there were 3 other flavors of buns available. As he reached the front, he directly announced for the remaining 2 bags, 1 bag should contain 2 meat buns and 2 vegetable buns, and the other bag should have 1 of each flavor. "I've paid for the 3 bags earlier, now I'll pay for the remaining 2 bags. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Lan's electronic notification chimed in to confirm the transaction. With Li Ac's help, Xiao Lan was able to keep up with Qin Gaojia's pace. As she handed over the buns, he didn't even stop to take them. He pulled out a new tote bag, packed them up, and took off. As he crossed the street, the green light continued to flash 3 final times before turning red. Yesterday, Qin Gaojia hesitated for a moment when it was time to pay, which delayed him a bit. Today, he bought 5 more portions and took some time to look at the varieties of buns, further delaying him. He should be faster tomorrow. Xiao Lan and Li C both wiped their brows for this programmer guy. He arrives like the wind and leaves like the wind, such a madman. I'm really worried he will be late one day. Can't he wake up 5 minutes earlier every day? They don't understand. Not just Xiao Lan, many colleagues don't understand. However, for Qin Gaojia, while others laugh at his madness, he laughs at their inability to see through it. The subway is punctual. If you arrive a few minutes early, you have to wait for it. Instead of wasting time waiting, why not sleep a few more minutes? As for why not come earlier? He doesn't arrive late, so why should he come earlier? He has been on time for over 20 years, and nothing is worth changing his habit. He can't be late for school, and he certainly can't be late for work. In the last 10 seconds, he successfully punched in again. Smoothly, another day begins. As soon as he appears, his colleagues in the same group stretch their necks at their desks. They look like little moles popping their heads out alternately. Soon the group chat for Qin Dad and his adopted children pings with new messages. Qin Dad, you finally made it. Qin Dad is mighty, the god of punctuality. Not late again. Qin Dad, I'm hungry food. Qin Gaojia sat at his desk and typed a line. Girls, come to Xiaocheng for your orders. Boys follow Qin Dad to the restroom one at a time. Cash and carry. Qin Gaojia handed over the buns for the 3 girls to Xiaocheng sitting next to him. The two exchanged furtive glances as if they were spies meeting. Xiaocheng picked up her cup and waved for the female colleagues to follow her to the tea room. The male colleagues were less particular and completed the transaction with Qin Gaojia in the men's restroom. Some even less particular ones resolved their buns right there in the men's restroom. The men's restroom had just been cleaned and should theoretically be clean. In reality, it's better not to say. In short, the domineering aroma of the buns overwhelmed all other scents. Some oblivious male colleagues ran in to relieve themselves, and as soon as they stepped into the restroom, they couldn't help but question strange. Why does today's air freshener smell like meat? In the next moment, they saw 4 feet in the innermost restroom stall. Their eyes widened in surprise, and they silently turned to leave. On this day, Qin Gaojia enjoyed the legendary imperial treatment. Before starting work, his adopted children scrambled to finish his tasks. Those who couldn't get a portion were causing a ruckus in the group, accusing everyone of taking credit. Mainly those who got to eat the buns wanted more, and those who didn't get any wanted them even more. Thus, the small group of over 10 people was filled with sycophants. Sycophant no. 1. Qin Dad, you just rest. The mere code can be left to your adopted son. Sycophant no. 2. Sheen dad is already tired in the morning, he can't be overworked again today. Take care of your health so you can buy more buns tomorrow. Sycophant no. 3. Bold. Daring to order Sheen dad to work, I see he has treasonous intentions. I suggest Sheen dad kick him out of the group chat. Sycophant no. 4. Why not have Sheen dad send out the specific address of the bun stall so we won't bother him in the future? Sycophant no. 3. Bold. Daring to pry into Sheen dad's secrets, do you think anyone can just buy those buns? They require reservations for a unique secret recipe. Sheen dad, I think he has rebellious intentions too. I suggest we kick him out of the group. Let's keep only 5 people in the group. Sycophant no. 5. You exclude others and disrupt the sacred hearing, clearly wanting to line your own pockets. Dog thief, you have already chosen your own death. Amidst the small group, an undercurrent surged, while in the larger company group a storm was brewing. Colleague 1. Can we discuss with the property management to stop spraying those strange air fresheners in the men's restroom? Colleague 2. How strange can it be? Colleague 1. Today it smells like meat, making me unsure whether to breathe deeply or hold my breath while in there. Colleague 3. I also smelled this in the tea room. Is it possible that this isn't the smell of air freshener, but someone is eating in the restroom? Colleague 4. No way, that's too perverse. Which normal person would do something like that? Colleague 5. Isn't it common for someone to hide in the men's restroom to smoke? Smoking a cigarette takes 5 minutes, but eating only takes 30 seconds. So what's impossible about that? Colleague 6. Wow, now that you mention it, that suddenly makes a lot of sense. As long as the addiction is strong enough, doing anything in the restroom seems quite normal. However, some addictions should still be restrained. A person shouldn't indulge themselves so early in the morning. How could 6 feet fit in such a small restroom stall? Has someone else joined in? When I saw there were only 4 feet. A few short lines of text resulted in a screen full of question marks and exclamation points. Ultimately, this shock and confusion condensed into one sentence. I often feel out of place because I'm not perverse enough. When Sheen Gaojia and the other culprits saw the group messages, they had no idea that the perversion was actually them. They even screenshot the conversation to discuss in their private group. There's a pervert. Terminate the transaction. Luckily, we had good luck today, and we didn't encounter those 3 perverts engaging in a group activity in the restroom. Tomorrow we can't take the buns in the men's restroom, we need to change locations. How outrageous. Why does the company forbid us from eating at our desks? If such delicious buns fall on the ground, I would lick them clean. The cockroaches don't even get a chance to eat. Forget it, let's find a meeting room for the transaction tomorrow, quick and decisive. At noon, the 5 who had eaten the buns for breakfast along with Sheen Gaojia sighed at the takeout. Others asked, why aren't you eating? Aren't you hungry? Sheen Gaojia and his 5 colleagues could only smile bitterly, unable to utter a word. Hungry? How could we not be? Our stomachs are growling. But after the greedy bug in their stomachs has tasted fine food, they can no longer look at this coarse fare. Sheen Gaojia is fine, he knows he can still enjoy delicious buns tomorrow. But the other 5 are not so sure. There are over 10 people in the group, and each time there are only 5 spots, which means the odds are only 1 in 3. Every day a small group of people is happy while more than half of the others are in tears. It's no wonder some people frequently gossip in the group, wanting to kick out other competitors. The fewer people there are, the higher the odds. However, after the lunch break, disaster struck. The group Sheen Dad and his adopted children unexpectedly gained over 10 more people. The probability of being chosen suddenly dropped to 1 in 6. Why? Why are there so many more people? Originally, the group only consisted of members from their technical department. Now members from the second technical department are also in it. Who let the wolves in? The first group members roared in anger. Meanwhile, the second group's colleagues were indignant, as if they had suffered a great injustice. Why are we wolves? We are also Sheen Dad's dear adopted children. I noticed something was off with you yesterday. I witnessed your transaction in the tea room and the men's restroom today. We are all from the same department. A Sheen Dad belongs to everyone. Why should you monopolize him? The first group members protested in the chat. Sheen Dad, please say something. Our group is the legitimate firstborn. They are the illegitimate children. We strongly request that our group be allotted 4 spots while giving them just 1. This is unacceptable, Sheen Dad. You can't treat us so unfairly. Sheen Gaojia, witnessing this scene of jealousy and rivalry, felt powerless. For a few seconds, he had an impulse. He thought about simply telling everyone the location of the bun stall, letting them buy for themselves. However, recalling the discrimination he faced over the years, he still lacked the courage to reveal the fact that he lived in Feng'an District. The work atmosphere in this company is quite good and the colleagues are nice. He didn't want to disrupt all of that. So he sent in the group. How about this first come first served? The first group can roll the dice first and the second group can roll afterwards. Once there are 5 people, the rest won't count. On the other side, Xiao Lan's business was so good that it attracted the attention of a few bun stall owners next door. In fact, they had noticed Xiao Lan yesterday, since it's rare to see buns sold at such high prices. Handmade ones are even rarer. Moreover, he openly clashed with a group of thieves at the market, which is even more unusual. When they weren't so busy, they couldn't help but ask Xiao Lan, "Boss, are you from Feng'an District? You seem a bit unfamiliar around here." Upon hearing this question, alarms went off in Xiao Lan's mind. Could it be that his undercover identity was being questioned? Or had he exposed himself? What he didn't know was that his disguise was actually flawless. In fact, it was impeccable, as the aura he exuded was unmistakably that of a chef. The problem was that he brought along Lia Si. This guy had a sturdy physique, and every movement radiated a trained demeanor. Even when playing a game, he sat up straight, clearly someone who had just graduated from the police academy. Fortunately, he also had a natural clumsiness that diluted that police officer vibe. Therefore, everyone didn't suspect they were undercover, just felt they didn't look like locals. Xiao Lan restrained the eager to explain Liasi and calmly replied, "I'm indeed not from around here. I used to be a helper in a restaurant in a big city, but it got too busy and I didn't have time to care for my younger brother. So I wanted to find a smaller city to start my own business and save up some money for my brother to get married." While saying this, he patted Liasi's head, reprimanding him in a brotherly tone. "Keep your phone away while playing games, it strains your eyes." Liasi looked confused, clearly thinking, "Xiao Lan, what are you talking about?" But he obediently moved his phone away. Everyone looked at Xiao Lan, then at the tall and sturdy Liasi beside him. With such a big younger brother needing care, there's only one possibility: he must not be very bright. Indeed, he didn't look very bright. No wonder at this age he still watches Black Cat Detective and does so out loud. Look at how thin the brother is while the younger brother is tall and strong. Clearly the elder brother is too worried about the younger brother's matters. Every family has its own difficulties. Everyone couldn't bear to ask further. However, Xiao Lan insisted on speaking up. He wanted to take this opportunity to solidify his persona. "Before I moved here, I specifically asked a housing agent about the prices. He said the housing prices in Feng'an New District were cheap and very livable. I looked at the houses and they were indeed very suitable, so I spent all my savings to buy a house and settle down in New Street. The houses on New Street are big and beautiful, but there aren't many people around. To do business, I can only come to the old street. It's probably just developed not long ago. I believe New Street will get busier in the future." The other stall owners exchanged glances, wanting to speak, but hesitating. Oh no, not only is the younger brother not very bright, but the older brother seems to be a bit foolish as well. Saying he's foolish is an understatement. He's simply lacking in common sense. They wanted to advise Xiao Lan, "Have you ever wondered why the rent in Feng'an District is so low? It's because no one wants to come here. Houses no one wants are naturally cheap. How could you be so easily tricked by the agent without asking more questions?" But everyone looked at each other. Seeing that no one else was speaking, they themselves lacked the courage to say anything. It's strange, those who have lived in Feng'an District for a long time seem to unconsciously adhere to a certain tacit understanding. Like some bizarre rule, no one can expose the fact that this place is a den of thieves in public. They can only wait for others to suffer losses before they realize it. After discovering it, that person will also inexplicably follow the same understanding, keeping silent in public about the harsh reality. An atmosphere of protecting oneself and ignoring others' business permeates here. Perhaps this is the root cause of the chronic issues in Feng'an District. Seeing Xiao Lan's face full of hopes for the future, everyone was even less willing to tell him the cruel truth. The house has already been bought. What else can be done? Let him suffer a loss and learn a lesson in the future. It was time to relocate to set up stalls at the old street market. A few pastry stall owners gently reminded Xiao Lan, "Why don't you change your location today? You didn't sell much at the old street market yesterday. It's likely that the market is filled with grannies and grandpas who are reluctant to spend money on your expensive buns." They wanted Xiao Lan to steer clear of that group of thieves at the market, but Xiao Lan, lacking common sense, replied, "It's fine. Oh, if I can't sell them, they can be my and my brother's dinner. After all, he loves to eat." The other stall owners shook their heads in disbelief. Truly foolish. It seems only after suffering a loss will they know the dangers of the world. At this point, the persona of Xiao Lan and Liasi as the foolish brothers was firmly established. From then on, regardless of how they behaved abnormally, a great scholar would be there to argue on their behalf. Xiao Lan had witnessed it firsthand. The several stall owners were chatting with familiar customers while setting up their stalls at the market yesterday. They would undoubtedly spread the news of Xiao Lan and his brother throughout the entire marketplace. Arriving once again at the old street market, Xiao Lan felt a surge of killing intent from a distance of several meters. He was certain that thieves had their eyes on him, perhaps even waiting specifically for his arrival. It seemed the stall owners sensed it too, immediately distancing themselves from Xiao Lan, fearing that the thieves might mistake their close association with him as a reason for retaliation. Looking up, he saw that the spot where he had set up his stall yesterday remained empty, unoccupied by anyone else. Upon closer inspection, he realized that several hostile-looking individuals were standing nearby, waiting with ill intentions. Xiao Lan did not recklessly offer himself up and stopped about 5 to 6 meters away, beginning to set up his stall. Just as he took out his items, he noticed those hostile individuals approaching him. The group stood not far from his stall, staring at Xiao Lan with malicious intent. Liasi, feeling a sense of danger, wanted to stand up and confront them, but Xiao Lan quietly told him, "Stay out of it, just play with your phone." A few minutes later, those thieves continued to stare unblinkingly at Xiao Lan, making no further moves. Xiao Lan found their behavior rather amusing. "Is that it? Just staring at me? Aren't they going to do anything like smashing or robbing? They have no intimidation factor at all." In fact, some among the thieves were murmuring. Aer quietly asked the leader, "Big brother, is it really effective for us to just keep staring like this?" The leader, Ada, grinned widely, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Xiao Lan. "Of course it's effective." My tiger-like aggressive gaze has already left him terrified. I believe he will soon be unable to withstand the pressure, crying and begging us for mercy. Aer grinned, saying, "That's great." Lao Si Wu and Lu were publicly humiliated by this stall owner yesterday. Today the three of us must help them regain their honor. A San chimed in. This stall owner broke the rules by daring to remind customers he's in for a rough time. 10 minutes later, Ayer said, "Big brother, he's taken out a stool," and sat down. "He doesn't seem to be under much pressure at all." Asan replied, "Yeah, he hasn't even looked at us." "Is it possible he hasn't noticed us?" Ada's face turned red. "How is that possible? Stop talking nonsense. With my overwhelming aura, how could he not notice us? He's just pretending to be calm. Look, he doesn't even dare to meet my gaze. But it doesn't matter, his avoidance is of no use. With the three of us here, no customer would dare approach. If he can't do business, he'll soon have to pack up and leave." As soon as the words left his mouth, a big sister approached with 4 or 5 similarly aged friends heading straight for Xiao Lan's stall. "Oh dear young man, you finally made it. I finished my square dancing, bought my vegetables, and returned home to cook. Why did you take so long to arrive?" Ayer and Asan exchanged confused glances with Ada. Didn't they agree that as long as they were present, no customers would dare approach? What were these sisters doing? Ada's mouth twitched. He had no idea what these sisters were doing, why they suddenly appeared to slap him in the face. He could only salvage his pride by saying they must be getting old and didn't notice us. They don't know this stall owner is under our watch. As Xiao Lan recognized her from yesterday's visit, he quickly stood up. "I was selling at the intersection this morning, and when there were no more customers there, I came to the market. I had more customers at the intersection today, so I stayed longer." The big sister's eyes brightened with surprise. "So that's how it is. Then I'll go directly to the intersection next time." This sister was the one who almost got robbed while buying buns yesterday and was reminded by Xiao Lan. She initially planned never to return after buying buns, just once. After all, she had bought a house near the market and would be coming here every day for decades, so she couldn't afford to anger the local gang of thieves. However, plans cannot keep up with changes. After returning home, she casually placed the buns on the table and went to the kitchen to cook for her daughter-in-law. Her daughter-in-law was recently suffering from morning sickness, meaning she couldn't eat anything due to pregnancy nausea. The degree of morning sickness varies among women depending on their constitution or hormonal changes. Some women experience no discomfort at all for months, eating and drinking as usual. Others feel queasy from morning till night, vomiting everything they eat. Unfortunately, her daughter-in-law fell into the latter category, suffering severe morning sickness. During the early stages of pregnancy, she was so dizzy that she couldn't get out of bed, quitting her job and lying in bed to nurture the fetus every day. She couldn't eat anything at all, often just taking 1 bite and vomiting 3. Sometimes she would vomit just from the smell of food. After a month or 2, she could only rely on hospital IVs to replenish nutrients, losing over 10 pounds. With such a physical state, how could she give birth? The doctor couldn't bear to see her condition and suggested that if there was no improvement, she should consider terminating the pregnancy. A mother without strength cannot give birth. During this time, the big sister tried every possible way to prepare meals for her daughter-in-law. She bought only the freshest vegetables from the market and the best meat, hoping to provide her with nutrition. The daughter-in-law also very much wanted to keep the child, so she cooperated well. She often mustered her courage to try the big sister's dishes, only to end up vomiting every time. As for takeout, it was even worse. She didn't even need to taste it, just smelling it was enough to make her vomit. The whole family was distressed over this matter. However, things took a turn yesterday. After the big sister finished cooking in the kitchen and came out, she was surprised to find that the 4 meat buns on the table were gone. Turning around, she noticed her daughter-in-law had just exited the bathroom. The big sister hurried over to support her daughter-in-law. "Did you finish the buns? Did you vomit?" To her surprise, the daughter-in-law waved her hand. "No, I just went to the bathroom." Implicitly, she did not deny having finished the buns. "Mom, where did you buy the buns? Were they specially made for pregnant women? They're so delicious. The meat inside isn't even fishy at all. Oh, I felt no nausea after eating them, and my stomach feels warm and comfortable." As the daughter-in-law spoke, a look of reminiscence appeared on her face. She hadn't touched meat for months. In fact, she hadn't had a proper meal in months. Since becoming pregnant, her stomach had become particularly sensitive due to hormonal changes. It was as if she had transformed into a suspicious emperor, doubting that there are always treacherous subjects trying to harm me at the slightest disturbance. Just encountering a bit of oil made her want to vomit. Eating a single clove of garlic made her feel nauseous. If a whiff of an unpleasant smell wafted her way, her stomach would immediately empty itself. Yet today she surprisingly managed to eat 4 buns in one go without feeling any resistance from her stomach. She even ate meat buns. Heaven knows how rare this is. For a whole day, the elder sister kept a close watch on her daughter-in-law. Seeing her in exceptionally good spirits today with a rosy complexion and a comfortable demeanor, she thought that the morning sickness phase had been successfully endured. Perhaps her daughter-in-law had simply pushed through to a certain stage of relief from nausea. However, when dinner time came, the familiar scene played out once more. The daughter-in-law still felt nauseous at the slightest scent and couldn't even approach the dining table. Even the smell of steamed eggs made her face turn pale, as if she were on the verge of collapsing. The elder sister finally realized that it wasn't her daughter-in-law's condition that had changed, but rather the dumplings. Thus, early this morning, she rushed to the market to see if there was any sign of Xiao Lan. After several trips back and forth, she still hadn't spotted her. During this process, she had certainly seen a few thieves lurking around looking to cause trouble for Xiao Lan. It was impossible for the elder sister not to feel concerned. But it wasn't about her own cravings, it was her little grandson who wanted to eat, and no matter what, she had to buy those dumplings. Her unusual behavior caught the attention of her old friends with whom she usually danced in the square. The elder sister had to explain the situation at home to her old friends. Her old friends were incredibly supportive and boldly proposed, "We'll go buy them with you. While you're buying, we'll keep an eye on the thieves and see who dares to come near you. Exactly, worst case, we'll go grocery shopping together from now on." As long as there are enough of us, they won't dare to act. If they get too close, we'll just lie down on the ground. If they dare to steal, I'll dare to accuse them. We are all women, we've all given birth, and we know how tough morning sickness can be. We absolutely can't let your daughter-in-law go hungry. With the strong support from her old friends, the elder sister felt fearless. Right in front of 3 unfriendly-looking thieves, she dared to approach Xiao Lan's stall to buy dumplings. Young man, give me 7 meat buns, and for the remaining 3, I'd like to try different flavors. Xiao Lan neatly packed the order and handed it to the elder sister. Her old friends noticed that the dumplings were particularly exquisite and delicate, sparking their curiosity. Are the dumplings really that delicious? They asked the elder sister. Without hesitation, she pulled out a meat bun and split it in half. I don't know, I've never tried them, so let's taste it directly. Although the old friends felt a bit shy, the elder sister insisted they try it, grateful for their support. They divided the meat bun into 4 pieces, each taking a small bite. Delicious. The twinkle in their eyes was unmistakable. No wonder the daughter-in-law loved to eat them. Anyone who tried them would be enchanted. As they aged, their taste buds had dulled, and they often found that whatever they ate never quite satisfied them. Regardless of how delicious something was, it always felt as if they were chewing through a plastic bag, unable to fully appreciate the flavor. Yet this meat bun was extremely tasty, even with their dulled senses. So fragrant. Though it's expensive, I must buy some to take home for my granddaughter to try. Without hesitation, they immediately turned to Xiao Lan to buy dumplings. In the end, each of them at least carried 3 buns, forming a circle as they left the market, keeping watch over each other. The 3 little thieves were quite eager to teach those old ladies a lesson. How dare they act so brazenly in front of them, without showing any respect? They thought to steal from them hard to let them learn a lesson. However, when they truly wanted to make their move, they found that the old ladies formed an impenetrable defense covering all angles. The 3 thieves followed them all the way, not finding the opportunity to act until they left the market. Air confused said, "Boss, didn't you say they were old and easy to trick?" Sen was even more puzzled. But how come they were staring at us so intently just now? It's as if they could see us clearly. De, feeling embarrassed from failing to assert dominance, softly scolded them to stop speaking such nonsense. What's so strange? Those old folks have lived long enough. Their experience with theft surpasses your experience in stealing. It's normal for them to be well prepared. They are just bold, relying on their numbers, knowing we won't mess with them because they're just a bunch of old bones. That's why they dared to buy. I dare say besides them, no one else would be willing to risk provoking us while continuing to patronize that dumpling stall. Boss is formidable. You're right, boss. The 3 of them returned to Xiao Lan's stall, this time planning to stand closer to create a greater sense of intimidation. However, just as they were about to close the distance, a figure stepped in front of the stall first. Finally, I've been waiting for you. Zhou Haochuan looked at Xiao Lan with dark circles under his eyes, his gaze unconsciously carrying a hint of melancholy. Why didn't you tell me you changed your spot? I thought you weren't coming, and kept staring at the original place from upstairs. Zhou Haochuan's building had a direct view of the spot where Xiao Lan had previously set up. From yesterday afternoon until noon today, he peeked out every few minutes, eagerly awaiting the appearance of Xiao Lan. Because he was wearing a white hooded pajama at home, he was mistaken by a neighbor in the opposite building who had poor eyesight for a large Samoyed, and they teased him through the window. He only realized they were teasing him after hearing them cooing for a while. Heaven knows how awkward it was when he looked up and made eye contact with the neighbor. However, Xiao Lan didn't recognize him and tilted her head in confusion. Sorry, who are you? Zhou Haochuan quickly took off his mask, exhaling a puff of white vapor. It's me. The one who wore short sleeves and shorts yesterday. Oh, it's you. Xiao Lan awkwardly touched her nose. Sorry, I almost didn't recognize you with so many layers on. Today, Zhou Haochuan learned from yesterday's experience, dressing entirely in black long-down jackets and wrapping himself from head to toe. Since he had caught a cold from the cold wind yesterday, he had also specially worn a mask today. With a red nose, Zhou Haochuan sniffed and put his mask back on. Boss, why didn't you tell me that not only were your brown sugar buns delicious, but the other dumplings are even more delicious? If you had told me earlier, I would have bought a dozen or 20 yesterday and saved them at home. I wouldn't have had to go digging through everything at home last night looking for something to eat. This was no exaggeration, there were videos to prove it. He was a gaming streamer, primarily earning income through account boosting and often live streaming the process. Last night, he streamed for 6 hours and he ate nonstop. His mouth was busy for a full 6 hours. The games that used to attract him suddenly lost their charm. It felt as if something was biting him under his bottom. After sitting for a few minutes, he couldn't remain still and had to get up to find something to eat. Throughout the night, the viewers in the live stream witnessed him nearly finishing all the food he had stocked up for a month. Zhou Haochuan didn't care about his image, gorging himself without hesitation in front of the camera. After all, he was just a small streamer with only about 40 to 50,000 followers, among which a lot were probably fake accounts. His old fans were astonished. They flooded the comments section. Howsy, are you planning to switch to eating broadcasts? Is the gaming industry so hard to survive, and now, even with your skills, you have to take on side jobs? You eat more than a rat. No one eats as much as you do. Family who understands. I watched him gnaw on a dozen corn cobs. Are his front teeth a plow? Don't play games anymore, come back to the village with me. We have plenty of cornfields in the countryside, and I'll steal corn to feed you. No one knew that what Zhou Haochuan craved wasn't corn, nor instant noodles, nor sunflower seeds, cola, and peanuts. He was simply looking for a substitute on no meal replacement. Don't be misled by his mouth that kept chewing non-stop. His heart and stomach only wanted dumplings. But at this point, Xiao Lan was already gone. She had left yesterday afternoon. Zhou Haochuan had gone downstairs to check in the afternoon, and by then Xiao Lan had already packed up and left. He regretted it. After witnessing the audacity of the thieves for the first time yesterday, he hurriedly went upstairs with 3 dumplings. Back home, he quickly ate one to calm his nerves. He ended up tasting the vegetable bun made by Xiao Lan. Zhou Haochuan had expected it to be good, but he didn't anticipate it would be this good. The thin skin held a generous filling without falling apart, and the green vegetables were fresh and crisp. With one bite the juices flowed out, just a slight suck, and it was all gone. The rich freshness was a shock that the previous brown sugar bun couldn't compare to. If the brown sugar bun brought him the primitive flavor of ancient craftsmanship, then the vegetable bun retained the vegetable's most perfect state, highlighting 2 words, fresh and tender. Preserving the freshness and tenderness of vegetables is akin to preserving one's youth, a thing everyone desires. But how many can truly achieve it? From the moment the seeds are planted in the ground until they can be harvested for consumption, a vegetable's life for humans lasts only about 20 days. And after cooking, its best eating time is 4 hours. If you miss its finest moments, it won't wait for you. It has its own destiny. It's like condensing a human life into just over 20 years, with the best times only lasting 2 months. How many people can cherish these 2 months properly rather than anxiously watching it slip through their fingers? Time is fleeting, beauty departs like flowers from trees. Suddenly Zhou Haochuan felt that renaming the brown sugar bun and the vegetable bun to nostalgia and seize the day, respectively, wouldn't be inappropriate. Long-lasting has its depth, brief moments have their brilliance. He surprisingly found a sense of timelessness in one bun and a sense of urgency in the other. Zhou Haochuan met the dumplings at the right time, but in the wrong place. If he had encountered them in a 5-star restaurant, he wouldn't have taken them so lightly. He would definitely have eaten his fill and then asked for a takeaway. However, with the names changed and the location altered, these dumplings wouldn't be priced as they were now. Whoa, is this really worth 6 yuan? I wish I could eat until I'm full. I'd pay any amount to the stall owner. Later, when Zhou Haochuan tasted the more pronounced flavors of the sauerkraut bun and the meat bun, he was completely mesmerized. The brown sugar bun and the vegetable bun had already won his heart. The sauerkraut bun and the meat bun were so bold and expressive that they utterly disarmed him. When he came to his senses and hurried downstairs to buy a few more, Xiao Lan had already closed up shop. And he hadn't even gotten Xiao Lan's contact information. It was no wonder his stomach had gone wild, all night searching for meal replacements, almost wanting to chew off his keycaps. Even in his dreams his mouth was moving, chewing on air, desperately eating. This amazing dumpling stall was like the vegetables he forgot to put in the fridge wilting when he wanted to cook them. Fortunately, tomorrow would yield a fresh crop. Now he was finally able to wait for it. Boss, please leave me your contact information. Add me on WeChat. You must notify me when you set up shop again. Faced with Zhou Haochuan's earnest plea, Xiao Lan found it hard to refuse and had to log into her WeChat account again. Once logged in, her phone lagged for a full 3 minutes. Goodness, the only term Xiao Lan could use to describe her account situation was a sea of lamentations. Previously, when she was forced to create a customer group in the electronic park, she used this account. After setting up the group, she had completely forgotten about it and hadn't logged in again. Now upon logging in, there were over 999 notifications. Xiao Lan firmly believed that 999 was merely the display limit of WeChat, far from the actual number. She didn't even dare to open the group messages. Just by previewing, she could see messages popping up continuously. Where have you gone, stall owner? Speak up. I know you're in the group. Why haven't you come to sell pig's feet? Am I slower in paying than others? Please just let me eat one more. Just one. I promise I won't touch this again. I'll definitely quit. Once you've had pig's feet in your youth, your life is over. It's okay, I'm fine. Life is short, you just endure, and it'll all be over in a lifetime. Stall owner, don't sell anywhere else. I'll support you. How much can you earn from selling? I'll pay you monthly. You only need to make pig's feet for me. Who is that upstairs talking so big? With the stall owner's skills, the pure profit from selling monthly must be over 100,000. Can you afford it? We'll take a closer look at that ID. Isn't that our manager? He can afford it. Oh no, this is a chilling thought. The stall owner's disappearance for so long must mean they've been taken by another rich boss. I'm so foolish. If I had known the treasure boss would be taken away, I should have rallied my family to line up together back then. Missed the opportunity. If I had known this item would be so in demand, I should have organized people to buy and stock up. It should have skyrocketed in price by now. Xiao Lan. In just a few minutes, she became a personal chef, bought out by the wealthy in the mouths of her group friends. However, a mere 100,000 truly couldn't buy her. In his previous life, Xiao Lan served as a specially invited chef at several wealthy households. The term specially invited meant that each wealthy individual paid him a monthly salary. He was only responsible for cooking one meal a month at a particular wealthy individual's home, and they needed to book in advance and cover the cost of the ingredients. Never mind, a great man does not boast of past glories, it's all in the past. According to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, in his last life, he had already fulfilled the highest need for self-actualization. In this life, his ambitions were even grander, pursuing superego. Boss, are you adding me, or should I add you? Zhou Haochuan's request to add friends snapped Xiao Lan back to reality. The thought of being bombarded with messages from customers after adding them made his phone's storage capacity feel insufficient. Resolutely, he thought, he'll create a customer group for buns. Everyone can scan to join the group from now on. Zhou Haochuan was overjoyed. Great. Today I'll have 4 buns to fill my stomach first, then pack 20 more, 5 of each kind. Today Zhou Haochuan learned from yesterday's lesson he decided to eat his fill here before packing some to take back for a late-night snack. Moreover, he also took into account the experience of almost getting robbed yesterday. Today he wore a down jacket with not only a zipper pocket, but also 3 hidden buttons. If he put his phone inside, no one would easily steal it. So he placed his phone securely and confidently began to eat in front of Xiao Lan's stall. To the 3 thieves, this scene was nothing short of provocation. Alright, so you're not giving us face, huh? He immediately took out his phone and opened a group chat. The group had hundreds of members, but hardly anyone was chatting. From the historical chat records, it was clear that the messages sent in the group were bizarre, like, "The wind is tight, pull the call." Ada's fingers danced as he typed a line. "Tie the beams, the line is open for climbing." He then hit send. He was using underworld slang, meaning he had formed an enmity with someone and was calling others to come and act. Before long, people began to arrive at the market one after another. Ada Air and the others stood next to Xiao Lan's stall like a flag, also serving as a signal. They could deter ordinary people while also summoning their accomplices. From a distance through the crowd, some pickpockets locked eyes with Ada before quickly looking away. Confirming their gaze, Xiao Lan was the target beside Ada. The thief who had his phone stolen yesterday was part of Ada's gang, which consisted of only 6 members. However, this did not mean they could only call 6 thieves to deal with Xiao Lan. The group of 100 that just sent messages was essentially a modern version of an underworld bounty. As long as they shouted in the large group, all the thieves would voluntarily come to help. It was this sense of camaraderie that established their reputation as a den of thieves. In the blink of an eye, over 10 thieves had already set their sights on Xiao Lan's stall. Unfortunately, Xiao Lan and the others were oblivious to the impending storm. Liu was diligently keeping an eye on Ada and his 2 accomplices while pretending to play with his phone. Xiao Lan was also very alert, constantly guarding against the summoning reinforcements. Little did he know reinforcements had already been summoned. The 2 parties did not meet, but waited for the right moment to strike. The accomplices were very patient, not revealing themselves, easily waiting for an opportunity. The opportunity was about to arrive. Zhou Haochuan was happily indulging at Xiao Lan's stall, and the satisfied expression on his face inadvertently advertised for Xiao Lan. Several passers-by were attracted and couldn't help but come over to inquire about prices. Just as the crowd gathered, the hidden thieves also moved. Liu had not lost focus the entire time, but he only had 2 eyes. The little thieves had clear roles, some provided cover, while others took action. Their target was the unsuspecting Zhou Haochuan. Zhou Haochuan thought he was safe today because he wore several extra layers of clothing. However, in the eyes of professional thieves, he was still as vulnerable as if he were running naked merely with an extra pair of underwear. A silver-gray blade appeared at the fingertips of the thief, expertly aimed at the bottom of the down jacket pocket, and with a gentle slice, it was done. Xiao Lan caught a glimpse of the food cart, suddenly flashing a red light. He immediately shouted, "Hey!" The thief was startled and quickly retracted the blade. Then, as if nothing had happened, he blended into the crowd of bun buyers, pretending to be just a passerby. Xiao Lan looked at the large group of calm and seemingly honest people before him, unaware of who the villain was as the system indicated. Everyone was puzzled why Xiao Lan suddenly called out, and he could only use Liu as an excuse. "Hey, stop playing with your phone. You've been at it all morning, do your eyes need a break? Hand it over, I'm confiscating it." Liu, though puzzled, still complied and handed his phone to Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan's strange behavior had its explanation, but his bun prices were simply too high, causing many customers to leave after seeing the prices. The thief also seized the opportunity to leave with the departing crowd. As the throng dispersed, the red light returned to blue. Yet Xiao Lan surprisingly failed to identify which person among the crowd was the thief. Xiao Lan quickly asked Zhou Haochuan, "Check quickly, is your phone still there?" Zhou Haochuan, chewing on a bun, was completely unaware that he had almost been robbed. He confidently patted his pocket. Don't worry, it's definitely there, no one can." His words stopped abruptly, because with his patting the duck down inside his down jacket suddenly burst forth, resembling a firecracker. Zhou Haochuan was dumbfounded. "No way. How could this happen?" He reached in to touch and found a brand new cut at the bottom of his pocket. The cut was very deep, affecting even the inner layer of his sweater, but it was not deep enough to injure his skin. Since the act was interrupted, the pocket of the black down jacket had not been completely torn, only half of it was damaged. The phone had already slipped out halfway through the tear. If the tear lengthened by another centimeter, the phone would fall due to gravity. Oh no! When did this happen? Zhou Haochuan's perception was once again shaken, and his Dao heart was nearly shattered. He realized that the defense he thought was impenetrable was merely a matter of a single cut in the eyes of others. He suddenly understood that the stall owner's shout was not genuinely directed at Liu, but was a warning to deter the thief. "Stall owner, you really have sharp eyes. I'm scared now. Please pack my buns now, I need to hurry back." Xiao Lan secretly chuckled. He had sharp eyes. He didn't see anything at all. If it weren't for the food cart's alert, he wouldn't have noticed anything. It was careless. It seemed this market truly had experts. Those that Xiao Lan and the others could detect with their eyes were likely just novice pickpockets. However, even with the food cart's alert, it was too late by the time they discovered it. The thieves had to be close to the food cart, about 20 to 30 centimeters away, for it to make a judgment. With such little reaction time, who could respond in time? Xiao Lan suddenly thought that the Points Exchange Mall might have corresponding items. He handed the packed buns to Zhou Haochuan, and after watching him leave, hurriedly summoned the Points Exchange Mall in his mind. To his disappointment, the mall had no new items. Undeterred, he browsed again and finally found an upgrade button on the detail page of the Vigilant snack cart. The description read enhances the radar sensitivity, expanding the judgment distance for villains to 1 meter around. Upgrade declaration, don't mess with me. Xiao Lan decisively spent 500 points to upgrade the radar of the Vigilant snack cart by 1 level. Now he felt at ease, just waiting to see the effect. Watching Zhou Haochuan leave in defeat, jogging, while feathers flew from him, Ada laughed. His 2 lackeys Aer and Asan quickly flattered him. Aer said it's still the boss with connections. Just a slight push and the loyal customers of the vendor were scared away. Asan added, but he took a big bag of buns when he left. How infuriating. That vendor made a hefty profit. A distorted coldly profit is profit, but this is probably the vendor's last deal at the old street market. Once the bounty hits, I wonder who will dare buy anything from his stall in the future. Forget buying, just passing by his stall means being prepared to be stolen from. As the saying goes, when the goose flies over the feathers are plucked, and when the beast runs the skin is left behind. Even the flies must first receive 2 slaps before being let go. Aer exclaimed boss is mighty. Asan chimed in boss is domineering. Let's call over Lao Si, Lao Wu and Lao Lu to watch the show, and let them vent about yesterday's frustrations. After finishing their conversation, the 3 no longer stood out in plain sight to observe, but found a more hidden spot for better observation. Now that the conflict had escalated, their goal was no longer just to scare off Xiao Lan's potential customers. Instead, they aimed to genuinely steal from Xiao Lan's customers. Only after suffering losses would customers spontaneously avoid him spreading the word and fundamentally cutting off Xiao Lan's business. After the 3 concealed themselves, some unsuspecting customers attracted by Xiao Lan's unique snack cart design approached to buy buns. Some were returning customers from yesterday. They had wanted to buy for a long time, but were too timid and hadn't dared to approach when they saw thieves watching. Now that the thief had left, they thought the situation had calmed down and boldly approached to buy buns. Among the crowd, the thief stealthily followed like a fly drawn to blood. Their disguises were too convincing. Xiao Lan and Li Ac, the 2 new police officers, stared intently for a long time, but couldn't discern who had ulterior motives. It is said that professional card players develop a poker face. Regardless of whether their cards are good or bad, they can maintain a calm demeanor. Similarly, these professional pickpockets seem to have been specially trained sporting a thief's face. Among the crowd, they appeared more innocent and honest than the victims being stolen from. Xiao Lan genuinely couldn't tell. But it didn't matter, the snack cart could distinguish. As soon as a pickpocket entered the 1 meter range, the red light illuminated. Xiao Lan immediately locked onto the last person with movement. Fixing his gaze on them, he pressed a finger hard on Li Ac's phone to play music. Black Cat Sheriff. This resounding voice was no mere children's song. It was clearly the battle cry declaring war on all thieves. On the other side, Zhou Haochuan, whose Dao heart was shattered, covered his torn pocket and fled in embarrassment like a dog with its tail between its legs. As he ran, he passed 2 breakfast stalls selling buns. Suddenly, he heard the vendor gossiping. Oh, that person selling handmade buns over there is really pitiful. While doing business, he has to take care of his mentally challenged brother. Returning here from a big city unfamiliar with the place, he was swindled out of all his savings by an agent and bought a house here. Now he can neither leave nor has he offended the locals. No one dares to buy his buns. If his business can't go on, he will eventually go under. I wonder what those 2 brothers will do in the future. Zhou Haochuan's footsteps quietly slowed, sensing they were talking about Xiao Lan. After all, Xiao Lan was the only one selling handmade buns in the entire market. Moreover, the man beside him did indeed look a bit foolish. The vendors selling buns continued to gossip with familiar customers, completely unaware that Zhou Haochuan was secretly eavesdropping. A regular customer asked, how did he offend people? Oh, that boss is new and doesn't understand the rules. On his first day doing business here, he offended everyone thoroughly. Actually, when the customer's phone was picked up, he should have pretended not to see it. It was none of his business. Now he's sticking his neck out for the customers, and those people remember it all. As they gossiped, the theme song of Black Cat Sheriff played several times from Xiao Lan's side. His brother is really something, but at his age, he still loves watching cartoons. Of all the cartoons to watch, why choose Black Cat Sheriff? He even mimics the main character's demeanor. Doesn't that invite resentment? The vendors seemed to empathize with Xiao Lan's situation, all expressing their grievances. But it was just talk, none of them took any action. This brother is really going to be held back by his sibling for a lifetime. I wonder how many more days he can keep this business running. What will he do when he runs out of money? That house he bought in the new district will definitely not sell. The vendor's words made Zhou Haochuan feel a chill in his heart. Especially when he realized that Xiao Lan offended those thieves precisely because he helped him retrieve his phone. It made him feel even worse. Looking up, in just a short while, 3 groups of customers had already been scared away by those thieves. They all left empty-handed, not buying a single bun. If this continues, the boss business will inevitably cool down. By then, Zhou Haochuan wouldn't be able to enjoy such delicious buns anymore. He suddenly felt anxious, wanting to help Xiao Lan, but he didn't know what to do. The vendors had gossiped that Xiao Lan was unfamiliar with the place. Wasn't Zhou Haochuan also unfamiliar with the place? Even if he wanted to find someone to support Xiao Lan and take care of his business, he had no way. Wait, perhaps there was still a way. After all, he was somewhat of a game streamer with a fan base. He could promote Xiao Lan's buns to his followers. If some of his fans lived in Feng'an District or Fengling City, they might come over to support the boss business. So Zhou Haochuan immediately rushed upstairs. He quickly opened his computer and started a live stream. It was just past noon, the busy lunch hour. Many people ordered takeout, looking for videos to watch while eating. Coincidentally, Zhou Heiachuan's fans received a notification that the blogger they followed was live streaming. They clicked in casually expecting to see him playing games. To their surprise, when they clicked in, he was eating. Not a mouse. Are you really planning to switch to being a food streamer? You just ate all night last night, and now you're eating again. That big bag of buns, don't tell me that's your portion for one meal. You're making a huge leap in your career. Take care of your health. I'm not saying you can't just eat buns. Food streamers eat fried chicken, lobster, and skewers, changing it up. What buns are you eating? They don't even look good. The atmosphere in the comments was relatively friendly since they were all longtime fans. Everyone had benefited from Zhou Heiachuan's strategies, so they were quite caring. Faced with everyone's doubts and suggestions, Zhou Heiachuan explained, I haven't switched careers. There's just a new bun stall downstairs that's incredibly delicious, and I wanted to share it with everyone. Oh, got it. Is it opened by a relative of yours? Asking you to help with the promotion. Did the boss hire you for advertising? Congratulations on hitting the jackpot. 321, drop the link. Everyone joked, and some genuinely thought Zhou Heiachuan had taken an ad for pre-made frozen buns and were ready to buy a bag in support. But Zhou Heiachuan just smiled, a hint of bitterness in his smile. There's no link. These are handmade buns made fresh and sold on the spot, not even available for delivery. If I could buy them online, I'd buy them out directly. I wouldn't need to risk getting my phone stolen and run downstairs every day. Once the vendor stops, I won't be able to get them anymore. Zhou Heiachuan spoke with genuine emotion, yet the comments were still playful. Clearly everyone didn't take the buns too seriously. Remember this carefree moment of the netizens, for soon they would no longer be able to laugh. Zhou Heiachuan began to eat his buns. From the very first bite, he praised the buns enthusiastically. His words flowed effortlessly, even requiring no script. Just discussing the wonders of the ancient method of brown sugar Xiao Lan had told him was enough to leave people in awe. When he shared his insights from eating the brown sugar bun and the vegetable bun, the live chat was already filled with astonished comments. Wait dude, with all your smooth talk, are you prepping for graduate school? Whoa mouse, you're usually quiet when gaming. Turns out all your words are saved up for this moment. Stop hiding it, be honest. Is being a game streamer your side gig? Your real job is writing for Culinary Delights of Huaguo, right? Enough already. I'm eating takeout while listening to this live stream, and my colleague asked where I bought the soup-soaked rice. I looked down and thought, what soup-soaked rice? This is just the rice soaked in my drool. Damn, these buns really have you talking. You're making me crave them. A lunch feels like I haven't eaten at all. I'll count to 3. You immediately drop the bun link. Just for your flawless pitch, I'll buy it. At once, the entire comments section began to uniformly spam 321. It dropped the link. Finally, Zhou Heiachuan noticed. He paused his bun tasting and explained to the viewers in the live chat, there's really no link. I'm not advertising online, and the boss hasn't paid me to promote this. I'm just genuinely recommending it. The live chat immediately erupted in protest. Don't play hard to get. We're all friends here. Just tell us where to buy them and how much each one costs. Zhou Heiachuan sighed helplessly. These buns are available only in person. No delivery service exists. The vendor's craftsmanship is exceptional. Rumor has it he trained in a major metropolis before returning home. Each bun is handmade with premium ingredients, so the price is slightly higher than average. 10 yuan for meat buns, 6 yuan for others. Truly worth every cent. Having said this, Zhou Heiachuan expected viewers to complain about the price, only to be utterly astonished. His earlier viral script had inflated expectations so wildly that fans now assumed the buns must cost over 100 yuan each. What? Only 10 yuan? Did you forget a zero? After hearing you rave about ancient method brown sugar and name them echoes of yesteryear, in remembrance of this moment, I fully expected them to cost 184 yuan apiece. Wait, how did you know my height is 184 centimeters? Have you heard my story? I haven't heard your story, but your profile page tells one at a glance. Let me divine it. Your final words before death were surely etched onto your tombstone. Height, 184 centimeters. My cafe sells 2 dry oatmeal cookies for 89 yuan, and people still queue for them. Invite that bun vendor to set up shop here. He'll make a fortune. So where exactly is this legendary stall? Tell us the address. I'll check how far it is. Seeing someone finally ask the crucial question, Zhou Heiachuan replied at once at the Old Street Market in Fengling District, Fengling City. The vendor arrives around 11 each morning and brings along his gentle, broad-shouldered younger brother who adores watching Black Cat Detective. If any of you reside in Fengling City, or especially in Fengling District, please consider supporting his small business. I swear his buns taste 10,000 times better than even my most lavish descriptions. Time slipped away unnoticed as the live stream continued. Zhou Heiachuan had originally planned to eat only 10 buns, freezing the remaining 10 as emergency rations. Yet before he realized it, he was already devouring the last one. It was a vegetable bun, still delicious even cold. Though his stomach was full to bursting, he insisted on finishing every morsel of its tender, fragrant filling. The more he ate, the more profoundly he reflected on the life he'd led before. Gazing into the camera, his voice softened with emotion. My mother used to urge me constantly to eat more greens. She'd say meat from outside isn't trustworthy, frozen for wok no show long, whereas vegetables at least remain fresh. So for a while I ordered nothing but green millet porridge, shepherd's purse dumplings, and 3-ingredient buns. They weren't delicious, but I endured them, believing they were at least more nutritious than synthetic meat. For health's sake, I bore it. Then one day, I discovered even greens came frozen, with shelf lives stretching to 1 or even 2 years. Experts claim properly stored frozen vegetables retain nutritional value nearly equal to fresh ones. My mind accepted the logic, but my mouth refused. My tongue insists these taste utterly devoid of vegetable essence, limp, lifeless. I once blamed poor cooking technique. Only now do I realize the flaw lies in the ingredient itself. Even livestock graze on fresh grass. Why should humans be denied fresh produce? Is buying and washing vegetables truly so arduous? Frozen greens were meant only as emergency substitutes when fresh options were unavailable. When did they become the norm? Worse still, sometimes I pay several times more than the price of fresh vegetables, only to discover the vendor secretly substituted cheaper frozen ones. Isn't that outright deception? His indignation swelled until profanities nearly spilled forth, until he took another bite of the vegetable bun in his hand, and his gaze softened once more. The vegetable buns made by the vendor downstairs, made with the freshest vegetables imaginable, stand as irrefutable proof. I urge you, if ever given the chance, to try them for yourself. You'll feel unmistakably the profound kindness and reverence the world can offer. The live stream ended. Zhou Haochuan exhaled deeply, long and slow. That was all he could do. In an entire month of gaming streams, he'd never spoken as much as he had during this single food-focused broadcast. He wondered whether it had made any difference. As he prepared to end the stream, the most frequent comment flooding the screen read, "Damn it, I'm not in Fengling City. Can't go there to eat." Clearly most of his followers lived out of province. Few were local. It seemed unlikely anyone would fly across provinces just for a steamed bun. Oh well, next time he'd simply buy more buns and freeze them himself. Better to control the freezing process than consume something frozen for no so many years, knowing at least what lay inside. He'd buy every bun the vendor made, not letting his livelihood falter. With that resolve settled, Zhou Haochuan sank contentedly into the world of gaming, releasing all extraneous thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, even before he signed off, clips of his live stream had gone viral online, featuring his eloquent, unrehearsed praise of the buns. No script, pure improvisation, spontaneous and unfiltered, flowing with astonishing grace and brilliance. Viewers stood stunned. Wait, is he praising buns or reciting a perfect Gaokao essay? Good grief, has food streaming gotten this competitive? Used to be all about chewing noisily, now you have to compose poetry too. Whoa, he's been a gaming streamer forever. Now he's dominating food streaming. Incredible, he's carved out an entirely new genre. One moment, I'm contemplating life's meaning, the next questioning my very existence. What do I do? He's awakened the ravenous beast within my stomach. If I charter a flight right now, can I taste them tomorrow? Fellow viewer, calm down. As a native of Fengling City, let me warn you, Fengling District isn't for beginners. Let seasoned explorers scout ahead first. Within an hour, the clip surpassed 10,000 shares, epitomizing the truth. 10 years of gaming streams drew silence. One food broadcast echoed across the realm. Zhou Haochuan was still playing games when his friends and family bombarded him with phone calls until he logged off. Do you know you're trending? Hurry up and check online. You're in the top 10 of trending topics now. Get your act together. Howsy, you are genuinely famous now, but you must pay attention to your words and actions. I forgot what was in between, and the rest is up to your imagination. Zhou Haochuan thought everyone was teaming up to prank him. He skeptically opened his mobile app, only to discover he really was trending. The videos that were riding the wave of popularity had easily surpassed 10,000 likes, while his own other videos had only a few thousand views. So he quickly got to work editing his live stream replay into several segments and releasing them directly. His loyal fans helped promote it, quickly drawing traffic back to him. As the video's popularity fermented, more and more people stumbled upon Zhou Haochuan's footage. Most were highly curious, wondering just how delicious it could be. However, a small group of people scoffed at the video. If it's rare to see someone so surprised, no matter how good the buns are, how good can they really be? It's all just hot air. Exactly, this person has never tasted the braised pig trotters. The trotters are the most delicious thing in Fengling City, and I won't accept any rebuttals. If the pig trotter vendor had stayed just a bit longer than a week, it would have trended too. This group of bun skeptics was all in the same chat group. The group was called Victims of Pig Trotter Withdrawal. When Zhou Haochuan's video first gained traction, someone shared it in the group. The accompanying text read, "It seems like we have a new snack from Fengling City that's making waves, and it's quite close to us. Anyone want to team up to try it out?" The person who shared it intended to find a companion to bolster their courage. They also knew Fengling District wasn't safe. It was a den of dragons and tigers. However, after sharing it in the group, instead of discussing teaming up, a strange competitive spirit was ignited among the members. They began to diss the buns, insisting that the pig trotters were superior. This left everyone speechless. Just before, the group had been full of complaints about the pig trotters. Many had often been up late at night, cursing them as an evil food that ruined lives. Regretting ever touching them, they felt even worse for letting their families get hooked on it. The overall resentment in the group was enough to support 10 evil sort of mortals. As a blogger recommended a new dish that could replace the pig trotters and offer comfort to the empty souls, everyone surprisingly took it upon themselves to defend the trotter status. People in the group even called for comments beneath the video. "This is overblown. How could buns possibly claim the title of Fengling City's #1 delicacy? If the taste were lacking, there wouldn't be so much fluff around it, with essays being written and streamers being invited for recommendations. You haven't tasted the braised pig trotters that were once sold at the electronic park. They were simply delicious without any gimmicks. Simply and straightforwardly delicious. So fragrant that workers from the entire park would sneak out of work to buy some, so fragrant that stray dogs from several blocks would fight over a bone, so fragrant that if the vendor was even a second late, the nearby police station would be bombarded with calls. You buns still need someone to promote you. It clearly shows the owner's skill is lacking. Haha, practice a bit more. After a round of mudslinging, people in the group rushed to help with likes, pushing the derogatory comments to the top of the trending list. When Xiao Lan and her colleagues from the Wei Long Feng Chu noticed this trending topic, they were left speechless. Wait. You guys are dividing food into the pigs troop and the bun troop, playing the fan circles mudslinging game. Even Lie Si, who is usually dull, sensed that something was amiss. Oh no, if both sides start arguing, they might prepare to meet offline. And then what if they find out that both the pigs trotter seller and the bun seller are Xiao Lan? What should we do then? Xiao Lan sighed, realizing that the proximity of the task location was the root of the trouble. When Feng'an district was still a county, it was under the jurisdiction of the Dong district. It was only after the district was established that it became independent, forming the Feng and New district. However, geographically it remains very close to the Dong district, right on its edge. This led to the possibility that some of the customers from the previous electronic park might actually reside in Feng and New district. The name, Thief's Den, might scare off people from other places, but it won't deter the locals already living in Feng and New district. If they watched the video and decided to come over to compare which was better, the buns or the pig's trotter, Xiao Lan would be in big trouble. She felt her disguise was in jeopardy. Xiao Lan decided, from now on, when we set up our stall, we will all wear masks and not take them off unless necessary. And for the snack cart, we should buy some plastic vines online to cover the lights so that no one recognizes it as the cart that used to sell pigs trotters. This was a precautionary measure. Hopefully they wouldn't blow their cover before completing their task. Meanwhile, old Lu at the police station was cursing while watching a video of Zhou Haochuan eating buns. Is it really that delicious? Damn it, such praise. Is he risking his life? My stomach is growling and my gastric acid is about to reflux. Why do I have to suffer this kind of workplace injury at work? Old Lu had come across Zhou Haochuan's video while collecting information about Feng and district online, and the big data had linked it to him. Everyone in the police station received the push notification and had already watched it during lunch. However, only the members of the second squad knew that Xiao Lan had gone to Feng and district as a special undercover food investigator, leading to a suggestion. Do you think that the buns the blogger is crazily promoting could be made by Xiao Lan? Old Lu immediately jumped in. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Who could be proficient in so many things? To make pigs trotters taste that good, convincing even criminals to surrender, there must be some secret recipe passed down through generations. Even if he had a family recipe for buns, it wouldn't matter. It takes hard work. Just kneading the dough. Where would Xiao Lan find the time to practice? Everyone felt old Liu's reasoning made sense. Still, someone couldn't help but sigh. If only the buns were made by Xiao Lan, we would be in for a treat. Sigh, I wonder how Xiao Lan's task in Feng'an district is going. Should we call her back to report on the progress? As they spoke, a sly smile crossed their faces, revealing their true intentions. Let's also ask her to buy us some of those buns mentioned online. Old Lu was so angry, he walked over and kicked each of them in the backside. What kind of nonsense are you talking about in broad daylight? Can't you be a bit more ambitious? If we clean up Feng and district sooner, the public order will improve, and anyone wanting to buy buns will be able to do so without worry. Although they didn't follow through with the suggestion to call back Xiao Lan for a report, the words of the subordinates reminded old Lu that it was time to pay attention to Xiao Lan's recent situation. This task allowed Xiao Lan a lot of freedom. So much that old Lu was not very clear on what Xiao Lan had been doing these past few days. Sometimes when he called, either Xiao Lan was busy or old Lu was busy. The two sides were always out of sync. I should contact the police station over in Feng and to have them keep an eye on Xiao Lan. On the third day of selling buns at the stall, Xiao Lan's business at the intersection had clearly taken a qualitative leap. Repeat customers increased, with some bringing friends along. Some even came in groups. The lady from the market brought her 12 old friends along. Each of them held a shiny sword and wore white training outfits as they marched majestically to the intersection. Boss, so you really are selling here. Haha, it was worth it for us to specifically change our training location. The appearance of these ladies was too eye-catching, standing out so starkly against the surrounding environment that they instantly attracted everyone's attention. No other reason, just because they were all cheerful and full of energy. They formed a sharp contrast to the listless and disgruntled office workers at the intersection. Some people originally planned to buy breakfast from other bun stalls, but upon seeing this group of ladies marching towards Xiao Lan's stall, they couldn't help but follow along to watch. Were these ladies specifically here to patronize that stall owner? Why? Was the stall owner a relative of someone among them? Or was the stall owner's skill truly so good that people were willing to come over and buy? As everyone knew, the intersection in the morning was the domain of the office workers. Each office worker before dawn was being pulled out of their warm blankets by the capitalists' malicious spirit. Though they stood, they moved, but they were no different from walking corpses. Every worker on their way to work had a pair of lifeless eyes and a grim face. The surrounding gray morning mist seemed to emanate from their resentment. Ordinary residents intentionally avoided this main road in the morning, preferring to take a shortcut rather than face these office workers. Otherwise, it would be no different from encountering a ghost. Seeing so many grim faces first thing in the morning not only affected their mood, but also made accidents likely. Office workers rushing to work surrounded by darkness could bump into one another without knowing whom to hold accountable. However, these ladies did not seem like ordinary people. From their appearance, they resembled ghostbusters, dazzling everyone the moment they arrived. The shiny soft swords in the ladies' hands seemed capable of driving away evil. Just a casual swing, while walking swept away the lingering resentment in the air above the road. The entire intersection became brighter. Coupled with the ladies' hearty laughter, the dark energy dissipated, and the sunlight shone brightly. This vibrant appearance was already refreshing. Unexpectedly, the ladies' way of doing things was even more bold and unrestrained. Young folks, you don't need to service old folks. Sell first to the young ones. They're in a hurry for work, while we are not pressed for time. Exactly. Well, wait for you over here. We'll buy when there are fewer people. Saying this, they really didn't crowd in with everyone else, but found an open spot to start practicing swordplay while wearing headphones. How nice, not fighting with the young people and not making noise to disturb the residents. Who wouldn't like such understanding ladies? Many people felt an increase in goodwill towards them, and as a result, they also looked favorably at Xiao Lan. Originally, they were too lazy to buy buns because of the large crowd around his stall, but now they had no choice but to patronize it. The neatly lined up ladies practicing swordplay beside the stall became a beautiful sight in the early morning. Anyone waiting at the roadside for the green light couldn't help but mumble, "Strange, why are they practicing swordplay here? Isn't there a park nearby?" At this moment, a knowledgeable person who had bought buns would kindly inform them. They specifically took a detour to buy the buns from that stall owner. The ladies are really nice. They know we are in a hurry for work, so they don't compete with us, allowing us to buy first. Other people waiting for the green light quietly perked up their ears to listen. It was impossible not to listen, and the waiting area was so small that even a fart could be heard, let alone conversations. What's so special about the buns that stall owner sells? Why did they take the trouble to come and buy? It's definitely special. He sells handmade buns. These days, handmade buns are rarer than abalone and shark fins. Handmade buns. I've indeed never had those, so I'll buy one to try. As soon as someone went over, others followed suit. Since they were waiting for the green light anyway, they might as well buy a bun to taste. Thus, the old brought in the new, and the first comers brought along the later arrivals, and Xiao Lan's customers grew more and more, coming in an endless stream. The ladies had planned to wait for fewer people to buy, but after waiting for a long time, customers kept coming, and they had no idea when it would end. Anxious, they couldn't even practice swordplay anymore, watching helplessly from the side, unable to eat but desperately sniffing. This scene stunned other stall owners around them, especially those few stall owners who had discussed Xiao Lan at the market yesterday. At this moment, they realized that their conclusions had been too hasty. Who said that after offending the local bullies at the market, one's business would go downhill? As long as you have skills, you can thrive anywhere. Perhaps one day Xiao Lan would truly be driven away from the market by those thieves. But so what? Even if Xiao Lan didn't set up a stall at the market, she could do so elsewhere and still have customers. She wasn't dependent on the market. What truly couldn't leave the old street market were those thieves. They were like restless spirits haunting the market, dedicated to suppressing anyone who dared to resist them. Their desperate attempts to maintain their interests only meant that they had no other way out. Once those thieves left their lair, there would be no other place where making money was this easy. And Xiao Lan was not restricted. Her skills were enough to take her anywhere in the world. No matter how much those thieves angered her, they couldn't chase her down everywhere to harm her. In short, they were just a bunch of unruly rabble bullying their own territory. Moreover, the vendor next door noticed that there was an extra QR code for a customer group at Xiao Lan's stall today. They clearly saw many people pulling out their phones to scan the code without any reminders. Returning from the big city is indeed different. They understand how to operate community management. In fact, other vendors vaguely knew what community management was. Isn't it just occasionally organizing some activities in the group to maintain regular customers? It's not difficult to operate. The problem is they simply can't get their communities off the ground. With flavors that are generic and prices that are cheap, there is no attraction. Customers can buy from anywhere. Only someone like Xiao Lan, who offers something irreplaceable, inspires the motivation to join the group. Once the community grows, it's likely that Xiao Lan won't even need to set up her stall anymore. Regular customers will place bulk orders directly, and Xiao Lan will deliver, completing a single order that outweighs a whole day of stall operation. Just thinking about it made the other vendors green with envy. I'm really foolish, truly. A vendor looked at his neglected stall, feeling a bit sour. Here I am with no skills or abilities, just someone who can sell frozen goods after heating them up, not worried about my stagnant future, but instead worrying about someone like Xiao Lan who returned from the big city full of talent. I'm really foolish, truly. This was directed at himself, yet all the surrounding vendors suddenly clutched their hearts and spat out a mouthful of old blood. Lies never hurt people. It's the truth that is a sharp knife. It hurts too much. Everyone thought that Xiao Lan had only been selling for the third day, and she had nearly stolen all their customers. It's hard to imagine just how big Xiao Lan's business will grow in the future. Envy is futile. They cannot catch up. Honey, do you think that the vendor selling handmade buns could possibly become a big boss of a publicly listed company just by selling buns? It's possible. Didn't the old brand Lao Gan Ma, which sold chili sauce, become a national brand exported overseas just by selling chili? A couple of vendors whispered, their gazes toward Xiao Lan, filled with increasing awe. Are they about to witness the rise of a future business star? Or perhaps they should start learning a craft today and break free from the constraints of Feng'an District that have held them back for half their lives. After the first wave of busy activity passed Xiao Lan, and Lia Si finally had a moment to breathe. It was at this time that Xiao Lan was greeted by a familiar face, a young programmer in a plaid shirt. In the past, when Qin Gaojia came here, there were only 1 or 2 people at Xiao Lan's stall. But today he had hit a wall. As Qin Gaojia approached within 10 meters of Xiao Lan's stall, he sensed that something was off. At this moment, there were actually 7 or 8 people surrounding Xiao Lan's stall. Calculating the time and distance, if Qin Gaojia wanted to buy Xiao Lan's buns, he would inevitably be late. If he bought buns, he couldn't maintain perfect attendance. To maintain perfect attendance, he couldn't buy buns. Between the buns and perfect attendance, Qin Gaojia's mind was torn. Ultimately, he felt that perfect attendance was more important. It was worth 200 yuan. With 200 yuan, he could buy 20 meat buns. It was just missing 1 day of buns, so he decided it was fine, he could skip eating for a day. He would explain to his colleagues. There was a reason, and everyone would understand. If they didn't understand, they had to. After all, a father must guide his son. Oh, how could a son question his father's authority? He took only 5 seconds to sort out what was important and made his decision. His brain commanded him to cross the street directly, without stopping. But his legs seemed to have a mind of their own. They raced straight towards the bun stall, without slowing down at all. Once he reached the end of the line, he froze. No matter how much his mind screamed and shouted, "Leave quickly. Perfect attendance is worth 200 yuan." His legs were like a compass sticking to the ground and refusing to move. When all the people in front had bought their buns, it was finally Qin Gaojia's turn. The pedestrian light across the street flashed its last green light before turning red. At this point, it was hopeless. Being late was a certainty. Qin Gaojia's anxious heart finally settled down, and he no longer felt rushed. He slowly stated the buns he intended to buy today. After buying 5 portions, he felt he still had time. He had always been someone who wouldn't waste time, so he decided to let his adopted children feel the weight of a father's love. He pulled out his phone and sent a message in the group chat titled Qin Dad and his adopted children. Today I'm opening up an extra 5 spots with a default of 4 meat buns per person. No need to roll dice, of first come first served. Within half a second, someone replied in the group, me. Qin Dad, I want some. In less than 2 seconds, all 5 spots had been claimed. The remaining group members sighed in disappointment. Qin Dad, can you love me one more time? Whoa, I shouldn't have come to work the moment I got to the company. Ew, I should have slacked off a bit and played on my phone. This is my retribution. Serves you right. You started working before the official time, fueling the arrogance of capitalists. This is the consequence of betraying the proletariat. Just as Qin Gaojia was about to close the group chat to scan and pay, he suddenly noticed an extra QR code at the vendor's booth. It had a few words on it, customer group. Without hesitation, he scanned it to apply to join the group before continuing to pay. Boss, give me another 20 meat buns packed into 5 portions, please. Xiao Lan was stunned by Qin Gaojia's big order. While adding that to the previous 20, that's a total of 40 buns in one go. Could it be that the young man had quit his job and was now a full-time runner for purchasing? Unable to contain her curiosity, Xiao Lan asked, "Young man, aren't you in a rush to get to work today?" Qin Gaojia's face immediately flushed with embarrassment. Why was it that obvious that he was rushing? Even the street vendors noticed. Ahem, I hit a snag today and was late. I figured I'd buy a bit more since it's rare to be late. I didn't expect you to have such good business today. It seems I need to come earlier in the future. Qin Gaojia didn't even realize it, but he had easily broken his principle of not leaving home early, all for a bite to eat. How could that not be considered adaptable? Xiao Lan never expected that she was the direct cause of the other person's misfortune, and she silently mourned for him for 2 seconds in her heart. She hurriedly handed over the packed buns and asked with concern, "Can you fit all of these?" "Yes, I can." Qin Gaojia took out a tote bag and stacked it up just enough to hold 40 buns. One more would not fit. As long as he knew the capacity of the tote bag and the size of each bun, he could estimate at a glance how many additional spots could be opened. If his high school math teacher knew that the talented student he had nurtured was using all his mathematical knowledge solely to time his purchases and buy buns, he would probably be furious enough to expel Qin Gaojia from his class. By the time Qin Gaojia left with the buns, several nearby stall owners approached him, tugging and shoving shyly, making their way over. Xiao Lan looked at them in confusion, not knowing what they intended to do. "Boss, while there are a few customers now, we want to buy a few buns to try." "Yes, my wife saw so many people buying and got curious. She insisted that I buy 2 for her to taste the flavors." These stall owners had never bought anything from their peers and were worried about being rejected, so they gathered a few people for courage before approaching. After all, fellow vendors were rivals. Some owners disliked having their peers come to gather intelligence and would show them no courtesy. However, Xiao Lan was very easygoing and did not make them feel awkward at all. She treated them just like ordinary customers. After receiving the buns, the stall owners returned to their own stalls. In fact, they were not just curious, they genuinely harbored thoughts of gathering intelligence and comparing notes. They wanted to know what made Xiao Lan's buns taste better than the ones they bought in bulk. What made them irresistible to customers? Someone actually bought 40 buns in one go. 40. At 10 yuan each, that was 400 yuan. Their buns were only 2 yuan each. To make that much money, they needed to sell 200. Was there still any justice left? Was there still any law? One male vendor, upon returning, handed the purchased buns to his wife, letting her try first. His wife looked at the bun, which was only slightly larger than an orange, and gasped in shock. "Wow, this is a 10 yuan meat bun, and it's so small." She carefully split the bun in half and handed one piece to her husband. Then she lowered her head and took a bite. The husband curiously asked, "How does it taste? Is it good?" For a moment his wife looked lost, but soon she maintained a straight face and said, "The taste is average, just like that. There's nothing special. Let me help you eat it." Saying this, she leaned over, opening her mouth to bite the other half of the meat bun from her husband's hand. The male vendor, well aware of his wife's true nature, immediately sensed something was off. He quickly tossed the bun into the air, stretched his neck, and caught the bun in his mouth. When the male vendor's tongue tasted the rich, meaty aroma, his eyes widened. After swallowing, he glared at his wife in annoyance. "I knew it. Your reaction just now was definitely suspicious. You said the good ones were bad, and the bad ones were good. Well, it's not like you've ever succeeded in lying. So the basic trust between us as a couple is gone." Following this, similar scenes played out 3 more times until all 4 buns were finished. Only then did the couple stop bickering and return to being a loving family. On the issue of buns, the two reached a unanimous conclusion. There's no comparison, it's completely the difference between a swan and a goose. No wonder they make money. The consequence of booming business in the morning was that when Xiao Lan arrived at the market to set up her stall, very few meat buns were left. In Li Ass's words, that was just enough for him for 1 meal. As for the other flavors of buns, there were also very few remaining. When Zhou Haochuan saw Xiao Lan's figure setting up the stall, he hurried downstairs ready to buy in bulk and stock up, only to receive the bad news that the buns were almost sold out. What? Why are there so few meat buns left? Zhou Haochuan was extremely shocked and confused. "Boss, why didn't you make more buns?" "With so few, who can eat enough?" Xiao Lan explained for herself. "I made them. I made even more than yesterday. But there were too many buyers this morning, and now there are only this many left." "Wait a minute. No." Zhou Haochuan looked a bit stunned. "Wait a moment, boss. You've only just set up your stall. Besides selling here at the vegetable market, do you operate elsewhere as well?" Xiao Lan seemed to realize he'd been misunderstood and replied, "Of course I do. To catch the morning rush, I set up at the intersection first thing. Only after peak hours do I come here to the vegetable market." Zhou Haochuan was utterly stunned. He had never considered this possibility. He'd always assumed Xiao Lan sold exclusively at this market, his starting point. So this wasn't his launch pad, it was his destination. He'd even planned to boast about how he'd gone live last night and ignited online buzz for Xiao Lan's buns. But reality defied his expectations. Xiao Lan clearly didn't need his promotion. A chilling premonition seized him. Already customers from the intersection alone nearly bought out Xiao Lan's entire stock of buns. And Zhou Haochuan's livestream had explicitly promoted this market location. If viewers rushed here after watching the stream, would there be any buns left for him? Would he soon find himself unable to taste one himself? As the saying goes, what you fear most arrives without delay. While Zhou Haochuan remained paralyzed in shock, actual netizens appeared at the stall. Their intent was unmistakable. They scanned each steam bun stall with sharp, searching eyes. Muttering under their breath, "Laojia Vegetable Market. Brother Didi simple and sturdy. Loves watching Black Cat Detective." Cross-referencing these 3 clues, they locked their gaze onto Xiao Lan's stall. They hadn't recognized Li before, but they had spotted Zhou Haochuan, the livestream host who'd gone viral. His presence confirmed they'd found the right place. Overjoyed, the netizen rushed forward and thrust up a thumb. "Host, you've thought of everything. Worried we might get lost after watching the video, so you stood right here to guide us." Zhou Haochuan. He wished the world would mute itself so he could hear only the sound of his own shattering composure. Oblivious to the despair in his eyes, the netizen waved enthusiastically toward the rear. "Come on, come on. We found it. Right here, right here." At his call, 4 or 5 more people, men and women alike, hurried over. A full-fledged group expedition. Zhou Haochuan clapped a hand over his mouth to stifle sobs, and half wished he could break into an impromptu beatbox just to mask his anguish. Had he acted faster, snatching every meat bun before anyone else arrived, he might still have hoarded enough for a midnight snack. But now it was too late. He had lured them here. How could he possibly buy out the entire stock while they watched? If he sent them away empty-handed after such a long journey, they'd surely crucify him online. Xiao Lan too was astonished. "Wait, so you actually came? You only saw the recommendation online?" Xiao Lan asked curiously. "Are you from out of town?" The netizens answered honestly. "No, we're from Fengmen District. But our neighborhoods lie far from Laojia Vegetable Market. We rarely come here. Hadn't been for your bun review live stream, we'd never have known Fengmen District harbored such delicious buns. We simply had to try them." So they were locals. No wonder they'd arrived so swiftly. As the netizens took their first bites, Zhou Haochuan felt his soul depart. With already meager reserves, the situation had just grown dire. "Boss, please give us one of each kind, 4 varieties total. We all want identical orders." "Certainly." Xiao Lan packed them neatly and handed them over. They snapped cheerful photos, posted "check-in complete" to their social feeds, and immediately began eating. Between bites, they winked teasingly at Zhou Haochuan. "Host, you know Fengmen District well enough. If these buns aren't as amazing as you claimed, we'll post honest reviews online. We can't let fellow locals risk coming all this way only to leave disappointed. That would tarnish our district's reputation even further." Zhou Haochuan wore a face of utter desolation. "I understand. I truly do." Logically, it made perfect sense. Yet secretly, he hoped they'd go online and discourage others instead. Don't come. Locals nearby can't even get enough. Why should outsiders crowd in?" Yet Zhou Haochuan knew the instant the first bite touched their lips, all hope dissolved. As the netizen began chewing, guttural muffled sounds gurgled from his throat. Only by pressing an ear close could one decipher his awestruck muttering, "Holy cow, the flavor is insane. Holy cow, how can something this delicious even exist? Holy cow, how did I not know about these buns sooner?" His companions watched intently, then asked, "Delicious? Each held a bun themselves, but as seasoned Fengman locals they understood tradition. When someone eats, others stand guard beside them, shielding against petty theft. This hard-earned vigilance was precisely why they'd navigated the market so smoothly to find Xiao Lan's stall. Just say something. What gibberish are you mumbling? The first taster tried to answer, but his mouth was far too occupied busy savoring the rich broth within the bun immersed in its flawless transcendent taste. 555. All he could manage were frantic gestures and incoherent cries channeling pure unadulterated euphoria. Though the others couldn't decipher his noises, they grasped his meaning instantly. Unable to wait another second, they all lowered their heads and bid in unison. Zhou Haochuan's inner soundtrack now screamed, "It's over, over, barbecue." Predictably, once the others finished eating, their eyes blazed with radiant delight. "Boss, I'll take 10. Me too, 10. They hadn't even finished their first bun before clamoring for takeout orders. A wave of existential dread crashed over Zhou Haochuan. He shouted desperately, Me first. Give me 10 meat buns, now." Xiao Lan hesitated, lifting the steamer lid to survey the remaining buns. 10. That's quite a lot. Other kinds are available, but we're nearly out of meat buns. The others froze mid-breath. The final thread holding Zhou Haochuan's sanity snapped the moment he glimpsed the dwindling count inside the steamer. Discarding all decorum, his eyes blazed with panic as he yelled, "First come, first served. Give them to me. Don't worry about them." Only then did the others grasp why the host's expression upon seeing them hadn't been joy, but alarm, as if facing an imminent siege. The buns were running out. In one swift motion, they shoved Zhou Haochuan aside and crowded before Xiao Lan. "Boss. He lives nearby, he buys daily. We travel miles to get here. Prioritize us." Others simultaneously launched psychological warfare on Zhou Haochuan. "Host. We came because of your recommendation. How can you compete with us?" "Exactly. Why didn't you warn the boss beforehand? At least prepare thousands to meet demand. You lit the fire. You're responsible for putting it out." Under this barrage of accusations, Zhou Haochuan crumbled into abject humility. Their logic was irrefutable. There was no rebuttal. Regret flooded him. He'd truly hoisted himself by his own petard. "Then just 4. Can I at least have 4? 4 vegetarian buns, yes? But all the meat buns are reserved. As you see, barely any remain. At least give me 1 meat bun." "No, you devoured 20 last night. Make some room for us." Amidst this standoff, fresh arrivals entered the fray. "Look, the stall with the biggest crowd. Must be the handmade bun vendor everyone's raving about online." "Definitely. I think that's the live stream host from the video." The two warring factions froze mid-shove. Trouble. The fishermen had arrived. Glancing back, they saw yet another group approaching, at least 5 strong. Clearly everyone knew Fengman District's raid was high difficulty. No lone wolves here, only coordinated squads. Before this third wave even reached the stall, several more young people appeared near the market entrance. Peering around, nervously scanning purposefully, they were unmistakably hunting for handmade buns. The video's virality unfolded like dominoes, accelerating with terrifying speed. More and more local viewers, having watched the clip, arrived in groups to buy buns. Even passers-by drawn by the commotion paused to watch in awe. Now the first group finally understood Zhou Haochuan's desperate urgency. Instantly they formed a human shield blocking Xiao Lan's view and urged, "Boss, first come, first served. Pack ours now. Any kind. Just give us 10. Yes, 10 for me too." The newcomers weren't fools. Sensing tension, they raised their voices, "Boss, we traveled here specifically for your buns. Please ensure everyone gets a taste." "Exactly. You know how things are at this market. I begged and pleaded all night just to gather enough friends to join me. Boss, I live in the west suburb. Fengman is in the east. Took 3 hours on the bus to get here." In moments, Xiao Lan's stall was ringed by a surging crowd jostling desperately forward. The scene resembled nestlings in a birdhouse, beaks wide open awaiting maternal feeding. Every single one looked starved, missed this meal, and they'd perish on the spot. Faced with such impassioned appeals, Xiao Lan faltered, then recalled his strategy from selling pig trotters. "Perhaps we implement rationing. Today 4 buns per person, no more are available. Tomorrow I'll prepare more, up to 10 per person. Would that work?" Reluctantly, they accepted. Rationing at least guaranteed everyone a taste, ensuring no one left empty-handed. Zhou Haochuan had already collapsed, sobbing into a corner. "This is unbearable. Rationing now." Earlier he'd resolved to rise early daily and head straight to the intersection stall. For a homebody like him, stepping outside was akin to international travel. Yet for these buns he'd shattered both his never gout and never early principles. Now, however, breaking any principle was futile. Arrive earliest, you still get only 10. Arrive a moment later, likely nothing remains. What sin have I committed? For the first time, Laojia vegetable market teemed with unfamiliar faces, and local thieves vibrated with exhilaration. They rubbed their hands together ready to strike, only to find no opening. Every newcomer arrived in trios, advancing in tight triangular formation. Left and right flanks guarded front and rear vigilant, never allowing 2 members to expose themselves simultaneously. Their defensive coordination was astonishing, truly elite level. Such mastery demanded 2 decades living in Fengman, and at least 20 thefts endured. Suddenly an unfamiliar figure stepped into view, and every thief's eyes gleamed. He stood at the market entrance holding a selfie stick aloft, animatedly addressing his phone. "Fellows, I've finally found Laojia vegetable market. What a vibrant, life-filled market. so rich in history and character. Come join Gourmet Brother for a virtual check-in. To the thieves, Gourmet Brother was a walking sieve, every inch of him leaking vulnerability. Smirks flickered across their faces. In a den of wolves, a lamb had wandered in blissfully unaware. As the saying goes, the moment he appeared, every thief in the city leaned in for the kiss. Silent wolf howl crescendoed. Then the hunt began. Meanwhile, at Fenghan Police Station, a call rang in from the Eastern City branch. The station chief personally answered, deeply invested in the upcoming special campaign against theft. So the undercover officer spearheading this operation is named Xiao Lan. Understood, no problem. I'll dispatch officers in plain clothes immediately to assess the situation and support Comrade Xiao. Haha, no trouble at all. We're all fighting crime together. After hanging up, the chief summoned several subordinates. Here's WeChat contact for Undercover Officer Leah 4. The lead officer is occupied. Coordinate directly with Comrade Lee. They're posing as vendors. Ask where they're stationed and send a few new officers to observe. We've run similar undercover stalls before, but poor sales aroused criminal suspicion. I suspect their business won't thrive either, so pose as customers and patronize them. Ensure our Eastern Branch colleagues don't get exposed prematurely. Several subordinates received the order and set off shortly after. Not long after, the Fenghan Police Station received a phone call reporting a theft. Police officer, I've had something stolen. I was robbed of everything except my clothes, including my phone. The operator was stunned. Do you mean that everything including the phone was stolen? But how did you report this? From the receiver, a choked voice came through. I borrowed a phone from a steamed bun vendor to call the police. Officer, I lost everything here at the Old Street Market. Can you come over? I even lost the money to take the bus to the police station. Okay, please hold on while I send someone over to take a look. After hanging up, Tao Gu returned the phone to Xiao Lan, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. When he discovered his phone was stolen, he had asked countless people to borrow a phone, but no one paid him any attention. Fortunately, Xiao Lan was willing to lend him her phone to call the police, otherwise he wouldn't have known what to do. Reflecting on the past half-hour's experience, Tao Gu felt as if he had just awakened from a nightmare, still somewhat dazed. Tao Gu was a food broadcaster known online as Tao Gu Eats around the world. As the name suggests, his daily livestream content involved traveling across the country to sample famous dishes. Unlike those professional streamers promoted by MCN organizations, Tao Gu operated this account purely out of interest. He was a rich second generation who had never worked a day in his life, enjoying backpacking and tasting food solo. Having visited many places, he casually recorded his daily experiences. Initially, he would just take random photos to upload, but later, at the request of his fans, he started live streaming. Although his videos were not as polished as those produced by professional teams, their authenticity was their greatest strength, free from deceit. He emphasized that he did not accept monetary support from businesses, ensuring all reviews were heartfelt and highly credible. Thus, he quickly made a name for himself in the food and travel niche, amassing over 2 million followers in just 2 years. This time, he had planned to travel to a neighboring city to taste food, passing through Fenghan City along the way. Coincidentally, he came across a video of Zhou Haochuan promoting handmade buns while on the high-speed train. The promotional copy captivating, as it was compelled him to change his itinerary on a whim and get off at Fenghan Station. Upon disembarking, he hadn't even booked a hotel, heading straight to the Old Street Market. Then this unsuspecting little lamb was devoured by numerous wolves. The distance from the entrance of the market to Xiao Lan's stall was no more than 50 meters. During this time, all his belongings and gear were stolen. He was truly shocked, unaware of when exactly he had been robbed. He had been live streaming the entire time with tens of thousands of fans watching. Yet when the thief struck, not a single person noticed anything amiss. It wasn't until Tao Gu spoke to the camera. What I enjoy most is the anticipation before tasting food. That excitement makes me forget the fatigue of travel, even the weight of my luggage. At that moment, some viewers noticed, Tao Gu, it seems you really don't have anything on your back. Strange, Tao Gu, didn't you say you weren't going to a hotel? Where's your luggage? Could it be that you have a team helping you carry your bags? Didn't you say you were traveling alone? Upon seeing the comments, Tao Gu was stunned and instinctively reached behind him. Goodness, the backpack was gone. He spun around in place, searching everywhere for his backpack, thinking it might have fallen when the strap broke. But after turning around a few times, not only did he not find his backpack, but he was also shocked to discover the phone on the selfie stick was also missing. Where on earth could his phone have gone? Could it have flown off because he was spinning too fast? Having never encountered such brazen thieves, he preferred to suspect that the selfie stick was unstable rather than consider the possibility of being robbed. His phone was still live streaming. Who would dare to steal it? He quickly bent down, searching the ground to see if he could find his phone. After straining his back and finding nothing, he sighed helplessly. Thinking it was fortunate that he had a spare phone in his pocket, he reached in. His hand passed directly through the pocket. He gazed at his palm in disbelief, noticing that the smartwatch he should have been wearing on his wrist was also missing. Every item on him had vanished save for one thing. His pocket now had a hole. He finally realized the harsh truth: he had been robbed. Tao Gu hurriedly rummaged through his other pockets, but wherever his fingers touched, it was all empty. In his other pockets, the spare cash, bank cards, credit cards, everything was gone. Worst of all, even his ID card was missing. He felt as if the sky had collapsed. Looking up, he could only see a throng of people moving hurriedly. Countless greedy black eyes fixated on him, and when their gazes met his, they recoiled like snail antennas. In that instant, Tao Gu felt his spiritual pollution level peak, while his sanity plummeted to the lowest point. Who among the crowd was the thief? Or perhaps the entire street was filled with thieves, and he was the only victim. Just then, while he was lost in thought, someone bumped his shoulder. When he regained his senses, even the selfie stick in his hand was gone. He was horrified. No way even this was stolen. Although his selfie stick was not an ordinary one, but a gimbal worth over 1,000, its appearance was not much different from a 9 yuan stick. Was this really about money, or was it some kind of mysterious ritual in the world of theft? Did every thief need to take a souvenir from him to complete their master's task? Having traveled to so many cities with a backpack, this was the first time Tao Gu encountered such a brazen thief. He was so frightened that he didn't dare to resist at all. Like a house cat that had wandered into a primeval forest, he fled in a panic. Reaching the entrance of the market, he remembered he should report it to the police. His mind was so consumed by fear that he couldn't think straight. Faced with such primitive malice for the first time, he forgot the order of civilized society. Unfortunately, the people at the market entrance hurried past, unwilling to stop for his pleas for help. He could only turn around and re-enter the market, asking the merchants and vendors along the street to borrow a phone to report the theft. He begged along the way, only to be rejected. No one was willing to lend him their phone, nor help him call the police. He didn't know if they feared he was a scammer, or if they were worried about offending someone. After re-entering the market, he was not stolen from again, because he had nothing left to steal. But he could clearly sense that the air was filled with countless invisible tendrils creeping in from all directions. In the unintentional moment, they brushed against his various pockets. Whenever he looked over, those hands disappeared. Yet from time to time, laughter and sighs echoed in his ears like ghosts, saying things like, "What a pity, and too late to strike." Just when Tao Gu was almost in despair, a pure voice whispered in his ear, "Hello, do you need help?" As he looked up, he saw a bustling Baozi stall not far away, and the person asking the question was the owner standing behind the counter. The owner's inquiry drew the attention of all the customers waiting to buy Baozi. The customer's eyes were clear in stark contrast to the malicious, sticky gazes he had encountered earlier. Suddenly, he felt as if he had found a savior. "Yes, I want to borrow a phone to call the police." Following Tao Gu's report, the police station dispatched several public security officers to investigate the situation. Shortly after these officers set off, the command center suddenly issued an emergency call order. "Are you saying that multiple netizens reported that a popular streamer went missing while live streaming at the old street market? Suspected to be in danger. All right, we understand the situation, and we'll head over immediately to check it out." In fact, it wouldn't hurt for the officers who just departed to investigate this matter as well. However, the call center reported that the emergency hotline was being overwhelmed with calls from netizens. The third incident was likely to trigger significant public outrage and needed to be dealt with promptly. Thus, the Feng'an police station quickly dispatched another team to support the officers who were already responding. The station head was already drenched in sweat. How could everything happen on the same day? There weren't enough personnel. If anything else happened, he would have to step in personally. In this way, the entire Feng'an police station mobilized 3 waves of officers due to 3 phone calls. However, all 3 calls ultimately pointed to the same location, the old street market. When several plainclothes auxiliary officers from the police station found Xiao Lan stalled, 2 police cars followed closely behind, arriving at the entrance of the market. The plainclothes officers were there to lend support to Xiao Lan. Oliasi had informed them that the stall was located here. But when they found Xiao Lan witnessing the crowd that was packed to the brim, they fell silent. After a while, someone asked, "Captain, are you sure we're here to pretend to be customers? I feel like our primary task should be to rescue the plainclothes comrade from the customers." At this moment, Xiao Lan's Baozi had already sold out. Yet those who had come from afar refused to let him close up shop. The later arrivals were all from even farther away. Some had even rushed over from neighboring cities early in the morning, specifically seeking local friends to accompany them. However, upon arriving, they found out that there were no Baozi left. They immediately protested, gathering around the stall to lament their misfortune. They would have rolled on the ground and crawled in the shadows to express their inner disappointment if they could. The source of all this chaos, Zhou Haochuan no longer dared to show his face, but he was also unwilling to leave. He could only hide quietly in the corner, watching from a distance like a Samoyed squatting there to urinate. With no other option, Xiao Lan could only call his old man to bring over the remaining dough and filling from home. This was originally meant for their own consumption. Now they had to sacrifice it early to entertain everyone. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, Xiao Lan placed the rolled dough in his left palm and scooped a suitable amount of filling into the center. Next came the moment to witness a miracle. His long fingers moved gracefully, resembling a dove spreading its wings. With his right thumb and index finger pinching the edges of the dough, he began to fold the edges toward the center, one pleat at a time. The crowd could barely see his actions, but they felt as if a dove were flapping its wings in his palm, fluttering up and down. Upon closer inspection, a round Baozi was completed. The Baozi shape was even more perfect than the customers' lives. The pleats on top were clearer than their future plans. Wow, this extraordinary skill left everyone present in awe, exclaiming that they hadn't come in vain. Even Tao Gu was mesmerized, forgetting his earlier frustration about being robbed. It was only when he remembered to take out his phone to record that he realized he had no phone. Xiao Lan managed to make a Baozi every 3 seconds. Soon the dough and filling he had brought were completely used up, not a bit left. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Xiao Lan cleared his throat and said, "Steaming the Baozi will take 12 minutes, please be patient." Just to let you know, the ingredients for this batch of Baozi were meant for our own consumption. We're not as particular about what we eat ourselves, so they aren't as fresh as those sold in the morning. If you want fresh ones, please come early tomorrow. We'll be setting up my stall at the intersection. While Xiao Lan was steaming the bowsy, the second wave of public security officers also arrived at this location from the market entrance. The thieves in the market also noticed the arrival of the officers. However, they were not worried. Most likely it was the streamer who had been robbed earlier who reported the crime. But so what? There had been no shortage of reports in the past, and they all ended up unresolved. They had already formed a complete industry chain of stealing, transporting, and selling stolen goods. After losing something, if it wasn't found within 5 minutes, it was like a cow sinking into the sea, never to be found again. Just a second ago, the phone was still in the owner's hand. In the next second, the phone lay in the showcase of a second-hand recycling store. The password had been cracked, the case refurbished, and the main selling point was the phrase the owner does not recognize it, crying out where the device came from. While these thieves were secretly rejoicing, a third wave of police arrived. This time, there were more officers, and their expressions were more serious. Each of them radiated an air of intimidation, their gazes sharp. As their eyes swept across the area, all the thieves lowered their heads to avoid being targeted lest their heads be punctured by a bullet. What was going on? Why were so many police dispatched this time? Was the item that the owner lost particularly valuable? Even the most experienced thieves sensed an ominous feeling of a storm is brewing. 3 waves of police converged, leaving their own men astonished. Wait, why are you all here? Do we need so many to pretend to be customers? And are you sure you want to buy bowsy in police uniforms? This was a question from the first wave of new auxiliary officers. My goodness, why are you all here? Is it necessary to mobilize everyone for a theft case? Don't we need to keep someone on duty at the station? This was a question from the second wave of officers. The third wave of police were just about to explain to their colleagues that they were here for the streamer missing case. Suddenly their colleagues stared behind them, their expressions changing drastically. They hurriedly turned around to find that even the police station head had arrived. The head was right behind the third wave of police, accompanied by several subordinates, including officers who handled internal affairs at the station. No way. What's going on? Now the third wave of officers was also confused. The panting station head saw the expressions on everyone's faces and understood what they were silently questioning. What else could it be? The situation had certainly escalated. The incident of Tao Gu being robbed while live streaming had already caused a huge stir online. Originally, the old street market was already gaining heightened attention online due to Zhou Heiachuan's promotion, and many more people were searching for it. Tao Gu was also a streamer with over 2 million fans. Upon arriving here, he had his belongings stolen in front of countless fans in the live stream and quickly went offline. The netizens waited for a long time but did not receive any news of his safety. In an instant, discussions erupted online. People began to search for the terms Feng'an District and Old Street Market. Little did they know the results were shocking. This place had a bad reputation to begin with, and now some netizens intentionally demonized and exaggerated the situation for traffic. Feng'an District was now portrayed as a hell on earth, where entering meant facing certain death. This was disastrous. The netizens had previously only suspected that Tao Guest's belongings had been stolen. Now they directly suspected that he had been harmed, and were frantically calling the mayor's hotline for help. The topic Tao Ji Old Street Market incident quickly surged to the trending searches. Heaven knows how panicked the station head was when he received a call from the mayor's office. Such a major public sentiment incident had already exceeded his understanding from decades of experience. In the past, when the internet was less developed, no matter how big the case in Feng'an County, it would at most only spread to a few nearby cities. Often by the time it spread to the province, the case had already been solved. But now they had just received the report, and before they could understand what had happened, netizens across the country already knew. With over 100 million pairs of eyes fixed on the police for an explanation, the head was so frightened that he personally rushed over. After a round of inquiries, they finally figured it out. It turned out that the second and third calls were about the same incident. Now the head could finally breathe a sigh of relief and catch his breath. On the way, he sorted out the ins and outs of the Tao Gu incident. A theft case was still manageable as long as it hadn't developed into an incident of alleged harm. When asked why Tao Gu hadn't gone online to report his safety, he awkwardly replied, "Many of my accounts are logged in with one click on my phone, and I never set a password. Some are used to logging in with fingerprints and have long forgotten their passwords. Without my phone to receive the verification code, I don't know what to do." In the end, it was still Xiao Lan who registered a new account on the spot for Tao Gu to log in and post a video to report his safety. The official retweeting finally stopped the increasingly absurd rumors. However, the fact that Tao Gu had his entire belongings stolen within half an hour of arriving at the Old Street Market was undeniable. The trending searches increased by thousands of views every second. Regardless of whether the items could be recovered, Feng'an District was destined to be nailed to the pillar of shame. If the items couldn't be found, Feng'an District would remain on that pillar for generations. Facing the crowd that was watching with expressions of indifference, even laughing and pointing, the station head felt a surge of anger in his chest, unable to hold it back. He borrowed a loudspeaker from a vendor selling sugarcane, raised it to his mouth, and shouted at the crowd, "Everyone, I am the head of the Feng'an police station. I am here for a theft case." A popular streamer from out of town was robbed clean in less than half an hour after entering the Old Street Market. Before the head could finish his sentence, laughter suddenly erupted from the crowd. Laughter spread like an infection. The crowd gathered in a unified mass. It seemed that those who steal feel no shame, but rather it is the victims who are embarrassed. In this twisted environment, human thoughts are likewise distorted. People were too afraid to scold the thieves, yet they berated the victims as foolish, dim-witted, and making a spectacle of themselves lacking in common sense. The director stared solemnly at everyone, saying nothing. As the laughter around faded, he spoke in a low voice. I know that the items were stolen by certain individuals in this market, and the thief might still be on site enjoying the sight of the owner's anxious embarrassment. Why do I understand this so well? Because I grew up in the old street, and I've been stolen from in this market no less than 30 times. As he spoke, the director suddenly switched to the local dialect. His tone no longer bore the stiff official tone, but was more akin to the casual banter of ordinary folks in the county. Every time I was stolen from as a child, my family blamed me for not being clever enough. Occasionally, they would blame themselves for not being capable enough to take me away from here. But I know that it wasn't my fault nor my parents, but that there should be no thieves here. He continued, I worked hard to get into the police academy, and after graduating I specifically returned to my hometown to be a police officer. On my first day in uniform, I vowed to ensure that there would be no thieves in Feng'an District. Yet 20 years have passed, and nothing has changed. In fact, Feng'an District has gained another name, the Den of Thieves. I have never understood why there has been no change. Is it due to the police not working hard enough? Or is it that the government hasn't put in enough effort? Or perhaps everyone is satisfied with the current situation and thus desperately maintains it. The director's voice was filled with a deep sigh. Having served as director for many years, his speaking habits had long since changed. Yet once he spoke in his hometown dialect, it seemed as if he transformed back into the spirited youth he once was. This year marks my 5th year as director, and my term is about to end, at which point I must leave here. But I do not wish to leave. I feel a sense of regret and guilt towards Feng'an District. In the past 5 years, we have successfully driven drug dealers and traffickers almost entirely out of Feng'an District. Yet why is it that thieves are even harder to eliminate than drug dealers? Is the urge to steal harder to break than drug addiction? The government has not ceased its efforts either. Do you remember a few years ago when the city government invited a group of big bosses to Feng'an District for investment and factory construction? The government promoted this for half a month, saying that once the factories were built, everyone would have jobs. With jobs, there would be money, and with money, various chain stores would open up, more stores would create a business district attracting more tourists, and as tourists increased, businesses would thrive. At that time, everyone would have work and money and would no longer need to steal. Those large and small companies would also move here, providing even more job opportunities. Yet in less than a day after the big bosses arrived, a thief stole from them. They stole handbags, watches, and phones, and even took shoes and socks. The people left so infuriated that they went home barefoot at night, and the reputation of Feng'an District as a den of thieves spread, causing investors to no longer wish to come. Stealing a phone or watch can only fetch a few thousand or tens of thousands, but those bosses were going to bring billions in investments. The director turned red with anger just recalling the incident, his words flying out in a torrent. So many security personnel were deployed that day, yet they failed to prevent it. Upon investigation, there were more thieves surrounding them than police, averaging 10 thieves for every officer. Even if they later caught the thieves, what would it matter? The stolen items were not worth much, and the sentences would not be long. However, the development of Feng'an District was indeed hindered, and many lives were affected. The onlookers who had previously seemed indifferent now found themselves caught up in the situation. Anger surged through them, and their faces flushed collectively. This place was once a poor county with many people having low levels of education. With little education and a fear of poverty, they had grown accustomed to short-sightedness, only able to see the present and unable to look at the bigger picture. Yet once someone dissected the situation and presented it before them, they could still understand. When those big bosses were stolen from and left overnight, most of the people in Feng'an District were cheering. The psychology of envy toward the wealthy took hold, and people were pleased to hear of the misfortunes of the rich. Many even thought the thieves were doing well, effectively robbing the rich to benefit the poor. However, now that the director spoke, they realized what opportunities they had missed. Many of them started banging their thighs in frustration, lamenting their misfortune, having lost the chance to prosper due to a few selfish thieves. Yet the director said, in my opinion, the people of Feng'an District are just too fortunate. Everything came too easily, leading everyone to fall into a misconception. They thought that even if they remained stagnant and did nothing, opportunities would fall into their laps and the surrounding environment would improve on its own. Yes, things will get better, but how long do you plan to wait? 5 more years. The director surveyed the crowd, looking into each person's eyes. In those eyes, some were guilty, some were confused, and some were indignant. When we cracked down on drug dealers and apprehended addicts, it was not only due to the efforts of the police and the government, but also because everyone was willing to take a stand, even if it meant turning against their own kin. If one person used drugs, the whole family would drag them to rehab. If someone found half a can of expired milk powder, they would report it to the police for confirmation. Everyone was vigilant, which is what led to the eradication of drugs in Feng'an District. But as for theft, when one person steals, the whole family shares the spoils. Many do not see stealing as a crime, but merely a breach of personal morals. Some even view theft as a skill to be passed down to their children. Bystanders ignore theft, fearing trouble, and do not even dare to cooperate with police investigations. At this rate, when will Feng'an District ever rid itself of thieves? Now in Feng'an District, businesses cannot make money, shops cannot be rented out, and children cannot get married. Is this truly the situation everyone desires? The director's words were very straightforward. Even the elderly and children present understood. Those who understood fell silent. The decision to reorganize the county and district was akin to a stroke of good fortune. Attracting investment was like a dividing line in fate. They regretted not seizing the opportunity. But what was lost is lost, and what use is there in telling them this now? The director's deep and powerful voice resonated at this moment. Right now, I earnestly tell everyone that we are facing the third major turning point for Feng'an District. He gestured for everyone to look at Brother Tao and the Baozi stall surrounded by a group of customers behind him. This streamer has over 2 million followers online. He came here from another province to taste the handmade Baozi made by that stall owner. This was originally a very good start, marking the first step for our tourism industry in Feng'an District. If he enjoys himself, plays happily, perhaps tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of tourists will come here to travel because they saw his videos. However, just like those big bosses who came to invest a few years ago, he was robbed clean as soon as he arrived at the market. Moreover, it happened during a live broadcast in front of tens of thousands of viewers. Now this incident has garnered national attention. People all over the country know that Feng'an District's public safety is in disarray. If we do not take corrective measures, Feng'an District will forever be synonymous with thieves in the public's mind, facing discrimination for generations to come. As he reached this point, the director paused for a moment before switching from the local dialect to a more rhythmic common language. I say all this to let everyone know the police's determination in this matter. As the director of Feng'an Police Station, I solemnly inform each person involved in this theft we will pursue this matter to the end. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we will find everyone connected to this incident. He advised those involved to turn themselves and quickly hand over the stolen goods and provide information on others for leniency. Otherwise, when we find out and come to arrest you at home, you better think about how to explain to the people of Feng'an District. He added, if there are witnesses to the case, I hope you can actively provide assistance. This is not only helping the police solve the case, but also protecting the reputation of everyone in Feng'an District, including the future of our descendants. His impassioned words brought tears to people's eyes. This also drew the attention of everyone present to Brother Tao and Xiao Lan. Just a moment ago, Xiao Lan was listening to the director's words, feeling a surge of blood and passion. In the next moment, countless gazes shot towards him like arrows. He vaguely sensed that someone in the crowd was filming with their phone. Xiao Lan quickly lowered his head, pretending to check if the Baozi was done steaming. At the same time, he touched his face, relieved that he had put on a mask in advance. However, in comparison to Xiao Lan, everyone seemed more interested in Brother Tao. 2 million followers. What a big streamer. They had previously thought Brother Tao was just an ordinary person traveling alone, without an assistant, thinking he was simply streaming for fun. Little did they know his follower count surpassed 5 times the population of Feng'an District. A bit more, and he would nearly match the total population of Fengling City. What difference is there from a big star? Some people who frequently browse the internet had already opened their phones to check trending topics. Sure enough, on the trending lists of major social media platforms, words like Brother Tao Old Street Market and Feng'an District Den of Thieves could be seen. People, as if discovering a new continent, hurriedly called those nearby to come look. Quick look, we are really on the news. Really? Let me see. The feeling of suddenly seeing their own place on the trending list was truly surreal. Previously, this list only featured major celebrities and internet personalities or national events. Today, seeing Feng'an District on it gave a strange sense of breaking through the dimensional wall. No one knew who it was, but someone accidentally played a video, and suddenly the sound came out. The place in Feng'an District is full of thieves. If they're not thieves, they're accomplices. Stealing is a tradition passed down through generations, an old craft. Stealing is as essential as breathing. If I don't steal for a day, I feel uncomfortable. Everyone instinctively looked over, and the person was startled, quickly swiping to the next video. As a result, the next video was also cursing. As someone from Fengling City, my family has always told me not to go near the east suburb. There's a Feng'an County there, and the entire county is full of thieves. It's nothing but a den of thieves. Even if Feng'an County becomes Feng'an District, it remains the same. Changing their urban registration doesn't change the fact that they are rough and uncouth people. Upon hearing such blunt and violent insults, some who cared about their image were brought to tears on the spot. Some people felt that although Feng'an District was chaotic, they themselves abided by the law. Everyone had to praise them, considering themselves as pure white lotus flowers that grew out of the mud. But until this moment, faced with the overwhelming criticism from netizens, they finally realized that a small place like Feng'an District was not a pond at all, at best just a pot of porridge. As soon as a single piece of rat droppings appears, that pot of porridge is ruined. As a member of Feng'an District, honor and disgrace are shared. After finishing his statement, the director personally approached Brother Tao, inviting him to sit in the office. He even guaranteed to help him solve a series of problems, including obtaining a temporary ID card. However, Brother Tao's eyes were fixated on the steam rising from the steamer, his mind filled with Xiao Lan's exquisite skills. I'm sorry. The buns are almost ready. I want to taste one before I go. By the way, I'm out of money. Could you lend me $10 to buy a bun? At this point, everyone's attention shifted entirely to Xiao Lan. Even the director was no exception. The director pondered for a moment, then turned his toes toward Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan quickly lowered his head, continually praying in his heart, "Don't come over, don't come over, don't come over." He was undercover. He needed to maintain a low profile and reduce exposure. However, the director could not hear Xiao Lan's thoughts, and warmly greeted him. "Young master, you look quite young. I didn't expect your bun-making skills to be so good. So many people have come here for you." Xiao Lan could feel without looking up the flashing lights going off and the sound of video recording. His eyes were filled with despair, and he could barely stand. Wait, director, what are you doing? Do you think his disguise isn't dropping fast enough? Xiao Lan didn't reply, and the director took it as the awkwardness of an ordinary person receiving attention for the first time. It's all right. The bureau chief is on his way and has already seen the video of Zhou Haochuan. So he patted Xiao Lan's shoulder, casting a sympathetic glance at Li Xia, saying, you're so young, yet you have to take care of your brother like a parent. It must be really tough for you. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, just report to the government. We welcome outstanding talents like you returning from big cities to help build your hometown. Fortunately, he had a mask on, otherwise it would be hard to imagine what Xiao Lan's expression looked like now. This statement left even Li Xia, who was playing on his phone, dumbfounded. Have the undercover agents changed tactics now? No longer under the radar, but rather openly luring the enemy. He recalled what old Lu had told him earlier, that Feng'an police station would send officers over to check on their situation. If necessary, they would disguise themselves as customers to help them better establish their undercover identities. He thought they would send a few little undercover agents. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the director himself, who came, even bringing along a streamer with 1 million followers to cooperate in this act. Truly, Brother Lan is impressive. What a big face. For a moment, the way Li Xia looked at Xiao Lan was filled with admiration, as if he were looking at a shining golden thigh. He couldn't help but send a message in the discussion group. The person you said would come to check on the situation is the director. Isn't that too much face? The others in the group were all auxiliary police officers from Feng'an police station. The discussion group had just been created an hour ago. Li Xia continued to marvel. I must say the director's acting is really good. He looks completely unaware that we are undercover. Even I as a passerby believe it. Seeing the messages in the discussion group, the auxiliary police captain thought, is it possible that the director really doesn't know you are undercover? Who would have thought that you would set up a stall for a mission, and in just 3 days you'd become the brightest presence in the entire market? 1 million internet celebrities have come to you. If you keep this up for a couple more days, wouldn't you become the light of the market, a landmark in Feng'an district, an outstanding representative of Fengling City? Unfortunately, even if the auxiliary police captain wanted to call the director to remind him, it was already too late. The director was already preparing to give Xiao Lan a live advertisement under the guise of tasting. After all, as the director, every decision he made was not impulsive. He knew that Brother Tao was currently receiving nationwide attention. The director had earlier planned to invite Brother Tao to the office and then invite the director of the tourism bureau over. They would all discuss promotional cooperation to try to salvage Feng'an district's reputation. It was a dual approach, catching thieves and promoting positively. If they could confirm a collaboration, they would have Brother Tao post a video tasting the handmade buns, as he had come specifically for the buns. In the video, he could say some good words to establish a positive model. This way, even if Feng'an district's reputation was completely ruined externally, it would still leave a glimmer of hope. At least there would be a popular handmade bun shop that originated from Feng'an district. However, unexpectedly, Brother Tao couldn't wait to return to the office. He just wanted to eat Xiao Lan's buns. The director was overjoyed. This was a good thing. The fact that he still had the mood to eat indicated that Brother Tao had not yet grown utterly disgusted with Feng'an. Moreover, seeing how fond he was of Xiao Lan, even if the buns tasted average, he wouldn't publicly speak ill of them. Since the buns are almost ready, can I have one to taste? I'm also very curious, when did Feng'an district come out with such famous buns? The director said politely, yet humorously, even cracking a joke. Of course, if the buns aren't enough, it's fine if you don't give me one. Haha, after all, I'm a local. I can always come back to buy more. But the streamer came all the way here specifically to eat your buns, so let him have one and I'll cover the cost. The understanding officers had already pulled out their phones to start recording promotional footage. It was worth it for the director to have called in the internal police officers. This was where they came in handy. At this point, Xiao Lan had completely laid back, allowing himself to be at their mercy. As long as they didn't make him take off his mask, everything could be discussed. With things having developed to this point, everyone could see it. There was video evidence, and even if his disguise fell apart, it wasn't his fault. So Xiao Lan lifted the steamer, counted the number of buns, and briefly glanced at the number of waiting customers. There aren't many buns left here. I estimate that each person can only take at most 2. To his surprise, as soon as Xiao Lan finished speaking, those customers responded understandingly. I only want one. I'm a local from Feng'an. I'll let others taste the buns. I'm also a local who I just want one. Me too. One is enough. I live nearby. Oh, I won't take one. Let's leave it for friends who came from afar. I'll come back to buy tomorrow. When these customers arrived, they had seen the previous group taking 4 each. They had originally wanted 4 as well, but after hearing the director's words, they first felt a sense of responsibility as locals of Feng'an district. Now Feng'an district is being criticized online as a cesspool, and all locals are seen as maggots. Only this bun stall owner appears as a positive image in the eyes of netizens. The owner is an outsider who has come to buy a house and settle down here, and has a mentally challenged brother. His skills are said to be particularly good. From any angle, he is stacked with buffs with no flaws to be found. He seems to be a savior sent from the heavens here to restore Feng'an district's reputation. Thus, these locals of Feng'an district all actively requested to buy just one, letting the limited buns be tasted by more people. Witnessing this scene, the director couldn't help but reveal a smile of contentment. If he could awaken the numb and selfish masses, making them possess a sense of the bigger picture, then this trip would not have been in vain. The potentially controversial things he said did not go unheard. Thus, the first bun out of the steamer was undoubtedly handed to Brother Tao. All the cameras and eyes were focused on him. Everyone knew that Brother Tao's reaction would be crucial for Feng'an District's reputation. And the taste of this bun would determine whether his trip to Feng'an would result in disappointment and failure, or whether it would turn out to be a worthwhile venture after all. Tao Ge gazed at the bun in his hand, his throat involuntarily gulping. From his ID, it was evident that he was a person with a refined taste for food. Ordinary people who love to eat call themselves foodies. However, there exists a class of individuals who consider themselves exceptionally knowledgeable and passionate about food, referring to themselves as Lao Tao Tao first tone. Unlike ordinary foodies, Lao Tao prides themselves on their understanding of taste, possessing a richer insight and experience in culinary matters. They represent the pro-max high-end version of food lovers. The term Lao Tao originates from a fierce beast known as Tao Tai. The beast's defining characteristic is its insatiable appetite. A love for food is often associated with gluttony. Many self-proclaimed Lao Tao inevitably gain weight, but Tao Ge is a rare exception among them, maintaining a slim physique. Aside from his fondness for backpacking and a relatively active lifestyle, he is also discerning about his food choices, avoiding indiscriminate overeating. His dietary habits can be summed up in 3 words. Few but exquisite. If something tastes bad, he will spit it out after just one bite. Otherwise, it would lead to uncontrollable nausea. It is precisely this somewhat pretentious eating habit that allowed him to quickly make a name for himself in the food scene. Regardless of how famous the restaurant is, if he deems the food unsatisfactory, he will never swallow it. One of the memorable moments in Tao Ge's live stream is when the restaurant owners see him spit out food, their expressions turning awkward. Some netizens even compiled a highlight reel titled Awkward Moments. In the video, it shows the restaurant owners initially starstruck by the appearance of a big internet celebrity, their eyes sparkling. They did not expect Tao Ge to give a tastes bad critique, causing their smiles to vanish on the spot. The only reason the police chief didn't get to see this compilation is that the drive from the police station to the market is too short. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to let Tao Ge eat in public. It would have to be packed to go. At this moment, Tao Ge looked at the freshly steamed bun in his hand. All eyes were on him. Among the crowd, someone had already started a live stream. Such a hot event was too good not to document. However, Tao Ge was unconcerned with how many people were watching. His 2 black pupils were completely filled with the white bun. A gut feeling told him that this bun was definitely a rare delicacy. Just by looking at its appearance and recalling the skills exhibited by Xiao Lan earlier, his expectations were already at an all-time high. When he brought his nose closer, a rich aroma of fresh wheat rushed to his head. He was like a thermometer thrown into boiling water, instantly reaching its peak temperature only to explode the next second. Unable to hold back any longer, he opened his mouth wide and stuffed half the bun inside. The eyes of the crowd widened at that moment, eager to see his full reaction. After chewing a few times, Tao Ge suddenly frowned, revealing a hint of distress on his face. But perhaps because so many people were watching, he forced himself to chew a few more times. However, the look of resistance on his face grew increasingly apparent. The police chief's heart sank, sensing that Tao Ge's expression did not reflect a positive food reaction. However, even if it wasn't delicious, it shouldn't be this bad. Tao Ge's frown deepened, and soon his entire face was scrunched up. In just a few seconds, the police chief felt as though his heart had plummeted from heaven to hell. Could the bun bite him back? Or was Tao Ge simply unhappy about being deceived, seeking revenge in this way? All he hoped for now was that Tao Ge would quickly swallow it down. Even if he didn't praise it, he shouldn't openly criticize it. Under the police chief's eager gaze, Tao Ge made a swallowing motion. The chief held his breath in anticipation, but Tao Ge suddenly coughed, seeming as if he was about to spew the bun out. Fortunately, he quickly raised his hand to cover his mouth, took a deep breath, and bent his knees to bounce a few times. When he lowered his hand again, he had indeed managed to swallow the bun. Good news, he didn't spit it out. Bad news, he managed to get it down by bouncing. The expression on the police chief's face at this moment was a confused mixture of wanting to cry or laugh. The others stared at Tao Ge, unsure of what to think. What kind of reaction was this? Was the bun delicious or not? Meanwhile, netizens watching the live stream had begun to comment, feeling sorry for Tao Ge. This must be so bad it makes him want to vomit, but thinking of the police chief next to him, he dares not spit it out. Those familiar with Tao Ge know that his body is more honest than his mouth. If something tastes bad, he starts feeling nauseous halfway down. Is that true? His body is so delicate. How did he live to this age? Yes, Tao Ge is a rich second generation. He was born picky about food, and his family can afford to spoil him. When he was born, he couldn't even drink breast milk. His parents tried over 100 different formulas before finding one he could tolerate. I can attest to this. Previously, Tao Ge traveled to a city that netizens called a food desert. For 3 whole days, he tried every restaurant in the city, but could only stomach water. In the end, he had to go to the hospital for an 4 of glucose just to have the energy to fly home. What? Is that true? What makes you qualified to vouch for this? Because I'm a local born and raised in the food desert. I even met Tao Ge offline. He ordered a table full of food, took a bite of everything, and then watched us eat the rest. He even paid for it. While seeing Tao Ge like that earlier, was he being coerced? No matter how bad it is, he had to swallow it down. Definitely. I've never seen him act this way. Feng'an District is terrifying from top to bottom. While the netizens speculated various conspiracy theories, Tao Ge suddenly shouted with a loud tongue, "It's so hot." The police chief. The onlookers. The netizens commenting. So it turns out his earlier pained expression and bouncing around was because he was burnt. The problem is, if the bun was hot, a normal person would have spat it out immediately. How could he still chew vigorously and then force it down? Is he out of his mind? They had no idea that spitting out such a delicious bun would incur heavenly wrath. Tao Ge felt such regret wishing he hadn't taken such a big bite. The moment it hit his mouth it was scalding, but the filling was so fresh that he couldn't bear to spit it out. He had to rely on rapid stirring, saliva secretion, and frantic inhalation to cool it down, preventing his mouth from being burnt. In just a few seconds he had waged countless battles with the meat filling in his mouth, creating a chaotic scene with water flowing like a river. Just when he thought victory was within reach and he could smoothly swallow it down, he realized that the mucous membranes in his throat were far more delicate and less tolerant to heat. For a brief moment, he felt as if he was swallowing a mouthful of lava. His stomach felt like an active volcano with the heat of the lava in his throat threatening to erupt at any moment. Fortunately, he had hands. Just in the nick of time, he covered the volcano's mouth, preventing the delicious filling from being wasted and transforming into ash swirling in the air. He would be heartbroken if such precious filling fell to the ground. Just as he was feeling emotional, Tao Ge caught a glimpse of the half-bun in his hand. Tao Ge suddenly let out a sharp cry accompanied by 2 streams of hot tears shooting out. Everyone was taken aback. They were puzzled as to why Tao Ge suddenly broke down and followed his gaze to his hand. In his hand lay half a bun, but the meat filling was completely empty. Looking down, he realized the meat filling had fallen onto his shoe. Only those who had tasted Xiao Lan's handmade buns would understand the true value of that large portion of meat filling. It hurt. It hurt so much. Tao Ge's head felt as if it had been sawed open by an electric saw, and unbearable pain. Scenes flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern. In those fleeting moments, he saw himself scalded and tumbling about, accidentally dropping the meat filling. Even when he discovered that all his belongings had been stolen, Tao Ge had not felt as devastated as he did now. When his belongings were gone, he was merely dazed, but when the meat filling fell, he went completely mad. If it weren't for all the eyes watching him, he would have immediately picked it up and devoured it. Anything that falls to the ground is clean if picked up within 3 seconds. But with so many eyes on him, he hesitated. Hesitation leads to defeat. Suddenly, a teddy dog, not knowing whose it was, caught a whiff of the delicious meat aroma. It broke free from its leash and, taking advantage of its size, darted through the crowd like an arrow, swiftly snatching the meat filling. Meanwhile, the corgi behind it was stuck just a step away, its round backside preventing any progress. Watching helplessly as the meat filling was consumed, the corgi anxiously opened its mouth, frantically biting at the air. It attempted a strategy of consuming the air around the teddy, hoping to suffocate its rival. But the teddy did not perish, only Tao Ge's heart died. 2 streams of tears had just reached the corners of his mouth when new tears began to cascade down his face. For a moment, 4 lines of tears crisscrossed on his face, fragmenting it into pieces completely shattered. To suppress his sobs, he stuffed the remaining bun shell into his mouth. After chewing a few times, sorrow overwhelmed him, making him feel even worse. Whoa, it tastes so good. Even without the filling, it's still delicious. If only there was filling, it would be even better. Why? Why am I so unlucky? He had traveled a long way to get here, and the food on the high-speed train was so unpalatable that he couldn't eat a thing. Starving, he arrived at the market only to be met not by delicious food, but by thieves lurking everywhere. Finally, he had tasted what he had been longing for, something even more delicious than anything he had ever eaten before. But it just felt like that. The meat filling was the essence of the bun, and it was eaten by a dog. Why should a dog eat better than him? Why? The breakdown occurred in an instant, but all the emotions before that had accumulated drop by drop. This was the only bun, and he had borrowed money to buy it. Who was more miserable than him? Tao Ge wanted nothing more than to lie on the ground and cry his heart out, unable to get up until he was done. Let social death happen. After all, his heart was already dead and life was unbearable. At that moment, he heard a voice as beautiful as a celestial melody. Don't be sad. I'll give you this bun. Following the sound, he saw a figure against the light, outlined by a faint glow with what seemed to be a golden halo above its head. In a daze, he felt as though he had seen an angel. But upon closer inspection, he realized the speaker was the director. The so-called halo was merely the reflection of sweat from his bald head. For the sake of Feng'an District, the director was willing to give up anything. Don't mention just a bun he could give away too. Of course, one reason was that he hadn't tasted Xiao Lan's buns. If he had, with a new bun to eat, Tao Ge was finally appeased and thanked him repeatedly. Eating it entirely felt like the rain had cleared and the skies had brightened. His dead heart came back to life and the pallor on his skin faded. What fierce storms there were at this moment turned into a gentle breeze. He felt a sense of freedom, like swimming naked in the ocean. He was no longer human, but a fish. He shed the cumbersome body weighed down by gravity and swam joyfully through the ocean with the nimbleness of a fish. The water buoyed him up, lifting his body steadily, making him float without knowing what day it was. Wonderful, simply indescribable. This was the supreme enjoyment that only top-tier cuisine could bring, the lifelong pursuit of a true gourmand. He opened his eyes, suddenly feeling enlightened with nothing else in his heart. After all, he had only lost a watch, 2 mobile phones, 300 in cash, 4 bank cards, and a few pieces of clothing. For someone like him, a second-generation rich, it was like a fish shedding a scale. He was surprisingly anxious, lost, and disoriented. In hindsight, it was simply a matter of reporting to the police. How could such trivial matters affect the enjoyment of delicious food? Thinking of this, he gazed at Xiao Lan with starry eyes. I heard you bought a house here. May I ask which development it is? I also want to buy a place in your community. In the future I can stay there whenever I have time and support your business. The crowd was left in shock. Is this the power of a rich second generation to decide to buy a house just because of a bond? Netizens were astonished. Wow, so Brother Tao really is a rich second generation. No way. Is this real? Is it staged? Is buying a house that casual? Brother Tao, if you're being kidnapped, just blink. Are you saying what the director is forcing you to say? We were worried about you being skinned and dismembered in Feng'an district, and you're ready to buy a house there just for a bond. Let's disperse. This is a joint hype. I was wondering why someone was suddenly hyping up a bond while another group was making Feng'an district sound like hell. The hype tactics are clear to you now. One side plays the good cop, while the other plays the bad cop. It's not that exaggerated, but it's all just hyperbole. Huh. Your official account is also doing this traffic game. It's shocking people left and right. But why do I feel like it's true? As a longtime fan, I still believe in Brother Tao. Due to this sudden turn of events, the online discussions erupted with countless opinions and controversies. However, having more controversies is a good thing. At least it's not like before where the entire internet was against Feng'an district. Even if some think it's a hype, it's better than everyone believing Feng'an district is a den of thieves. Returning to reality upon hearing Brother Tao's question, everyone else was filled with delight. The residents of Feng'an district were seeing the spending power of tourists for the first time. While any random tourist can wave their hand and drop the money for a house, if tourists increase in the future, boosting the local economy will be a matter of time. As for the director, he was even more relieved. He had previously worried about how to soothe the victim's emotions, but now it was fine. One bond had resolved everything. The only one who felt shock without any joy was probably Xiao Lan. In a place unseen by others, his back was almost soaked with sweat. Oh no. What he said about spending his savings to buy a house in Feng'an New Street was just a casual remark. How could you all take it seriously? Oh no, to cover up this lie, does he really have to buy a house? Xiao Lan's stammering seemed understandable to others. After all, it's quite normal for him not to want to reveal his address in public. The director, fearing further complications, hurriedly invited Brother Tao to the precinct. The matter of tasting buns thus came to a temporary conclusion. However, the police's efforts to catch the thieves had not slackened for a moment and had long been arranged. The overwhelming trending news made those thieves feel unparalleled pressure. Coupled with the director's remarks, the lingering effects left the participating thieves terrified. In fact, what they feared was not the act of being caught and imprisoned itself. Habitual thieves like them had long studied the law thoroughly. They knew that theft sentences were not severe. Especially for petty thieves like them who did not steal valuable items, sentences wouldn't be more than a few years. Even if they went in, it would just be free meals for a few years, and upon release, they'd still be fine. There was no psychological pressure at all. What truly frightened them this time was that the incident had become known nationwide, affecting everyone in Feng'an district, incurring public hatred. If I were to turn myself in secretly now, I could do so without anyone noticing. Besides fugitives, the police rarely disclose the full names and appearances of criminals to the public, only informing close relatives. Thus, after turning themselves in, even if they mysteriously disappear, go to jail for a while, they can simply claim to be away for work. This serves to placate the suspicions of neighbors and leaves a way out for themselves in the future. However, it would be a different story if the police came knocking to arrest them. If they personally show up to apprehend someone, it is certain that a crime has been committed, and the neighbors will definitely notice. Once the neighbors see something, it will quickly spread throughout the entire Feng'an district. If that happens, it would be catastrophic. This incident has caused such a huge impact, leading the entire Feng'an district to be scolded by netizens nationwide. How can one continue to survive in Feng'an district after this? In the past, those thieves were so arrogant precisely because people were relatively lenient and indulgent towards thieves. Now everyone clearly feels that something has changed and the winds have shifted. Walking down the street, one can hear people gritting their teeth and cursing. They say that if it weren't for the thief stealing from the big boss back, then everyone would have long since become wealthy. Soon enough, some people took the initiative to turn themselves in. Once someone breaks the ice, others fear that they won't be quick enough to turn themselves in and might end up being betrayed. Rather than being betrayed, it's better to betray others. The number of people turning themselves in is increasing. Those witnesses no longer pretend to be deaf and mute. When they see someone in police uniform approaching, they actively step forward to share what they have seen. Even those who didn't see anything are naming their suspects. Thus, this case set the record for the fastest resolution of a theft case in the history of Feng'an district. In less than 3 hours, everything was made clear. All the stolen items were recovered. The most astonishing thing was that when Tao Gu retrieved his phone, he found that it had obviously been formatted. However, those phone shop owners who helped dispose of the stolen goods, in order to lessen their guilt, actually restored important data from his phone. With such technology, what are you even doing with stolen goods? That day, the police issued a notice online. They explained to the public that the items belonging to the streamer had been recovered and that all 15 suspects involved in the theft and sale of stolen goods had been apprehended. The notice also included some reflections and self-criticism with a very sincere attitude, covering everything that needed to be done and said. However, changing the public's impression isn't something that can be solved by a single notice. It takes time. Fortunately, this crisis was handled quickly, preventing any further spread of public sentiment that could cause more adverse effects. Moreover, it seems there was an unexpected benefit. That night, Tao Gu started a live stream in the hotel declaring, "I won't leave, I want to stay here for a while. And yes, I really plan to buy a house. I'm preparing to find a real estate agent tomorrow. If the stall owner is unwilling to tell me, I'll ask around to see if anyone knows the details. Given that Tao Gu praised Xiao Lan's handmade dumplings in the live stream, Xiao Lan's dumplings became a sensation. Netizens expressed a mix of skepticism and eagerness, with differing viewpoints clashing online, ultimately pointing towards one result: to fan the flames of what happened today. It's hard to imagine what Xiao Lan's business would be like the next day. Many netizens have already started to get eager. I'm in a neighboring city 2 hours away by high-speed train, and I want to try the handmade dumplings in Feng'an District. If I hide my phone in my pants, will it still get stolen? Hiding it in your pants should be safe, but how do you plan to take it out to use? What if I hide it in my socks? How should your excellency respond? Local people from Feng'an District come with a tutorial. We are used to manually sewing an inner pocket into our clothes close to the chest, which is safer. Regardless of how heated the online discussions are, Xiao Lan is currently resting in bed. He has already provided a brief report on today's events to old Lu and let him think about what to do next. As for everything else, he won't concern himself. He'll just focus on getting some good sleep. Even when the system made a notification sound, he couldn't be bothered to wake up. Ding. Detecting that 5 Class C criminals have been captured. The arrest is effective. Reward 1,000 yuan and 1,000 points. Keep up the good work. Ding. Detecting that 10 Class D criminals have been captured. The arrest is effective. Reward 5,000 yuan and 500 points. Keep up the good work. Xiao Lan merely lifted his eyelids, covered his ears, and ignored it. The number of dumplings made today is far from sufficient. It needs to be doubled tomorrow, meaning he will be busy tonight. During the time Xiao Lan is catching up on sleep, the chief's speech at the market has also been translated into text and posted online. Every word is sincere and heartfelt, and paired with the chief's frustrated demeanor in the video, it has indeed moved many netizens. Netizens objectively commented, "It feels like Feng'an District is indeed quite terrible, but it's not completely hopeless. At least their local government hasn't given up on saving it and has been striving to make it better." Seeing that his words were not misinterpreted maliciously by netizens, the chief let out a heavy sigh of relief. When he said those words, he risked being reported, complained about, and possibly losing his job. Even those who have worked in customer service know that when responding to customers, one should be as careful as possible, leaving no grounds for criticism. There should also be some leeway so that if they say something wrong, they can backtrack. Otherwise, if the other party catches a loophole, it could implicate the entire company's image, ultimately making one person in customer service bear the responsibility. As the police station chief, his public statements must be even more cautious. He should say as little as possible about personal opinions, or better yet, avoid them altogether. Otherwise, he might be quoted out of context, have his words twisted, and in the end, not only might he lose his job, but it could also affect the image of the entire police force. Over time, the chief was forced to learn bureaucratic language and got used to speaking in official terms. But this time, he simply couldn't hold back any longer, and thus spoke his mind. After all, it is the last year of his term. If he gets reported, he could just retire early. Fortunately, the outcome was good. It seems this time we have the hope of turning the crisis into an opportunity. That owner of the handmade dumplings is truly a benefactor for our Feng'an District. The chief took a satisfied sip of tea. Now he had shed the sternness he had while addressing the market and radiated a benevolent aura. He cheerfully instructed, "You all should find a time to chat with the boss. See if there's any way we can assist him. And check if there are any government incentives that might apply to him. A talent like him must be retained in Feng'an District at all costs. As long as his abilities are outstanding enough, we will definitely provide him with the greatest convenience. I believe that soon he will become the new business card of Feng'an District, and it's even quite possible that he'll be recognized as one of the top 10 outstanding youths in Fengling City." While the chief was indulging in dreams of a bright future for Feng'an District, the assistant police chief had to interrupt his optimistic fantasy. "Chief, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. Generally, those who ask this kind of question have things they shouldn't say. You might as well keep quiet." "No, I must speak up. If it's a must, then why ask me? Just say it directly. That owner of the handmade dumpling stall probably wants to stay in Feng'an District to do business forever." Before he could finish, the chief frowned and retorted like a rapid-fire gun, "Why not? Can't you say something optimistic? Why so pessimistic? Do you think we in Feng'an District lack the ability to keep him? Not really. It's mainly because he is simply not from Feng'an District." The chief showed an expression of "I don't want to hear it," and loudly declared, "I know. He's from a big city. But he also said he has already bought a house in Feng'an District. Isn't buying a house a way to settle down? Once settled, won't he gradually move his household registration here? Once he moves his registration here, won't he be considered a resident of Feng'an District?" The assistant police chief, sensing that the chief was continually interrupting, grew anxious and spoke quickly, pouring out everything he wanted to say. "No. Chief, let's put it this way. That owner of the handmade dumpling shop is Comrade Xiao Lan. He is the main officer sent by the Chengdong police station to be undercover. Once he completes his mission, he has to go back. He can't run a business. He's still a policeman. Running a business violates regulations unless he resigns one day and wants to become a dumpling shop owner." After speaking for a long time, the assistant police chief noticed that the chief was unresponsive. He thought the chief didn't hear clearly and wanted to step closer to explain, but saw the chief slumped down in his chair. 2 seconds later, a sound like a train whistle echoed from the chief's office. "It's over. It's over. Are you sure he is our undercover comrade? Please tell me you're joking." Unfortunately, the assistant police chief could only comfortingly pat him on the back and then stab him in the heart again. Comrade Xiao Lan's claim about buying a house to settle in Feng'an District is also fake. He only said that to better disguise his identity. Our new business card for Feng'an District can't rely on him. At most he can help us for a while, we still need to depend on ourselves. The chief silently crumbled for a long time, struggling to accept reality. He truly couldn't fathom, isn't he an undercover officer with such good skills? Did he originally plan to apply to be the police station's chef and accidentally ended up as a policeman? Why didn't anyone remind me sooner? I almost exposed our undercover comrade. The assistant police chief quickly dodged the blame thrown by the chief and returned a hat we only found out after going to the market today. It was your order that sent us there. Your actions when you went up to talk to him were too quick. We didn't have time to tell you. The group leader was silent for a while, but suddenly a glimmer of hope shone in his dull eyes. You know, with Comrade Xiao Lan's impressive skills, could it be possible that his ambition isn't to be a policeman? Maybe he wants to do business and open a dumpling shop. Why not you guys inquire about his intentions privately? If he genuinely has such thoughts about entering business, then he shouldn't go elsewhere and cheapen himself. He should come directly to Feng'an District. We can definitely arrange for him to settle in through special talent introduction. It's even possible to arrange a house for him in the new street. Unfortunately, before they could even ask Xiao Lan, the video of him fawning over Xiao Lan at the market was seen by the police officers from the Qingzhong police station. Even though Xiao Lan was wearing a mask, colleagues who had worked closely with him immediately recognized him. At lunchtime, they shared the video in the big group, puzzled, asking, isn't this Xiao Lan who makes delicious pig's feet for our bureau? When did he resign and go into business? Most people in the bureau were unaware that Xiao Lan had gone undercover again and commented after seeing the video, this is truly unexpected, yet reasonable. With his skills, if he goes into business, he will inevitably become a super-rich person. How many people can resist the temptation of money? Old Lu saw the video and felt his blood rush to his head in an instant. He immediately realized that the chief was publicly tasting Xiao Lan's dumplings, clearly trying to win over Xiao Lan and curry favor. Furious, Old Lu typed in the group, nonsense, Xiao Lan is ours, don't spread such rumors. Before he could hit send, the earlier video was suddenly retracted. It showed that the group owner had retracted it. Wait a minute, isn't the group owner the bureau chief? It was surprising to see him, who rarely looks at group messages, unexpectedly post, do not believe rumors, do not spread rumors. Old Lu felt like he had seen a savior and rushed to find the bureau chief to complain. Xiao Lan is a good comrade of our police station. He is very innocent and only wants to serve the people. But that chief is clearly trying to entice him to stay in Feng'an District. You must not let him succeed. How many young people can resist the temptation of fame and fortune? Unexpectedly, the bureau chief didn't even lift an eyelid, merely telling him, I have already called to give him a heads up. If Xiao Lan has thoughts of changing careers, that's out of our control. However, public officials should not entice other public officials to resign. Even just asking a question that plants the seed of thought is considered enticement. Old Lu immediately felt relieved. However, he was a bit puzzled about when the director had come to value Xiao Lan so much. Of course, he did not ask this question right away. Instead, he brought up something he deemed more important. Director, I believe that Xiao Lan is indeed a talented individual. To retain talent, we must provide some additional benefits. Although he still has a year left in his probation period, considering that he often has to go on missions and needs to cook, the kitchen in the probationary officer's dormitory is too small. Why don't we apply for a bigger dormitory with a larger kitchen for him so he can move in sooner? I heard that his family background is average and the registered address he provided was still in the old urban village. Old Lu thought that such a proposal would be easily approved. After all, allocating dormitories is just a matter of saying a few words. The police station has a canteen, so there's no need to cook for oneself. That larger dormitory kitchen is actually quite redundant for others. However, to Old Liu's surprise, as soon as he proposed it, the director outright rejected it. No need, normal allocation will suffice. After all, many young officers are unwilling to stay in the dormitory. They only go back to sleep there when they are on duty. Moreover, Xiao Lan's current living situation is quite nice. He may not even care for the conditions of the dormitory. I don't know if it's just my impression, but Old Lu felt that when the director mentioned dormitory conditions, his expression inexplicably soured. Old Lu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, the leader's concern is just talk. When it comes time to take real action, there's no follow-through. Perhaps it's because Xiao Lan isn't a frontline detective that the director doesn't value him as much. Suddenly, Old Lu recalled the time in the hospital when the director's father suggested living with Xiao Lan. He suddenly had a realization, as if something clicked. Director, could it be that Xiao Lan has already moved into your home? The director did not respond, but merely looked at him with a resentful gaze. Old Lu immediately fell silent. No wonder. No wonder the director hasn't been going home even on weekends. He thought the director was just more devoted to work, but it turns out the house has been taken over, leaving him with no place to return. For a moment, an endless sympathy surged within him. But then upon reflection, this sympathy transformed into jealousy. Speaking of which, director, since Xiao Lan has moved into your home, have you considered the benefits of proximity? The director had a look that said, what nonsense are you talking? Old Lu hurriedly explained, I mean, Xiao Lan not only excels at braising pig trotters, but also attracts millions of followers with his baozi. I believe his culinary skills for other dishes must also be outstanding. Since he lives in your home, you should definitely get to taste them. After all, your father is just idling at home, well, why not have him deliver meals to you every day? This way you can enjoy them too. Upon hearing this, the director wore a face of hesitation and doubt, which made Old Lu feel hopeful. Old Lu continued, your father eats so well at home every day while you're stuck eating at the canteen. Aren't you envious or tempted? Of course I am tempted. The last time I had the braised pig trotters and chicken feet, they still haunt my dreams. But the problem is, my dad won't agree to it. He knows what kind of person his father is. While others have fatherly love like a mountain, his father's love is more like a landslide. From childhood to now, his father has mostly been absent, and when he returns, he starts to make his life miserable. He has lost count of how many times he has taken the blame and cleaned up after his father, and many times he couldn't tell who was the son and who was the father. He never received meals when he was younger. Now that both are at this age, would he still be willing to deliver? Old Lou noticed the unease in the director's heart, but continued to encourage him. At least you should make a call and ask, what if your father is willing? Is there any father in the world who doesn't love his child? Old Lou wasn't genuinely eager to help the director mend his father-son relationship. He was mainly thinking that if the old man was willing to bring meals for the director, he might just get a free meal himself. Even a single bite would be good. With old Liu's relentless persuasion, the director reluctantly pulled out his phone and dialed. A minute later, the call ended. The director, now past 30, tightened his grip on the pen in his hand without revealing any emotion, yet a youthful joy and pride flickered in his eyes. My dad agreed. He promised to bring me lunch every day. Who would have thought that after all these years, director and could still experience a touch of paternal love? Surprisingly, after hearing the request for lunch on the phone, the father did not hesitate and immediately agreed. He even mentioned that the meals prepared by Xiao Lan were good for the stomach and beneficial for treating stomach ailments. He had wanted to bring meals to the director before, but seeing the director's indifference towards food and his dedication to work, he chose not to disturb him. It was rare to hear a few words of humanity from his father, and the resentment that had lingered over the director's head for weeks dissipated. Who would have thought that Xiao Lan's cooking could stir his father's conscience? This made it seem less oppressive to lend the house to a subordinate. At the same time, the workers in the electronic park also noticed the Feng'an district anchor theft incident. They also discovered Huadian. In the Pig Trotter Withdrawal Reaction Victims Alliance, someone forwarded a video with the cover being Xiao Lan's bun stall. The person who forwarded the video hadn't even spoken yet, but the group members had already begun discussing. Why is it this video again? I've already seen several different angle videos trending all day. Didn't they say it was hype and acting? How can anyone still believe it? Another group member said, yeah, I also think it's too fake. If braised pig trotters have such power, then I believe it. This ordinary bun is being exaggerated as if it contains ice. How ridiculous. A third group member chimed in, haven't you seen the video of the stall owner making buns? The stall owner's skills are so impressive, it really seems like there's something special about it. I think the buns might not be as exaggerated as everyone claims, but they should be delicious. Everyone had already started discussing among themselves when the person who forwarded the video finally sent a message. Major discovery. Major discovery. Quick, open the video I forwarded. At 2 minutes and 35 seconds, there's a fleeting image of an old man that looks very much like the pig trotter stall owner's father. The whole group exploded with the screen filled with, no way is this real. Suddenly, all conversation topics in the group ceased, and everyone hurriedly clicked into the video to watch. Not long after, several screenshots appeared in the group, and someone even circled the key points with a drawing tool. It seems to be true, this old man looks very much like the pig trotter stall owner's father. I think it is. I've seen him before. Other old men don't have this kind of vigor. In the video, it was indeed the old man delivering bun skins and fillings to Xiao Lan, captured by a passerby inadvertently. Xiao Lan was wearing a mask while the old man was not. Fortunately, by the time he was filmed, the old man had already moved some distance away from the bun stall. Otherwise, even the dullest would have realized that the bun owner was the pig trotter stall owner. In an instant, everyone in the group was acting like detectives. Yesterday, the stall owner's father appeared in Feng'an district. Does that mean the pig trotter stall owner is also in Feng'an district? Oh my god. If he's really there, no matter if Feng'an district is a hell on earth or a dragon's den, I have to venture there. Suddenly, among the crowd of wannabe detectives, a real detective emerged. Do you think it's possible that the bun stall owner is actually the pig trotter stall owner? I feel like the two of them have somewhat similar body shapes. However, the people in the group first ruled out the correct answer. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Isn't the bun owner doing business with a mentally challenged younger brother? Our pig trotter owner is doing business with his father. Moreover, how are their body shapes similar? Please don't spread rumors, okay? Our pig trotter stall owner is clearly slimmer and more handsome. At this moment, these victims had developed a sort of Stockholm syndrome, actually creating a fan filter for Xiao Lan, whom they both loved and hated. Clearly the same person, yet they could still tear each other down. Objectively speaking, the previous Xiao Lan was a bit too skinny, while the current bun-selling Xiao Lan has a healthier physique. Previously, due to financial constraints and the intense training at the police academy, the energy intake was far outweighed by the consumption. The original owner grew tall and looked as thin as a stick. However, since Xiao Lan came over, the dietary standards of this body have improved dramatically. Under the condition of abundant intake of high-quality protein and carbohydrates, the muscle mass began to surge, and his weight skyrocketed to 130 gene. If it weren't for Xiao Lan's substantial daily exercise, his weight might have exceeded this figure. He also spent points to purchase a small apple for strengthening the body, and now his overall physical fitness was incomparable to the past. No matter how one looked at it, Xiao Lan's current physique was much more streamlined and attractive, yet the people in the electronic park had already idolized the pig trotter vendor. They could scold him daily for being heartless, unethical, and irresponsible, but whenever a comparative situation arose, they still praised him to the skies. If they couldn't see Xiao Lan again, they would embellish him into a deity in their memories. Now that there was finally news of Xiao Lan, everyone insisted on exploring the matter. I have a day off tomorrow, and coincidentally my home is located in the east suburbs very close to Feng'an District. I plan to check out the market tomorrow. Who wants to join me? Just to be clear, I can't guarantee safety. Everyone has heard that Feng'an District is quite chaotic, so one must be mentally prepared for theft when going there. As soon as the invitation was sent out, someone in the group responded, "I'm not afraid. Ooh, I must go. I have to find that Lan person." Exactly, I'm going too. Damn it, I've been dreaming about pig trotters every night, and I wake up with a wet pillow. Time ticked away. The moon stretched, preparing to sleep. Before leaving, it gave the sun a slap, urging it to get to work. Thus the sun, sporting a face red from the slap, began its new day's shift. It was the 4th day of the stall. Xiao Lan once again rode past that road, which was usually blocked by a huge branch in the middle. Today was a bit different. The branch had been moved to the roadside, and several men and women were reprimanding the old vendor and his son, holding onto their collars. The cold wind carried their voices to Xiao Lan's ears. "Do you have no morals? Blocking the road to steal every day? You young people have hands and feet. With this strength, why not go to the construction site to move bricks instead of blocking the road with stones and branches? If you dare to block the road again tomorrow, just try me. You've completely disgraced our Feng'an District with your idleness." Today that old vendor's son wasn't quick enough to escape and was caught terrified and turning into a coward. "I'm sorry, big brother, my mom is old, but please don't scare her." The big brother was having none of it, swinging his fist as big as a sandbag. "Now you know your mom is old. Every time something happens you run away, leaving your mom to take the blame, and you didn't know she was old. Andy, let me tell you, your son just deserves a beating. If you can't bear to hit him, he will inevitably face the wrath of others. When he gets beaten up, you'll regret it." The aunt repeatedly begged for mercy, crying and pretending to kneel. In the end, the group did not actually lay a hand on anyone, merely warning them while pointing, "If I catch you again, just wait and see. Let me tell you, there are only a few roads in Feng'an District. You'll hit you every time I see you." Xiao Lan inexplicably felt a surge of excitement. It seemed someone had met their match. It's rare to see someone uphold justice in Feng'an District. This place might really be undergoing change. This time Xiao Lan finally did not have to stop and smoothly rode past. Li Aci in the back seat was watching with great interest and couldn't help but applaud. "Good, well said. It's about time someone scolded them. Stealing my paper and making their mother take the blame." Xiao Lan was speechless. It seemed that the incident of stealing paper would not be forgotten, and Li Aci would remember it for a lifetime. Finally arriving at the intersection, Xiao Lan looked up and was taken aback. What? Why are there so many people today? He had anticipated a crowd, but he never expected it to be this large. Li Aci was also dumbfounded. Did we just happen to stumble upon a tour group? But what kind of tour group makes people get off at an intersection? While Xiao Lan and Li Aci were discussing, suddenly that group saw him and waved frantically. "Boss, come quickly, we've been waiting for you for a long time." Each of them waved their hands like windshield wipers as if trying to fling their hands away. Xiao Lan instinctively looked behind him and then pointed at himself. "You all are waiting for me." Yes. We are waiting for you." The crowd chimed in. "We didn't get to buy buns yesterday, and we heard you'd be setting up a stall at the intersection, so we specially came today to buy." "Boss, why did you only come at this time? It's almost 6 o'clock. The chickens have been working for 2 hours, and even the donkeys of the production team wouldn't dare take a break like you." Through a layer of masks, everyone couldn't see the twitching corners of Xiao Lan's mouth. No matter where he went, he couldn't escape the fate of being urged to set up his stall. He just didn't know if any suspects were among those urging him to set up his stall. The last suspect who urged him had already been sent to jail by Xiao Lan. Without further ado, Xiao Lan quickly got out of the car to set up his stall and steam buns. Today, he specifically changed to a location further away from the intersection. Because the queue was just too long, he didn't want to disrupt normal traffic. Once he finished his work and looked up, he found the queue had already stretched for several meters. Within the line were not a few familiar faces, like that older sister leading a group of old friends. They weren't practicing swordplay today, but had switched to fan dancing. Each held a large fluorescent fan, still so eye-catching. If one didn't know better, they would think Xiao Lan had invited a performance team to promote his bun stall. They arrived exceptionally early today because they had waited far too long yesterday, which was quite torturous. Since they didn't want to compete with the working crowd, they simply came early to buy the buns before the office workers arrived. Among the queue was Zhou Haochuan, all bundled up. Generally speaking, he wouldn't wake up before 10 a.m. The reason he was here in line at this hour wasn't because he overcame the difficulty of waking up early, but because he chose to stay up all night. He intended to buy buns to take back, eat, and then sleep. While waiting for the buns to steam, Xiao Lan explained the rules to everyone. Due to the limited quantity of buns in response to the requests of our customers, each person is limited to purchasing 10. The prices of the buns are posted on the notice board. Please pay before taking the buns. Additionally, to accommodate customers in a hurry for work, we have opened an extra green channel. Please let those not in a hurry to line up on the left, and those in a hurry to line up on the right. After announcing the rules, Xiao Lan remembered his customer group that barely existed. In the previous pig trotter group, he at least set up a group announcement. In this group, he hadn't even made a peep, and he couldn't be biased. So he edited what he just said into a group announcement and sent it out. The group instantly erupted. An hour later, Qin Gaojia, who had just gotten up, picked up his phone and was hit with a bombshell. What? Limit of 10 buns. He had 5 adopted sons, so he needed to buy 20 plus his own portion. He would need at least 4. A limit of 10 buns is nowhere near enough to share. Oh no, this is targeting me. No matter what, I need to ensure my own survival first. Thus Qin Gaojia could only quickly organize his emotions and notify his adopted sons and daughters about this dreadful news. Major announcement. Major announcement. Due to the bun supplier implementing a purchase limit, the original quantity of 4 buns per person has now been changed to 1 bun per person. Please arrange for extra meals in advance according to your appetite. After the bad news was delivered, Qin Gaojia added a piece of good news. Additionally, the purchase quota has increased from 5 to 6 buns. There's still 1 spot available today, first come first served. Not long after the news was sent out, the group was indeed filled with whales. Help, this world is truly a giant pit. I'm addicted to eating. If 4 buns aren't enough, how can 1 bun suffice for my cravings? This is just like when I first got into web novels. The author was updating one of his 0 words daily, but after I got addicted, he only updated 1 chapter a day. What's the difference? This is going to cost me my life. Alright, eating 10 kilograms of feed deserves just 1 pound of grass, huh? Going crazy on the spot. I understood. Rolling and jumping, this world is a massive cattle and horse breeding farm. Huh. Having turned dark. Qin Dad, I'm begging you. Please tell us the address of the bun shop. We'll go buy it ourselves. That way everyone can buy 10 buns, and we can each share 1 to honor you. Or how about I chop my head off and send it to you? When you buy buns, just bring out my head. Can that count as a spot? No matter how much everyone rejected this, the matter had already been settled, and Qin Gaojia couldn't change it. In the entire group, there was only 1 person who was happy. That was the person who had failed to get a spot yesterday, but unexpectedly gained an extra opportunity today. However, he didn't know that all gifts bestowed by fate had already been marked with a price in the dark. Happiness is merely temporary. The endless longing for the future is eternal. Once you eat buns, it feels like the deep sea. From then on, moderation is but a passerby. Despite watching the video on trending yesterday, Qin Gaojia had mentally prepared himself for the large number of customers at the bun stall today. However, he did not expect the number of customers to exceed his expectations. He had already left half an hour early, yet he almost arrived late due to the long queue. Fortunately, Xiao Lan had arranged a green passage, or else he would definitely have missed out today. After crossing the street, he couldn't help but glance back at the bun stall. He surprisingly saw a glimpse of how the Feng'an district would look once order was restored, all from this small bun stall. In the past, regardless of any green passage, as long as the crowd was large, the queue would inevitably be chaotic. Sometimes those who cut in line would be called out directly, and they would become enraged, shouting louder than those they had cut in front of, as if they were the ones in the right. However, at Xiao Lan's stall, everyone actually lined up obediently without taking advantage of the green passage. This scene was truly remarkable. After all, Qin Gaojia had lived in the Feng'an district for over 20 years and had never seen such a thing. He looked at Xiao Lan and recalled what the police chief of the Feng'an police station had said in the trending video yesterday. Could this place really change because of the emergence of a small bun stall? He had no time to think further, so he hurried his pace. If he didn't run, he would be late. What Qin Gaojia didn't know was that before he came to buy buns, someone had already been taught a lesson for forcefully occupying the green passage. That person was a notorious slacker from the old street. His wife sold vegetables in the morning, watched a grocery stall during the day, and sold balloons in the park at night. This slacker claimed he went out every day to do business. In reality, everyone knew that after finishing breakfast, he would head straight to the mahjong parlor and play all day long. From time to time, when he ran out of money, he would ask his wife for cash at the market. His wife found it hard to accept, as kind-hearted people would tell her about her husband's laziness. She would only say that her husband was just a casual gambler, never losing control. Unlike other men who indulged in drinking, gambling, and debauchery, he was just a bit lazy. After a while, someone would tell her they saw her husband with a prostitute. She would reply that the women outside were merely temporary. Her husband always returned home, showing he had her in his heart. What could outsiders say? They could only endure for a moment, but if they kept enduring, a lifetime would pass. If a person can endure hardship, they will have endless suffering throughout their lives. Back to the point, this slacker happened to see Xiao Lan's bun stall while asking his wife for money at the market yesterday. At that time, he also joined the crowd to buy one. He bought a meat bun for 10 yuan without even blinking. After eating it, he spent the whole day reminiscing, and that night, he couldn't sleep thinking about it, so he went to play mahjong again. He played all night long, and when he returned the next day, he just happened to see Xiao Lan setting up her stall by the roadside. He felt no need to be polite. He glanced around and noticed one line had many people while the other had few. He decisively joined the shorter queue, ignoring Xiao Lan's shout urging people to leave the green passage for those in a hurry. It's funny, he was lucky to be in line at all, yet he wanted to join the longer queue. Did he think everyone else was foolish? However, his careless demeanor was easily seen through by other customers. Hey brother, that line is for working people. If you're not in a hurry, you should be in our line. The slacker lazily replied while picking his nose. I'm in a hurry. Other people in line were infuriated by the slacker's demeanor. What kind of hurry was this, strolling leisurely as if it were a stroll in the park? Even if you don't want to queue, at least pretend to be like everyone else. If you act a little better, people might turn a blind eye. Brother, look at how everyone else is queuing nicely. Isn't this quite inconsiderate of you? Others kindly reminded him again, but alas, the slacker had become shameless and didn't even want to pretend. You all may be foolish, but I'm not. If you want to queue, go ahead. I'm not queuing. As he spoke, he swayed forward, and everyone who heard him glared at him in anger. An older man recognized him and shouted at him, "You lazy bum. All you do is deceive your wife and live off her. You do nothing but eat and talk nonsense. Not a single honest word comes out of your mouth, only filth." While my old lady is queuing here at her age, are you so degenerative in your limbs or your mind that queuing would cause you to soil yourself? The day I get back in the fields, I'll make sure to slap your father a few times for producing such a good for nothing. As he became more agitated, he even took off his shoes to hit him. Good grief, his fighting spirit was too fierce, scaring the slacker to quickly run a few steps forward. The old lady behind continued to curse, but did not chase after him. She didn't want to leave the queue. After all, it was hard-earned to get this far, and she was emotionally invested in her spot. However, the slacker was not entirely at peace. The queue ahead was ignited with anger. Anyone who passed by would curse at him. As he ran along, he felt his clothes were drenched in spit. Just 3 steps away from Xiao Lan's stall, suddenly, a burly man like a black bear emerged from the queue and swatted him back several meters. Get lost. Go queue. In the face of absolute strength, any words seemed superfluous. There was no need for reasoning, of fists were the only truth. The slacker's expression changed, and he didn't dare to say a word. He shrank his head and ran, not even daring to buy a bond. After the black bear, no, the strong man scared away the slacker, he even felt a bit embarrassed. He smiled at Xiao Lan, revealing 2 deep dimples. Suddenly, all the hostility around him dissipated, leaving only his bear-like aura. Sorry, stall owner, I just wanted him to queue. I didn't mean to scare away your customers. How about this? He'll buy 10 more bonds and include his share to compensate for your business. Other customers hearing this thought this bear-like man was quite honest. Until they heard the last part, they suddenly realized that the truly honest person was themselves. This black bear spirit is clearly already transformed. His self-imposed punishment of 10 buns is no different from a drunkard's self-imposed 3 drinks. I ask everyone present who wouldn't want to take his place and accept the punishment. People are too lazy to expose him. He's just craving buns, yet he speaks with such unique reasoning. What's unexpected is that Xiao Lan actually nodded. All right then. You want a total of 20, right? What flavors of buns do you want? The black bear's spirit never expected that his casual remark would actually come true. He instantly burst into laughter, showing off his big teeth, his eyes squinting into slits. Meat buns. I want all 20 to be meat buns. He waved his paw, his voice booming like thunder, making the entire street feel his joy. The others in the queue immediately felt sour, filled with envy and jealousy. A few of the similarly tall ones stomped their feet in frustration. Had they known, they would have stepped up themselves. They could have chased away the lazy one, who knew that as long as they drove away the unruly customer, they could take over his quota for buns. If the stall owner had said that earlier, who knows how many people would have rushed out to beat the lazy man. Thus, every person in line now widened their eyes, observing every customer heading toward the green channel. Once they caught someone trying to take advantage, they would be seen as righteous. Even customers who had bought their buns did not want to leave. They were waiting for the big fish that broke the rules. Once they caught one, the reward would be 10 buns, self-paid version. Under the intense gaze of countless eyes, only those truly pressed for time would completely ignore the fervent stares of the crowd and hurriedly pass through the green channel. As long as there was still time, everyone obediently went to the back of the line. In a flash, Gaojia had already arrived at the company. While waiting for the elevator, he sent a message in the group. The colleagues in the group immediately went to the small meeting room, waiting for Qin's arrival. They had done just that yesterday, and it went very smoothly. Everyone spent a total of 10 minutes dividing and eating buns, while turning on the air conditioning to dissipate the smell. Although the air conditioning continuously blew bone-chilling cold air, they were all immersed in the joy brought by the food, ignoring all physical harm. Today there is only one bun. They should eat it faster to avoid blowing air for a while. Just as they were indulging in their meal in the meeting room, the electrochromic glass wall beside them suddenly changed from milky white to fully transparent. The 7 people eating buns froze in their actions. Looking up, they saw a room full of people in the adjacent meeting room, separated only by glass. The room was filled with mid-level leaders, some familiar and some unfamiliar, staring intently at them. What's worse, the electric glass wall in the middle was slowly sliding open. The 2 meeting rooms were thus combined into one. Qin Gaojia nearly dropped his bun in shock. He couldn't understand why there were people next door. There was no reason. Normally, even if a meeting were to start early, it would typically be set for after 9:30, usually around 1:00. But it was only 9:00 now. Moreover, how could there be no sound from the meeting next door? The 2 meeting rooms were separated by only a layer of glass, with a sliding glass door not completely sealed. As long as someone next door made a sound, they should be able to hear it. Unable to comprehend, he found that now was not the time for thinking. Qin Gaojia quickly tugged at his few stunned sons, signaling everyone to prepare to leave. Sorry for interrupting your meeting, please continue. Everyone bowed their heads and stuffed the remaining buns into their mouths, apologizing while walking out. Unexpectedly, the leader of the technical department directly called out to them, "Wait. Our meeting hasn't started yet. Everyone came early specifically to wait for you." Huh. Before Qin Gaojia could react, the predatory gazes of the leaders in the room had already made everything clear. They were here to catch them in the act. Successfully catching 7 rabbits who had been sneaking buns, the leaders were extremely excited and couldn't help but accuse it was worth our coming an hour early. We finally know what that aroma was that lingered for hours yesterday. So it was buns. No wonder I couldn't figure out what could smell so good. Amidst the complaints of the leaders, Qin Gaojia pieced together the truth behind the scenes. It turned out that the leaders had an important meeting yesterday held in the adjacent meeting room. It was scheduled from 9:30 a.m. to 2:00 p.m., with only half an hour left for lunch. Almost immediately after Qin Gaojia and the others finished their buns and left, a dozen mid-level leaders entered the meeting room. As soon as they stepped in, they were greeted by a rich meat aroma. That entire morning, who knows how much they endured. To ventilate and dissipate the smell, they had to turn on the air conditioning. But it was winter, and they had to keep the heating on. Thus, during that day's meeting, anyone who was supposed to speak had to swallow once after every sentence, or they would end up spraying the screen. To maintain decorum, everyone tried to avoid speaking as much as possible. By the end of the morning, this meeting set a record for the longest duration and the fewest speakers in the company's history. They couldn't even eat lunch, clearly very hungry, yet they couldn't eat. The meeting ended up being a complete waste of time. Everyone's minds were occupied with so fragrant, and nothing else was discussed. There was no choice but to schedule another meeting today set for 1:00 a.m. Unexpectedly, everyone was so in sync that they all arrived an hour early just to catch the source of the fragrant aroma. Now they finally knew. So it was people from your department. You know what to do, right? All the mid-level leaders pointed their fingers at the head of the technical department. The head of the technical department, who was also the leader of both Team 1 and Team 2, stood up with a serious expression, looking ready to hold them accountable, and walked towards them. The 7 rabbits who had stolen buns were panicked. However, a few of the sons still showed some responsibility, standing firm in front of Qin Gaojia. Don't be afraid, Qin Dad. If anything happens, we'll take the blame for you. They all prepared for noble sacrifice, but unexpectedly the group leader asked, where did you buy these buns? Can we order takeout? Please send me the shop link. Now everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't know the answer to that question. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you purposely teasing us? We've all been kept awake last night by that aroma. Quickly tell us the name of the shop. We can consider going there for the next department team building activity. They must sell more than just buns, right? The group leader's words made everyone fervently excited. If they could enjoy buns during a team building event, they couldn't imagine how wonderful it would be. Thus, one by one, they unconsciously glanced at Qin Gaojia. The group leader caught on to the subtlety and immediately asked, Gaojia, you know where the bun shop is, right? What's the name of the shop? At that moment, nearly 40 pairs of eyes were looking at him. In this situation, it seemed unavoidable to say something. These buns were the ones that trended all day yesterday. They're sold at the Old Street Vegetable Market in Feng'an District. There's no storefront, just a stall. However, the trending topic didn't mention that the bun vendor actually sets up a stall at the Old Street intersection in the morning. I pass by that road on my way to work every day. For some reason, after Qin Gaojia revealed this, he felt a sense of inexplicable relief. Perhaps he knew that this matter could not be hidden forever. No matter how much he tried to keep it a secret, there would come a day when the group leader would inadvertently reveal it. With a mindset of let it be, Qin Gaojia raised his head to meet everyone's reactions. He watched as the expressions of everyone changed drastically upon hearing the words Feng'an District. Many immediately pulled out their phones and began typing, not knowing who they were communicating with. Perhaps some things were not appropriate to discuss in front of Qin Gaojia. Even his few sons could not hide the disappointment on their faces. One by one, they pulled out their phones, avoiding his gaze. Qin Gaojia's heart sank slowly into bitterness. It seemed he wouldn't be able to keep this job for much longer. Suddenly, he heard a sudden stomp from an adopted son. Ah, how can Feng'an District be in the eastern suburbs? I live in the western suburbs. It's so far. I'm done for. Soon after, another person angrily turned off his phone screen. Damn it. Why can't my work route pass by the Old Street intersection? There must be a problem with the map software. Bang. A leader sitting at the table suddenly banged the table hard. Why? No takeout, can't we use a delivery service? Why is no one responding? I've already offered a delivery fee of 40 yuan. Another leader was pounding his chest and stamping his feet. If I drive over, it won't be on my way, and I'll hit traffic. I can't buy it. Then don't tell me I won't have the chance to eat. In an instant, the voices of regret filled the meeting room, with everyone either stamping their feet or banging on the table. Qin Gaojia was stunned. The first thing everyone considered was the feasibility of buying buns. Oh, no one cared about the fact that Qin Gaojia lived in Feng'an District. No, it's not that no one cared. When everyone realized they had no way to buy buns that morning, all eyes turned to Qin Gaojia. Qin Gaojia was very familiar with that kind of gaze. The members from 2 teams in the technical department looked at him with such longing every day. It was like a drowning person staring at the only straw for salvation. Both urgent and fervent. Qin Gaojia was inexplicably frightened and took a step back. As he stepped back, everyone in the meeting room rushed forward. Gaojia, you live in Feng'an District, right? Are you buying breakfast tomorrow? If you do, could you buy an extra one for me? I want one too. I'll give you a delivery fee of 50 yuan. How about it? I mean no other harm, just want to taste it. Adoptive father, you can't disregard our survival. I can't live without buns, so what's the point of my life otherwise? We can't break the rules. Have you forgotten the rules for rolling the dice you established? Everything should be in order. Our technical department is the legitimate one. This went on for quite a while, with a group of people wailing. Ultimately, it was Qin Gaojia's words that quelled the chaos. Because its trending buns are now limited to purchase, each person can buy a maximum of 10 per day. I need to eat 4 for breakfast, so there are only 6 left, which means at most 6 people can share. The room full of leaders finally understood why the number of people following Qin Gaojia was exactly 6. It turned out to be because of the purchase limit. 10 minutes later, Qin Gaojia returned to his desk, looking at the group chat titled Qin Dad and his adopted sons and daughters, which had suddenly gained over a dozen new members. For a moment, he felt this world was unreal. Wasn't it? That these leaders were so adaptable. For a bun, they would even join such a group name. No, wait, who brought the leaders in? Qin Gaojia didn't invite them to join the group. So they joined, but at least they should have changed the group name in advance. While Qin Gaojia pondered what new group name to modify, someone in the group had already solved the problem. The new group name was Greatness, no need for words. This flattery was subtle, yet thoroughly ingratiating. Qin Gaojia found himself speechless. He had thought everyone would distance themselves from him because he was from Feng'an District. He never expected them to cling to him so tightly. Perhaps everyone's reaction was for the buns, or maybe it was out of face-saving. It didn't matter what the reason was. Qin Gaojia had spoken up, and he felt relieved saying it out loud rather than hiding it, and that was enough. What others thought was their business. Moreover, he had a feeling that Feng'an District seemed to have found the remedy for its chronic illness. Perhaps one day Feng'an District would be cured. At that time it would no longer be a blemish on everyone's heads, but rather a hometown they took pride in. On the other side, there was plenty of excitement around Xiao Lan's stall. Initially, it was Xiao Lan who noticed that as the people in line moved forward, the snack cart that hated evil suddenly turned red. This red wasn't bright red, but it was deeper than light red, making him somewhat concerned. He locked onto a woman with messy hair who had just stepped forward. A woman with disheveled hair. Could she be a thief? Did a thief sneak in? But she had already queued up so far in line. If she were a thief, she would have struck and fled long ago. The woman with messy hair was looking down at her phone and didn't notice Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan couldn't judge whether she was nervous about being a thief from her expression. The snack cart could only indicate that there was a bad person, but couldn't determine what kind of bad person it was. It would be nice if the snack cart could indicate the nature of the crime in the future. He thought he might need to research if he could upgrade it again. While Xiao Lan was pondering, the disheveled woman had already arrived at the stall. 10 meat buns, she said while scanning the payment code, tapping a few times on the screen before showing Xiao Lan the front of her phone. The payment page showed 100 yuan, and there was no issue with the payment. Normally Xiao Lan would immediately grab a bag and fill it with buns alongside Li ACI. Each would fill 5 to improve efficiency. However, with the snack cart's alert, Xiao Lan was still uneasy. He deliberately did not move and let Li ACI do the packing while he kept an eye on the woman. The woman seemed uneasy under his stare and subtly turned half her face away. Here you go. Li ACI's booming voice rang out, and the woman, as if hearing heavenly music, took the buns and was about to leave. Xiao Lan furrowed his brow, wanting to call her back, but had no reason to do so. Just then a justice-loving ant behind her grabbed her wrist. Using a high-pitched voice, she shouted, "Haha, I've caught you." The ant's tone was so cheerful, as if she had discovered a new continent, that everyone around was curious and looked over. The woman with messy hair turned pale hurriedly, trying to break free from the ant's grip. "Let go of me." "What are you doing, you nosy person? Don't grab me." The woman's words were incoherent, her face written all over with guilt, wanting to escape the scene quickly. The ant was relentless and continued to shout in a loud voice, "I am a proud woman, buying things and paying fairly. Unlike you, who still wants to default on the bun payment." The woman's expression changed. "What did you say?" "I paid. I even showed the vendor. Don't slander me." The ant showed no fear. If she didn't have evidence, she wouldn't dare to stand out. "Stop pretending, miss. I saw you picking and choosing in the album all the way. You were looking for the payment screenshot, right? 10 buns for 100 yuan. You only found a payment record of 50 yuan. But you were greedy and edited the 50 into 100. I recorded everything." Only at this moment did the woman realize the importance of a privacy film. Who would have thought that every move she made was clearly seen by the people behind her? In fact, she had been doing this for more than half a year and had hardly ever slipped up. This method was also learned from others. At first, she used to take a screenshot after paying for something. In the future, when buying things of the same price, she pretended to scan the payment code, but actually pulled out the screenshot from her album. Later, after learning simple photo editing on her phone, she became even more reckless. As long as she knew in advance what she was buying, she could edit the photo on the spot and use it immediately. Those stalls with particularly good business, where the vendors were busy to the point of losing their minds, would never scrutinize. She would say this trick was foolproof. Of course, during these 6 months, she had had a few slip-ups. However, the bosses, seeing her dressed so shabby, would think she had encountered some difficulties and would always show her understanding. Some bosses would let her go, while others would gently remind her that her previous payment didn't go through and ask her to scan the code again. She encountered the most rude shop owner, who simply took the items back and kicked her out. Very few would think of calling the police. Everyone had gotten used to quick and convenient private settlements, and calling the police was completely overreacting. But today, for some reason, the bystanders were relentless and even suggested taking her to the police station. The ant saw others chiming in and raised her voice even higher. "You dare to pull up the payment record just now? You probably don't dare. I can guarantee that the moment you unlock your phone, it's immediately the screenshot from your album." The woman bit her lip tightly. In the cold winter, the stray hairs on her forehead were already damp with cold sweat. Xiao Lan witnessed this scene and suddenly understood. He was careless. The woman showed him the payment page, and he thought there was no issue with the amount, so he didn't pay it any mind. Even though the electronic voice announcing the payment hadn't sounded, he assumed there was a delay or a malfunction. He never even considered this aspect. Unexpectedly, her clumsy tactics had allowed this woman to successfully deceive so many times. Judging by the bright red light, she must be a habitual offender, as the amounts had accumulated to a significant sum enough to warrant punishment. The woman had already given up resisting, softly pleading for everyone to let her go. However, none of those present today wished to downplay the severity of the situation. They all wanted to send her to the police station. Some immediately called the police, and then, like seeking credit, turned to Xiao Lan and said, "Boss, I'm also part of the capture, right? Can I buy 10 more buns?" Several others who had supported him also turned to Xiao Lan saying, "Boss, someone like her, who commits crimes, should be deprived of her right to buns for life. Let us take her portion." Upon hearing this, the elderly woman immediately understood why there were so many righteous speakers. It turned out it wasn't true righteousness. They purely wanted to share in the spoils. She quickly jumped out, frantically waving one arm. "Boss, I was the first to catch her. The evidence of her crime is in my hands. I can't let others steal my fruits of victory." Xiao Lan was dumbfounded, and the woman with hair as messy as straw was equally stunned. She never would have thought that these people were catching her just to exchange for buns. Had she known, she wouldn't have come to this stall, though she just saw that it was the busiest place and thought that the crowd would help her blend in. Little did she know that amidst the crowd there were 7 or 8 hunters specifically targeting her as prey. A group of people eagerly looked at Xiao Lan, waiting for him to make a decision. Xiao Lan, the gentleman, could only make a judgment based on instinct. "Well, Auntie, you can buy 10 more, and the others who reported to the police can each buy 1 more. Yay, woohoo." With the incidents of queue jumping and fake payments, the crowd's enthusiasm was even more difficult to contain. Even if Xiao Lan intended to move the stall to the vegetable market, they would follow him closely. Clearly they had no more slots for buying buns, yet none were willing to leave. They seemed transformed into stray dogs squatting beside a meat stall, hoping Xiao Lan would casually toss down a few meat bones. Of course they knew that Xiao Lan was not a butcher and buns were not meat bones. He couldn't possibly throw them anything. They were just hoping for another villain to catch. In a single morning, a new trading system was born in Feng'an District. 1 villain, 10 buns. Thus a group of people hurriedly followed behind Xiao Lan's tricycle, quickly making their way to the vegetable market. Uncertain if it was just an illusion, upon arriving at the vegetable market today, it felt particularly quiet. Quiet to an eerie degree due to the unusually high number of people. Usually only during the New Year and festivals do those working away or studying return, making the market so crowded. But now there was still a month until New Year's Day. How could there be so many unfamiliar faces? These strangers all bore wary expressions, tightly wrapping their coats, guarding themselves against any threats. They cast suspicious glances at every passerby, refusing to let anyone get close, answering no questions nor initiating conversation. It wasn't until Xiao Lan appeared at the entrance of the vegetable market that someone shouted, breaking the silence, "He's here. The handmade bun vendor is here." In an instant, all the people in the market turned their heads in unison, as if robots had been activated by a remote control. In the next moment, they seemed to perform a magic trick, pulling out selfie sticks or handheld gimbals from their chests, waists, backs, bags, thighs, calves, and socks. They then clamped their tightly held phones above, forming a complete live streaming setup, directing the camera toward Xiao Lan. It was only at this moment that the locals in the market understood who these strangers really were. It appeared they were all streamers. Among the crowd, someone exclaimed, "Damn, I thought they were all plainclothes police officers. They looked so serious that I didn't dare to breathe, but it turns out they're just streamers." I was scared to death. Just now I touched someone's pocket and felt something hard and cold, or I thought it was a gun, but it was just a selfie stick. Xiao Lan finally recognized the true power of trending searches. He thought there were already enough people at the intersection, but he didn't expect that the old street market was the real disaster zone. Indeed, the trending search did not mention the intersection, so those who could make it there were locals with insider information. Meanwhile, outsiders, having seen the trending topic, hurried to Feng'an District overnight, arriving just in time at the market. Perhaps even more were on their way. Among these streamers, some even brought teams with them. Some in the team were responsible for setting up tripods, while others helped the female streamers with makeup. Soon the female streamer shed her thick down jacket, appearing in a light windbreaker fully made up, with the background perfectly capturing the scene of Xiao Lan riding his bike. "Folks, I am now in Feng'an District, yes, the very Feng'an District that trended yesterday. Look behind me is the famous steamed bun vendor. He is getting ready to set up his stall, and we will try his buns shortly. Please everyone give me a thumbs up first. The streamer is risking their life to live stream for you guys." This streamer spoke sweetly, while not far away another male streamer with a completely different style shouted loudly, "Brothers. Double tap 666. That bun vendor is right at the entrance. I'm not lying, I really came here risking my life to debunk this." The once quiet market suddenly transformed into a sea of live streaming. Every meter or so there was a streamer talking to the camera. Each streamer was exceptionally sociable, verbally expressing fear and danger, yet their voices were louder than the last. A young male streamer faced the camera and said, "Are there many thieves in Feng'an District?" "How many?" Let me answer some viewer questions. To be honest, at first I thought there were quite a few. When I entered the market, I felt everyone was looking at me with hostility. Every expression seemed sneaky. I thought they were all thieves, but it turns out they thought I was the thief. The market was filled with outsiders, each one wary of the others. There are actually more outsiders than locals now. Another short-haired girl wearing a bunyar hat sweetly said, "As a streamer, I've personally experienced that Feng'an District doesn't seem as terrifying as rumored. Just now I couldn't find the old street market. I was aimlessly turning around with my map. Before I even asked for directions, a local kindly pointed me the way, and they weren't just giving random directions. Let me be honest, I arrived quite early. The online rumor said the bun vendor would show up around 11, but I got here at 9. When I just came in, I felt so many people deliberately brushing against me. It was obvious they were trying to pick my pocket. Just think about it, I'm such a tall and strong guy, and those thieves dared to come close. You can imagine how arrogant they usually are. However, here comes the key point. As soon as I pulled out the selfie stick, guess what happened? Those thieves automatically moved 2 meters away from me. I wandered around the market for almost 2 hours, really as long as I held a selfie stick looking like I was live streaming. No one dared to touch me. I suspect that after the incident involving the theft from the food critic, the thieves in this market are too scared to steal from streamers, fearing they might target a big streamer again. Indeed, one should act early. This bald guy arrived early and found the correct travel tips for Feng'an District. Safety travel tips for Feng'an District. Everyone take notes, just pretend to be live streaming. As long as you pretend to be streaming, those thieves won't dare to steal from you. For those wanting to take risks in Feng'an District, you can give it a try, but after a while it might not work anymore. Due to all the streamers blocking the entrance and snapping photos of Xiao Lan, he was unable to ride his vehicle into the market. Just when he was feeling distressed, a fruit vendor directly picked up the loudspeaker at his stall and shouted to the crowd, "Everyone make way. Make way. Let the steamed bun vendor through. If you don't clear the way, he won't be able to set up his stall." Xiao Lan looked surprised at the fruit vendor, not expecting someone would help him. What surprised him even more was still to come. Some locals in the market took it upon themselves to direct traffic. "Everyone line up on both sides. Let our bun vendor pass. Don't push, don't crowd. The road is congested. Be careful of trampling. Everyone please pay attention to your belongings. No matter how excited you are, make sure to hold your phone securely. Vendors please move back a bit, move back, and clear the road." Under the continuous commands, the path ahead was quickly cleared. Everyone spontaneously lined up on both sides, creating a welcoming corridor for Xiao Lan. He was left in shock. Is this really the Feng'an District I know? Xiao Lan could only muster the courage to slowly ride his electric vehicle through stopping at yesterday's stall. He suddenly wanted to slap Li ACI to see if this scene was a dream. Not only were the locals' actions unusual, but the appearance of so many outsiders was also odd. Last night, many questioned on trending topics whether this was a publicity stunt. Why were there still so many people coming? Xiao Lan had no idea that it was precisely because of the heated online debate that a large number of streamers showed up. Streamers are always drawn to where the views are. Whether it's a hell on earth or a den of tigers, they will venture into it. The more controversial, the more dangerous, the more explosive the live stream becomes. Some streamers even secretly start a live stream, deliberately exposing their wallets and spare phones, just waiting to be stolen, creating topics for views. Little did they know the thieves here had sharp eyes. They could spot hidden cameras, immediately thinking they were being set up by the police, and acted quite obediently. Moreover, many streamers, with the intent to debunk the claims, wanted to see if Xiao Lan's buns were really as delicious as claimed by the food critic. If Xiao Lan's skills were mediocre and the buns tasted average, they could tear down the food critic's reputation, claiming he was bribed to promote the government. As a result, as soon as Xiao Lan's stall was set up, a crowd rushed forward akin to stray dogs spotting steaming meat bones. Xiao Lan didn't want to disrupt pedestrian traffic or affect the business of other vendors, and just as he was about to speak, several voices rang out simultaneously, "Please line up. Please queue, everyone. Don't push, queue up." The speakers were those who had followed Xiao Lan from the intersection to the market, and they surprisingly took the initiative to maintain order. It was unclear whether they wanted to show off in front of Xiao Lan to gain a higher purchase limit for buns, or if the director's words from yesterday awakened their sense of honor and responsibility. Regardless, maintaining order was a good thing. Xiao Lan cleared his throat and announced the bun purchase limit like he had in the morning. The difference this time was that there were no green channels, and both lines were the same. Among the queuing crowd, a few muttered softly, "Don't you think the voice of this bun vendor sounds a bit like the pig trotter vendor?" The questioner had come specially from the electronics park. They had arrived at the market early in the morning, each splitting up to explore inside and outside, but had not found the pig trotter vendor's father. They refused to give up and waited, and as they waited, they encountered the bun vendor. Although they primarily came to find the pig trotter vendor's father, since they were already here, they couldn't leave without trying. Since there were so many praises online about the handmade buns made by this vendor, they decided to buy and taste them. What quality could these buns have to compete with the best food in Fengling City? However, before they could buy the buns, someone noticed Xiao Lan's voice and was the first to raise the similar argument. Hearing this, the other few carefully perked up their ears. After a few seconds, they once again ruled out the correct answer. "What do you mean it sounds similar? Don't spread nonsense, okay? The pig trotter vendor's voice is clearly more pleasant. Yes, and it has more personality with that aloof genius vibe that ordinary people can't replicate. Exactly, don't casually model it. The bun vendor's voice sounds muffled, and he talks too much, not high and cold at all." The worker who raised the point after being repeatedly denied reluctantly accepted the brainwashing all right. Upon careful consideration, it seems like it's not that similar after all. See, the fan filter is to be avoided. Some people are still alive, but have already been nostalgically embellished. The queue was long. The left line had already reached the entrance of the market and curved back to the stall. The right line had reached the far end of the market and also curved back to the stall. Thus, while some seemed to be less than 2 meters away from the stall in a straight line, they were actually separated by hundreds of people. Those few workers from the electronics park found themselves in such an awkward position. They were close enough to hear Xiao Lan speak, yet it would still take a long time before their turn came. While idly waiting, they began observing those buying. The reactions of customers who have bought the buns. Many people, after purchasing the buns, immediately try them live. For many ordinary people, tasting such delicious buns for the first time inevitably leads to exaggerated reactions, especially for the socially exuberant hosts. Those who can thrive as hosts in this environment are generally born with a strong desire for performance. The more people watching, the more excited they become, a phenomenon commonly referred to as people fever. Their normal reactions are several times more exaggerated than those of ordinary individuals. As the buns enter their mouths, the hosts roll their eyes, twitch uncontrollably, pound their heads in excitement, and jump on the spot. Each reaction is so exaggerated that it resembles a grand display of human regression. In front of the live camera, they spare no effort in using the most extreme language they know to express their inner praise. Oh my God, rolling eyes after this bite, twitching. It feels like my soul has been captured, twisting around. I feel like I'm ascending to heaven, trembling. Everyone listen to me. Quick, take out your pens to take notes. The following are important points to remember. Serious tone. Before eating this handmade bun, serious face. You must tie your feet to a heavy stone with a rope, determined gaze, or else you might float up like a helium balloon and then explode. Threatening tone. I'm not joking. Oh, it's so delicious, crazy. Grandma, are you here to pick me up? Silly smile. Oh, great-grandma is here too, dazed. Other hosts are already accustomed to such antics, but several workers from the tech park find it too abstract. They struggle to hold back their laughter, their eyes betraying a hint of disdain as they quietly discuss this host's performance is too fake. How much did they spend on marketing? I don't know, but those who do such flashy things usually have products that aren't that great. Exaggerated. If eating a bun causes such a reaction, what would happen if they ate pig trotters? Would they not end up so excited that they'd lose control? From their peripheral vision, they see someone seemingly entranced asking everyone, are you planning to buy 10 buns? If you aren't buying that many, can you let me have one bun? I'm begging you, please let me have a spot. A few workers shake their heads. Even more, their performance is too fake. This limit on purchases is unreasonable from the start. Calling for 10 as a limit is ridiculous. If it were truly delicious, it should be limited to one, like pig trotters. Whether or not it was a prophetic saying is unclear. Just as a few workers were about to buy, the number of buns turned out to be just insufficient. Xiao Lan had already doubled her production, yet still there were not enough buns. When it was the turn of the tech park workers, if each of them wanted 10, one person could only buy 6. Xiao Lan apologetically informed them of this, and said, since you seem to know each other, should we share? 9 for each person would be perfectly divided. Unexpectedly, these workers didn't seem troubled by the situation at all. One waved his hand, saying, no need to share, I was only planning to buy 4. Me too. We mainly just want to taste, it'll be full after eating 5. 2 is enough for me, just to taste the flavor. Buns can't fill you up, that's what rice is for. They'll save some room for lunch later. You're still going for lunch? I thought you weren't. Then I only need 2 buns too. Xiao Lan is indifferent. He gives as many as others want, as he isn't worried about selling out. However, the customers lined up behind the workers suddenly brightened up. They were about to leave in disappointment when they heard that the people in front weren't planning to buy everything. Someone quick-witted immediately shouted, boss. If they don't want theirs, then I want 10. Another quick reacting person immediately followed up, shouting, I'll take the rest. Both shout-outs came from regular customers who knew well the value of these buns. Once one starts eating, they will feel that even 10 isn't enough. Even if their stomachs are stuffed, the craving within them refuses to cease. Moreover, if one thinks the buns are expensive and can't bear to eat them themselves, they can sell them at a high price to others. Regulars are surely willing to pay a premium, and new customers who traveled from afar would definitely want to try them. With such a great opportunity before them, how could anyone willingly give it up? At this moment, the two who seized the opportunity looked at the workers with expressions akin to that of a saint and a fool. However, the workers didn't think too deeply. They didn't believe that these buns could be resold at a high price. Even if someone successfully made a transaction in front of them, they felt this was just for the show in front of the live camera. Deceiving netizens is one thing, but they couldn't be fooled. Soon they successfully obtained their desired amount of buns. The buns are round, plump, and about the size of half a palm when laid in their hands. It's unclear whether it's due to the dough being well prepared or the generous filling, but these buns feel slightly more rounded than ordinary ones, resembling a cute little cat's head. They look quite appealing, but the price is indeed a bit outrageous. Meanwhile, the customer who snatched 10 buns from them happily took away these heavenly gifts. As he left, he smiled gratefully at them. When he was a few meters away, the workers began to quietly discuss, wow, 10 buns cost 100 yuan. That's enough to buy a sizable piece of pig trotters. Yeah, I can justify spending 100 yuan on pig trotters, at least it's meat. But I really can't justify buying buns. That person must have been fooled by marketing you. I hope he doesn't regret it after eating. They continued walking and casually stuffed buns into their mouths, chewing while speaking. As they chewed, their steps became slower. The black pupils of their eyes turned increasingly pink, and their round pupils unknowingly morphed into heart shapes. At the moment they completely chewed the filling along with the bursting juices, countless vibrant colors exploded forth. The chaotic and crowded food market in front of them suddenly deconstructed into numerous bright color blocks. In the instant the color blocks burst open, the world transformed. The deep blue galaxy surged beneath their feet, countless dazzling stars sprinkled throughout, and fiery red birds flapped their wings above, showering glowing feathers from the sky. This familiar yet dull reality suddenly became dizzying and bizarre. Those once tiresome people and things transformed into myriad blooms swirling in the sky. Indeed, beautiful things are interconnected. The human senses are also shared. The delicious food in their mouths brought their eyes to indulge in a feast. The world seems to have transformed from 3-dimensional to 2-dimensional. Looking down, they wandered through Van Gogh's Starry Night, and raising their hands, they could touch the stained glass windows of the medieval era. The workers found themselves between the virtual and the real, sometimes feeling like they were looking at a painting, at other times feeling as if they were within the painting. Surrounded by the monotony of assembly line work daily, their impression of the city was reduced to cold black, white, and gray. At this moment, they felt as if a kaleidoscope had appeared before them. Regardless of where they looked, it was all vibrant and colorful. Countless color blocks once jumbled, reassembled, and restored into familiar scenes. Before them was still that familiar food market. Behind them was still that familiar bun stall. Nothing had changed, only their mindset. The bun vendor was busy tidying up the stall, preparing to leave. They sensed something and looked down, realizing they had unknowingly finished their buns. Yet they remained oblivious. It felt as if they had entered a time machine, blinking and suddenly arriving from the past to the present. However, the wonderful taste during the process made them want to try it again. The last time they felt this way was when sucking the marrow from pig trotters. Bone marrow is rare, so such a wonderful experience is also infrequent. At this moment, an utterly rebellious thought inexplicably surfaced in their minds. They actually felt that the buns might be even more fragrant than pig trotters. Why does the successor surpass the predecessor? Because the former is unassuming and uncompetitive. The pig trotters have actively withdrawn from their view for so long that their memory has begun to fade, only recalling the reactions their bodies had back then. Now this bun can evoke the same reactions. Moreover, the buns came charging in fiercely like a nuclear bomb being dropped inside their bodies. After the nuclear bomb obliterated all traces left by the pig trotters, it established a new bun dynasty on the wasteland. They felt an impulse to rush forward, hugging the vendor's leg, pleading for him to sell them another bun. But rationality told them it was no longer possible. The buns had already sold out. Moreover, the remaining 13 had also been taken by others. Looking at the busy bun vendor, a wave of regret surged in each person's heart. If they had nodded in agreement when the vendor proposed to average the distribution of 9 buns per person, they wouldn't be in this state of dissatisfaction now. Vivid images of the host's exaggerated actions and words inexplicably flashed in their minds. They had previously thought the hosts were acting too fake, but now they felt their reactions were still somewhat restrained. They couldn't help but secretly observe their companions' reactions. No one wanted to reveal that they had betrayed the pig trotter doctrine. Just a few minutes ago, they had sworn, "I will never betray the pig trotter doctrine. The pig trotter sect will endure." Just a few minutes later, their hearts had changed, which was indeed quite unreasonable. Suddenly, the phones of the 4 workers rang simultaneously. There was a group message notification. A member of the Pig Trotter Victims Alliance asked, "Have you eaten the handmade buns that are trending online? Is there really such a long line after all this time? What do you think? Which tastes better, the buns or the pig trotters? It must still be the pig trotters, right?" This simple question felt like a soul-searching inquiry, striking everyone's faces like a whip. After an internal battle, someone finally took the lead to voice a reply. "I think the buns are quite delicious, but compared to pig trotters, they still fall a bit short." Instantly, the group members felt triumphant. "Huh, I said it, nothing can surpass the pig trotters. The pig trotter cult will endure forever." The others initially wanted to play dumb, but the one asking questions in the group already called them out one by one. Good heavens, are they going to interrogate each one like the king of hell? They could only muster the courage to respond. "I also think pig trotters are the best. This bun can at most be second." "Exactly, I stand with the pig trotters." The last worker, hearing the 3 of his colleagues speak this way, tightly pursed his lips and insincerely echoed, "Yes, I think so too." While everyone was sending voice messages in the group, no one dared to look up, fearing that others might see the guilt in their eyes. You only hear the new people laughing, never the old ones crying. If beautiful people are like this, how much more so with food? But they all dared not speak up, unwilling to be the first to betray the group. Running a fan circle is like this. In the end, it's not about the thing itself, but the collective will. However, they secretly kept an eye out and took a picture of the bun customer group's QR code. They quickly turned and scanned the code to join the group. The first co-worker who entered upon joining urgently asked, "Is there anyone in the group willing to help with purchasing? I have to work tomorrow, so I can't come over to buy buns." The second co-worker had just joined the bun customer group chat when he saw someone asking about purchasing. He immediately chimed in, I also want to purchase. Help with purchasing, please." Suddenly, the co-worker noticed that the profile picture of the person who spoke up seemed very familiar. He clicked on the profile picture and saw that it was indeed a friend of his. "Oh no, it's someone I know." He hurriedly tried to retract his second message. Just as he was about to retract the first message, he suddenly realized the person who first suggested purchasing was standing right next to him. The two of them suddenly looked up at the same time, their gazes meeting like 2 snails extending their feelers, both revealing complex emotions. At that moment, a message popped up in the group indicating that a new member had joined. The newcomer couldn't see the previous messages. Unexpectedly, the newcomer also proactively sent a message. "Is there anyone living near the vegetable market? Can you help with purchasing?" The two who entered first felt something was off when they saw the nickname of the third person. Upon checking, good heavens, it was their mutual friend. They then cast their eyes toward another co-worker beside them, secretly lamenting that 3 out of 4 of them were actually traitors. While the third person was still asking questions, the fourth worker arrived late. Soon the 4 workers in the park held their phones, displaying everyone's detailed profile pages. Strange expressions appeared in everyone's eyes. Good heavens, all 4 of them were traitors. Just a few minutes ago, they were still swearing loyalty in the Pig Trotter group. A few minutes later, they gathered in the Bun customer group chat. Life is truly like a play, all relying on acting. But it's good to have it out in the open, they no longer need to disguise themselves. But the bad news is that all 4 of them have to work tomorrow and can't come here to buy buns. Suddenly, one of them had a wicked thought, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips. I just calculated it seems old Wang has a day off tomorrow. Why don't we? His words trailed off like a ghost conspiring to harm. The other three all wore knowing expressions then broke into villainous grins. Hee. With Xiao Lan's departure, the number of people at the vegetable market began to dwindle. Many streamers rushed back to their hotels eager to edit their videos and get them published as soon as possible. Some of the unluckier streamers had to wait in line so long that by the time it was their turn the buns were gone. Thus they ended up with no usable material, and even a few minutes of vlog editing became impossible. Unwilling to leave, they continued to wander around the old street vegetable market trying to uncover some new delicacies. Or perhaps to explore the dangerous essence of this dragon's den and tiger's lair. As the number of outsiders decreased and locals increased, the balance of Feng'an vegetable market was disrupted, gradually revealing its fangs to these strangers. A young thief had set his sights on two girls. They appeared to be streamers as well, but their phone screens were not showing live broadcasts. They were merely recording. The thief had been following them for quite some time, confirming that there were no other accomplices nearby, and the girl's vigilance was increasingly relaxed. Sometimes when you buy too much, you can't carry everything and end up putting your phone in your handbag. Moreover, the girls' phones had pretty lanyards, making them very convenient to steal. If it's in the bag, you can hook the lanyard and pull it out. If it's in hand, just snip the lanyard and no one will know. Although it's not wise to commit a crime at this hour, those skilled in their craft are bold. What's wrong with committing a crime in the wind? The bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. Today, with so many big fish at the vegetable market besides him, there would surely be other thieves unable to resist. As long as their skills are good enough, they won't get caught. Or if there are enough thefts, no one will pay attention to one of them. The reason the thieves had trouble with Tao Gu that day was partly because he was a big streamer. On the other hand, they were just too greedy. With over a dozen thieves surrounding a single sheep, how could they not panic when stealing? If a dozen thieves dispersed and stole from a dozen people, perhaps the police would be overwhelmed or the victims would be too lazy to report due to the minor losses. Just as the young thief grabbed a girl's phone lanyard and pulled the phone out, three hands reached from different directions, grabbing his arms and shoulders. The thief was startled, thinking he had encountered an undercover officer. But upon closer inspection, they were old acquaintances. All were old stall owners at the vegetable market, having operated for over a decade, interacting daily with thieves, almost becoming seasoned veterans. The young thief immediately relaxed. As long as they weren't iron-faced undercover officers, this group of soft persimmons was easy to deal with. Why are you grabbing me? Let me go. Unexpectedly, one of the aunties glared at him. What do you mean why? Don't you know what you've done? You're caught red-handed, and you still pretend. There was also an old uncle, a distant relative with a slight connection to the thief. You little rascal, I've watched you grow up since you were a child. You never learned anything good since childhood. Your hands were unclean, even in middle school, and now you dare to steal. You're committing crimes in broad daylight. The thief showed no sign of panic even when caught. Holding the girl's phone in his hand, he maintained his composure and lied, saying, "What do you mean committing crimes in broad daylight? I just found this beautiful lady's phone and wanted to return it to her. Don't slander me. If you have presbyopia, get it treated quickly and stop thinking about setting up a stall, lest one day you miscalculate the money and not even know it." The earlier words were a defense, while the latter were a threat. The implication was that if they dared to ruin his good deed again, he would make sure they could never run their stall again. These words were taught to him by the seniors who brought him into this line of work, and they had proven effective time and again. When the thief said this, he mimicked the demeanor of those seniors, curling one corner of his mouth to appear cool and intimidating. Little did he expect that the first time he tried to show off would also be the last. He was slapped in the face right there. It was a literal slap in the face. His uncle immediately took off his old shoe and gave him a few slaps with the sole swinging left and right. You little brat still want to threaten me. I used to beat your father when he was young, let alone you. Hitting you is like hitting a dog. What are you going to do about it? After a few hits, the thief's arrogant expression suddenly turned clear. Another impatient stall owner said, "Stop wasting time with him, or just take him to the police station. We can all testify. The sooner we send him off, the sooner we can get back to business." Upon hearing he was going to be sent to the police station, the thief panicked and started speaking in his hometown dialect. Uncle, don't do this. You watched me grow up. I just lost my mind for a moment. Oh, please don't send me to the police station." His uncle spat at him and said, "Now you know to call me uncle. Now you regret it. It's too late. Were you not embarrassed yesterday when the whole country scolded you? And you still dare to steal today? Is this how you honor your ancestors?" After hearing this, the thief hesitated and said, "But weren't our ancestors thieves too? I heard they were exiled for committing crimes and then became bandits." The two girls who had been robbed, initially shocked, couldn't help but giggle at this point. His uncle, unable to maintain his composure, took off his shoe again and slapped him a few more times. "Shut up. How dare you speak ill of your ancestors? Who allowed you to mention them?" The thief felt wronged. Wasn't it his uncle who brought it up first? But he only dared to complain in his heart, afraid of receiving another slap. It must be said that his uncle's shoes were really stinky. They were probably older than the thief himself. After that, no matter how much the thief begged for mercy, his uncle and several other stall owners still took him to the police station. They also had the two girls who were robbed go to testify. These two girls were originally streamers and had been filming the entire incident. They had to see it through to the end. As short video creators, they were worried about not having material, but now they had plenty. The group left cursing and pulling each other along. The same scene occurred at various locations and times in the old street market. By the end of the day, a total of 20 thieves had been caught. The thieves were completely stunned. They guessed that the incident that had trended yesterday would affect the mindset of the residents in Feng'an district. But they did not expect the impact to be so thorough and the change so drastic. Overnight, everyone had turned into righteous individuals, utterly merciless. Feng'an district was small, and many people were interconnected. If you trace the family tree back 7 or 8 generations, you might find the same distant relatives. They never expected that when it came to catching thieves, the locals would be so ruthless, even harsher than the police. These thieves had no idea that the stall owners' drastic change in attitude and ruthless actions were not only because they were embarrassed in front of netizens, but also because they had tasted the sweetness of having a bustling business. Today, these tourists who came from all corners of the earth were exceptionally generous. Some streamers known for product reviews bought numerous new items to try out. The stall owners made in a morning what they would normally earn in a month. All of this confirmed that what the director had said was true. It was all because of these thieves that they were delayed in making money. Had there been no thieves, they would have become wealthy long ago. How could they allow these thieves to drive away their fortune? Each of these stall owners had been operating in the old street market for over 10 years. They knew each thief inside and out. They knew which sect they were from, what methods they typically used to steal, and who their usual targets were. It could be said that even before the thieves acted, 7 or 8 stall owners were already eyeing them. If any thief dared to make a move, they would definitely be caught red-handed. This is what is known as the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole waits in the back. What frightened the thieves the most was that the stall owners not only caught them, but also engaged in public humiliation. A sign saying thief was written on a board tied with a rope and hung around the thief's neck. They would then post a notice at the entrance of the old street market revealing the name of each thief caught. For those who resisted fiercely, they would be pinned to the ground, bound and stuffed into a steel-welded pig cage, then carted off to the police station on a tricycle used for transporting pigs. The thieves were in despair. Who came up with such a ruthless scheme? It was too vicious. Why was there public humiliation in ancient times? It was because this tactic caused little physical harm, but was extremely humiliating. It provided great visual stimulation, creating a shocking deterrent effect. In ancient times, even those who passed the imperial examinations had to parade through the streets. The principle was the same, maximizing the publicity effect. The discussions and gazes of passers-by could be either sweet or sharp blades for the ones parading. What was the difference between this and being dismembered? In modern civilized society, considering the protection of citizens' privacy and providing offenders with a chance for redemption, public humiliation has long been abolished. Unless it's for major fugitives, detailed personal information would not be disclosed. But just because the police wouldn't do this doesn't mean the general public wouldn't. Ignoring the law, the thieves encountered residents with fierce morals. This is what is known as evil has its nemesis. Although the police do not support such brutal methods, when the public does it on their own, their only option after discovering it is to educate and criticize right. This tactic is too vicious. For people in small places, public humiliation carries more deterrent power than being sent to prison. For some who are ignorant of the law, going to prison feels like being gilded. Coming out of prison, they think they've officially entered the underworld. A criminal record becomes a resume, something to boast about. But public humiliation is much more embarrassing. Either relatives and family will gossip about it for a lifetime. In the years to come, the topic of conversation at the New Year's dinner table would undoubtedly be him, along with the other thieves who would look down on the fool caught in the act.